Hello, welcome to Setsuna! And today is the day for the WCS, but there's nothing here yet. It's gonna be in, I think, in 30 minutes, if I'm correct. CEST. Yep, in 30 minutes. But there's not even a waiting room, so I'm not sure if this is the correct one. There's literally nothing. There's no waiting room or anything. I guess we just have to wait. In the Duel Live, there's this section, but I'm not sure if this is gonna be broadcast or this is just gonna be the replay of the game. Because I really want to watch it live. I don't want to watch the replay. But it's gonna be in 30 minutes, so we can just wait. But in the meantime, we can just play a little bit of rank. Okay, this is what I'm playing. And it's kind of working, but sometimes I break. Sometimes I don't draw a Ryzen or I draw Node and Star at the same time, which is the worst draw you can do. The two one-offs that doesn't do anything if they're the ones you draw. I think I'm gonna play a different deck. Piston FS. This is kind of fun and kind of strong. Let me just change this a little bit. Oh, hi, iPad. Welcome. I think I need another 12. Synchro 12. I need a negate, I think. A better negate. This one. Then I need the floater. Oh shit, I don't have enough space. I don't have enough space if I go in for the floater. Yeah, I don't think I should go for the floater. What's up? We're waiting for the Duelist Cup. No, Duelist Cup. World Championship. In 30 minutes, gonna be live. So we're just waiting. I guess this one's still okay. This is still a negate. This one can't be destroyed by postcard effect. Go for that one. But there's... Yep, there's nothing yet. Okay, we're waiting again. I don't have good meta decks. Well, you can play Rogue. And ironically, Rogue is... Master Duel is like the best place to play Rogue because it's a BO1, so... You can actually get away with just playing Rogue decks. Unchained is pretty good right now because, well, Rysil is a destroy deck. So you have that going for you. I actually built it. No, I didn't build this. I copied this from someone in Master Duel meta. This is Fabled Finsmith. Memento is not really rogue. That's actually competitive. But the problem with Memento, it's hard to pilot. If you have Memento is actually good. It's just that it's hard to pilot and you have to learn the deck properly to actually play it. Man, which one do I want to play? Do I want to play this? I don't know how to actually... What do I am ending on? I have no idea. Because I haven't played Fable before, so I have no idea how to play this deck. Wait, let me check the Master Duel meta again. If he has some notes for this Fable deck. Fable, there you are. Concentrated. Okay, there's not much notes. To grind only for 3 future decks. Actually, Rysel is pretty decent since you already have that, since as the next meta decks will be, I think, Yami and Dracotail, those decks, and that's gonna be in a few months. No, few up. No, it's gonna be like 4 months even. The Gem Knights? Oh yeah, the Gem Knights are actually strong. Wait, how many Gem Knight cards are UR? Okay, the Gem Knight is you can get the Gem Knight from the structure deck. So majority of their cards are SR. The starters are SR, SR. You just need 3 Brilliant Fusion, which is the UR. I think you also need a Diamond. Lady Rose? Wait, what's this? Oh, you don't really need this. I think this one is the most important one. 2 normal summon in a turn. And Gem Knight Fusion. No, Brilliant Fusion is the best one. It's not even that bad. Okay, I think you also need one of this. But majority of the cards in Gem Knight is already low rarity, so you got that going. Just one of each. Well, this thing is getting unbanned. It's gonna go to 3, so I'm pretty sure this is gonna be at least a 3 of in your deck. If you're actually playing Gem Knights, this is a 3 of. Yeah, you can pretty easily grind that. And all the other cards are N and R. Or SR, which is kinda easy to get. Yeah, you didn't see the ban list? First, oh, try out Duel, not that. Yeah. Here it is. In 2 weeks, I think. Brilliant Fusion is gonna be at 3. That's why everybody's speculating that the Gem Knight support is coming. Because they're unbanning their support card. Ban list is extended. Yeah, the biggest ban list. Brilliant Fusion will actually do something in the meta. Not for Rysel and Malice, but for the other contender. Because this is pretty much a foolish burial. Black Dragon, well, Adamantipator can already play the game with just 1 black. 3 Black Dragon doesn't really do much of a difference when you can't really play going second in Adamantipator. What's important is that we kept Blue heavily restricted. Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Blue Wanderers is still so shit. Oh wow, that's a Thunder, okay? Oh my god, this is the only thing keeping Blue in the backbone. And the pots. How many pots are... are banned. Oh my god. Duality is at 1, Extra is at 1, no prosperity. I think you can actually put this at 3 now. Blue is in that state that it's not even good anymore. Brilliant Fusion at 3 is gonna be OP. Think so too. It's not for, it's gonna not gonna be used. I'm not even sure if Malice can use it. I guess they can start with it. If they start with Brilliant Fusion, they can do something wacky, but I doubt they're gonna do that. Ryzel might able to. If there's a level 4 in Gem Knight that do something, there's a chance that they're gonna do. There's a chance that they can use it. So 5, 8. Okay, there's no level 4 in Gem Knight Fusion, so I don't think they're gonna use it. The White Forest? Actually, White Forest is kind of cheap. Because in reality, the only thing you need is these 3. One of this, 3 of this, and 1 of this. 1, 1, 1. That's literally White Forest core. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 UR. You have the deck. And you can even make this cheaper. Oh yeah, you need this too. Sometimes you can just do that. Make this cheaper. Tier support. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that. I think there's a Gem Knight Fusion that is an Aqua. Where's that? Oh, this one. No, not this. Aquamarine requires 2 Gem Knight. Oh, this one. Gem Knight Amethyst. If you use Brilliant Fusion, turn 1 at the start, Brilliant Fusion is a 1-card Kit Kalos. Because 1 Gem Knight plus an Aqua, which means you can send either of the names, activate the name in the graveyard, shuffle this back to the deck, and you have Kit Kalos. The White Forest. Well, White Forest is kind of breaky, so I'm not even gonna blame you if you don't like the White Forest engine. Because I think that's the biggest problem of White Forest. They're breaky as fuck. I mean, this deck, you see this. There's no 1-card combo in White Forest. There are cards that doesn't do anything here if you draw it without the other one. It's like, it's kind of sad. White Forest top, I never ended up. Well, it's not really competitive. Even with the new support, White Forest is not competitive. What the fuck was the thunder? It's like a bomb. Why is it every day there's a thunderstorm? I think that's the biggest problem in White Forest. There's not really a 1-card combo in White Forest. You need 2 specific cards in hand to play the game. They're prone to disruption. And their end board doesn't really do much if you're playing pure. Wait, let me check the... Let me check the thingy. Oh, they're live. Shoot, I was going to play a rank. Now they're live. Wait, boys, we're live. because Anscan had several of its animals dying when you. Sky's crying. Dude, this is not. The sky is not crying. It's throwing a tantrum. The thunderstorms are so strong and loud. And it's every fucking day. Extra Emily, Sea Dog, Aspansin. I don't know what that. Mochibi. ACU. Topson. Counter Strike. Oh, rerun. I Show Speed. Agent 00. Oh, they're streaming. Okay. Sounds like normal Florida weather. I don't want the Florida weather. Houses in the Philippines are not built like Florida houses. It's so hot in the Philippines that our houses doesn't trap heat. So when it rains, it's cold. But because of global warming, it's so hot when it's not raining. You guys aren't too different. You both have fire ants. I don't like ants. They bite anything that walks near them. Like, they're angry beings. Happy to see that the Gunkan video I make shows us the second. Oh, nice. Wait, let's see. Really? Gunkan sushi. Gunkan Raisel. Let's see. Gunkan Raisel. Black Wing Wukong. Oh, it's not showing Marmee. Why? Oh. I guess I'm using that. I think sushi is the right search term. Oh, there's some. Oh, it's getting flooded by the Raisel search term. Yeah, I think I need to. It's getting. Oh, if I search Gankan, it's actually sushi. Ooh. You just traded alligators for more bugs? Wait, I'm pretty sure we have alligators in the Philippines. What the? Wait, what? Wrong spelling. I can't believe I'm spelling my country wrong. Oh yeah, it's called. We have the different one. It's crocodiles. And the funny thing is, these things are edible. You can actually eat crocodiles. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that dinosaur. Such majestic creatures that can kill you in one bite. Oh yeah, here it is. The big one, the big boy. Man, I remember this in the news. He's so big. And I'm pretty sure this crocodile killed the man. Open image, new tab. Oh yeah. The size. What a big boy. Rope bridges over swamp. Food at them. Oh my god, don't throw food on the crocodile. If they know they're gonna get food on that location, they're gonna be in that location. Oh, they're always gonna be in that location, which is kind of dangerous if many kids go into that place. So don't do that. You should. They should. Wait. I've got this. The crocodile should learn that away from the humans has no food, because it just take one wrong step for them to bite someone. Wait, why is there no sound?
live
Oh,
in Paris. We are so excited to be here, joining the best duelists
the bridges I
around
have
the
to be
world
like
here
5 when I
in
was being.
France to
What?
celebrate all of them and crown some world champions.
Kid.
Today
Oh
is
my
our
god.
digital day.
I
So
won't
we're
never do
going to be
that.
focusing on
Kids
Yu-Gi-Oh!
are dumb.
Duel
You should not
and
be
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, both with Speed Duel and
telling
also
kids to be
with
near a
Rush
dangerous
Duel.
animal
Got a
that
lot
can
to get
literally
through,
chomp them
and it's
to
gonna be an
pieces
amazing
with one bite.
action-packed weekend before we start getting to some finals over the weekend on our big stage. But let's focus on what's happening today. So I'm going to hand you guys over to your
That's
amazing
kinda crazy.
casters who are going to take you through today's action.
I can understand dogs,
Hello
cats,
from our
chickens,
side as
those
well.
kind of
The
things.
event of the
But
year,
not a
the
crocodile?
World Championship
It's
is
Florida.
upon us, and we
I
can
guess it's
the
Florida. It's
weekend
common
of
for
the year,
Florida.
basically, for every fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! And we are
Florida
here to
people are
present
like
you the Master Duel
Australians,
Yes,
I
indeed
guess.
we are. I'm very
Danger
happy to be
is
joined by both
part of the
Sebastian
job
Monka and
of
Leonard
being a
Koenig
Florida
from
man
Super
or
Style,
woman.
And we're going to be your Master Duel commentators.
Yep, definitely.
I live in a
It has
neighborhood
been
with aggressive
a long
pitbulls.
year of Master Duel
Okay,
grinding for
aggressive
our
pitbulls are
duelists. We
pretty
have
much
seen so
owner's
many
fault.
Challenger Cups, so many
I'm pretty sure majority of
It
pitbulls
was
are actually
crazy.
kind of nice.
And now we have such a stacked tournament. Everyone who
And
is
if
participating
the dog is
one
aggressive,
of
it's kinda
obviously
the owner's
best
fault.
duelists in the world, and we have killer groups.
Wait, I need to see in
It has
the
all come down to this. Their journeys
in the
throughout
Duel
year
live if
have been
they
super impressive. We have people
simulcasting.
like back in September of
Okay,
last
there's
year,
no replay in the
multiple
Duel live.
actually. And yeah, it's just amazing to see them come together on this, the world stage in Paris.
the big tournament, the one that everyone works for throughout the year.
Pitbulls are
Of course,
named
it's
cute.
very impressive to win a Duelist Cup and therefore qualify to the World Championship through that. But the goal ultimately, for
Mr.
every Yu-Gi-Oh player
Bitey.
out there, basically for every child at some
Okay.
point is to play at the World
It's kinda
Championship,
cute.
then of course,
That's your Mr.
miraculously
Bitey
maybe
Bite?
even win the World
Oh, of
Championship.
course.
That's what it's all about. That's also my dream. I'm going to be here in the casting booth with you guys,
Good
so I
luck.
will have to pass on it for this year. But
They
it's
call their
definitely something that
Pitbull
everyone is working
princess.
so hard.
Yeah, definitely. And of
Okay,
course,
that makes
these
sense.
are 3 duelists per team, so it's multiple people's dreams on the line. It's
Yes.
multiple people that get to live that. And actually, we have
Well,
multiple
I'm
people
not
here
as-
this year that have
Eh?
lived that. You have Snipe Hunters.
I kinda like the Mr.
2023
Bitey better
world
than
champion. You have
Princess.
Team 7,
Princess is kinda
2024 world
common
champions.
for
And
dog,
now
cats and
you
dog
have
as a
both of
name, I
them
think.
And 10 other teams in very stacked groups, as you mentioned.
Yeah, you have some TCG legends as well, which is also going to be watchable this weekend. Of course, today it's all about Speed Duel, Rush Duel, and Master Duel, the digital titles of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. But also,
Oh,
the
this is just normal.
TCG is going to be played as
Come on,
of
where's the
tomorrow.
games? I wanna see the game.
Absolutely correct, and therefore
Oops.
we
I think I
cannot
just need
wait
to close
kick
that.
all of this off, but we are going to break it down to you a little further. We're going to talk to you about how this Master Duel tournament is going to look like, the tournament mode, the tournament structure.
Oh,
the
yeah,
tournament rules,
it's
and
actually
all that kind of
kinda-
stuff, and therefore I would say let's
kind of
actually
funny,
dive into it a little bit.
but in a
Let's see
good
the
way.
next slide there,
Yeah.
and we have the
And
regulations, and it is two
kinda
decks
playful,
per team
Mr.
member, which is
Bitey.
already a big change to the TCG.
I think
for
that's a good
example.
name.
Yeah, so as we
Mr.
mentioned,
Bitey,
these
kinda
are
sounds
teams
nice.
comprised of 3 members each, 2 decks per team member, so that's 6 decks total. Now, the decks will use that August
Oh,
10th,
Zeus.
2025
No, that's actually a
list. They'll
kinda
have between
great name for a
14
dog,
16 cards,
Zeus.
if you're
Sure.
aware.
Come here, Zeus.
Pretty standard for Yu-Gi-Oh! There with the maximum of 15 cards in the extra
Wait,
deck. However,
what cards are there?
what makes it a little bit
Is it
spicier
revealed
is,
what
of course, that
cards they're
shared
gonna be
card rule and
sharing?
the 3 copies of
Because I'm pretty
every
sure they're
other
gonna
card
share
is not one of
Maxi.
those shared cards.
And that is
Or
really
Ash.
interesting because some cards like
I'm not
Abusa
sure about
or
Maxi
Monster
because
are
it's
typically
it's
only
limited to 2,
one
so
player.
there's a
They
chance
can be
that
played by every single team
people
member
are not
once.
gonna
But cards like
share
Bounce
Maxi
or
instead. They're
also
gonna share
something,
Puwalos
there will
instead.
probably be 3 offs in one specific deck,
Definitely.
unless you share the cards, which is possible for every team for 3 cards. So basically, 3 cards the team chooses.
A
and they
Pitbull
can
in
be
top
on
hat.
maximum copies in
Wait,
every single deck.
I
So
think
historically, we've seen
we can search
very,
for that,
very,
since they're
usage
just
options from the hand be
the
that
thing.
go-to option for the shared cards. You know, your Maxi.
Oh,
your
yeah.
Ash Blossom and Joy
It's been
Springs,
done
your
before.
Infinite Impermanences, even the Triple Tactics.
Oh
Snipe
yeah.
Hunters Back in the day for Snipe Hunters, and this year.
I mean, look at that doggo.
Still very much looking forward to see just how much nuance that can add to a lot of these decks, as we're
Yeah.
seeing
Looks-
a variety of
There we
strategies.
see
Looks
it.
dashing.
Your 3 duelists in
This
those
is
small
what
Man, I
teams.
kinda like
Master
dogs
Duel
in-
is being so special
clothes.
about.
They look
3
so-
duelists per team, so
look
you're
so
not doing
good.
it on your own, you're doing it as a collective of 3, and that 12 teams
A little
of
cub
total
behind was
will
this
each round
made of
and round
pure
one
muscle and
go into a best of 9 essentially, where they're trying to go for 5 wins for their team in singular games first.
I think
The
muscular
team
pit bulls
that
are kind of
wins
common.
5 games is going to be the match
I mean-
winner entirely.
And I will say that
I
I
mean-
definitely love that this is a team.
I mean, look at
esports
that
game.
majestic
You
dog.
might think, hey, Yu-Gi-Oh is a
I think
one-on-one game.
one
What's
of the
team
most
aspect? But the team aspect is so
muscular
important.
dogs
It
you
just
can
feels
see
like
is
Yu-Gi-Oh
kind of
was made to be played
normally
in a
is
team
Pitbull,
setup
right?
because the team
I mean,
building,
look at
especially
that
with
shit.
shared cards and the
Yeah,
specific
it adds a
rules,
lot of nuance.
I mean, look at
it
that.
is so crazy. These people, they have not only played a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh together, they have trained together, they have almost basically lived together, talked to each
Oh,
other
yes.
every single day for
Yeah, I
the
think
last couple of months. Ever
the
since
more
they
muscular.
knew they qualified
Well,
to
it kind of
prepare for this
looks
very
nice on
moment,
Pitbull
this
if they
very
look
weekend.
muscular.
I think with the shared cards,
Kinda
the
looks
deck
good on them.
regulations, the deck building process also becomes so much
What team did
tougher.
you
I mean,
pick?
You can share
Oh,
that task with 2 other people, but still
Let
it
me
also
show you.
becomes incredibly much harder because of the regulations you have. Because let's break it down. When you
Snipe
have those shared
Hunters.
cards, it basically becomes impossible to play the same deck
We're going
twice.
Snipe
There's only
Hunters.
6 different decks, so let's just
Maybe I
throw
should
some words out there.
pick a
Skyscraper,
different
hopefully
team,
for
but
some
I
of them,
kinda
because
like
that's
the
my
Snipe
favorite deck.
Hunters.
But, like, you have to break it down through 6, and then you have to also like go.
And it's Quantal,
Maybe
Emery,
you can have one infinite
and
impermanence,
Josh.
you can have
You
the
can't really
other,
go
and, like,
wrong
you
with
can
them.
share all of it, and you have to land on the perfect list finally.
That is a very important aspect because you have to also like your teammates
Yes.
personally. Because imagine
True.
we are a 3v3 team and all of us go.
I think
"You know
it's
what? I don't
kind
wanna
of common
share
for people
impermanence,
to
but I
pick
want to play
Snipe
infinite
Hunter.
impermanence."
So,
And
actually,
even
just
Team
on that
7.
note as well, thinking about how a lot of these teams are composed, you have
Also, I
teams
kinda
Charles
like
and French, you
Josh
have,
deck
these
building.
established teams, but on the other hand, you also have teams
I
that are
don't like
comprised
the
of
deck he
essentially
likes,
3
but
agents that are
deck
just
building
really,
principle,
really good on
I
an
like
individual
Josh.
basis and decided to compete together.
You want the
We'll
deck
get
more
into
consistent,
detail on the individual stories of these teams later on in
strong,
the broadcast
and
when we start seeing
he
them.
doesn't like
But
cards
all in
that
all,
doesn't
a
do
really
anything
great
in
mix of players
50%
and
of
hopefully
situation.
A great mix of
So I like
strategies
that.
as well, showcased over the course of this weekend.
Definitely, as we said today, the entire round robin part, and then tomorrow, semi-final 1, semi-final 2, and the finals on the big stage as well.
Size of a flopping rock.
Wait, there has been
Well,
a trend in the last 2
muscular
World
dogs.
Championships.
What
tell
can
me
you do?
about
Came to the finals and semifinals as well. The team around Tuske lost in the semifinals to Snipe Hunters, and then in the big
Twice,
finals,
yeah.
it was always Team 7 versus Snipe Hunters. Both of them won once, but now are they going to be able to make
Well,
it
that
again?
dog was
Master Duel
lifting
World
weights.
Championship this year. WCIS is so
I mean-
incredibly stacked. Some people don't even rate those teams.
I
at
mean,
all.
I mean, they are
I
both
mean,
in
like,
different groups as well, which is really interesting. In
that's-
particular,
that dog is
group
working
with
out.
Snipe Hunters in it also has Tusku in it, so it looks really, really frightening, or actually really exciting for us at least. Probably
sure.
frightening for a bit of the players. I'd say, you know, excited as well though, because these are your competitors. These are people that have forged themselves
well, they
in the fires
they have a
of
pretty
the
strong
duelist
bite
path and
force, right?
beyond, and made it all the way to this stage.
Yeah, and I feel
Pitbull,
like when you're at this point, when
bite
you reach the
force.
big stage of being at the World Championship, you're afraid of everyone. Or you're afraid of
You're
everyone. or you're not afraid
235
of anyone, because you're like,
pounds.
I'm here, I'm one of the competitors, I'm rightfully here,
Human
so I can beat anyone in the world.
bite
And therefore,
force.
the task this weekend is just simply to become the world champion. Whoever
162
Exactly that, and I
pounds.
think that was the mentality
Which
that
means
Emirates
they
took when
almost
playing
have
the
double the
legendaries
bite
last
force.
year, just
Yeah.
winning all of those games. Goyoku as well won a lot of games last year. So many good players.
That's why it's
across
opening
the board
so
here,
much, so they
throughout
can
this weekend.
jump your
Yeah,
hand and
you just
tear it
mentioned, of course,
apart.
Team Snipe Hunters being a big part so far of the Master Duel World Championships
The
history.
gray looks like a...
Therefore,
No, it's
take a
kind of
look
looks
at Snipe
nice.
Hunters.
Okay, that's... What the fuck happened here? I think this one's edited. Yeah, I think this one's edited.
Let's throw it over to Snipe Hunters real quick. Alright, I think we have some technical
Yeah, I believe
difficulties.
so.
and therefore-
Oh, come on! Oh. Wait, that's Team 7.
So this is Team 7, your champions from last year.
Yep, and that's us again. Your champions from next year, of course.
Okay,
Team
yeah.
Casters. I
Well,
would want to
essentially,
say.
so again, as Leo mentioned, Snipe Hunters was always facing off against Team 7 in the finals, and while
Yes.
Snipe Hunters did come out ahead in 2023, it is Team 7 that are your reigning champions, and it is actually going to be Team 7 that we will watch for our opening match of today.
And Team 7 is very interesting because in the beginning, it was of course Ray forming
The
the
chunky
team
guy. This is
essentially
kinda
by
weird. This
qualifying
one
the
looks
team
weird.
for the first World
It
Championship,
looks
being the
like
team that
edited
fared.
or
But then, where they got second place, of course. they
someone
went
made
down.
something
Second year, though,
wrong
was of course Ryan then
So-
taking over.
for
On
this
that
dog
note,
breed.
Ryan Yu is really good at Duelist Cup. Maybe not
Because
Tusku good,
this
but
one
still
looks
really, really
majestic.
good, and I feel strange mentioning Ray and
Es-
hyping up
especially
Ryan, but we
this
have
one. Look at that.
Jesse Cotton alongside them. Granted,
But that
the king
this
of
one
tournaments
looks kind of
maybe
weird. Something
had
went
better
wrong.
days in terms of how good that deck can
Maybe
be
he
for him,
brings it. You
but
never know.
he's still very, very good at pretty much anything else. That's why he's the world champion and we're not.
I was gonna say Jesse Cotton, I don't think he has any problem playing any deck whatsoever, but Ryan Yu, I've talked to some of the players in the past previous days, and many of them just said, yeah, I think the best Master Duel player in the world, and it was most of the time either Tasku or Ryan Yu.
I think
Pasco and Ryan Yu, of course.
Strong results at Duelist Cups because he won the Duelist Cup to qualify for last year's World Championship, and then he kept on playing, just showcasing, hey, I can still do it. I just still, even though we're qualified.
Dog smile. They're such good boys. Well, they have this. They have that smile that literally says, "I'm a good boy."
Still though, in this year's December's Duelist Cup, Ryan, you said, I will try again.
I guess humans are conditioned to like the smile of dogs because they're kind of cute.
So they are just out there competing, and I think you can really tell by this Duelist Cup
Yeah,
that
smile of
he
dogs and
knows how to
kids,
play.
I think.
And I feel like I've done Jesse a
Just melts
disservice
your
by
heart.
saying, hey, Tillermans only, but actually, as Leo mentioned, confidently can play anything, and that's one of the biggest strengths of this team. All of these players are very strong in their own right, and all of them can play anything. We've sseen Hurley from Raymond last year. We've
Come
seen
on, where's the
Tillerman
games?
twice in a row from Jesse.
I'm kind of
It's a
excited
good
for the
one.
game. I want to see what decks they're playing.
Yeah,
Because I'm
big
pretty
fan
sure
of
there's
Sky
gonna be
Strikers, much
Malice,
like you.
Rysil,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
Ryan
think
Yu has a second place finish with that.
maybe
for a very good
Mermel,
tournament, so
Atlantean,
he's the one to
not
bring
quite
it.
as
maybe
like
some
Chris,
Not the top dog deck,
Crystron,
which is even
but I'm
more
not sure what
impressive.
other
There
decks
was a
you're gonna
time where
play.
getting second
Maybe
to
an
Sky Striker
variant
at
of
least wasn't
Insnit?
surprising while it was still a big
What else can they
opponent. So that
bring
makes
to the
it even more
tournament?
crazy.
So,
I think that's
actually,
the only
speaking
5.
of Sky Striker, I do want
I'm
to
actually
take a
kinda-
meta snapshot from both of you as we do approach
I think it's
the
kinda
tournament itself,
viable.
because Sky Striker Tenpai was pretty good for a while. You mentioned December
Totally.
Duelist Cup as well. That was, of course, the one that was dictated by the Tenpai deck. Recently, we've seen Malice that you mentioned. The Dormouse was one of your go-to, maybe not candidates for shared cards, but a card.
It definitely is a card, I can
It
tell you
very
that.
much is
And
the case.
Ryziel being a recent addition to the game and really carving out a place for itself within that competitive environment.
Rysil?
I think the two you mentioned, definitely the Malice
Okay,
and the Ryzel
Ryzel
strategy
and
are
Malice is gonna
somewhat
be 100% guaranteed in
every
this
time,
game.
right? You feel
in this
like
tournament.
There's one designated Ryzel duelist, and there's also one that absolutely is going to be with the Malice deck.
With some variances though
Yeah,
on
for
the Ryziel spot, so there are multiple ways where you can play that. You can play
Totally.
Shark Engine, which
Oh,
Basti
please.
Shark
enjoys a lot.
Engine.
You can also play
Shark Engine is
Engine,
pretty
or you can
decent.
play Pure. You can play Pure going second
Because they're
because
pretty
it's
much
very
pretty
easy.
special if you have the
Some
7th
Utopia
Tachyon.
double shenanigans, so that is really nice.
You
but
don't
there
have
are
to
also
commit to
some
normal,
flex
you don't
spots,
have
like
to
you could
use
play
your
decks like
Ryzel.
Memento.
Memento's a good one. I think
Branded
Atlantean,
Oh, Memento.
Atlantean Memel, branded Despia as
Oh,
well.
Atlantean Mermaid also
That's a
helped
great
some
pick, yeah.
people qualify.
Memento is
for
gonna
World
be
Qualifier. Quantum
decent choice, but
actually,
the tech is hard to
Judeo
pilot,
as
so I'm
well.
not sure if they...
Yeah,
True.
multiple
It's
people
easy
like
to easy to
that.
punish a mistake in
Plus, it's not out of
Memento.
the question, right?
No.
Because we have Chiba Corp, we have Joey qualifying with the Blue Eyes deck back in the
True,
day
and
too,
I
so
think
who knows?
speaking of that Road to Worlds qualifier, when Tusku ended up winning that despite not being eligible to qualify, Crystron.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
Which
a deck we should
one?
definitely be looking out for, but looking out
Get a
for,
shit amount of monster but
everyone is
don't
looking
earn
out
in
for that
something.
Team 7,
Well,
right?
that's pretty
So
much
why
because
don't we
they
have
banned
a
Toad.
quick look now
That's
at Team
that's
7?
the reason why Shark doesn't end on a negate.
And I'm from Toronto, Canada.
My name is Raymond Dye. I'm from the United States.
But even without a negate, Sharks are pretty decent.
My name is Jesse Cotton. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for 20 years.
Just that they kinda get shit on by a board breaker. Like, if your enemy got Raigeki, evenly match,
the year before.
your deck doesn't
I
do
believe
anything
Ryan took the
against that
World
because
Championship we managed to
you
get
have no
second
negate
place
on
to the
spell
World
and
Championship
trap
the year prior.
most of the
I'm looking
time.
forward to playing in the
But if
tournament
you're
and seeing a lot of
just
my
against
This
another
weekend, I'm looking forward to defending
monster heavy combo
My
deck,
ace monster is
Sharks are
Sky
pretty
Striker
decent.
Rose.
My ace monster is Sky Striker Ace Array.
because most of the
My
time
ace
you just
monster is very
use the
simple.
sack of your
If I could choose
monster,
between
a
croissant
pop.
or macaron, I'd pick a macaron.
so you can easily kind of stop them in their tracks.
Aspiring duelist.
That
for
sound mean,
sure.
but
Would you be a
okay,
croissant?
say it, Pad. It's
I'll
fine.
take Croissant, yeah,
This is a safe
If
space.
I had the chance, I would take the Croissant.
Definitely. So, What decks would you play at this weekend if you were to play here? If let's say we were a team, right?
Yeah.
Who would be the designated Malice duelist? Who would be the Ryziel duelist? Would we even be Malice or Ryziel duelist? And who would have the other deck? And which one?
Why the tops always
Vicky
look
just wants
Asian
us to
or
say that he's
are a
the
bit over the
designated
standard
Malice
weight?
duelist, So
I think, okay, yeah, Leo, I think you
What?
can have
What?
Malice. I think you
What?
have the most
Wait, wait.
experience
That's
with
not
it.
what I
Why
was
the
aiming at,
tops
but
always
sure,
You're
look
a great
Asian?
Malice duelist, so you
Thank
may
you.
as well take it for sure. I think we definitely have to keep
I-
a spot for Noble Knights as well,
thank you.
right?
I appreciate that.
So we can maybe have Infernoble and Dynamorphia as your mix-up.
You know, between Park, Gianfranco H,
I
and
guess
Bernardo 2117,
the reason why
Infernoble
majority
Knight
of
duelists are doing well this
people
this
playing
year.
this game are Asian
yeah.
because
Yeah,
this
may
is
as well. But anyway, just
made in
discussing Team
Asia.
7 as a
That's
whole,
pretty
and
much it.
not only the answers that we got there, you know, we've seen how close.
And if you're
these
kinda
players are
above
to
the
each other,
normal weight,
won the world championship together.
it's because
Some of the
you're
most prominent names in
this isn't
TCG
really
within
this
North
isn't
America, within
really
the
a
world, really.
physically
Yeah,
intensive
really, really
game.
excited
You just
for
sit
that tournament,
around,
as
play
Jesse said,
cards,
looking to defend the title. They would be the first
and if you're
back-to-back
already
Masters
just
World
doing that
champions
every
if
day,
indeed
you're gonna
they can
gain
make it that
weight
far.
if you don't exercise.
There are so many other big names left
A
in
mix
the
of both.
competition. For
Yeah,
now,
that's pretty much.
everyone
I
is, of
think
course,
that's
still left
pretty
in
much
the
answers that.
competition, and they are in
This is
that group
primarily
B, and,
made by Asians, so majority of their clients are Asian. So if they try to expand
Yes, indeed.
outside
We
of
mentioned
Asia,
Judeo
majority of
qualifying
people
for the
that's
World
gonna play
Championship
outside of
with
Asia are also
Mermere.
Asian
He
or
was also having a pretty good time, all
Oh,
things
yes.
considered. Just
like
enjoying life,
Asian
playing his
culture,
favorite
something like
deck.
that, or
Thala Galera
Because
is this team. With
pretty much
Judeo.
it.
Yep, and they have other players in there as well. PRRJ,
And
Paolo, and of
for the
course,
weight,
Gabriel
it's because this is not
Net
physically
and all of
intensive.
them.
We have a
That's
video.
pretty much
We
it.
have a video to
Oh,
show
we
them
have a
off.
video. Why don't we show the Fala Galera video then?
I mean, look at these three. They're pretty much in the standard weight, and they don't look
Honestly,
Asian.
that's scary, right? They are
So-
ready to play, and I like it with Judeo because Judeo was
It's-
here for
I
the
guess it's
World
just a
Championship,
coincidence
but he
that you
comes
see
back for the third
Asians,
time, and now
Asian-looking
he's spacing it
people.
up, basically, because before that he kind of was with friends, it seemed like, and this time he was like, okay, I'm building a completely new team.
I think they're still friends, yeah.
Absolutely, but also definitely household names in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG community, because we saw there Paulo PRRJ, I think is the person in the TCG
Wait a
space with
second,
the
let's see
most
the
major
Yeah, so
tops
over 50
overall.
event
Right.
tops
Wait,
since
I don't know where to
2007.
see
Tactical
the
Evolution.
pictures of the
Yes, that's
top
an
teams.
absurd number.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, Gnats, on the other hand, literally just played the TCG World Championship last year, so he definitely is absolutely incredibly at the game.
Man, it's been
too.
10 minutes.
And therefore, I think this
Where's the
is
games?
certainly one to look out for. And I think the only thing that they will have to
Should
see
I play
is
one
how
more
well
one game
can
for a little
those
bit?
TCG names translate their ability to play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game into the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, which has
But I
some
wanna-
differences, of course.
I guess
Yeah,
I'm
and I think the
can play one
major
ranked game.
question marks a lot of people have for this team is Paulo PRRJ in particular, just because while very prominent within the scene as a content creator and does have that established history, it's the recent results and the different kind of environment of Master Duel that we're kind of looking at for him to succeed.
Also, I think that Paolo is also quite a meta.
Yeah, I'm
He
gonna
has
play
been
some beats.
very successful with decks that have a lot of hand trap in there and a little bit of engine. Let's see how that translates to this tournament, and especially the shared card pool, because you can't play all the hand traps that you want. But I think enough from us for the moment. Let's hear it from Fala Galera.
Playing Yu-Gi-Oh for about 12 years. And
Oh, Ryan
I'm
will-
from Toronto, Canada.
My name is Raymond Dai. I'm from the United
Okay,
States.
Ray, Ryan, and I think Jess, right?
My name is
Yep.
Jesse Cotton. I'm from Toronto, Canada. And
Wait,
I've been
I
playing
thought
Yu-Gi-Oh!
this is for the different team.
We qualified for this event by winning Worlds last year.
Ryan
This is not for Team 7, it's for that different team, the other one. What the hell?
brought him the year before.
They showed the wrong
I
one.
believe Ryan took me to the
They showed the wrong one.
He managed to get second place at the World Championship the year prior.
I'm looking forward to playing in the tournament and seeing a lot of my friends.
This weekend, I'm looking forward to defending the title.
My ace mon
They showed the wrong team. Oh, wait. It's loading. What the hell happened? Which? No, Farfa. YouTube. Oh, it's Duel Links. Shoot. Okay, wrong Oh, this is just Duel Links. Where's the other one? Oh, here it is.
That was only a couple
First
of weeks
gold
ago as
icon
well.
for him, actually. Yeah, he has made quite the curve because first 2 World Championships, he didn't qualify on his own. He got taken by some of his friends to be on the team.
Oh, it's
But
actually
this
low.
year, he was
It's
like,
actually
"I'm going to do
shit.
it." He said it after last year's World Championship. This season, I'm going to be the one making it happen for myself and for.
I think we're going to YouTube.
In the end, he did, and in
We're
what
going
kind
to
of
YouTube.
fashion, because really, for
That
regional
which
qualifier,
that
when he
which
took
one
first place
sucks.
in the Latin region, he was dominating.
just
but he
went
said it's
down.
just right mood, like always dancing, always
Yeah.
singing,
Yeah.
just winning casually.
I
and-
think that fits the entire team, right?
Yeah.
G-Nets is also so smiley. You
I
were
think that
saying
was a
the team
Twitch
is also
moment, not
probably
Konami
still
moment,
friends with
because
each other.
the
How
stream
can
just
you
went
not be friends with
shit.
G-Nets? He's one of the nicest guys.
It went
I've
to
ever met.
shit.
True. And just on that note, you know, they're feeling pretty good about the group from what I could infer from my discussions with them, especially when you consider, again, that Snipe Hunters, Ragnarok,
Dreams Future as
Dreams
well.
Future
yeah.
on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, that's good
It
for them.
makes it not an easy task for them, but still a slightly less intimidating one, especially if, as you said, everybody is afraid of Tusk.
Oh yeah, for sure. That team is going to be one to beat because, I mean, we talked about now Pala Galera and we talked about Team 7, but Tasku this year is just basically picking absolutely insane teammates, which already could have qualified on their own, but now
Yeah.
with Tusk, which is going to be really, really, really interesting to watch. But we promised you a short video of Pala Galera, so why don't we go into it?
I'm from Brazil and I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for almost 10 years.
I'm Gabriel. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for 10 years, and I am from Brazil.
Man, where's the game? Where's the game gonna start?
20 years.
Kind of
I
weird.
qualified for this event by playing the WSQ qualifier, by grinding non-stop.
I thought
with
it's gonna
my
start
favorite
at-
deck, which is the fish deck, Mermail.
In just 10
And
minutes.
I won in Latin America and I qualified for Worlds.
I
Oh,
don't get the Pedro Pip look
shit.
because
I don't have a
team
play.
morale and I make things funnier.
Well, I've been playing this game for a long time, and I feel like maybe my experience would help the team to go really well.
I'm looking forward the most to winning it all and raising the trophy.
The thing I'm looking for the most this weekend is showing that the work we put in is rewarded.
I feel like it has to be to win. We prepared so much.
Waiting for the
Careful
games.
about
Da-da-da-da-da.
that answer.
My ace
Da da
monster
da
is my
da
more
da
rare
da
Molten
da
Glacier because he always
da
rips
da.
the best 2 cards out of the opponent's hand.
My ace monster is Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres because Seals plus Tiding always wins the game.
Mine would be Sky Striker Ray because it's the one that gave me most of my win.
I prefer Croissant.
I prefer Croissant.
I'm 100% in Croissant.
I like how G-Nets basically described himself as the personality hire of the team while being a TCG Worlds contestant of last
Yeah.
year as
He
well.
was playing his own role down
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit for sure.
Countless YCS tops as well.
He definitely had a really, really strong year last year in the TCG, where I think he had like 7 or 8 tops in the end, traveling all around the world, competing in all different areas. So it's only fitting that he's now also at that World Championship, where all the areas, of course, are combined for this year in the Master Duel category.
And you know, we mentioned that Judeo did play that Mermail Atlantean deck in the
this?
qualifier. He mentioned it there, that's one of his favorites. But I don't want to undersell this guy's deck pool because we've seen him find a lot of success on pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Vanquish Soul was his other
True.
big read on the meta last year. So genuinely, we've seen a lot from him, and I'm really excited to see what we'll continue to get from him.
Vanquish Soul sounds like he should be playing in the TCG tournament
year,
this
maybe,
weekend. Very good.
Ah, I
we
won.
haven't seen too much of the Vanquish Soul deck in
True.
Master Duel recently, but that might change at some point. But let's circle back a little bit to Team 7, the team that has been
Oh, Team 7.
world
Okay, I
champion
wanna hear this.
last year, and of course runner-up in the year before that. So they are a dominant force. Do you think they can take it again?
I think that they think they can take it again, and that's probably enough. Ryan and Jesse both very, very confident. Ray a little bit more reserved, but still, you know, there's quiet confidence there, and they've proven themselves, so why are we doubting them?
Yeah, we should never doubt the reigning world champion, right? They come in with that aura of already being like, hey, we're the champions.
I guess
We will
they
be
have
able go
to
back
introduce
back
every
events.
other
We have a little
players
bit more
first
of an
before they start the
in-depth
games.
interview actually prepared with them, where you can
Guess
find
that's
out a little
how
more
it's
about
gonna
them.
be.
So let's go into that interview and let's hear about
From
Team 7 a
Naruto?
little more.
Yeah, I think that's the reference. Team 7 Naruto.
And I have the pleasure to be joined by your reigning Master Duel champions, Team 7.
Yeah, Team 7.
Jesse, thanks so much for being here. First of all, I'd like to ask you, how does it feel to come back as world champions?
That's great.
Feels good. I feel like there's maybe a little bit more pressure, but we know we can do it.
There's more pressure? Oh, I definitely don't feel that way. I feel definitely better having accomplished something so big, and it feels really good. Like, it's like a dream, but obviously I'm taking it easy, but after getting second 2 years ago, I felt like that was more pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I wanted to ask you, because like last year you had to qualify, so I think you put a lot of effort into it. And this year coming back as world champions, how did you prepare for the event?
I kind of want to see what deck they're playing already.
That's about it. I mean, we had like practice.
Because I already know that too. It's Rice and Malice. What's gonna be the other four that's gonna be contention
You just
in
have
this
to play
format?
a lot, I think, of Master Duel to be good at it. So just playing throughout the year, I think, is the best way to make sure you're in good form.
I mean, there's not much else to say. Just playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Throughout the year. So never getting too rusty. And when it comes time to grind and actually be in top shape, you're not so far off already.
And compared to last year, I also think that coming to this event, there's a lot of different teams. Some of them you already know very well, I think. There's, of course, the Snipe Panthers are still here. They qualified. And I wanted to ask you, how did it feel like beating them in the final last year? And how was it to, came second place 2 years ago?
Honestly, it felt like some kind of scripted storyline where like.
Wait, why he just doesn't have a glasses? He should have got. He should have got some glasses so all of them have glasses.
Could this be the third installment?
Or put him in the middle.
We'll find
He's the
out.
only
I
one
mean,
that doesn't have glasses.
honestly, it feels crushing to
Put
lose
him in the middle.
finals on the world stage. Like, we're proud that we got that far, and then the day we're still happy to have gotten there, but still getting second, it hurts because you're so close yet so far. And then the redemption also obviously feels great.
And I also feel like that, this is what, friendship means, because, after coming second place and you proved yourself that you could have come back to the World Championship and win the title. So I wanted to ask you, how did it all start?
How long do you have?
Yeah, well, I played the WCQ in 2023. I used my reliable Exo-Sister strategy.
Exo-Sister. That was actually kind of nice.
I was kind of I didn't want to think about who I was bringing at the time because like I didn't want to like count my chickens before they hatched. But then they hatched, so then I had to start counting, and then and how this goes? Yeah, and then so I was like I played Jesse in a tier format YCS, and he was like pretty largely considered the best tier player. So I was like, okay, I have to bring Jesse Khan, and then I was also thinking just about like a strong player in general, and Ryan came to mind, and then I also told him beforehand. I was like, hey, I'll take you, and then I was like, oh wow. I'm gonna take him. So.
Well, I think it goes a little bit further back.
On such a casual team building. Hey, you're strong. Come with me to the Master Duel finals.
Nearby city, so sometimes he would drive to our regionals. That's how we all became acquainted. Like, we've known each other for years, and then even talking about the YCS where Ray played Jesse in the final, Ray and I built the deck together. Like, so we have a history of working well together, and everything kind of just aligned for Ray to take us. And now this is our third year in a row.
So it essentially started everything thanks to you.
Okay, it's been 20 minutes.
And then for the year after, how did you decide?
And this is like I think this is just the third team. There's gonna be 5 more.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the
20 minutes for each team. No, first 3 teams, 20.
So
it might start
pretty
in
much last year or 2 years ago when we lost. It was
10.
We're all competitive players. We're relentless, right? When we lose,
I guess that's
stay
fine.
down.
We can
get
just
back up,
wait.
you fight harder. And Ryan and I more so want to take the burden because we were very grateful to have been given the opportunity by Ray. Ryan is absolutely insane at the Duelist Cup format, so he performed excellence. And yeah, so we knew pretty much the second World Championship 2023 was over. We were going to requalify. We're going to work towards this. Ryan was able to do it, and we'd already known we were going to team together since then.
And here, for this weekend specifically, is there any team you really want to face? Is there any team you're most afraid of?
Me personally, I want to play Snipe Hunters.
I noticed.
I want to play against Tasaku-san's team, Dreams Future.
I don't know. I respect all the competition, and I focus on myself. I want to win, and it doesn't really matter who I beat.
Because like I feel that there's something that really accumulates all of you, which is you also qualified in the past for the TCG or CG format, which and how different is it to prepare for the event? Is it the same vibe? You still communicate with each other with the deck building. How different was it?
I've actually found it way harder to practice for the TCG tournaments because you don't have a built-in group of people to play with and practice with. You have to rely on your friends who may not be qualified or not incentivized to put in work, or you have to practice with your direct competition. But in a 3v3 team setting, we have a built-in group to practice with, which is very, very helpful, as well as just bouncing ideas off of people who are
I guess
invested in high
if you have
quality.
an actual team that
Goes a long way.
I think
gonna go
one
to
thing
the
that's
same
also interesting
event, it's easier to
that,
practice.
well, now this is the 3rd year that we've had Master Duel Worlds, so a lot of people have experience going to Worlds. But our team especially like the 2 prior years, us all having gone to Worlds before is, I feel, somewhat of an advantage because we have more experience with the nerves that come specifically with Worlds. So, yeah, at this point, as time goes on, it won't matter as much, I don't think, but it's still something.
One for the last question is, if there will be an advice you will give people watching, or maybe it could be the next Team 7, what advice would you give people at home?
Work hard to follow your passion.
If you're going to play the Duelist Cup or the WCQ for Master Duel to try to qualify, make sure you sleep.
That's good advice. Be logical. Don't let your emotions get in the way, and don't give up when you lose. Okay, man.
Guys, thanks so much for being with us. It was a big pleasure, and we will see you for sure throughout the event. Don't go anywhere because we have a lot of content coming your way. Keep watching.
It's always inspirational when you get advice from the actual world champions, right? Who better to learn from than these guys? And they seemed really chill about this situation, right? Jesse Cotton basically saying, I'm focusing on myself, I want to win Worlds again, and therefore all the other competition doesn't really matter.
I said Ray was pretty reserved, but I think they're all, kind of chill, but that quiet confidence is really just a hallmark of a competitor, really. Like, really, really scary team for people to face.
Do you think you get that quiet confidence, this stoic vibe when you become runner-up of the World Championship and then get World Champion in the next year? Do you think that comes naturally with it?
Yeah, but maybe now they're too quiet. Maybe they've seen it all. Maybe they are already at the highest level. They already are the world champions, and now it falls off.
Maybe Judeo and friends are going to be loud enough for both teams.
Maybe, yeah, I can see that for sure. But for this team, for Team 7 specifically, I think their deck distribution in the last couple of years, or the last 2 years, was sometimes very interesting because we realized I think it was the first World Championship where Jesse played Tielemans. His second deck, I think, basically was never played. I think it was Marinces in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he never got to
and then
show
I think
it,
last
really.
year it was Tielemans and Salamangre.
Yes, and he also never got to show it. Yeah, but he never really got to play it. So I think this format is interesting in that regard because I don't know whether it's that clear anymore. I don't know because Tielemans for the 2 year ago World Championship was very dominant, and I feel like when you had Tielemans as the Tielemans player, you would basically be always running it.
Yeah, so I think previous year as well, while it wasn't dominant per se, it did have access to the Horus cards, for example, and it was very much still competitively viable. Could still be this year, depending. Can Jesse make it 3 years in a row that he takes the Tielemans to the world stage?
I think we might see Tielemans. It's still a good deck if it gets running. I don't think it's the best deck going second, but this year I think that Malice is in a rather similar spot that
Again
Tielemans
with the
was
Malice.
in. Yeah,
Malice in the similar
because
spot.
it's so
But the
important
problem
for
is
this
Malice
tournament.
loses to
in my opinion,
12 cards in the
probably
game.
the best deck of the tournament. It's
Arguably.
so strong that there is a good chance that people are just building counter decks for it. There is probably one Malice player, one Ryziel player, and then one player who plays a deck that might not play too well into Malice, and then your second deck could be something very good into Malice.
So we mentioned the shared cards earlier, and I think Artifact Lancia, while maybe a difficult one to justify at this scale, is still a go-to option for a lot of these strategies, just as a way to deal with the Malice deck.
Totally, and I think that dynamic is going to make things very, very interesting for us as
Oh,
a viewer.
oh.
Because it's
Hello,
going to become
welcome.
a mind game, essentially. When you see, okay, there's the Malice player. Obviously, one of the other players
And
has
still no
the Malice
starter.
deck.
Oh,
And
this
now,
is kind of
when they are
sad.
getting paired up against each other, and they will eventually be paired up, as it is a round robin, they play each other. So does the Malus player now play the Malus deck when he knows he's about to face an anti-Malus deck? And then the second layer to it is the anti-Malus player all of a sudden even playing the anti-Malus deck when maybe the Malus deck is not there anymore.
Yeah, but just imagine your
And
opponent
ironically,
normal summons a Sprite monster. or
playing
a Double
Lancia is not
Beaver,
that
and you have
even
your
bad.
Imperial Iron Walls, and you're like,
because you can
huh, this is not going as planned. But this is the big difference.
you can
to the
protect your
Malus
hand trap
Telemans
from
comparison.
Kobai if you
Is
have that.
Yes, Telemans was very dominant and maybe the best deck of the format. It wasn't so good.
So
that
it's not
people
as
brought
bad.
Anti-decks, which is probably going to happen this weekend because Malus is so incredibly strong that you need anti-banishment cards against it.
So I do
Maybe
think
it's also harder to counter just simply. Like
Yeah,
the
that's
Telemans
true.
deck was harder to counter than now
You
Malus
turbo a
is.
Dweller.
So I think that another good thing here is the fact that Ryziel has a way of searching the Ultralight Lancia thanks to the 7th Tachyon.
Yeah.
Yeah, just very powerful deck in its own right as well, and has what you would consider an advantageous matchup against pretty much everything else in the format.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm very happy that one of my very favorite decks is also definitely something that probably will be seen in the competition. Because Memento, from what I've heard, is definitely among those 6 decks that you would consider to bring into your lineup. And I think it's a beautiful deck because it is such a nice engine deck that plays through fields almost sometimes carelessly. Super polymerization is so good in this deck too. Can sometimes even be used as an extender for your own cards as well. It's really cool to see.
It's a blast from the past as well with all these nostalgic monsters.
Totally.
And also the playstyle is really interesting, as you said. You can get OTKs out of nowhere. You just summon the Combined Creation King and the Creation, and then
Combined
you attack for
Creation King.
8,000 because Akihiron allows you to.
I guess it's
Deck
hard
is
to stop
absolutely
that
crazy.
part.
And we have some people in the tournament, we don't know
Oh,
if
hi,
they're
Avox,
playing the deck,
welcome.
but who have been notoriously known for playing.
Oh shit.
Very much so. We saw in the Red Worlds
Okay.
qualifier that was
Surrender.
a legitimate strategy for a lot of these players.
I'm against Malice and didn't draw a single hand
Move on
trap.
towards the
Nice.
end of that, because the strategy can get quite mentally taxing
Yes.
later on,
Oh,
because you
yes.
can't drop the combo here, you can't lock yourself out here, you have to be switched on to make the Memento work. Can we see it make a statement in this opening series?
Yeah, I mean, it's a deck that is definitely challenging, but we're better to play a challenging deck than at the World Championship, right? I think here it is
That
a
is
good
true.
place to be challenged. Here it is a good place to actually play that deck, and therefore I'm on.
They really
I'm
want to play a
confident to see it
challenging
this
deck
weekend, for sure.
Yeah, definitely think
in
that
the
it
World
has a
Championship
solid matchup against
rather
even
than
Ryziel
play
and Malice.
a guaranteed
Granted,
deck.
not favorable per se, but still good enough, and it does put up a great showing against some of the other
That you
decks.
know you can easily
Seeing
win.
So much variety here, so much excitement here. Gonna have a game for you
A branded
pretty
player.
soon between Team 7 and Fala Galera.
It's kind of
And
hard.
if you're still
to
considering
gauge if
Memento not having
Branded's
the best
gonna be
matchup against something like Malice, there are
playable
some
because
choke points to the Malice deck or the Malice combo if you're going second.
it's
to it.
branded, it's
Sometimes
strong.
all you need
But
in
you lose
Malice is either a monster on the field
Ash
that
Blossom is
activates
gonna
its
be,
effect, or a
I'm
monster
pretty
in
sure, the
graveyard that you can banish again.
shared card of
Well,
everybody, so
Where
There's a
were
card
you?
called Mementotlan Maze that just
It
takes
might
your
be
opponent's
hard.
monster, and then the turn might actually be over already.
Where were you when the players needed this talk prior to the tournament?
True. Maybe they should have listened to my Memento coaching here with the activate Maze on normal summon Dormouse.
Yeah. Now, of course, when it comes down here for our first pitch match
But I think
will it be
if you're really good at
all
branded,
Team 7, the reigning
Branded is
champions
kinda
that can
viable.
start off their tournaments perfectly,
since not
win the
everybody's
first
gonna
round,
be playing Maril
the
Rising.
energetic Fala Galera, who's dancing basically here into the tournament, and now they're going to rush in with a victory. I mean, that would be quite the start, right?
That
Beating
would be
the
an
world
upset, yeah,
champions.
and it's such a statement to make. Momentum
Yeah.
is so important
Yes.
in a group stage like this,
Yes.
because you take that first victory,
Totally.
you're already, well, not halfway there, but you're a good way of the way there towards making it out into
Start.
the next stage. Yeah, it's a great start, and will it be a great start for them, or will Team 7 be able to hold on and continue to look like the favorites in this tournament?
And I mean, you even said it, you're not even halfway there after you won the first round. Even if you're beating Team 7,
So it's
the
gonna
thing
be
is
right.
that you have so many
Ryzel
more tanks
Malice,
to overcome. But first,
Crystron,
let's focus on
a
Fala
Finsmith
Galera
Variant,
versus Team
Mermel
7.
Atlantean. The 6 deck can actually be
Fala
branded.
Galera here
and
to
ironically,
say what's up, guys,
there
to your
are
reigning
strong
world
branded
champions,
players.
But what will your reigning world champions
Oh
in Team
shoot,
7
it's starting!
say back to them? Ryan versus Judeu in Duel A. You have Jesse Cotton taking on Paolo PRRJ.
Okay,
and
okay.
Ray taking on G-Nets.
And we do see immediately that Jesse Cotton is the designated.
Shit, I'm currently playing right now. I'm playing Master Duel.
That's somewhat of a surprise because we
Shit,
see
shit.
you actually being on this deck for the last couple of weeks, and wow, Ryan on Duel A.
No way!
Oh my god,
Ryan's
Malice.
going crazy here. Valor
Wait,
combination
Jess actually
on the
brought
net tempest.
Memento.
Still sending a Dragoons for cost. Dragoons activates
And
Ash Blossom as the immediate answer.
Jude actually
Valor
is
just has
playing
to
Mermel.
pass here. This is not
Okay, so
what you
I
want
was
to do,
right.
Mermel.
Nope, this
Mermel
not
is
very
viable
strong
in
for
the
the
Memento.
male Atlantean deck, and indeed now Ryan has options available, but this is the Ryziel strategy that we're seeing here. Now immediately summoning that first one, which will search another Ryziel card
What I
from the
voted
deck, the
for?
Sword
I
Ryziel available.
voted
We're gonna
for
send another from the extra deck
for
to
our
the
favorite
graveyard,
deck
and
of
here
all
is
time.
another
Oh,
search
no,
of
for
that
the team,
Ryziel,
Snipe
Ryziel,
Hunter, of
Ryziel.
course.
And we do search for
Okay.
Ryziel here with
Is-
the extra Ryziel. You could really tell
Oh my god, Ryan's gonna win.
when his effect of Sword Ryziel resolved. It felt like it may have been his only starter. But
Your
when
enemy
you
has
start
one
with
monster in the
you are
board.
basically off to the races. Now the dual drive is going to get infinite cards because it searches 2, and also there is still already the node Ryziel.
I think that's good enough to win you the game.
From now on here.
Oftentimes I'm seeing the aggregator just used here to help prevent any kind of disruption on that effect resolving, but right now looks like Ryan is happily just resolving all of these effects. 5 cards in hand, great card on field. Let's go.
Also, he has started with Sword, as you said, Basti. That is not the greatest start. So basically, every time your opponent normal summons Sword, there is a very high chance that they don't have a better starter in hand, or even another starter, because let's face it, all of the other Ryziels except for Node are better starters.
We're talking about starters, and it looks like Ray's hand was full of them because there's no disruption on G-Nets as he sets up with the Malice here. It's just going, and this game looks almost gone if there's no disruption here.
Okay, there's a delay.
Absolutely
Jude can
agree.
still
We see
win
that
this.
G-Nats is the designated
If he has
Malice
good
player
disruption.
of the team. We see that Jesse is apparently is Jesse the Malice player for no, he's the Memento player, so it must be the Malice mirror match actually happening there at table C between both G-Nats and Ray.
Jesse Cotton got Fua lost in the process of his combo. Is now summoning the combined creation king, the Tekutlika, sending 3 cards to the graveyard. We could just see that Paolo resolved the
And
Fua
there's
loss,
not a
drawing
di-
card
there's
there.
not a
And now
disruption.
I think that Jesse might actually just want to go
4
for
cards in
a
hand.
smaller field here and not give too many draws, or you completely commit to it and go for the biggest
What you gonna
field
do?
can make. You at this point know that your opponent is not
Okay,
on the Malice
there's Node.
strategy, so you basically have a better idea on what you
Still has 4 cards, so I'm pretty sure there's
I believe it will
another
be Ryziel just
another
because
extender
Atlantean
there.
for Judeo and the Malice for G-Nets does suggest that that last remaining top tier strategy in this meta could very well be in the hands of Paolo PRRJ. We will find out now as he's about to draw a card and start his turn facing down that established Memento field. But the Memento field just adding to that back line of Spell and Trap cards so far. It passes over and here we go.
And I mean, to be fair, Paolo has a rich history of playing the Ryziel strategy in the TCG, therefore absolutely no surprise to me that he would be the one bringing
Oh
that
no,
Ryziel
he has now
tournament.
2
He
level
still
4 on
got
the board.
Ryan looking
But
not
enemy
too
still
bad,
has
already
the
having dual drive
has 4
resolved,
cards in
having
hand,
the
so there's
established
still a
Ryziel plus
chance.
on the field here now, Duel A, and now going for the Light Dragon and Ignister, and that could be a tell that we're trying to go for a full 8,000 points of damage here in this turn right away.
Yep, at 5,000 right now with an empty field waiting, but there is the Fool. So you can pressure, you can push through it, especially if Ryan is looking to end the game in this turn. It doesn't matter if Judeo draws more because he won't get a chance to use those cards if Ryan has anything to say about it.
And there is the Ryziel plugin, and that one special summons from the graveyard first of all, meaning it does not give any draws into the most charming Fuvalos. And everyone, we have to count
1,200 short. We are 1,200 short.
That's
right
also good math for sure, but it's interesting to see that multiple players have already activated Mulcharming Fuvalos here on the side of Fala Galera, because
I don't really
of
know
course
what
they
you
might
could possibly
be
have that
sharing
he
Fuvalos,
hasn't
which
used
would
yet.
definitely be a surprise. Oh, there's a Assault by the Grave and Duel C as
I'm
well,
pretty sure there's
finally return
the
of Ray, and Ray is playing
discard
Massive
for
Sharpness
cost
in
that
his
can activate from the
Malice deck.
that
That's
you can
also
discard a monster
interesting.
that
It is
activates
so
from the
cool seeing
graveyard.
because of the shared cards, all the decks are so
That's one of
unique,
the
all decks are so
Mermel's
different, and people really have to
ability.
find different solutions solutions. But there is another monster here for Ryan in our main feature, and this certainly is over 8,000.
It's actually quite funny because you saw the cross-out designator get sent there, so Ryan had insurance if he needed it, but didn't
But
need
I'm
it
not,
in the
yeah,
end.
I'm not
Can't
sure
just
if that's
push
gonna be
with
enough
this.
if you have the
Ryzeal
detonator and the field
hits in the
spell.
field here, but Nibiru,
we have
the
the cross.
primal being hits on top.
Yep, we
it is
can
right.
just
Okay, yeah,
let it
Nibiru doesn't do
activate, say,
anything
hey,
here
I
unless
won't
he
negate
he
this,
actually
trust
has
me here, buddy, but on resolve,
another
you go
discard
Ryzeal
effect.
cross, negate this, goes into the battle phase and attacks you with 2-7, 2-5, and
Okay, he doesn't
3-2
have a
with
discard effect.
detonator to finish it off. Ryan wins his first game in Duel A. Now let's see.
Yeah, nothing
Look
mattered
at
there.
This Duel C, Ray versus Gabriel Nets, called by
If
the
he
Brave
didn't have
on
anything
Maxi.
else,
This is
it doesn't
a
matter.
huge game here.
It definitely is. And did I see there? Oh yeah, let's. Oh, wait, we have Duel B here, and Paolo is playing the
Fiendsmith.
Fiendsmith
So actually,
cards.
Paolo, we thought would look towards that Fiendsmith Snake Eye strategy because, oh sorry, Fiendsmith Ryzeal is something that he's played in the TCG as
He
well.
did.
Big fan of the Snake Eye deck as well, so definitely a lot of these cards that work well with that Fiendsmith strategy, but right now has to deal with the Creation King, chaining the effect there from Jesse. This duel is still
Even World Champions
very
get bad hands
much
now.
anyone's to take.
Well, yeah.
It's not many cards left in
Well,
hand
what
here
can you
for
do? It's
Paolo.
part of the
Only
game.
2. We still get to activate the effect.
But to be
with
fair,
the
it's
effect,
not as bad
targeting our big fusion monster, meaning we
as you
can
think,
basically
because it's
take out
actually
any
still
momentum from
playable.
the graveyard. There is Maxi on
Okay,
our own
that'll be
turn
two
of a Paolo.
draws. That'll be two
Wow.
draws from the Akihiron and this special summon back from the grave. That's good. That's as good a response as any, and that solves the problem, hopefully, that you raised of Paolo not having too many options left in the hand.
That is incredible. Maxi definitely is a card. If this is a Ryzeal strategy, I mean, I don't completely know what he played before that, but if he draws into a Ice Ryzeal, for example, this could very well be super crazy. Maybe he even started with Ice Ryzeal and went for a Excite Knight route and then into the Requiem, which I don't believe because Jesse still has 3 cards set, but now we're summoning the Gatic back after targeting the Combined Creation King with a Memento Mictlan and Akihiron. Interestingly enough, activates
Jesse
the effect
Cotton
to
playing
attack directly
Mementos.
with big Memento monsters on
Man,
the
this
opposing turn,
deck is
which
so
can
hard
be
to play.
dangerous
Sometimes
because
you
if
just
there is
get
a big
stopped by
monster
one
being taken with triple
interruption.
tactic talents, it can attack directly still.
Yep, we wonder if Paolo
I
was
get
able
excited
to
though.
grab another starter hit, and it is! It's the Fiend Smith Ryzeal for him, and it is the Ryzeal card that he
Well,
drew into. Sword Ryzeal now
it's
gonna
part of
start
the
things
game.
off. We saw it.
That's the
dictate
only thing I
pace
can
of the game
say
in
about
Duel
that.
A. Can it do it again here as it adds X Ryzeal to the hand?
But was that a normal summon or was that a special summon? Oh, we're going to activate
Oh yeah!
the
What the fuck?
Engraver here from the graveyard before
That's
we are
just
locking
disrespectful.
ourselves
That
into
could
the
be
rank 4
interesting.
monsters or level 4 monsters with
Come
the
on,
Engraver, even though that
put it
might
lower.
mean that we do not get to search with Axed.
You wanna see the
That's
face,
true.
not
We
the
could also
not the
already
forehead.
Just go ahead and maybe go for the powerful Link 2. We could also go
Chaos
for
Angel.
Synchro Tap.
Man,
which
Paolo
would
is
be the
gonna-
Chaos
gonna
Angel
win.
here possibly.
No.
What is it going to be? No, it is just going to be the Fiends for sequence. And of course, the
But-
Sword Riser is not even
but
alive
just
or
has 3
dark,
back row and
therefore
a
it
and
would
a
always
card in
be the
hand.
Link 2. Here it is. The
Because he has the
Fiends for
graveyard.
sequence.
If he
And
has the
this one
graveyard, Memento
sorta
can
forces
easily
out
play
an
on
answer
your
here
opponent's
from
turn.
Jesse Cotton, I'm pretty sure, because you do not want this card to resolve, really. But we see the toggle turned yellow, meaning
just
we
too
are
short.
resolving the
Well, you can
effect
just
here of
put
Fiends
it
for
lower,
sequence,
or-
and that is tough to see.
I'm very
Or
intrigued by this,
just
but I'm
adjust the
also
angle.
intrigued by the fact that we
Come
have
on.
Duel
Not
C
like
actually
this.
still
Not like the
ongoing
forehead.
despite
True.
the great start for Gabriel Nets.
Absolutely. And
Okay,
we
Fiends
do
with
go ahead
Lacrima.
and summon out the Fiends
So
with
there's a chance that his
Lacrima.
Paolo's going for
It is crazy
Caesar
good.
maybe?
And you really
Caesar
can tell
or-
Ryan is the team captain. He's really going
Caesar or
left and right,
Apollosa.
left and right, really talking to his teammates, really being close to... I feel like he's talking to Jesse a lot, because what I said is definitely true. Ryan played that Memento deck so much, and now it is actually Jesse being on the deck.
Can get mentally fatigued too much to play Memento if you have 2 brains working on the deck
Yes.
instead. But
Very smart.
yeah, really smart as well.
Okay,
was the
this
fact
can
that we
either
have
be
Gabriel Nets
Apollosa
perhaps
or
keeping
Caesar.
this team
Oh, it's
in
Caesar. It's
the
actually
series
Caesar.
Here. But still, this duel, very much anyone to take in Duel B. Duel C, though, it
that
looks
is-
so
Okay, there's the
good
Caesar.
for Paolo PRRJ.
Now he still has a Link
Sorry,
too.
it looks so good for G
But he's in
Nets. Can he
Ryzeal, I
close it
think.
out?
That is so huge to have the
Yeah.
Caesar on field. That is such a big
Oh
security. And Metatronus
my.
as well.
Metatronus?
We're going in here because this means actually the Caesar means that Memento Fusion
Ryan
can be
just
negated,
doesn't exist
and
anymore, I
Bomb Party
suppose.
can be negated as well, which are some sort of interruptions here for the deck.
So a lot of these face downs from Jesse Cotton, it's memento, so you have
Wait,
to
what?
consider they're within the theme. So that means that they're not necessarily negations, they're not necessarily disruptions, but
Wait,
they
what the?
are things that can be dealt with. Now Molcharmy,
Why is there Purulia? Purulia
It's
here.
good, it's a level 4, that is enough. You have
Yes.
X in hand, you can actually go for Duo Drive and then continue.
Oh,
your
because
combo.
it's water, you
Sequence
can summon
might not
Purulia
be
with
the
it.
most useful
Metatronus,
card you will
okay.
have on the field, but if you're at this point,
But you need
you're
still need an
kind of sure
extender.
that there's no infinite impermanence set on the side of Jesse.
Paulo needs
So I
another
think just
level 4
summoning X
extender.
there, dumping
He has
something,
another
and then
extender.
going into
Okay,
the Duo
ex-
Drive,
There
that
it
actually
is.
seems
He has X.
very, very much like a good play that is very likely to resolve.
And we sent the Meteorologic Aggregator from
But
the
Just
extra deck
still
to
has
the
3 back
graveyard
row
here
and a
to
card
get
in
out the
hand,
X.
so
And now
there's
we
still a
have 2 level
chance.
4s ready to become a rank 4. What rank 4 would you like, Paolo PRRJ?
It's
'Cause
gonna
you
be
are
Duo
not
Drive,
being
isn't it?
stopped right now. You're allowed to
I think
delve
that's
into
the
that
best
extra deck.
choice.
Will you get the Duo Drive? Will you get
Yep,
the
Duo Drive.
You'll get the Duo Drive. Okay, no
Did
more
you
options
go for the
needed.
Duo Drive? I think that's book of Eclipse is one of
Everything
the
is going
answers.
face down.
The
That is
fudge!
not to be expected. That's not in the car you would necessarily
That
expect
stops
to be in
everything.
anyone's deck here, really, but showcasing that when you have that deck regulations, when you
Okay,
have
Jess is
those
the GOAT.
different things
Gets
you have
max
to
seed, no
account for,
problem.
all of a sudden, even Book of Eclipse is a factor.
I will say that Book of the Eclipse has been a heavy factor in the TCG
But
form.
his enemy's gonna draw 3,
and now
2
when you have the
cards.
shared pool, as you said, this card just circles back into
That
the
doesn't.
deck. It's really,
It,
really
you
strong.
you
It
still
helps
have to deal with
win games.
Caesar
You
if
can
you wanna
attack
play the
directly
game.
anyways, or go
So,
for some shenanigans with the
but I
attack
think that's
every
easier to
monster
do
with your
because
Tekuta
Caesar doesn't really
and
have a
have it
defense
piercing
points.
damage with the Bone Party. So this card gives you flexibility. Also, Anguish, Impermanence, Book of Eclipse. Is
Interesting
super
choice in
strong.
And
Memento.
now it's essentially a clear field.
I
that
guess it's
Jesse
not
can
really a
play
deck.
Into. Granted,
It's
there's
not
still that
a
face-up Fiendsmith Link, and there are
bad
those
choice,
face
especially
downs,
in the
but
current
there's
format
no
that
more disruption. There's nothing
Rysel and
stopping
Malice kinda
this
get
fusion,
stopped
and
by
there's nothing
Book of
stopping the
Eclipse.
Mentotland Twin
Especially
Dragon
Rysel.
from hitting the field in favor of Jesse Cotton here. But there is Superstar Slide Sky Crisis in Duel C, and that is essentially one turn bought. We don't see that to pressure the lead
I'm
when
pretty
someone's
sure
ahead.
if you don't
Instead,
have
it's the
Book of
last
Eclipse, the only thing you can deal
chance
with
for them
Rysel
to
is
stay in the game.
Yep, and
Droplet,
that's even activating
because
a
the
Druid's Worm.
Photon
This
left
looks like
rank
he's going
4
to have
protects
this
your
game in the bag
monster
relatively
from
soon
targeting
there with a
and
follow-up. Malice strategy,
destruction.
put up a field, don't
I think
lose
that's
the
the
game
reason
in your
why
opponent's
majority of
turn,
people
and
now are
then
playing Book of
go for
Eclipse.
the win afterwards with all of your resources. But let's go back. Jesse is now setting up the Book of Eclipse. Was absolutely massive here. Is there anything else going to happen? Yep, that makes sense. The Gatic is being attacked over by the sequence. I was surprised to see that the sequence is still on the field, but then I remember that this is Book of Eclipse and not Daruma Kama.
Yeah, true enough.
Almost is,
Okay, one
But
card.
not
granted,
entirely.
I think
That face down can
Yeah,
be
also
infirm.
indeed,
And
because there
ironical.
are so
That
many
face down could be
but
infirm.
That does suggest that Jesse is going to try and
Paulo
push
could
the
have set
game
up
this
infirm in the
turn.
middle
We've
and
seen
another
Memento do it
infirm
before.
card.
We've seen it time and time again. Will Paulo have another turn with which to benefit from these cards that he's getting?
And I mean,
might draw
it's
two cards
important.
like
Yeah, it's important to see that there is
Yeah.
a Caesar now face
Yeah.
up again as well. So that is now again an interruption because it was flipped up. So it's not the easiest task here, but you do have to realize that Tekutlika is not a special summon that
Okay, to
that
play,
happens because
I'm pretty
you
sure
activate
Jess
the
needs
fact,
to
so
deal
you
with
can
Caesar.
just deal with it quite easily in the end, actually.
So
Oh,
it
this-
says Typhon
thing can
oftentimes
actually
just seem
deal
when
with
someone's losing a
all
game, but
three.
now we have G-Nets pressuring his lead in Duel C.
Deal with
a
Duo Drive.
Typhon of
The
his
attack-
own continuing to climb,
The
but
attack
Leo,
reduction will
what has got you
go
so
away.
hyped?
You can clear
What got
everything.
me so hyped is summoning
Then
out
play
the
on main
Horde
phase 2.
Dragon there,
But
the
I think it's
Mementotland
just going to
Horde
go
Dragon,
for game now.
destroying it with the Mementotland fusion, and now Akihiron just destroys all the Exceeds monsters, or the Horde Dragon destroys the Exceeds monster and the Akihiron. Akihiron is going to get you the fusion back. Droll and Lockbird is being chained here.
It's a very interesting deck distribution here for Paulo because we saw he's playing Perulia, we saw he's playing Fubalos, and he's also playing Droll and Lockbird. So those
Okay,
cards
he got
kinda-
Droll, but he cleared the board.
Other strategies as well.
You just
So
need
yeah,
to deal
they're
with
having
two
so
back
many
row.
of these versatile tools
And I'm
committed
pretty
to
sure
one
you
deck
don't
really
really
goes to
care
show that the
about
team
Droll and
really
Lockbird
trusts
because you
in
can
Paulo
send
PRRJ
all the
to
stuff to
carry
the
them
graveyard and
over the
add it
finish
back.
line here, and it looks like that trust has been placed
Oh, the finish line
well
looks
here, but
upon
there
us
is
in
another
Duel
one.
C as well because there is the attack for game with Malice Marcher there in Duel C. So G-Nats has played his first game of Master Duel on the World Championship stage, and he has won it as well with the Malice deck.
And I think he was super locked in. Now he's looking over at the table of his friends, and he just sees what Jesse Cotton is doing right now, setting up.
Guess DK won't be leaking the deck list this year. Well, he got a lot of shit for that, and also it's kind of
Another Mattotron is on the
you're
side
not
of
even
Paolo.
playing.
This
You're
card
not
is
even in the
seemingly very popular
in the
because it is
participant. So what the fuck are you doing? Making deck lists like that. It's not like you're helping anybody.
Cool to see that this card is being played so much here.
Very much so. We mentioned the versatility of Molchami Fulos, Molchami
I mean, if you're a participant, you don't want to get your deck list licked.
Thing here, as we now have Fiend, Smith, Desiree, sorry, coming out.
Don't have to worry about draw, about Maxi if you get
Paolo's
troll.
Field here.
That's also
That's
true.
a huge card to summon because you dealt with an opponent's monster, and also if you now have to
You don't have to
deal with
worry
the
about
Feast of
Maxi,
Desiree
but
when it goes to the graveyard, it can also activate its graveyard effect to deal with another card from the opponent.
I will say, if there is a deck that can ignore a Desiree that has no
but
effect
even
to
if
negate something on
just
the
get
field, it is
Maxi
Memento.
right there, he can just go for battle phase, clear the board, set up cards on your opponent's turn.
So I think that is the next step here on the ladder.
That being
And
said,
opponent doesn't have
regardless of how it
anything.
looks for Paolo
Everything
and
is in the
Jesse right
graveyard.
now, G-Nets taking that victory in Duel A does suggest
And you
to
just
me
have
that
to
this
deal with
team, you know, we said they're good
one card
vibes
in hand
only.
and
They
back
were the
row. I think
underdogs
that
in this
just can
matchup against your
easily do
reigning
that.
champions. They've got a win now, and they can carry that
By the way, he
momentum
summoned
through
Desiree up
with
Metatronus.
those
That card is so
good vibes from Team
yeah, that card is
Fortress
actually
from
super
G-Nets, and now
strong,
Paolo,
but
can
super
he get
weird
them
at
a
the same
lead
time.
in this series that we thought they were
Because you
gonna
need to
be
tailor your.
competitive in,
It's
but
like
didn't expect such a great
it's
showing.
like
What's also really interesting about these
Ultimate
shared
Slayer. You
card
have to
decks
tailor your
is
extra
you
deck,
never
and
know
majority
what
of decks
kind
right now doesn't have
interactions
enough
are in
space
which
in the
deck.
extra
I mean,
deck
we've
to
seen a surprise book
cater
of
for
victims.
that kind of
That means
cards.
that you have to be so much more careful while playing around cards from your opponent. Look at this.
Oh, I knew
A
it.
random
I
seed card, infinite
I knew it. I
impermanence.
read it
Note that down, players,
properly.
because
I
this
knew it
card
was
is in
infirm in the
Paolo's deck.
middle.
So you
Because
have
you're
to
not setting another
invest
card in
more
the
resources
in the
into
same
set cards
column of
because
your
you
opponent
don't know,
unless it's
can it be
infirm.
a Book of Eclipse or something that is stopping me from winning the game this turn.
Interestingly enough, it will turn off that face down as well. So if that is an extension tool for Jesse, given that it wasn't a disruption, it probably is. That's
Almost
a
a
good
Fubalos.
idea. But now, yes, as you said, normal summon Fubalos going to climb into more monsters, just going to continue to flood the field.
I guess
with the
everybody's now
memento names
the share
alongside
card
it,
now
and gonna
is
link them
Fualos,
all away
Ash,
now.
Maxi.
That is
There's a
link
chance
forward,
that
and
that's
we
shared
all know
card
what's
in
the
this
most
game.
prominent link forward in the game right now. It's gotta be Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, and it is now
Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess?
3,200 attack points, and we go for the Total Infusion. It looks like Jesse is very confident in what he's doing now. He has the backup of the Appaloosa for the last card in hand. He could
You still have to
technically
deal
also
with
just
the
negate Desiree, and he is
with
very
the Desiree
well
send.
ready to go
But I
for it
guess
here.
Appaloosa checks
Speaking
that.
of ignoring a Desiree on the field, I think this is exactly what we're going to see here. The Tekutlika here, you're going to get another Tekutlika there from the graveyard. And because Akihiron
Oh my
is
god.
activated this turn, if I'm not mistaken, I think I'm very sure
I
it's
believe
just
so,
a
yes.
Lazarus, yeah, you can attack directly with both of these level 9 or higher Memento monsters.
Duel A and C is already finished, while Duel B is still going, and they still have both 8,000 life points.
Combined creation, and we are combining Tekutlikas here to go for 8,000 points of damage right
Oh my god, that's
into
game.
the life points. We cannot attack directly, and he's celebrating. He took a moment of silence, but now he's sealing the deal.
Oh yeah,
Set one
Memento
goes
gimmick,
2-1 in favor
your
of
level 8 and
Team
higher
7.
can attack
Not
directly.
a clean sweep though, so
I
you
forgot
still
they
have
give
to
Memento
consider
an
Fala
OTK
Galera
tool.
still in this. Fantastic gameplay across the board. Very, very competitive games, and really, really well played by all of the duelists that we've seen so far.
And this
Well,
did not look good for Jesse
that's why
at
Jazz
times
is
there. We were
one
like,
of the best
hey,
player in the game.
Of course, Paolo can now play uninterrupted.
Get Maxi,
You
no
have Duel Driver
problem.
Going in there, you're going to go full. Hold on. Our
You're
shared
and
card
he's
pool,
even
what's
playing
to
a
say
deck that
something?
literally
Book of
relies on
Eclipse.
special
Hope all
summoning.
of your monsters, they're all face down, or except for the sequence that can run over the Getic.
And you know, he gave draws over, but when you're closing out the game in that turn, you're okay to do that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But I think the deck concept of the Team Fala Galera is very interesting to me, because you saw that Paolo, it felt like he has every single hand interaction there is in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So maybe the plan is just simply, Judeo is playing Mermail, so he doesn't need any hand interaction. He's just going to push through. He has a really strong engine deck that can even play through fields. And when he's going first, usually he will have a good time as well.
Yeah.
And then you have G-Nats, who displayed how well his Malice deck is at going first, even without any non-engine.
Yeah,
So,
Malice is kind of
he's
unstoppable
all
going
non-engine
first.
on Paolo here.
I mean, Malice is so good if your opponent is not really playing Artifact and Seiya.
Yeah.
You can just push through any
If you don't
field,
have
basically.
specifically
There's only, like,
Lancia
Death
or
Knight on the
Chaos
opponent's
Hunter
side
most of the
the field.
time,
You have
Malice is
Permanents,
kinda
you might
unstoppable.
have Metal Tronos
Even if you
with
have, like,
another
3,
detonator,
4
because
hand
Ryze
traps in
mostly
hand.
only plays 2. You can play the third one.
I am very curious to see if these players go for their secondary decks this time around, now that they have kind of the lay of the land as to what it is that they're going to be facing off against. Granted, we still have a lot more to
The way
see
the rule works
from
in the
both
Champions
of these
Branded is a
teams.
good
2 and
ideal,
1
right?
on the
Because the
record
deck
right
is
now.
mostly just
Maybe
Branded
Team
Engine
7
and not
take it, well,
Staples.
they will take it if they get a clean
Yeah.
sweep, but we've seen these games are highly
Yeah, that's also true.
competitive. Fala, Galera,
That's
they've
also
taken
one of the
bottom,
advantage
and
of
they take
Branded,
that
but the
to
problem
fight.
with Branded
Jesse said
is
it himself. They
how
are
good are you in the deck?
relentless, so they are not going to slow down at any
Because
point. We
these
have said this
players
before. I mean,
are
I
not
don't think
gonna
that we meant it any serious
bring
when we
a
said
deck
maybe they're too chill,
they're
or
not
maybe they don't
confident and
wanna take
familiar
it too
with.
serious. They're world champions
And
already.
Branded
That
is
did
one
not
of those
look
decks
like
that
they are going in full
if you're not
power here.
familiar
Now
with it,
set
even
two
if you're
of Team 7
actually a
versus
good
Fala
duelist, you're
Galera
gonna
starts.
you're gonna fumble the deck
Ryan is going first.
because it's actually
And
super
we see a
super
last attack from Ray. What is
super
going
high
on
skill.
here? Ryan is famous for playing
Branded
Bounty.
has a
Now it's
pretty
Ray
high
being the
ceiling.
one on the deck.
And now the Garura being sent from the extra deck to the graveyard will give a draw. Now everything just seems to be going okay for Ray so far. No starter yet though, but there is
Wait,
the
Ray is playing Labyrinth?
Ecclesia to add. You have to imagine the Dogmatica punishment.
Okay,
to run
Jeanette is
some
playing
more
Memento.
Interruption on Judeo's turn. It's a trap
And
deck. It
Paolo
loves to go
is
first. It loves
using
to
Small
set up,
World.
and it's setting up right now. Ray on that Labyrinth.
Ray, what the fuck is that?
We'll see. Gabriel Net shows that he's not
One
playing
hand
Malice
trap,
again. Summons a
maybe.
Tatsumoto Oshigo and had another card.
And
2
4
hand
back
traps
row.
already used
One
by
is a
Jesse
Labyrinth card,
but
I
there
think.
is another Bone Party.
And there's
Oh my
Fugalos
goodness,
for
Ray.
Jesse too.
Maxi.
I mean, this
Paolo
pair, the best of the
using
best.
Small
Ain't no way they
World
can
as well.
pilot
So
Branded.
many different
Yeah, that's true.
techniques coming out here
These guys
to
are the
make
best players in the
this
world, so
Fiend
I'm pretty
Smith
sure they can
Ryzeal
pilot
engine
Branded.
deck just go
But
off.
since they're also the best players in the world, they know that how much they can pilot that
Different
deck. If they are not
round from
confident
Ray.
that
It's a normal trap.
it's
It's
a
searchable. It's Labyrinth, so it's searchable.
it's
so
they're the
good.
best
And it's
pilot,
now
they're
just
not
shut
gonna
off
bring it.
a
I mean,
lot of the
if
options
Judeo
for
is still
Judeo.
playing, if Judeo would
Because
still
you're
be
not gonna
playing
risk
his
playing a
Mermaid
deck
Atlantean
that
that would be a
you're
huge
good,
deal,
but
we
not
see
great
this ain't
in
any
World Championship.
Atlantean,
This
this
is
is Millennium.
Millennium without Fiendsmith though, because the Fiendsmith cards are in Paolo's deck.
Yes, it is. So what is this? What's the brew here from Judeo paying 2,000 to activate and maybe resolve the
Oh, yeah.
second
Sengaijin
gen?
awakens from
Judeo is
Millennium.
using
Yeah, Leon.
Millennium
And
without a
this feels
Fiendsmith.
a lot better when there is no Ryzeal Detonator on the opposing side there.
Because-
this card is so good, but still there is.
I'm pretty
a
sure
Maxi
Paolo has the
Resolve
Fiendsmith
Golem,
cards.
Of course, also, and now Judeo just shows us, hey, I know.
So what
I
is
mean, our
Judeo
opponent
trying to do
started
here?
Activating Maxi. I have to kind of push.
Is this
through.
tier?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that is what Judeo
Is this gonna be
doing right here. You
tournament?
see him laid back, they're in the
Because
face
that's the only
cam.
thing I can think
He
of.
knows the plan. He knows that he has to
Millennium
go for
into
it.
a rank
This
8
set
into
is incredibly
into
important
tournament.
to Team Fala Galera, as they are already down.
But he's under
2-1,
Maxi,
so
that's
we
the problem.
really need to make sure that they don't go out here.
How many draws is Paolo willing to give over here to that Maxi that's resolved?
It's under
6 cards in hand
Maxi, but
now
but
for
Millennium can
Ryan.
OTK,
It looks
but
so
under
good
3 back row,
for
I don't
Team
think they
7
can.
across this game and the one we're featuring with Ray versus Judeo, but Fala Galera, don't count them out yet. They're still going.
Sprite?
Where's that nimble angler coming from?
Is this Millennium
maybe
Sprite?
Sprite Millennium deck? What is happening out here?
I'm pretty sure that's Sprite. That is so cool.
There
Oh,
is
and
the
this
Doom Dragon.
This is almost game on the field right now. That's crazy.
Okay,
Are you
that's game on the
forcing
field,
out
but-
big welcome here.
My friends. Is this
And he can normal
angler
summon
going
to
trigger because
not
he
give
was
another
sent to
draw
the
for
graveyard with
game.
the fusion summon
But
of
you
the
need to
Doom
deal
Dragon?
with 3 back
Is that
row.
sent to the graveyard?
Or is it destroyed?
Here will be incredibly bad. He got different dimension
But it was
grounded.
it was
Oh,
a
yeah.
monster when it was sent to the graveyard, right?
I mean, I
That's
guess
true.
He got
my
dimension.
goodness, rulings, everyone.
Everything is
I
gonna
don't
be
think
banished, but
I guess we'll see whether Judeo
Since this is
activates it
Sprite,
or
I think
not,
this is
but
gonna be
regardless,
fine.
now
But
activating that effect of
still,
this
I'm
big
pretty
Ice
sure
Doom Dragon
Sprite
here
needs their
should
graveyard.
hopefully, as you said, force out the big welcome to make sure that there's
Because
a
you like
monster
cycling
standing
through your
between
level
Ray's life
2s.
points and this formidable field that Judeo has built up.
Angler has to go from hand or deck, right?
Oh yeah, you're
We're
absolutely
pretty
right.
sure
Okay.
about that.
Now,
Just linking it away.
does Judeo have
Yeah,
a
never
way to
did
deal with the
anything.
back row?
Elysia
wait,
goes
look
into
at-
the spell and trap zone.
Because he just gave him
And
3 draws.
This Ryan with 20 cards in
Xyz?
hand, effect valoring everything here.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
Ray,
Gabriel Nets on the other
Ray just
side in Duel
become
C has
taller
been
in his
hand-trapped.
cam, right?
I think
Ray
was twice or thrice. There's another card in the hand of Jesse Cotton now. I think it was a 2 at some point, but he is still going strong.
I think
with the
they're kind of
Full
fixing the cover
on
a
top
little
of
bit,
two other
little
hands.
by
Also,
little.
this is
Wow, it is
Sprite.
Sprite. And let me tell you something, Sprite originally was a deck.
Oh my
that
god, Judeo
sometimes
is actually
even
going
ground
for it.
dimension shifted, so it
Under
really is not a strategy
Maxi
that
and
cares
against
about the
Labyrinth.
different dimension ground that much.
I guess Labyrinth
This
doesn't
looks
play
like a
as much
situation
hand
where
trap. You
Judeo
can
might actually be able to just go for it here.
try
Talk to me a bit
and
about the
gamble
photon
on that.
button, why that was the go-to option here for the rank 8.
Yeah, I think going for the other option, which would have been the zombie vampire, doesn't make much sense under the different dimension ground because it would send to the graveyard. And this option here actually secures us against monster effects from the hand, as it is a once per turn monster effect negation, which is huge. And we could also possibly just deal with the lovely, which was just summoned.
I think that's the most important part there. That
I'm
you
not
can
sure if
negate
Judeo
the
is in a
lovely
good
Judeo.
spot
Oh,
here.
and we
in the
summon
run.
out the carrot. Do we even have another Sprite in hand? Do we have Sprite Blue?
There's
Or-
the angler that we were so concerned about coming back here.
And I mean, we can
goodness.
just go Gigantic Sprite, right?
If
And
there's no
Gigantic
Maxi,
Sprite is
Judeo
so
could
good
have
on
won
multiple
pretty
levels
easily, I
because
think.
That also means when you activate Gigantic Sprite,
But since
your
they're
opponent
Max
is
He,
forced to
if Ray
either
does
chain
not
his
have
Lady Labyrinth,
hand traps in
to
his deck,
chain the big welcome
Judeo
Labyrinth,
can win.
otherwise
But
they
if
just can't
Ray
summon
has
their
enough
Labyrinth.
hand traps,
Also,
he can win this
how
game.
many hand trips do you realistically play in a
Going
Labyrinth
first
deck?
or
Yeah.
Can you just commit
or not
into
be-
the Maxi?
before
This
the
is
deck
something
pick.
that I've realized when playing
Actually, I'm not
Labyrinth with
sure.
Maxi. Sometimes you don't have the best hand. You Maxi your opponent's like, yeah, I'm just gonna win the game. I
Yeah.
don't care for 20 traps that you have in your hand.
Speaking of winning the game, not quite it, but still
I think
a
they
good
don't.
amount of damage for Paolo here. Ryan was able to run enough disruption that these
Wait,
attacks
did
were not enough
Judeo
to
won
finish him off, but
last
still
game?
a decent position. But 6 cards in hand at the start of this turn for Ryan does suggest that we're gonna see another attempt at clearing out the field and another attempt at building out
Oh
a
my god, that's
very
game.
scary set of
Does Ray have a
monsters
hand
for your
trap?
Team
It doesn't have a
7
hand trap,
team
it's game.
captain.
You still have to attack over the lovely though. I hope that Judeo is
Oh
remembering
yeah,
that attack
I
points
think
actually do
they
matter in
don't.
Yu-Gi-Oh! As well.
Imagine the last card in hand.
I think they don't know if they're going first or
Gamma
second.
Burst, though, and then Gamma Burst just makes them all
Because
big
I'm
enough
pretty
to
sure
try to
Judeo
win.
lost and he's going
Just a
second
simple
now.
Gamma Burst would be already good
All
enough here.
this?
We're giving up on Sprite Carrot and Sprite Red here, though. That is dangerous, as now spells and traps and most of the
Because if
traps
you
of
know
course
you're
from
going
Gamma
second,
Burst
you can
are available again here for
10-5
Ray.
board breaker is actually a
Gigantic
viable
Sprite coming down.
strategy
It's
if you know
gonna
you're
be
just going
able to
second.
get over the labyrinth, but I guess we'll see whether or not there's a disruption.
Ray
here.
won
As you said, bit
definitely.
of a greedy
Then
commitment
they
as
don't
it
know
gets rid
because
of
Ray
some
went
of that
first.
insurance behind the spell and trap negation here.
And
So far,
normally
many
if
cards in
you're
hand for Ray. I think really Judeo decided
if
to
you're
go for the greedy play
playing
here because he identified, hey, maybe we're a bit too far gone and maybe I do need
a
to close
BO3
this
or
one out this
well,
turn.
this is a
Playing to win
BO5
and
format
not
in a
to
best of
survive. This
in
is
a
something that
three
separates
person
the best from the good
team.
ones.
I
Big
like
welcome
So I think
I
is-
it's
like
just
this too.
whoever
Big welcome
wants
is
the coin
really
toss
important here because
has the
otherwise
choice.
Gigantic Sprite just shuts it down almost
So,
permanently. Or
you have to
for this
pick your
turn,
deck
basically.
correctly.
Also, on Duel
I
C,
think
there's
that's
crazy things
this is
happening.
that
I
kind
think
of
it's
format.
still GNAT's turn. Now he's dropped a Droll and Lockbird on Jesse.
And I mean, the interesting thing here is we can actually quote-unquote chain block the lovely labyrinth here because there is a Stovey Torby in our graveyard, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So the
Yeah,
monster
it kind of
effect
sucks that
negation of the
you
Photon
can't
Lord
pick your deck
is not as relevant here, as we
and
can
you
just
don't know
immediately
if you're
go
going
ahead
first or
and
second. But
destroy it here
I
in
think
that chain.
it
May as
kind
well
of makes
use
the
negate now
deck
as
building
Stovey Torby,
interesting
because otherwise you just may as well lose.
because you
I
don't
think you
since you
destroyed
don't know
Gigantic
if you're
Sprite.
going first or second, even if whatever deck you're
There's nothing
playing,
can get over this
you have
lovely
to
labyrinth
balance your
of the
deck.
castle. Lady
And you
hand
can't
does
just
suggest that we
go
have
all
the
in
next
a
turn
back
an option to
in
further
a
extend, or even this turn,
in a
depending on
10
what
pie
this
kind
mystery face
of
down
deck
is. Now,
when you know you're
looking
going
at your other
second.
duels as they're unfolding too, Ryan has built such a commanding field in
So
that duel
I think
B.
that's
It's
kind of
looking
nice
scary. It looked
in
so
my
good
opinion.
before, but what is
Yeah,
this?
but it's not
nothing
perfect.
on the
It's
side
not a
of
perfect
Paolo.
system.
He just has no cards
But it has
anymore.
its
One
has its
big sea
positives.
monster that is sitting there, and I
That is
think
pretty
that
decent.
Ryan is just attacking for game again. Current world champions are going at it, going in with all of these main deck Ryziels here. One more hit with the node, and Ryan closes out yet another game.
Oh, Duel
The
B is
captain
already
of Team
finished.
7 is now ready to coach everyone else.
And he was already
And
doing it.
Ryan
You can
won
really tell
again.
because, Jesse was coached on Memento because that's one of his favorite decks. But now Ray is playing Labyrinth, a deck that he's so famous for. He reached over 80,000 points in a Duelist Cup playing the Labyrinth deck. Therefore, it is very important
Hey,
to
there's
see
the
that he's
pop.
getting
Wow.
some help here. And we are destroying the Photon Lord, and there is now this Sprite Blue, and Ray is drawing
Is
card after card
Judeo
after
just
card.
trying to
Are
deck
they going
out? out.
help them. is the question.
Card after card after card in hand for Ray, but card after card after
Because
card
there's a
makes
chance he can
appearance
deck
on
out.
the field of Judeo. The combos
Because Ray
keep coming,
activated
the
some
commitment
searches and
keeps coming,
and cards that
Judeo
literally
is just
decked in his
continuing to
deck.
establish a field of monsters. So far, nothing that can get over that lovely labyrinth of the Silver Castle, but the gigantic sprite is going to make a little bit of a way towards that, hopefully here. But Max C
I think he's
rearing
actually
its head here.
trying to deck out. Judeo is actually trying to deck out Ray.
Dangerous, I would say, when it is on the field, in the hand, when it is
that's Gamma
discarded.
But I think he's
That
kind of
is a
close.
Gamma Burst and a Maxi attack for game,
That deck is
perhaps.
looking thin.
Oh, that's start. Oh, we're not even playing Gamma Burst?
Maybe not.
What are we doing now?
I mean, it could be the last card in our hand, right? I think that's what that one's not known. Also, though, I think finding out what the
But does he have
second
enough
way
extra deck for
actually
this?
is not that
Because I'm pretty sure
hard of
he
a
already
task.
exhausted.
Search for the Magmatica punishment with the Ecclesia.
He already exhausted
That's
his
what it is.
Ninja Shadow Mosquito.
his sprite cards.
Yep, this is the card to win games.
Exit setting,
Magmatica
for
Punishment.
example,
I
the
don't think
Ruma.
it works under the different dimension ground, goes into the battle
Oh,
phase,
yeah.
and now the Mosquito
Also
is
kind of true.
attacking the Stovey Torby.
Judeo activates the effect of the Mosquito. That is such a unique
But I'm not sure if he can go for game because he has no way to.
Exactly what Judeo needs here to close.
He has no way to out the
Shut
lady.
off the effect of the lovely here and going to shut down this.
Is this gonna be
Torby
enough?
Eventually, obviously attacking with 0 into 2000 is never a good time, but this is still pretty good here.
Yeah, because the other effect is now going to come in. We are activating it, and we are going to inflict.
Oh my God, he doesn't have the
2,000
Ruma.
damage here, and that is how this
Judeo
whole,
won't win
thing
this.
with the Mosquito
I don't think
works.
Ray has
We
the
are
Ruma.
just attacking and attacking with every attack now.
Because if you have the Ruma, you would have
Inflicting 900 points of
used that
damage,
already.
meaning absolutely this should be the most cheekiest way
Oh,
of
Judeo's
closing out
exhausted
this game here for
everything Ray
Judeo.
I
has
think I can see a smirk
before
there
going
on
for
the
that
side of
Mosquito
Judeo,
play.
trying to look only focused, but I think stealing this game here away from Team 7.
Yep, we
is
said
so
Judeo
important.
under that Maxi had to finish the game in this
Oh,
turn,
what a
and he
Chad.
finishes it
What a
there
fucking
and
Chad.
then. Ninja Shadow Mosquito closing that one out with this
He get
Sprite
Maxi'd,
Millennium
he just
deck
won.
that we were not expecting to see, that Ray was not expecting to have to deal with, but now we have G-Nets on a Memento looking good against
I'm
Jesse
actually kind of
Foster.
surprised.
Did we not promise you spice?
But he
Duel?
built his
This
deck that
is
he
what
doesn't
it's at.
really
This is
need the
World
graveyard.
Championships, and this is a kaiju.
And he
on
built-
the field
he
of
actually-
G-Nets there. What an answer to
That was
Memento
actually kind of
Fuel.
great.
Garciel,
Wait,
the
what?
sea turtle kaiju, but there is the turn going over here, and that should very well be it. If
He has a
G-Net
play
is
under
able
dimen-
just to
the
close this one out
graveyard
here, 8,000
banishment.
points still for Jesse, but so
He had enough
many
plays.
monsters on the side of the
And
field of
he had
G-Net,
enough
2,000
interaction
in hand
to
as well for
bait out
Jesse, but
everything
are
Ray
they
has.
enough to end this here?
I guess that's the
Ryan is
problem
just
with
sitting there
Labyrinth.
like,
Labyrinth
doesn't you just have
in general.
everything basically? You have Fualos with multiple
You
hand
play
traps,
too
and
much,
you had Maxi
too much
resolve
trap card
after
and not enough
starting the
hand
game.
traps. So
That
if you
is
maxi, if
insane.
your
Fala
opponent reads that you
Galera
don't have
is
enough
not to
hand
be messed
traps,
with.
If Fala
they can
Galera
just
take
go
this
for
one,
game.
If G-Net is able to go 2-0 on the day so far, they'll even up the scoreline to 3-3, going toe-to-toe with your reigning world champions.
Okay,
in
just
the
lost.
opening match of the
Except for
WCS
Kaiju, he doesn't have enough
2025 in
in
Paris.
hand.
Okay, we're about to summon back our next Ikutliga monster. We've
Okay,
seen
that's
it
game.
being
That's a
successful on the first set.
that's
It looks
10K
like Memento
already.
is going to bring in another win here for a different player this time around, and it is G-Nats who is sealing the deal, who is on an
This is kinda
undefeated
close.
record for himself here so far.
They're
and
now
he takes
3-3.
the second set away from
The
Team
next,
7.
the next,
Memento
the
is
next
2 for 2
match
here
will
in the
decide
supposed
everything now.
Ryziel and Malice meta. This
Yeah,
is
dogmatic punishment set,
absolutely
right?
crazy.
Why would you
Those are
damage ground
already-
immediately
How are we going
then?
to top this weekend?
Yeah.
The Sprite
I-
OTK through Maxi
I think he had the
versus
same
Labyrinth.
read
What is
as
happening?
me
Yeah, really just
from
having
the
the
start
presence
that
of mind
it
to
was
commit to
tier
that. We
lament.
said this team is good vibes only. We said for
And
Memento,
between tier
well,
lament
that
and
is about as much momentum
Sprite.
as you can get from just such
Tier
a
lament
great
loses
series
to
of
the-
games there.
loses
Yeah,
to
it wasn't clean totally, but, you know,
Dimension
at the end of the day, they
at
are
on the
3-3,
spot. Sprite
but
kinda gets
3-3
hurt.
against your reigning world champions and tournament
So I
favorites. I'll
guess he
take
just
that any
gambled.
day of the week.
And this
Because
is, of
punishment
course,
is
where it
not
gets
really
the
a-
most interesting,
that
right?
great
Going
against
into
tier
the
lament.
third deciding set with
But
the
I guess he
first
could have
score, meaning
waited a
every
little
game
bit.
now matters so
If
much.
he waited a
It's
little
already
bit, he
mattered
could
at
have
the beginning, but now
saved
it
both.
determines the outcome of the entire
He could have
match.
saved the
But what
dimension,
is Paolo
use
Piero with
punishment
his second deck?
on the
That's the
normal,
question.
or
Maybe
even
should
in
start
the
playing it, because so far the Ryziel strategy
on the
for him has
start.
been working out
He
even
could have
well. You
used
have to
punishment
also
on the
acknowledge he lost the coin tosses 2 times.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, did we see Malice in that round, or did
On the
people
summon.
specifically put it to the side because they were
nobody
afraid
played
of the
Malice.
specific
Nobody did.
Malice
Nobody
answers?
That's, I think
No,
the
he can
mind
save
game
the punishment for the
in
summon
RP
when
feature
he
match between Judeo
he
and,
plays another
Ray was
card on the back
massive
row
because
to for an
definitely
Antis to pop
went
2
away from
cards.
the Malice deck for Ray because we were scared of an anti-Malice deck on
Yeah.
So
Judeo's
you can
side.
react
And then
send with the
Judeo
Dimension
just,
Ground.
still brought, I would assume that is his anti-Malice deck
That deck
because
felt anti-everything, if I'm honest.
yeah, but I think specifically the tool we saw,
Yeah.
the Mannequin Cat, is what matters in
Wait,
this match
that's
because
the-
Mannequin Cat would be able to summon out Chaos Hunter
Yes.
from the
Yeah.
deck, which is the technology I think that we are trying to apply, but there was no Malice. So
And
we
that,
didn't
of course,
have
would
to do
shut
that.
off the banishment. And
Dimension
it does mean
Ground.
Malice no longer can extend, and yeah, just really.
Turn
really
any
well
monster
played
sent to
overall.
the
We said
graveyard is
Malice
banished
was
instead.
the deck to watch, but Memento seemed to be the deck
No,
to
it-
watch so far
it's
in
already
this
banished,
series,
so
and
you-
this
you can't
will
activate
be
it.
your last set of the opening match. Group stage round 1, match 1. It is Fala Galera taking
I
on
guess it's
Team
just
7
pretty much
here.
judgment.
Who
He thought
starts
that
this round
Dimension
one
Ground
of
is
the
more than
tournament
enough.
with a W? Is it going
He
to be
didn't wanna
our
wait
reigning
for
champions, Team 7,
whatever
or
the
is it
opponent's
going
trying to do.
be Fala Galera? There is going to be a start here.
It's just lapse
for Ryan
of judgment
versus
there.
G-Nets.
Well,
Okay,
well,
G-Nets
that
not
happens.
winning the coin toss this time. We're seeing a 7th tech
He still
here. And we
tried
also know that Droll and
to
Lockbird is
play
probably
under
on
the
Paolo's side there,
Unless he
so-
changed his
the
deck.
ground.
Wait, what is happening?
Oh
There's
my
another
god!
Droll and Lockbird.
Ryan get rolled.
Are they sharing Drone Lockbird at this point? Also,
How dare-
very
how-
important to know, Duel C is going into a
Now you can't
different
add anything
direction
anymore.
for Team 7,
You
and
have
as
to summon
Ray had to pass
Star
one
here.
singular into
Summon
the
Star to get the
defense
field
of
spell or
Hydra.
something.
Ray so far not having the greatest tournament, not having the
no.
greatest luck overall.
Because if you
but
don't,
we've
you're
seen
not-
him clutch out before. It was
you won't have
his
anything.
early deck that clutched out the World Championship last year for them. It is his strategy that got them to the World Championship in 2023 for that first ever time, and it will be him that this is relying on here. Can he pull this game back, or indeed is he going to have to look to his teammates?
And now we can see on the side of Ryan, Star
If
Ryan
it's
here
detonator
is being
pass
summoned.
with-
Basti, what's the French name as
with
we are
plug
Paris?
in the
It
in the back row.
Thank
Oh!
you so very much. Passes on a Baguska, the terribly,
That's not
terribly
detonator.
tired top here. Sets another card.
Okay.
What is Gabriel going to have to offer
Yep.
for this?
Baguska going to shut off some of these monster effects and maybe just
Wait, I'm
slow
pretty
down
sure
the game
Nets
enough
is
for Ryan to
playing
make a comeback
Malice.
when he gets an extra card.
If you're playing Malice, I'm pretty sure you don't care about this.
Nice!
And yep, you don't care about that anymore.
Book of Eclipse is the card of the tournament, and Ryan is shaking his
Read,
hand
Basti,
there.
read the book.
Baguska
There
pass, but
Is Mem and Totland
the enemy has
anguish
the
as a
out.
normal summon.
That's the
Gabriel Nets
problem.
just
The enemy
saying,
has
"You
an
know
out."
what? You know what? I don't need to bring
But he
Malice
has still
every single
2
time.
cards
I'm
in hand.
playing actually
And 1 back
two
row.
twice so
So
far.
there's
It
still
has
a
been
chance
2
here.
for 2. Can it go 3-4-3 here? What a good start.
Do we have any kind of interruption here, or is the Anguish going to resolve?
he-
It's resolved. The Anguish going to start things off here for
Because
Team
Nets has to
Nets
attack
looking
directly.
so
He can't-
good
Yeah.
this tournament.
He can't
2-0
attack the
on
Baguska because
scoring
it's gonna
so far.
activate
Can
when
he
it
make
flips
through
face
and take
up.
down Ryan here? But in the other duels, we have Mulan Glacier, Judeo's favorite.
Yeah,
actually
Cerberus
running some
exists.
kind of interference, but apparently not enough, as there
No,
are
he had to
still 5
pass.
cards.
I
in
really thought
hand
Nets
for
was
Jesse
playing
Potter.
Judeo had to
Malice.
pass after searching. I think Judeo was
But he
not
has
very happy
Memento.
with his hand, and therefore it is the turn of Jesse. So this game is actually looking really, really, really good for Jesse, and again for the Memento deck.
But to be
Memento is just
fair,
going
most of the
completely
time your
wild here in this
your
match.
opponent's not
I'm
playing
hesitant to commit
Cerberus.
to
They
something
rather
that
play
is looking
Infirm
good for
or
one of these
well,
players,
as you can
given
see,
how
Book of
back and
Eclipse
forth the previous
against
game has
Rysil.
been. We've cast the curse time and time again, but let's see.
We're going to see a full
But if
house
you have
result
the
for
space servers,
Judeo
kinda nice.
on the Goblin Biker
Especially
quick
against
spell that summons
cards
out
like
the Mem and
this,
Totland Goblin.
that literally
That's the draw
is
card, but how many
a
impactful
floodgate.
hand trips does the Mermaid deck really run if you're playing against it? So
Oh, there's
that's
the Infirm
big
on the
question
horse.
here. Can you just run through the 8?
Oh, Ryan is
praying
is
here.
literally
Yes,
praying
Impermanence. Finally
that
a good spot
this
for it.
Infirm
Nothing
is
was
enough.
changed, so that's huge. We do not have to deal with a bone party or with that.
Because if
Goblin
this
Biker quick
Infirm
spell
does
there,
not
Goblin Biker quick
stop
spell
this-
there is very
if the
handy
Infirm
way of
does not stop
extending
Nets-
G-Nets.
That's oh my
Oh!
goodness.
Wait, you have that?
Totland fusion is not
Why
being
didn't you
chained. Of
use
course,
it?
want to
Why
let
didn't you
resolve,
chain it?
Otherwise, you would have to destroy your fusion monster without it
Yeah.
using.
Why didn't he
the
chain it
effect
on the
already.
Infirm? I'm pretty sure you can
We're going
send
to see a
the horse to the
twin
graveyard.
dragon here, or do we commit another card from the hand, which might be another
There's no
Totland
way
card
that's enough.
for the combined
Come
creation to
on.
possibly set up already for more.
We can pray for it win now because this is
And
Memento.
Ryan
Sometimes
really
one
jumping
interruption
left
against
and
Memento
right
is
in
enough.
his share. He wants to help his teammates. He can't really help himself too much here anymore at the
Hmm.
moment because it doesn't really seem
It's
like
kind of
there's
weird that
anything he
Nets
can do.
didn't
What is this going to be? Okay, it's a
chain
Twin Dragon
on
with
that
a monster
infirm
from the
when he
hand.
could
DP
when
was
he could
used
have
from hand. That enables so much for Gabriel
he
Netz
could
now
have
because he can just
literally
summon it back,
dodged that infirm.
activate the
I guess he
effect,
didn't
surge
wanna.
first and then immediately fusion summon.
Oh, yes.
Yep, there's the destruction.
Well,
and
whatever
there's
that
no
happened there, it's good to dodge
disruption
that.
from Ryan Yu onto Nets as Nets continues to extend here. Memento looking great
Finsmith
so far this
Memento.
tournament, and so far in this set of games you have Jesse
No, I'm pretty
going
no,
crazy
it's not
in
Finsmith
Duel B,
Memento.
and
I'm
you
pretty sure
have
Paulo is
G
using the
Nets now
Finsmith engine.
looking to close this one out. The face down,
So I'm
but
pretty sure
got
Nets
terribly tired
can't
take
use
here.
that
The
anymore.
face down spell or trap for Ryan, not enough to stop this.
But also, Paulo has passed his turn with a detonator there. Now we're going to see a triple tactics thrust.
I think
from
Ryan doesn't have
Ray
anything
here.
anymore.
The Malice
So he's just
White Rabbit is going to be destroyed
he's
by
just
the
helping Ray or
detonator here.
Jess
But what are you going to search?
with
There
their
must be
games,
something good, like a
because if
gold sarcophagus. Is that enough?
if
Yeah,
either
should be good.
Ray
I
or
mean,
Jess
the obvious one would be
lose
triple
the
Titan talents, but
lose
that
their
it
game,
doesn't
they're
involve
also
Sarcophagus
they're gonna
itself,
lose the
but
match.
It is the gold sarcophagus, in fact. But we do see G-Nats continuing here with his combo on duel number A. And Ryan, it really feels like he's not really part of this game anymore, right? He's more so coaching his teammates. We do
Yeah,
know
Ryan
what the
doesn't
set
have
card
anything.
of Ryan
Jesse
is,
Gosson's
and
winning.
Oh,
wow,
Jess won. Okay, okay,
that
okay.
one's over already.
So
Jesse
everything
has set the
lies
stage
on
here.
Ray
If
now.
one of his teammates is able to win another game, they do win the entire match and the set here. But are they going to be?
It's gonna be
Doesn't look
4-4
amazing for them.
because Ryan doesn't have anything anymore.
I mean, actually,
Nets
the game
has
versus
pretty much
Paulo,
everything he needs
I'm
to go for
still very
OTK.
much torn if he finds a way to play this. I also don't know
While
which
Duel
card is
C,
attached to the Ryziel detonator.
Duel C.
If this is
Ray
a secret
has
weapon,
no
it's
board,
an
2
even
cards in
better
hand.
spot
Opponent
if you
has
chain it to something
Detonator and
like
back
the
row.
Dormouse, even though Dormouse then later on triggers and aggregator finds no target. Okay, anyway,
There's-
Actually, it's actually nice to
Don't
change
worry,
it.
they're gonna see it. They're gonna adjust it later.
it's
Since
crazy.
Yep, so talents can of course take that detonator if need be.
yeah, they're gonna adjust it
Next
later.
step would
I'm
be
pretty
the case
sure.
where you could draw two from the deck
It's
and
not gonna be
then
like that
go
every
for
time.
balance,
Every
but
time.
You have options.
I think this duel actually right now is the more intense one, right? Why don't we bring up Duel C here maybe to the main attention, because it is really
Maybe
down
they
to
they
the
didn't
nitty-gritty
just
there on
they
Duel
just
C.
didn't
So
wanna
actually the
the
detonator getting rid of
wanna
itself does suggest that we now
do
have
anything
the
to the
cards having
setup
to
because it might
be used
it
for-
might go to shit.
Yeah,
Unironically.
I mean, but you wanted to get rid of the detonator,
Yeah.
but there's only one sad card left remaining. Is this infinite
So just
impermanence?
play
How
safe.
many
Let it be
headshots can
like
Paulo
that
have
for
in his
just
deck
this
if
one.
Dormouse activated its effect.
What have we
300
got?
life points gone.
Oh,
Will
last
Just
activate the
card.
fix it
effects
later.
again. Can you go full
Oh.
combo or can you not? Paulo's responding with the infinite impermanence. The
Oh my
Dormouse
God,
is
Duel C
sitting
is
alone,
kinda-
But Paulo also doesn't have any.
kinda hype.
Does he have an engraver?
They're trying to tap deck.
Both of them gonna be relying
Ray
off
tap
the
deck
top card of the deck here. It
Dormouse,
comes
it got
down to
infirm.
This will be the
Now Paulo is
deciding
top
game for them,
decking too.
But right now it's looking pretty like a
As the forehead king at
standoff
this
between
point.
both of these duelists.
At least he's a king.
And the thing is, Paulo
I think
needs
that's
to draw
fine.
something good,
You're
because
still a
Dormouse
king.
can just use its effect next turn again.
Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians, coming down for Nets here. The extension
Okay,
into
Paulo,
the eventual
draw.
access code Tulka has
He has
won
one card in
many
hand.
a game
The
with their
enemy has
countless
Dormouse.
options here for the
If he
momentum
doesn't
duel. It's all about
out the
being
Dormouse,
giving the extra deck, but hey,
Ray
let's
can
see
just
where
activate
this
it
goes for
on
Nets.
his turn.
Paulo is shaking his head there.
I don't
Does
think
not
Paulo
look
has
too happy
anything.
about
I think
the
Team 7 can
card
actually
he
win
just
this.
drew. That does not look like a winner's face. Ends
Oh,
the
he's
turn immediately.
passing.
Does
Oh
he
my
at
God!
least have something to play with? Ryan is already
Duel C.
celebrating this
Paulo
one.
doesn't have anything.
Meanwhile, Gabriel Nets is just
Ray has
comboing away
Dormouse
from
in
him.
on
Oh,
field and
Ryan
one
goes,
card in
I
hand.
won 2 games. So,
Activate
I
Dormouse.
think I'm fine. I did the job here.
Banish White Rabbit. It went through. Okay, Paulo lost. He didn't draw anything useful.
Right now, just looking pretty good for Nets. That Duel C is gonna be the deciding factor here. Is there a draw off the top?
Duel A, please. Get out of there. Put Duel C. This is more. Duel C is more hype. Ray is actually doing combo.
G-Nads really feels safe, but we see the multiple Cybers monsters.
Ray has
they're summoned
Dormouse,
onto the field on Duel C. The
March
Malice
here, and White
monsters
Rabbit on
their
field.
own when they're boosted by the Dormouse
White Rabbit
effect
activates.
Are already quite big, so I think we do not need much more here even to close it out in the favor of Team
Set
7.
card, one card in hand.
So close. Fala Galera, they
Paulo still has a
almost
chance
had
if
it.
it's
They almost
if
took down
if
your
he has
reigning world
Nibiru in
champion.
hand.
You're seeing
He still has a
exactly
chance.
why This team is so clutch. We said Ray so far, not the greatest of tournaments, but he's gonna be the one to carry them
Cryptor?
over the finish line if this Malice deck has anything to say about it.
Hard Cryptor attacking, and we see on both tables people are attacking for game here. Hard Cryptor banishing itself.
Okay, activate the revive to banish Cryptor to bring back White Rabbit, to activate Cryptor in the banishment to bring it back so it can attack again. Okay, Team 7 wins this.
And there's the game! We spoilered it. It is the turn where Ray finally got to go off, and therefore Team 7 starts into the tournament as
Ooh, that was a 4-5 victory.
They look relieved. Your world champions look relieved after being pushed all the way to the limit by Fala Galera. Really well played by Fala Galera, but ultimately it was the clutch factor, the
And pretty much Maxi played a huge part.
Powerhouse that is
Well,
Team
in
7
one game.
taking that
In the other game, it didn't literally do anything.
After, right? You saw
Thumbs up
Ryan
for the
basically,
victory.
yeah, they are doing the thumbs up. They did it together as a team. And I think you really could tell there what Master Duel, what the World Championship of Master Duel
was actually
really
kinda
is
nice.
about. The team
Nice game.
factor. Really, Ryan being a team captain that is worthy of a World Champion.
It's not
just
actual
jumping
race
left
cam,
and
it's just
right,
that he's
coaching
talking so
his
much on the
own
game that he's
teammates
had.
and making it happen in the end.
I guess that's true. He's so focused on the game that he's hunchback.
Actually went 3-0 versus them. They're going to have nightmares.
I guess
tonight reading
they-
about Gabriel just sitting there. Oh, I'm going to.
If he was not hunchback, the cam was actually pointing at his face. But because he was too close to the monitor, it's only his forehead that's showing. Okay, that's kind of funny detail.
Yeah, fantastic performance from him individually, and just, you know, thinking about how some of these players that did maybe struggle have to shake that off and then get back into it. So far, Judeo not managing to find a win with that.
Wait, you can actually watch in Master Duel the games?
A little bit sad, but hopefully has a better tournament so far.
But he won a game with.
Oh, you can actually do that.
He got. I think that was
And
my
the Sprite win
favorite one.
counts for at least 3 Mermail Atlanteans.
Exactly. I think that was my favorite game out of all of them so far. Playing into Labyrinth with Maxi active and just saying, hey, I know Maxi looks really bad for me on paper right now, but I'm very certain that if you're playing cards like Nadir Servant, you're playing the Dogmatica pack.
But let's just focus on the stream. I think the stream is better.
I don't think you're drawing into anything that stops him from going
Yeah, so
with the Mosquito.
talk to me a bit about why we've seen Labyrinth, perhaps, aside from Raymond I really likes the deck.
Labyrinth is also a deck. If you go first against something like Malice, you can basically really stop them. But also, you've seen different dimension growth. The deck is really flexible. You can play into something like Fiendsmith decks or Mermail. We thought that Ryan was going to play, or was Ray going to play into Mermail.
And having a lot of these answers to the more common strategies and these really powerful normal trap cards available to it, it's something that a lot of other teams don't get because you have Trap Trick to search it. You have Ariane, the Labyrinth Butler or Servant.
Ariana, yeah.
You have so many monsters within the theme that can easily access the normal traps and let you just have an answer ready for anything that comes your way.
Even just activating Big Welcome Labyrinth deals with a Naptibus better than any hand trap in the entire game except for Dimension Shifter. I want to make that very clear. Dimension Shifter still really strong, but just popping a Naptibus on summon?
Yeah, but still, the Labyrinth deck, I mean, let's not even talk about the factor of the Sprite deck, which I did not expect at all. Even Labyrinth from the last couple of weeks, when you follow those players preparing, it didn't really seem like an option. It didn't really seem
Kinda
like
surprising that
anyone
someone
would
brought
consider
Labyrinth.
the Labyrinth deck. And they were
Labyrinth is
apparently
kinda slow
hiding it. They were like,
in
okay, we're not
standard
going
compared
give
to
it away.
Rysil,
We need
Malice.
to wait for the final moment. We need to wait for the tournament.
But I guess
We
it has
need
a
to
good
bring that
matchup
deck
against
to
everything
Soka.
else.
So we had our feature match, but actually, I believe we actually have a couple of other games going on that we can check in on.
So I would say that let's just try to go right
Come
over
on.
to the table. when
Well,
it
live stream
happens.
is
But
actually
I
funnier.
think that the games so far, they have definitely not been disappointing. This was world stage level 100%.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And I mean, what kind of a move really by Judeo, right? Going in there, playing against the world champions, and then just saying, I'm going to play Sprite. Yeah, doesn't matter. And then even converting it into
He
a
actually
win.
won.
Like, that's what
He
World
played
is about.
Sprite and he won.
Every rogue player at home, this must be heartwarming. This Labyrinth and Sprite, they are two of my favorite decks in recent Yu-Gi-Oh! I think in the last 5 years, I've enjoyed those two so incredibly much. So it just... Actually, I might just go and play Master Duel on my tablet.
You should really. But also, again, the story of shared cards. I saw so many footballers there on Team
Right.
Fala Galera. I'm not going to confirm
But what is
anything.
Paulo
or-
PROJ's second deck?
Yeah, that's also a good question, of course. But like, is it maybe a consideration to have that as your shared card? Because talking about that segment of shared cards, I think a lot of people would expect Maxi to be one of them.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would also then be expecting to have Ash Blossom and Joy Spring
So
in their deck as
previous
well.
World Championship Called by the Grave was largely the third option there. But I think we also, we mentioned the Triple Tactics talent. There's
Yeah.
the option for the Molch armies that you mentioned.
Is
as
it?
well.
That's what I'm asking. Do you think it would be a viable option to
Dimension
pick
Shifter
here?
once upon a time before it was limited.
Yo, want
Yeah,
the Sprite
well,
card?
the Molch Army footballers, really.
Well,
I
well,
didn't
to be
do that
fair,
before,
Sprite
but now
actually
that I
did
think
so
of it a
much
little bit
there.
more, you're
It got
basically
floodgated.
replacing Called by the Grave in
Yeah.
this scenario.
It's
which
under
is, of course,
Floodgate, it's
mainly
playing against a
answer to
trap deck and
Maxi
it
or
won.
Other hand interactions, but this time you get it's easy math.
And he's
You get
also
three
under
cards that
Maxi.
you really want to play in your deck in every deck of yours, so you essentially get 3 more cards that you really
Because it's
want
not
to play.
semi-limit, huh?
Yeah, in your 3 decks. And of course, yes, you need a safety net for Maxi. The card is so incredibly strong, but it's at 2. So you can, if you're saying, okay, we're playing versus the best players in the world, I think we're going to be all on more or less the same skill level. We want to high roll a little bit. We want to hope that we have Ash Blossom if you have the Maxi. We want to make sure that if we lose the coin toss, which is a 50-50, much higher chance than your opponent drawing Maxi in their opening hand, we want to make sure that we have Fuwalos as well.
But it's that high risk, high reward strategy that was what is granting these, less favorite teams to be able to take convincing games off of the likes of your world champions. And that's the kind of mentality you need to take when it comes to matching off against the best duelists in the world, because you can't let yourself get intimidated by Tusku, you can't let yourself get intimidated
He knows
by
how Sprite
countless
play
other scary
under
players
banished
Tusku that
Floodgates
you'll
like
go
that, to be honest.
example of,
I mean, he-
I think
he's
he's
the
gonna be
Actually, I
good.
have no idea how he managed to do it.
But yeah, no, just really, really, really heating up the competition so far. and a
Because he
really
was
great set of
doing
games
Link
of this
Summon.
tournament.
That was
I
only
guess the
first
XC kind of
match, right?
did
It
help a
feels
lot.
like I've lived already
Because
through
if
all
you
the
detach an
emotions only
XC
in this
material,
first
I think
match
it
there,
doesn't
but
get
there's
banished.
so many more to come. And I mean, in case we didn't say the number just yet, we said round robin, and as we have 12 teams divided in 2 groups of 6 teams
But
each, that means
except
we're
for that,
basically
I
going to
don't know
have
how they
5
managed to
rounds being
create a
played,
board.
between the 2 groups. So this
Someone
was the
so
first
much
round for
monster
March
And then
follow.
the top
that
2
he
teams
he
from
was
each group will advance
almost like he
into
was
the
decking
semi-finals,
decking his
which will be
opponent out
taking
and
place
then just
tomorrow
go for a
alongside
game.
the grand final.
Which is basically a top 4 already in Yu-Gi-Oh terms. We like to measure everything in top.
I really
class
thought
for
when
some
he
reason, so top
when he
4
get
also sounds
Maxi,
like
then
top 4 at Worlds.
then
Super
floodgated, he
cool.
will just
It is-
pass.
It is an honor to be
Because
here for us, and of course,
most
for
of the time
all
it's not
the
worth it
players
to play
in
under a
this
floodgate
entry.
and
Just
under
to give you
Maxi.
some more context, if this is maybe the first WCS that you're watching, this is the tournament every competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player dreams of going to the World Championships one day. This is when you're lying awake at night and you're staring at
He
your
did
wall
nothing
and
except
you're
apply
imagining
pressure,
the
rate play,
scenario
no
where
hand
you
traps at all.
win Euros or you
Oh yeah,
get
that's
top
also
4 and you
kinda
qualify for
the
Worlds
reason
and
that
you're
Maxi
hugging all those
didn't
friends.
do
And this
anything
is
there.
what the players have been working
Because if that was a
I can tell you,
labyrinth
you're
hand
talking
trap
from
deck,
experience there. You have
Of
been
course.
laying in your bed dreaming
I
of
guess
I mean,
Ray
myself as well. It's just
could have
the
actually
I was
won.
gonna say, don't act like it's just me.
It is the tournament of dreams, really. It is
Hey,
the
I'm in
one
the
where
middle.
you
I'd be captain of our team.
Yeah,
so-
yeah, you
Alright.
absolutely can be, for sure. And that
It-
is what.
But to be fair,
everyone's
it's kind of
dreaming
weird
of.
to see
It is so
Maxi
beautiful as well
in
that
a
we
deck
are
that
now
doesn't
back,
play hand
of
traps.
course, to Europe here in Paris with the World Championship as well. Therefore, we're all really just excited
Because
to
you'd
see
rather
who
have
is going to come through that whole
a trap
dynamic
card
with
than a
having the
Maxi
same
on that kind of
finals twice
situation,
now,
especially if you're
Team
going
7
first.
versus Team Snipe Hunters on back-to-back years. Is it going to happen again? Team 7 did their trick for the first round already. We will have to see about Team Snipe Hunters further on.
True
I
enough,
think that's
speaking of
the
someone coming through, we just
lesson you
saw
learn
Cotton
when
make his
playing
way
this
to the
game.
analyst
If you're
desk,
playing no
sorry,
hand
so I
trap,
think you're in
Max
for a
is
treat.
not
We
really
just
that
saw a
important.
post-game interview with one of the
Especially
greatest minds in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!
If your opponent can
There's
just go
very
for
few players who
go
can give
for
analysis
attacks.
like Jesse Cotton. And also, I want to say, in the most recent years, he's become such an entertainer as well.
Yeah.
Real glow up in front of the camera. I love listening to Jesse Cotton because not just informative, but also so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, 6th time at the World Championship for him now combined.
Goodness.
It is the 3rd time for World
give
for
some to the
Master
rest
Duel,
of us.
course.
But does he have as many event tops as Paulo PROJ?
He does not. No, he is still up there. But Paolo, not
not really start into the tournament that
Did manage
nicely, right?
to take the
Because
win now, though. Against
he
them.
went
Yeah.
0-3 because I mean you can only explain the 3-0 and still losing from G-Nets with someone else on the team not having a single win, and that in that case was Paolo, who really on that Phoenix Rise he kept on trying. And I'm with you. Maybe in the third set it was just simply about picking the other deck because the first one was just not working. Sometimes you just have to go with the flow. Sometimes you have to be like, okay, this is not working right now. I'm going to change it up and just try something different, even though on paper it may be a little worse.
Granted, with the amount of highly versatile and desirable cards in that deck.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought we were gonna see the other games. Why aren't we changing perspective?
He is one of the best duelists at that strategy. The Fiendsmith Rise duel was so good for him in TCG. It's definitely still his tournament, and it still could be something within his sights to make it into that top 4 that you mentioned.
I definitely agree. And also, I still need to say that in the last few years, we have seen mostly the first decks of the players. We've seen T-Elements, all the Fire King, Snake Eye strategies, and all that good stuff. And very rarely
Are we gonna change
see
perspective?
second decks. Some players haven't even ever shown their second decks in the entire tournament. This time around, we saw Sprite versus Labyrinth in 2025. This tournament is insane. The power level of Malice is so high that people bring designated counter
Commentator Yap is extremely important,
so
said
much
no one
fun to
ever.
watch that people are just
Well,
playing
sometimes it's
complete
important.
rogue
It's
strategies,
kind of insight on
counter
the
counter deck and the mind games, and then all
on
of a
what's
sudden,
happening on the
nobody's
game.
playing Malice anymore, but you're just
Especially
playing
since these are
Labyrinth versus
actually
Sprite.
I was very,
good
very much impressed
good
by
players.
Gilgamesh,
Some
especially
most of the time the
not only
commentators
because of
also
Korea, but also because we had
place the
attributed
game
the Memel Atlantean
good
strategy
enough.
to Judeo, who played it in
Because you
the
can't
qualifier.
really
We
be a
had
commentator
seen
on
that
a
Paolo PRJ
well,
played
on
the
any game if you don't
Rise
play the
with
game.
success in the
You're
TCG,
not gonna
whereas
provide
Gabriel Nex
any
came in
meaningful
kind of as
shit.
the wild card that could play anything, and he played both of his decks so well.
I think he's just a very good technical player.
It's just that
I think also
majority
what
of
they were
people
looking
want to
for
see the game.
as a teammate, he's also an amazing deck builder.
Because that's pretty much the reason we're here.
I mean, that as well. We can
We wanna
have
see
all
the
of it.
good,
He's- I mean,
the
because
best
in
player in the
TCG, for
world
example, there was like a very
play the game.
famous punk deck that he invented basically back in the day with Crystro and Hulky
I guess we just have to wait.
was really-
Adventurer.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
let
the
me
Adventurer cards.
let me
He
just
was
check
basically the one
something.
that brought it up, and then everyone else copied it. So I think Judeo was also looking for a good deck builder in him to come into the team. And I mean, he definitely built a good Malice and a good Memento deck there for himself. I hope the other decks are also going to be shining in the next couple of rounds. Though.
Technical play with the Memento deck was also on point. Piloted through so many hand traps there on the side of Jesse Cotton, knew exactly how many draws to give him. And I'm just going to say, so far on stream, we have no idea about the other games,
Sure.
Memento has the most wins in this tournament.
Absolutely does, and I could have told you before. My
Of course,
Mementos always are going to be winning. They are just such a beautiful deck. They are just so versatile.
To be
And
fair, Malice's loss was against another Malice deck, so yeah.
that immediately will mean one Malice deck loses when two of them play against each other. That's fair, but it's really interesting on G-Net's side. He played Malice on the first game. And then on the second game, it felt like, okay, you may switch away from Malice now because you're afraid that this is the opponent with the anti-Malice deck. But then you saw the anti-Malice deck actually is with Ray, and then still he sticked with the Memento deck for the third game too.
Yes, indeed, and he found great success with it. But somebody else that had a large amount of success in this series, this past year, last World Championship, throughout his entire career.
Have you looked
Yu-Gi-Oh!
at Josh's
is just
championship
Cotton,
profile?
who
I'm
you can
pretty
hear
sure
from right now.
it's just I hate Maxi. I think everyone just has I hate Maxi.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with one of
Because
the winners in round one.
realistically,
Jesse
who likes
Cotton,
Maxi?
Of course, representing Team 7. I mean,
Oh,
what
Jess.
a close way to start things off.
Very much an L by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, amazing match to start things off. I mean, as Ibris was
Okay, I
saying
think
already, what
it's
what
a
start of the
listening part
season
now.
For you. Obviously, you have been quite consistent overall in these past few years in the TCG. And although I've heard that you have been a bit disappointed to not defend, you know, your streak at the first North American YCS, I think you have a more important title to defend this year.
I do, and as much as I wish I could play more for the TCG, my focus was for sure Master Duel here today.
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, I mean, I know for anyone, round one in any tournament is, you know, a bit.
I saw
of an
Maxi
interesting
in 5
one.
different
How does it
WC
feel being
games.
the defending champions with your teammates
What the
and just
fuck?
playing in round one?
Regardless of any statuses I may have, I always want to consider
5
myself
games?
humble, and so it doesn't make too much of a difference. I'm nervous either way. It's
Yeah, I
not
think Maxi is a problem.
crazy nervous to the point I'm like screw up, but also the same way I'm not confident like I'm gonna win this. everyone else here is good, and I'm expecting a lot from them as well, but for myself too.
Yeah, and yeah, that should be definitely the good mindset to keep. As mentioned, it was really a close one. It could have gone either way, because I mean, at the end, it went all the way down to the last game. And overall, it was interesting, I'd say. Also, in terms of matchups, different decks, we got to see a bit of everything. And overall, the highlight was obviously, I mean, Ryan. And also Gabriel Nats, his opponent in the last round, were the only one undefeated in the last set. And then there was this decider match, and Ryan was the only one though who didn't showcase the second deck outside. So we'll keep some
He
mystery
didn't resolve
around.
everything
We'll
by
see
the...
what is
Yeah,
gonna
it's kind of
happen, but,
miserable, even if
I think
if the
biggest
Maxi
highlight,
didn't
maybe
resolve, because
surprise for me was that
why
the
does
best
it
performing
have
deck
to be
by
in
far
the
was
game?
Memento, undefeated 4-0 across the different teams. What do you think of the deck?
It doesn't provide
So,
anything
we do feel like Ryzen and Malice are the best decks still. One sample size of Malice,
except
not
for
the biggest.
being a nuisance.
That being said, Memento was one of the few decks that like kind of trail closely behind in terms of power, and that's for a good reason. When it goes first, it's excellent. It can still play a lot of other cards like that really let them catch up when they do second, and it means that the deck can perform quite well.
Absolutely, and I mean it did. Again, it was dominating 4-0 across all different
Max,
games and matchups.
Every
And
time
I
when you
mean,
don't expect
what
it.
is obviously unique
That's
about
the
this
problem.
event is the format and how you prepare for it.
Everyone
The
is
concept of that
kind of
building
fed up
itself, which I think
with
you're also
Maxi.
a
You
big
don't
fan of.
you know it's gonna
And,
appear. You don't
I
expect
think
it,
this
but you know it's
tournament
gonna
itself
appear no
also has
matter
a lot
what.
more mind games than the previous years, just because, as you've mentioned, maybe there are two more dominating decks, and you can play around with a lot of interesting tech cards. And we
Okay
did
to
see
the
a
white
lot of
chess.
switching in. Malice was not played all that much this set, yeah.
Yeah.
And overall, what was
He
do you
has to
think
put
the
his mic
strategy from
close to
at
his
least your
mouth.
side in this set, like switching in so much? We saw the
At
Mermaid
least
deck not,
it should be
you know,
less
being
open
all
boy.
that.
Oh my god.
Gabe,
I
makes
think
their multiple
Maxi
get
became
us
more consistent
exactly.
now that it's at
So
2,
Memento
which is kind of weird.
against Ryzen. It's a decent deck overall, but when you go second versus Malice specifically, that's when you'll see its weaknesses.
It
So knowing that Gabe
it became at
Malice,
2, and
when
then
he
it
switched to a
became
deck
more
that was more
consistent.
weapons, he obviously knew that could happen and switched to a deck that wasn't Malice. Of course, it's not now I'm screwed. I still had a decent shot in Malice.
Like, how do you do that to a card?
Played well, had drawn Lockbird, went first Memento, and that was not a
Yeah, not at all. But in terms of you instead performing on stream in particular, I wanna showcase just what was most likely the closer you know, game we have seen, which was the one between you and Paolo in the first set. So I just wanna bring up you know, the first clip from the first match, first game. So from around
Just
10
creates
minutes,
more of
and
an impact
yeah,
in
this
your
was,
mind
you
when
know,
you get
you
played, because
opening
it has
up,
been
doing some
seen less.
mementos, and obviously going first is a big
I guess
difference.
that's
But what
also
were you
true.
thinking
It,
here on, of course,
since
this
it's
amazing
at
tech
2,
card?
when it shows up, it
Book of
it
Eclipse is being played mostly to
kinda make it so that
the best cards
you remember it more more
as well as it forces
than when it
your
doesn't show up. But the problem is,
multi-purpose. And of course, when you go first,
most of the time it actually show
it's
up
not nearly as
like
good as something like Destruction.
60% of your games.
Yeah.
But it's
And
the fact that you can do
it has
and this still is
reduced.
quite good because while he
It's
will
at
draw
2.
cards here, Paolo for sure. I feel confident that despite the draws, now
So
buying
for
myself
playing
time,
Memento,
I'm able to do it.
actually kind of
Also, Martinaki
surprised
here on the card that's set there, which will Memento
that is playing Memento,
hands with like a bunch of monsters.
because
It's going to be incredibly hard for him to wall up.
it's Memento. It's kind of one of those weird decks that
Yeah, and that's exactly in the end
sometimes
what happened, because I mean here we are
it
still
loses
playing
to one
through the motions,
interruption.
but we
But
can also
sometimes
just
it can play
skip
through
you
everything.
know, to the ending of the match.
I think even
and the second
Maxi
clip
can
again
play
for
through
game one,
Maxi.
which is exactly what happened with the Akiron, you know, allowing you to attack directly. And yeah, this is pretty much when you had must, even though, you know, with this Appaloosa for extra safety.
Yeah, just in case the last card in hand is Nibiru, the Primal Being. I had no reason to believe it was, but I had zero things to lose to make the
It does
Appaloosa,
play
so
many staples too.
obviously just do it.
Yeah, but also that's actually kind of a problem, because
as mentioned, there are a lot of
the more
different options,
staple
and when
you
you're
play,
forced to
the
play, you know, at least
more
three different decks,
restrictive
you can make
the
the most
other
out of
deck's
it.
gonna be.
What was the main decision behind you, I guess, not picking one of the two favorites, if you want to say that, in Ryzel and
Because
Malice, as we have seen
there's a
they were
shared card pool.
So myself and
So if you
Ryan are
play
probably
the
the most flexible in terms of the decks we can play. We
the
play,
cards that
a lot lot.
Yeah.
Ray is a person who likes to
Well,
pick one deck and play it for
kinda
a long
play the
time
same
and
cards
master
as
it
your
that
as
way.
your teammates.
So Ray's been
It's
playing Mouse.
gonna be a little bit
for half a
complicated.
year, maybe
Okay,
more.
fair enough.
And so that felt like easy choice. And then when it came between me and Ryan to choose who gets the Ryzel deck, I was the person who had more Ryzel experience in the
Okay.
TCG, but we were both pretty sure that it didn't matter who played it, either of us could play it fine. And there is a extra tiebreaker for
Yeah.
the leaders. So if
Absolutely.
it comes to same amount of round wins and match wins, then it's whoever's leader has the most wins. And Ryan is the leader, so we wanted what we deemed to be the stronger deck to have more wins in theory. So while I don't think it's much worse to play Memento, we gave Ryan the best of the two decks as a result.
Yeah, no, makes a lot of sense, and I mean it did work out in the end. But just before we let you, take a break, I also want to bring up quickly what was instead the funniest, I think, game to witness, just in terms of surprising of matchups, which was game 2, and it was the set obviously. Yeah, I mean I know, I think I know what you mean. So around I think 10 minutes of the second game, if we can, bring it up on screen. Obviously, it was the surprises, and on the one end we had I don't know if much of a surprise, maybe today, but not if
Watching Josh
Dai
play
with,
Memento,
with
big
the
props to him.
Labyrinth
Yeah.
deck.
Some of
But
the misplay
he
were
paired up
insane.
against the Sprite Millennium, so
I'm
is-
pretty sure
is that
Josh was
a
playing
whole new
Memento
rather?
on stream. He was
Sprite
practicing that
Millennium?
deck.
No, I don't think
no.
so. I don't think we were expecting that. We
Wait,
switched into.
Is it still live?
yeah,
Let's see.
fine.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
go to
We switched into
the
the
client.
Labyrinth deck
Wait a
because, as we
second.
saw in the game, he plays different Dimension Ground, which
Copies
excels
Fucho
versus
with
greater
Memento
decks,
spell when
specifically
Fucho is an.
Normal, which is what Jadeo had played in the first game.
He doesn't
Now there's no
know
guarantee
that?
he stays on it.
Kinda
which is what
surprising.
happened, so we did kind of figure that would happen. But the risk to switching to Labyrinth is pretty low. It's a deck that it can have a good
Wait.
matchup, but it really has really bad matchups.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
didn't
I saw
think who
something
they'd
here.
like, even if they imagine us to pick a counter.
There's no face cam, but this is Josh. I am pretty sure this is still currently live. Selected going first. Okay, what you playing, Josh? Okay, there's Memento. Starting with the horse. Pop the horse. Sentry. Normal summon the gremlin. Get back the rat. Activate rat. Special summon the rat. Into the fusion. Into the crocodile. Now. Interruption, seller. Okay, no interruption. Is this gonna be a full combo? What does Stellar playing if he doesn't have anything against this? I guess you can stop Creation King here. Okay, nothing here. What are you playing that you don't have hand traps? Do you have Board Breaker? Or do you have full engine? Because Josh is just doing combo, full combo. Striker Tenpai, but Tenpai makes no sense with these rules. Yeah, that's also kinda true, but if you're playing Fiendsmith Tenpai, that will actually kinda be decent. But I'm not really sure if Tenpai is a good choice if you don't know if you're going first or second. Because Tenpai doesn't really do anything going first. Unless your opponent doesn't read your cards. But you can't really expect that in this kind of players. Oh, Maxi. It's kinda good. But to be fair, how good is that? Gonna give you 1 or 2 draws. Instead of dice, we make bird now. I guess they just... It's just that the bird is kinda okay. It's a good protection against everything, unironically. I think even in Tenpai, if you have the bird, Tenpai doesn't have a way to out it. Okay, the live stream is now on break. And his opponent is hand looping him. And he has 3-4 cards in hand. Okay, there's the Shire. Summon another one, activate the thing. Special summon another one from the graveyard. That's 2 7s. Wait, you can go for the bounce here. If you go for the bounce, you can bounce the back row and the both of the monster. Has a lot of royal rares. Well, if you love the deck, you will do something like this. Oh my god, Stellar actually doesn't know what Pucho does. I think that's the second time he tried to deal with the Pucho, not realizing it's unaffected. Wait, how is he going for a game here? Because I'm pretty sure Pucho can be destroyed by battle when he used the effect. And Pucho is unaffected. He's locked to water, so he can't even go for Goddess. Trishula doesn't do anything here. If you target Pucho, it doesn't do anything here. So don't target Pucho. Okay. Yep. He tried to attack the Pucho, but it doesn't do anything. But he doesn't have anything in the board. He literally has no disruption, no monster effects, no hand. And Joss has 3 cards in hand. He kinda misplayed because he tried to pop his own Pucho. He's using the Witch to get a Search and the Field Spell to get another card, which is the little thingy. There's go the Rat for the fusion of the another Crocodile, I think. Josh can go for a game, I'm pretty sure, because if he summon the big dudes, he can go for easily 8,000. The bird does, I suppose. No, I guess it doesn't show up that much compared to the other cards. Okay, I think this is over. Yeah, I think this is over. He summoned the 3k. The only thing he needs to do now is summon the 5k. Huh? What? Oh, he's only playing one of the 5k guys. Okay. And it's currently banished, so he can't do anything. I forgot about that. You only play one of that combined creation because it's a brick. I guess it doesn't matter now, since the opponent has no battle phase because of the restriction of the Elemental Lord. So you can just clear the board. Even if he adds another card, it doesn't really matter, because you can just go for game. So the Trish actually did something, but his opponent didn't set up anything to stop Josh from playing the game.
To discuss the other matchups that we have seen, of course.
Of course, many teams to root for. I know plenty of you people at home have also used the cheer for
His
your champion
Stellar
campaign.
didn't
So
have
maybe
enough
then,
to set
wins the
up
chance
any
to win the
disruption,
game.
and has no way to deal with the Pucho. If he had any way to deal with the Pucho, he could have won.
Team of Mist,
Yeah.
who is now, of course, what's their name again?
Ragnarok.
Team Ragnarok, named after the famous booster set Storm of Ragnarok, and they have played against Chiba Corp on the first round. And Chiba Corp is no bad team to see as well, because they are with Joey, they are with Pac, they are with Enzo, and
Super
still
stacked.
Ragnarok managed to win 8-1 in impressive fashion.
So right now they are in first place with a tiebreaker, I want to say, because that was the most dominant win out of the group. Absolutely massive. Mist has had such a phenomenal season in the Challenger Cup series. They, as a team, as Team Ragnarok, have also played 3v3 Challenger Cups. Of course, won them.
Yeah, they seem like a really, really good setup. I mean, we mentioned Mist, of course, being together with Luca, and then also being together with Nash, of course, on the team. That is the squad that is ready to win, and I know they have spent so much time preparing for this event, so it's cool to see that they are in a good starting mood already, that they are starting off well. I mean, let's face it, it's early out here in Europe, right? I was worried for some players that they may not be awake just yet, or at least not completely awake, that they could play their best Yu-Gi-Oh! But so far it looks like they're all already on the best level that they can do.
That is true, and also some people who came from further away with a little bit of jet lag perhaps. Everyone is just absolutely locked in right now, and this is what we love to see, and this is what we need, because if you're playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS, you have to be on your best game, because we have seen this before. Every single mistake or every single thing that wasn't perfect just immediately led to a loss.
Yeah, so many amazing teams. But we do have another quick look at our previous world champions and last year runner-ups. Quick video about Team Snipe Hunters for you.
Wait, why did he go silent? I thought the stream went down again.
Welcome back, everyone, and there we have.
Oh, it actually went down.
Yeah, thank you. Really happy to be here with you guys, and of course, just covering the games of Team Snipe Hunters, who were able to win that first matchup against Dreams Future.
Yep, definitely. Dreams Future, again, a favorite of the tournament. Everyone has been saying this. All of the players even have been saying, Tuska's team is going to absolutely destroy everyone else here. He is Mr. Master Duel.
Yeah, exactly
The
that.
best
We've
game
talked
is
about
to
Tusker
try
time
to
and time
pop the
again, but
bird.
Stella and Freedom
It's
are
not
both
pop the baby
accomplished
anymore, it's
players
pop the
in
bird.
their own right.
It's
And
actually
yet, when you
kinda
speak about
smart.
accomplished players, that
Because
biggest
if you
accomplishment,
miss
most
with
notable
the-
of them all, that World Championship title, that's Emre,
If you miss with
Quantul,
the-
and Joshua Schmidt that managed
with
to
the
hoist
dice,
that first trophy
you can lose the
for
game. But if
Master
you
Duel
went for
category.
Pucho, even if your enemy is playing something silly, unless they're playing Kaiju, they can't win.
It was always these two teams against each other in the top 4. So
Tasku.
I feel like Tasku at this point is probably having nightmares.
Well,
of Team Snipe Hunters
Tusk is
because
just
everything
different.
went against
I
them.
mean,
Yes,
the dude
exactly. Now,
managed to
first
get
half of the tournament,
100,000
They are finally ready. Tasku basically
that
now
in a
proved the
fucking
best he
synchro
is
cup
on
for
board. That's also
fun.
what he said. He said, "This
He's
time
not
around,
even playing
I picked just
to
the best
actually
players I
win.
could
He's
find."
just
So
There we are.
please, we can do
he
it.
just
Talking a lot about
went
Tasku
there,
and
get
Dreams Future,
100,000
we've spoken a bit about
just
Snipe
because he
Hunters, but
feels
let's hear
like
from
it.
Snipe Hunters themselves.
Like, how do you do that?
Roy Steenkamer from the Netherlands. I've been playing Master Duel since its release. This is now the third time we'll be. I myself will be at the World Championship.
I guess there's
now,
no more games yet.
Competing.
I think I need to
My
do
name is
something.
Emre
Wait a sec.
Kovacic. I'm 26 years old. I've been playing this game for like 15 years now, and for me it's also the third time competing in the World Championship together with my teammates.
Hi, my name is Joshua Schmidt. I am 29 years old. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For basically my entire life, and of course also started playing Master Duel when it came out. And this is going to be my 7th time at the World Championship between TCG and Master Duel.
So I qualified via this event via the WCQ qualifier, where I got second in Europe behind Bronas.
I think I got picked as a teammate because A, I guess we're good friends, and B, we won together the first time in 2023, and we got second last year. So I think realistically there were no other options, I would say.
I think the reason why we're going back together is, of course, because we've always been going to Master Duel Worlds together since 2023, where we won it for the first time. So this season, I don't think it was ever a question whoever was going to qualify was going to take the other two. In this case, it was, of course, Jack inviting Emre and myself back.
I am definitely looking forward to round 1, expecting Tasuku team. I always really enjoy the games against Tasuku, and hopefully, if we're lucky, we get to have a best of 3 final game against Ryan, Jesse's, and Raymond Dye's team.
Yeah, I'm looking forward the most to a really good time. I think the World Championship is always a really great experience. Obviously, our goal is to win the entire tournament again.
I'm mostly looking forward to just having a good time at this year's World Championship, especially because I was invited this time around, so I didn't even do the qualification myself. We're going to try our best to win the whole thing, of course, but if that doesn't happen, that's also okay. I'm just happy to be here either way.
Throughout the World Championships, definitely my ace monster has been Tilumis Kitklos, with Tilumis Reinhardt as a close second.
My ace monster is my favorite card since I was a kid, and that's Colossal Fighter.
I prefer Croissant.
I also prefer Croissant.
I prefer Macaron.
Croissant or macaron doesn't matter, because we are here at the highest stakes possible at the World Championship, and Team Snipe Hunters are trying to get the title back after Team 7 took it away from them last year, and they're off to a good start because, as we explained, Team Snipe Hunters won the first round.
Yes, indeed. Snipe Hunters so accomplished and so respected within the community, but some names on the team they're about to face off against, even if it's a new team, are very prominent. You have Chiba Corp from North America. They are team captain Joey, who is flanked by 2 of the most accomplished players in TCG history. Puck, well regarded as the Infernoble Knight guy for a while. I mean, that's why
For
I
you
know
at
him.
least, yeah.
But also, just one of the best duelists to ever come out of the region. Really, again, like, you have the narrative even against Josh with the educational content creator kind of approach to things, that really good mind for the game. And then you have Enzo, who is very, very good at the trading card games, it turns out, playing in the TCG last year. But also, again, just of that same generation of Charlie Futch, of Ryan Yu, where, you know, they're just amazing, and they came up out of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ecosystem.
You just mentioned a bunch of phenomenal duelists, and those are also at the World Championships. Charlie Futch, for example, is going to play TCG. Quick reminder, if you want to watch the TCG World Championships, it is going to start tomorrow and is going to conclude on Sunday, while Master Duel, Speed Duel, and Rush Duel are starting today, which isn't to no surprise to anyone who's watching the stream for the last hour, and is concluding tomorrow in the big finals.
Of course, and as we are already talking about Chiba Corp, why don't we have a quick look at Chiba Corp, actually?
Wait, why is every region Americas? It's like
so
third
team
one.
captain Joey now, who did decide the name of the
Are all
team,
trans-
was able to qualify
from
them
the pack.
pretty
Lol, I can make a
convincingly,
pack.
pulling out ahead of the pack in that
Transmission
regional
gear?
qualifier. There was
That's
no
pretty
one
decent.
even close
I
to
think
him,
I got-
which is impressive when you're in a region with Ryan Yu.
I got
Anyway,
Magic Counselor,
really well played overall.
which is
Just
not.
the Blue Eyes White Dragon really delivered
Well,
for
it's
him.
not really good.
Yeah.
Top of that, you have the likes of Puck and Enzo by his side, who are familiar with
No, Spell Counselor, not
TCGs
Magic
as well.
Counselor.
Played a lot of Malice for Puck, played a lot of
Because
Malice
it's a
for Joey.
floodgate, and I don't
Enzo,
really
though,
like floodgates.
Bystial Fiendsmith Control being the deck of choice throughout his TCG career.
I guess it's still
That
usable.
is also a rather niche deck that we might see at this weekend, because this could be... It has a lot of room for non-engine, so it could be an anti-Malice strategy, even though the Fiendsmith engine
how?
itself really doesn't play
How
well
long
in
is this gonna be?
Spanishes, but I think that the way that people are going with these anti-malice decks
How many
might be
games are
something
we
like
gonna watch?
trying to turbo all
Because there's
Artifact Lancea,
like
Chaos Hunter,
there's already
or
4 teams,
even Imperial
and I'm
Iron
pretty sure there
War.
are 8 teams in total. So
With PAG, it's
there's a
kinda
chance that
similar
there's
to
gonna
what
be
we have
another
Paolo
4.
PRRJ, right? Because they're both big names in the TCG female things.
4 matches.
Now they're here on the Master Duel stage, and finally onto the World Championship stage as well. So the question is,
Wait,
how
let me
well
Google
can they
how
do?
many
Also
matches.
very well regarded with their minds for the game when it comes to the deck building, to the creativity, to actually implementing that. And I think that Park adds a lot of value to the team that maybe isn't on the table. That isn't to say that he's not one of the greatest players of our time either.
10
That's
matches
why
in
he's
total.
here. That's why
Hmm?
he's hopefully going to be able to put up a fight against Snipe Hunters here.
Top 8
But
duels including
this
the
is certainly going to be
quarterfinals,
a
semifinals.
great
Wait, is this the
matchup
right one?
regardless of how anything goes coming into it.
One of the greatest players of all times didn't have one of the greatest starts of all times into this
Not
tournament.
really.
Because a 1-8 versus Ragnarok is really tough. Even though I have to say, while everyone is basically a tournament favorite in this stacked field, I want to say that I think that Ragnarok has
Fucking
real
matches.
potential to take it all the way this year.
I wouldn't be surprised either. Now we talk about them so much.
I sad to see
Talk a little
Kaibakor perform that poorly.
Team Chibacorp.
But it's still the first day, so there's still a chance.
I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for about
He might
10
be
years now. Super excited
just
to the Worlds because I was able to
they
play
call
two of
that
my best
that in the
friends,
group for the
so,
first match.
really looking
He
forward
could come back for the next
Hi
one.
everyone, my name is Pac. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for about 5 years, so I'm relatively newer to the scene, but I really enjoy the game, and I'm glad to play alongside some of my really close friends. So,
my name is Enzo Fialos, and I'm from New Jersey. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for about probably like 8-9 years since I was like a little kid. It's my 3rd time at the World Championship, and I'm looking forward to it, especially because I'm playing with my friends.
I qualified.
Where's the
through
match gonna
Master Duel
start?
Through the regional
Maybe I should just walk the
qualifiers,
dog a little bit.
about 2 months ago.
I'm gonna walk my
and,
dog.
I was
I'm gonna
able to
come
take
back.
2 of my friends, which I'm super happy about.
Joey picked me because we prepared for the qualifier together, and yeah, we just did the entire preparation together for the tournament.
What I'm looking forward to is just playing because we put in a lot of preparation. It's every team's goal to win for sure, but I just can't wait to play.
I'm just looking forward to playing on Friday. It's where it starts, and I'm just ready to start already.
My ace monster has to be Blue Eyes White Dragon too, just like Kaiba.
my ace monster is going to be Maxi. I'm going to make sure to resolve this weekend.
I think I would choose croissant because it's just something I eat back home too when I can. So definitely croissant.
I would choose croissant. You're in France, you know? Like, you have to eat the croissant.
You heard it from Parker himself. He's gonna resolve Max C, but will he meet Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring? Will he meet Called by the Grave? Will he meet Crossout Designator? Or any of those other answers? Or will he go unanswered and be able to stake his claim for the trophy here this year?
There's also another semi-answer that you can have for Maxi, and that is Droll and Lockbird on your own turn, which is a really interesting scenario because some decks can pull this off better than others, let me tell you. If you're playing the Ryziel strategy, there's a high chance you don't want to Droll and Lockbird yourself.
I have a very important question here, though. Joey really set us up here, right? He qualified with the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck. He says it's his ace monster. So is he going to play it again here at the World Championship? He has to, you say?
Maybe.
Sure?
I was thinking about it. Actually, I was trying to think about something I read about an interesting tech for Droll and Lockbird into Maxi. When you're under Maxi going into the Saria Skull Dread to then look for the Droll and Lockbird was actually a pretty popular strategy among some of the Japan qualifiers for the Road to Worlds this year.
Okay, interesting. But yeah, Blue Eyes, is it a deck that can still compete? I mean, it was very, very, very strong. It was strong enough to be there for one of the decks qualifying to the World Championship. But now with the 6-deck format, is it one of the 6 that you can afford to bring?
I will say I have been knocked out by Blue Eyes in a Challenger Cup
There you
because
go.
I was not prepared to play versus it, and cards like Dominus Purge can really throw you off guard in some combos. If you're playing a standard Malice combo, you will go into Appaloosa and then activate Malice in the Mirror in the Banishment. If then Purge is activated, you have no way of negating that and possibly can't play on.
So I will say that while Quantal did qualify this team for Worlds by coming second in that European region, Emre was #1 on the Friday night playing Blue Eyes.
Okay, so there is a lot of things speaking for the deck, and now that you mentioned Dominus Purge, that's actually a good card in a shared cards environment, right? Because there's no other deck really that wants it, so you're like, okay,
Talk that talk.
Dominus Purge, take it, you can have it. Blue Eyes is the deck that can deal with that, and then that frees up spaces for the other decks. That means maybe then another deck can play Mulchami Fuvolos because the Blue Eyes deck doesn't need it.
Or
I think
Infinite
that could be, or Infinite Impermanence, whatever you like, basically. I think it makes it easier to distribute the different things you have.
There's another possibly not shared card that I want to address that we haven't seen so far. Where's Meowls? I feel like Mulchami Meowls is an amazing card here. In a meta where people want to have designated counter decks, you can of course play Mulchami Meowls and leave other Mulchamis to the other players. But this card, it's most of the time at least an upstart goblin, which is of course not ideal, but if it gets you 2 draws even, which it does against most decks, it's good.
I feel like it may as well just be included into that anti-Malice deck that a lot of players do have. So maybe, as we saw with Ray, it might be in that Labyrinth deck that where he plays that Mulchami Meowls, or if you play something else that is just completely going after the Malice deck, I think this is where you will find the Meowls.
But I feel like this is a card that has so much versatility against the other decks that you can have a main deck out for the Malice deck immediately, even though after the first round, you know where your opponent has their Malice decks, because you can watch every single game on the client, and then you can immediately start queuing your anti-Malice deck.
That being said, we mentioned, and we even heard from Park, Maxi is so impactful, but Fuala seemed to have dictated a lot, just as many duels throughout the qualifiers and throughout our previous series so far today.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was played so often, so it almost seemed like it may have been the shared card. And I mean, did we see any called by the Grays in that game? It didn't feel like it, right?
Yes, we have seen one called by the grave on one Maxi. I don't know if it resolved. I know it happened.
Okay, I mean, at least that. So maybe they are not sharing the Ash Blossom. We did see one Ash Blossom as well. Not that many either, though.
True,
yeah, it's actually really interesting. Like, you have to figure out, you have to play the guessing game for now, but I'm sure some of you at home are just being there, like, following every move and then being like, oh, that's the third Meowls now, or that's the first Mulchami Fuvolos, so this might be the shared card now.
So I'm curious to see if we see a lot of the same decks. Granted, you know, we did say Malice, Ryziel, pretty much a shoe-in. Memento, probably also a very, very popular choice.
Yeah.
Quantal did qualify with the Mermail Atlantean strategy as well, alongside Judeo, so it's very, very likely we see that. However, it's the other decks within the format that we could very well see flourish.
And I think here in this lineup for Team Snipe Hunters, to go back to that side of the next match that we're going to see, Emra always played a special role on that lineup, right? Because on the first World Championship where they did end up winning, he played Exosystem, which was definitely an out-of-the-box deck that you did not necessarily expect to be seen. And then on the second one,
he
we
played
saw
Centurion and Flunderies.
And Flunderies. So he was definitely the one that brought the interesting decks to the stage for Team Snipe Hunters. Is that going to be the case again?
Is really well into Mulchamis, because if there's a Fuvolos dropped, you can basically give only one draw and you have your full combo, or you can just ignore it completely, or just give no draws, basically. So the deck is very flexible when it comes to that. I don't know if the power level is good enough, but then again, we just saw Sprite win a game.
I don't think we've seen too many games dictated by Maxi or Fuala so far this tournament. Rather, we've just seen players take the challenge and then fully commit to finishing the duel within that
And it worked out. It worked out
multiple
massively well.
occasions.
Yeah, for sure. For Judeo there with the Sprite Millennium deck, I can't stop thinking about that deck. That is just like living rent-free in my head now for the rest of the weekend, probably. That he
Wait,
is
still
actually
yapping? I already
World
walked my dog.
Championship. What
Well, I didn't walk him that much because it rained. So I just walk him to pee.
It already starts to get some pressure on Scheiberkorp's back, right? They lost the first round.
The half is over, as I think Pac bricked twice on Memento. Yeah, I think that's also one of the biggest issue with Memento.
And in a round-robin format in a group of
There are
6,
cards that you don't want to
tiebreaker
see
is
in your
very
hand.
likely to become relevant. We've seen this time and time again. I think last year Snipe Hunters actually just got to day 2 because
And
of tiebreaker. If
that's
I'm
not really a
mistaken.
good
I think you're right. Yeah. I think that was
They
the
were
case.
second
good thing.
Yeah, definitely that. And
In
therefore,
there's also
stakes
cards that you
are
don't want to see in
high. I mean,
Ryziel.
the thing is, Snipe Hunters
Especially
doesn't
Node
wanna
and Star.
drop
You don't want to
match
open
here
both
because
or one of them,
destined
because
to
you
go
can
back
search
to
them
They got
pretty
Ragnarok
easily.
to watch out for as well. But I do also just want
But
to contextualize. Look,
in
China
Ryziel,
Ball, yes,
one
it was a rough first
one
game.
of the Ryziel
They
names,
still
the
have some of
other
the smartest
Ryziel
players in the
names
game
can
as
get you
a
to
whole.
any of the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
other.
With Puck and also Enzo and
So even if you
of course.
open
but Enzo in
Norwood
particular, I want to
Star
highlight
or
as
the
being
field
super
spell or
talented.
even the other
He's Ryan
spell and
Yu's
trap.
rival. To be
As long as you
considered
get
Ryan
to
Yu's peer, let alone
the
rival,
other
does
names, you're
suggest
still
that this
pretty,
is someone
pretty
to
good
watch.
spot.
Definitely. I think all of them are someone to watch, to be completely fair.
Well,
here.
we're about to
And
watch them, so you'd hope.
You're correct. So I think that also a 1-8 start, sometimes if you're really unlucky, it can also just be losing coin tosses. Your opponent has full combos, you draw into a hand trap as a 6 card.
And it could also
Wait,
just wake
let me
you up, right?
Yeah.
When you lose the first set like
Let
that,
me
you're
check
like,
the
okay,
master
now
if
we have
there's
to
already a
deliver,
game.
and it's all about delivering, and we are delivering you.
Oh, there's already a
the
game. Why did I even
second
open Master
round
Duel?
of this World Championship
Shut.
here.
Okay, close Master
Snipe
Duel.
Hunters versus Chiba Corp. Snipe
Ooh,
Hunters
Snipe
won
Hunter.
their
Okay,
first
okay.
set. Can they win the second round here?
Duel SB, who's
Starting
Duel
things off, we
SB?
have Josh versus
Josh!
Puck.
Okay.
And Puck is no-handing this right now.
Josh
which means
Memento
he has
again.
Lost the coin toss, is not even looking there. Does he even have an interaction in his hand? Doesn't
Duel
really
A
look
is
like it either.
Malice versus a hand
Someone
trap.
destroyed Anguage adds
Duel
Sleepy. I
C
think that
is
Josh can just
Ryzeal.
combo as he wants.
And we saw Josh time and time
Okay,
again turn to
Pack.
this Memento deck when he
What does
needed a
Pack
surefire
have?
victory
Because
in the
he
Road
still
to
has 5 cards in the
qualifiers.
hand.
Yes, we said
Okay, there's the
it's meant to be
Crocodile.
taxing after a while, but he's
Okay.
in the zone right now. He has the
Okay,
Gatic
Gatic
in the
plus
graveyard. He
Crocodile.
has so much
Still
on the
nothing
field.
here,
The
okay.
Twin Dragon gonna resolve. Memento looking good.
Okay,
but
Duel
something else that's looking
A.
good is
Joey
Malice deck, which is
versus
off to a
Quanta.
great
Quanta
start.
already
There
used
was an
a...
impulse activated by Quantum
I'm pretty sure he
Dominus
already
impulse,
used
that
hand
is,
trap.
but Gold Sarcophagus
I think
was
it's
basically a negation
Dominus
for that because
Impulse.
it just does the
What
exact
can you infer in
same.
terms of the deck that he's running by the
And this
impulse? I like
one,
it.
Joey's
Vermeil
going
or
for
it could be
Dormouse
Vermeil,
into
it could also
Decoder.
just be Malice.
Yeah, that is both
Into
possible.
March here,
Suggest
banishing
also
maybe
because it is
Dormouse, I
confirmed
think.
that
So he can
Joey is
summon it
playing
back.
Malice, so at least for his
That's
first
the only thing I
pick
can
for
think
his
of
first
here.
deck,
Unless he has another
turned his back on
Malice
the
in
Duel's
hand.
deck, and
Okay.
he is running
It's actually
the strong
Dormouse to
side
banish
of
it,
the deck
so
that
bring
there
it
is
back.
Malice, and for now,
So he
he's
can
the
go
one
for a
being
link
the one
tree.
to combo. And speaking of comboing, it does
Maybe
seem like on
White
table
Rabbit?
C, it is
No.
also Team Chiba
White
Corp
Hair?
with
Forgot the name of the
Enzo being
card.
the one playing in control with the Ryzeal deck over there.
Okay,
Yep,
Red
there's the
Ransom
Malice
to get a
Q, Red
spell
Ransom
card, maybe
coming
the
up for
field
Joey
spell.
here. Quantul just sitting
Big
back, just
Decoder comes
thinking,
back.
Is there an interaction?
Into a
There is the
Magnemite,
Bestial
banish the
Magnemite
Big
now gonna
Decoder.
come down. Does the Bestial Magnemite now
Okay,
tell us
that
anything
stops
else
the
aside from the dominance impulse
Apollosa,
about deck
which is
with
kind of
Joey?
nice.
Screams Malice right now because this can be an interruption, but it's most of the time just an extender for you. Also replaces itself, of course, in the end phase with most likely a Druid Worm.
I guess that's the only...
Oh, I think we have Malice and
That's
Underground
actually the
already
only
and
good
adding
banish,
Malice in
I
the
think,
mirror
here.
Because
if you
this
banish
is
a name,
not an
it
interruption
will
that
just
stops you.
gonna get
Oh, we're shutting off the access to
summon
the biscuits
again.
immediately with Malice in the mirror.
Malice in the
and
mirror
therefore
on...
we're going to banish our own red
I'm pretty sure you don't care about the Magnemite search.
Immediately, that is beautiful by Joey.
Because all your
Yep,
stuff
very well sequenced
triggers
by
when
him
banished.
To get through that Quantul, you had 2 disruptions, but they've both
I
been
guess you want
played through. What's next for Quantul now? 3
the
cards in
banish
hand.
to get a
Actually,
follow-up,
3 cards in hand for both of these.
which is
You'll list the only
White
difference
Rabbit.
is Joey has a setup graveyard, a setup banishment, and now a setup field.
And his turn still, of course, which is also nice. Oh, and Emre on the bottom table C is just activating Upstart Goblin there. Emre, what are you bringing this time around? We said he's usually the wild card on Team Snipe Hunters. And what wild card is it this time? And meanwhile, we see
Is
the
this
field of
Apollosa?
Enzo there as well.
Because Apollosa is the only one I can think of here.
After his entire Ryzeal combo.
Splash
So this is
Mage.
real tough task.
Are you going...
I
Are
do
you
wonder
just
what
going for
Emre
Firewall?
thought that Enzo was playing to play this kind of deck into it, depending on what this Upstart Goblin does lead into.
I think it was the
I guess you can just go for
complete
Firewall
correct
here.
call from Emre saying, okay, I think I'm going to play
Big
versus Ryzen,
Decoder?
so I'm
No.
playing. The
Okay,
Upstart
White
Goblin
Binder.
tells me that it might be Sky
You're
Striker
already Cyber Slack, so you can
with
go
the
to
10 pie
Apollosa.
strategy. So you
The
play
only
for
thing you can go
consistency.
here
If
is
10 pie
maybe...
gets to play, it deals about 16,000 damage. Always.
What does that tell you?
Slayer is there on the bottom for Emre. Duel C looking
Okay,
spicy
Dormouse and
there.
Dorm, but you're
So
already
we may as
normal.
well have a closer look into Duel C there.
I guess you can
Of course,
still
Slayer
revive the
resolving
Link
and
Tree.
putting not the Baguska, but I think the Detonator.
Yeah, the Bagusta is still a little bit scary though, because because once that was off the field, the
Revive the
defense
Wrinkly, banishing
would
White
rely on
Binder
that, which is
here.
further
Gets you a
disruption.
draw,
On top of
gets
that,
you...
Emre, 5 cards in hand, you got rid of 1 problem, still facing down 2 though. How are
Oh,
you gonna deal
okay,
with
I
this?
didn't know that.
Speaking of dealing with
It's in,
things, though,
that's
it
banished.
looks
I didn't see that.
pretty good for Josh right now. Memento
No, you can
just
banish
going
another
off
name
while
in
Pal
hand.
is just sitting there.
That is absolutely correct. And we now have Emre really thinking about this.
Oh, that was a monster effect. Aggregator was used.
Oh my god, he has 6 cards in hand. Joey's
May
kind
as
of
well negate it. And there's a Book of Eclipse. It is
pretty
really
strong here.
everywhere. In the first round, we saw it in multiple sets, and now it's also in the deck of Amra, and it deals with the Baguska so nicely there.
This is so crazy. We need an engage right now. Oh, Chandra.
That also works. Another starter, the other component, the other
Wait,
engine.
Emery's
getting
playing
started.
Chandra.
There is the 10 Pi Dragon Chandra. This will then extend to more unless the effect failure comes down to negate it. Do we have any kind of other follow-up? Yes, we do. Called by the Grave. Gonna be the insurance policy to make sure 10
Okay,
Pi
Quantal
Dragon
just need
Chandra
to deal with
can
3 back
resolve
row.
and then eventually access the extra deck.
But everything
And
shuts
Emery's
the
actually
Chandra
bringing
off.
10
Yes,
Pi
effect
into
failure
the
was
master
negated now, but
into
is
the
there maybe
Master
even
Duel
an impermanent
Championship.
or something? This is a fragile OTK that you're trying to set up.
Man.
Duel is going to attack Enzo here. Gets to activate before the damage step. The Chandra is going to special summon out Pydra. Pydra is going to get either Sangan Kaiman or the Sangan summoning.
On 10 Pi, oh, might make sense. Well, Emery thought it's good, and I think it's gonna work. Because he just activated Chandra, summoning Pydra, and adding the Kaiman.
The 10 Pi Dragons, they are ramping up. Is there any kind of stop that Enzo can do here to stop this onslaught of the Dragons?
Now, Quantal is also in Malice.
The last set card there for Enzo. That one better be a good one. That won't be something like a Book of Eclipse on his own, maybe. That would be cool. But we shall see whether that is the card he has.
I think at this point you're trying to go for Black Rose Dragon, right? And just destroy the entire field and then Sangan Kaiman, pray for no Ash after you've used your Cult by the Grave already. Or we are going...
Sangan Pi Biden Dragon?
Proving me wrong here.
Okay, Emery's just summoned the 7, trying to bring back Chandra.
And that is going to be a Ryziel Plasma Hold.
And his enemy just used Plasma Hold to pop the 7 Dragon. But that still revives, I'm pretty sure.
Duo Drive.
Ryziel Duo Drive, meaning, is there enough spell cards? There's Upstart Goblin. How many more spell cards is there? There's Ultimate Slayer.
That should be
Sangan
3.
Kaiman.
And there is
Called by the Grave.
Called by the Grave in there as well. So we do have free spell cards. And that means we are destroying the Biden, but we're taking the Duo Drive at the very least.
Yeah, but we can also just attack here and then summon back the Dragian from our graveyard. But can we still deal enough damage? Maybe we can get over to Duel C here. We're going to special.
And I'm looking at 10 Pi more than the one in the fucking big screen. And it's so tiny. Okay, Emery just brought back the 7, popping the field spell.
We have the 10 Pi Dragons continuing to combo off.
He's attacking with Pydra and activating the effect summon sign.
Will we see it now, or is this the Trident Dragon? I
The
think
10?
it's the Transcendent Dragon.
Transcendent
Now,
Dragon,
it's
come on,
been
come
a
on.
while, but
Okay,
how
it's
did you
Transcendent.
forget this? The
I think he's winning.
monster that is Sangan Pi Transcendent Dragon. Effects are turned
Attacking Baguska, sending it to the graveyard.
not long for it either.
And he still has Sangan Kaiman in hand, I think. Yup, Sangan Kaiman. He can bring back that Green Dragon. The Green Dragon.
That was a funny interaction.
Summoning the Green Dragon,
Baguska
activating
now
the Green
also turned
Dragon,
Duo Drive back
summoning
into attack position. So we got help on that
summoning
level
the Chandra
in so
back.
many different layers. And now we see is engaging.
Oh my
in
god,
this
10 Pi is winning. Oh, wait, what? Oh, don't do this. Stream, don't do this.
Mirror match here, and we on
Okay.
Duel B also now have
We're
found
back, we're
out
back.
that
Ugh.
Pac is indeed also a Memento player, meaning we do have a mirror match.
Wait,
on
he
Duel
didn't go for
B
game?
as
Why?
Well, equally
He
so.
doesn't play another 7?
He's forcing out a lot of interaction while still having 5 cards in hand. Goes to
That was
main
game.
phase 2 now, so Josh has set up. Will get another turn definitely.
Speaking of main phase 2, actually, Emre in there as the 10 Pi Dragon does suggest this.
What the fuck happened? Why didn't Emery go for game? That was game on board.
Indeed, very interesting. That's not
If you
the
go for a
phase you wanna hear.
7,
As a 10 Pi player, I think you're trying to avoid the word.
the
main
stream doesn't
phase
want
two,
to see
because
10
that
Pi
is the
win.
phase you just never want to be in. But you are totally right. We can tell he is in main phase 2, and therefore that means Enzo will get a turn into this.
What the fuck?
10
What
Pi
happened?
field now, which is at least having a Heretic Seals there, and there is Nibiru, the Primal being on Enzo's side. Good thing though that we went into the Seals.
Emery, what
because
the
that would
hell?
at least
How
be
did you not
activating in
go
the
for
graveyard.
game there?
How much can it really do?
What happened?
Yep, need to rebuild this field from scratch for Emre. Granted, we do have a loaded graveyard thanks to everything that's happened so far. Now that is...
I don't understand what happened.
Roku being summoned from the deck. Another 10 Pi Dragon name being
because
added to the arsenal
he has
of
2
Emre.
dragon, a tuner and a non-tuner. He can go for a 7 to go for game.
Nice Ryzeal for a normal summon here. No draws are being
He doesn't
provided
even have to
yet
go for
this turn,
another.
and we're going to see another draw
You can
here.
just go for Black Rose, not activate the effect, or even
This momentum.
even the
There
other
is another starter
the odd eye 7.
from Enzo.
That was game.
Ice Ryzeal was searched in the previous turn. Sword Ryzeal being summoned, and now you're
Some
going to see
locked him
why
out.
the Ryzeal deck is the absolute top meta deck next to the Mala strategy.
And the thing is,
I guess the pop
Emre and
actually
his Sky Strike
helped because he
deck,
wasn't able
that
to
is a deck
get to the 10.
designed to only break the opponent's field by
I'm pretty
using
sure
powerful spell cards on your very own turn,
10 by 7 is
meaning,
not
of
locked
course,
to
there is
being
no
summoned
place for any
once.
kind of hand interaction, so
So
I
he
would
could
expect
have
him to
just
do
summoned that to
anything
go
here
for
to
attack.
try to stop Enzo here.
Does feel a little bit like Emre has run out of steam here, having fully commit to clear that one out. It looked
And
close.
that was a
It
game.
looked like it was
But
the
now,
Dragon's Duel to win. Could very well
well,
still
he
be,
can.
but Enzo
And
now
ironically,
will
Emery is still in a
Ryzeal.
good
We delve
position
into the
because
extra deck already.
if Enzo try to attack,
The options
the
are
graveyard will
limitless
activate.
Because, as you mentioned, Leo, this deck from Emre was all about destroying.
Yeah,
cards
surely
and
he has
clearing
another
stuff out.
2500
It's not about
extra deck
destruction,
card.
it's not about interacting
Let
on
me
your
check the
opponent's
odd
turn.
eye
I
7.
think mainly it's about punching, actually. It's about
Wait,
dealing a lot of damage. I don't know how good dragons can actually punch, but they can definitely provide a big roar or some
I think
flames here.
Tenpai locks you to
Whoa,
dragon.
Josh. One game,
Fire
one
dragon, so I'm just gonna
such
check
a
the odd eye
straight matter
7.
here.
If
One
it's
immediately basically set up a big field in the momentum mirror match. And
Oh yeah,
Buck
that
is
was
just
game if he had Meteor Burst Dragon. Meteor Burst is a 7, a dragon and a
Duel
fire.
of content creators has said, I am the one that is
And I'm
superior.
pretty
I
sure
am
no one
starting
else
my
plays
team
that
off here
card
with a
except for
win on the
Tenpai or
first set.
Pendulum.
And Park really did not have any say in this one, so the already winning team in round 1,
So,
Team Snipe Punches, is now also looking
how
good here,
did he
starting
not
the first
win
set in
there?
round 2 off with a win on Josh's side
Yep,
as well.
we mentioned the Memento Mirror match, but the Malice Mirror looks okay too. But this Ryzeal Tenpai Sky Striker duel seems to be going by way of Enzo. We mentioned before Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. It buys you time, it buys you a turn. Right now, it buys you a clear of that big token and allows you to swing for potentially.
There's no way
eventually,
Emery is not playing Meteor Burst. There's no way.
Because Typhon is not only negating your opponent's cards, but it's
And
also negating your
Meteor
own.
Burst is
So it's
exactly
preventing you from
2500.
activating.
So that was
And that
game
Ryzeal
on
Detonator
board.
right there has 3,000 attack
I
points,
still don't
meaning
understand what happened there.
use it right now.
Did he misclick?
Hydra is being summoned. If there was a second Fadra in the
Sangen
deck, that would have
summoning?
been crazy. Yeah, you can access Sangen summoning now, but the thing is, can you even get more cards out of the
Oh,
graveyard? Because
Enzo
that
kinda
is going
fucked
to
up.
be- like the resources of this deck.
He
because of
summoned-
recent Forbidden and Limited
He summoned
doesn't
Typhon.
exist anymore. They are
When he has
really-
Detonator, Detonator can activate its effect when you have a fucking Typhon.
Access, but it's still not over yet. 5,100 life points remaining for Emre, 2,500 for Enzo. One more turn for Emre. 3 cards in hand, one of which is the Sangen summoning. 2 cards for Enzo. Is one of them the Ash Blossom and Joy's
Is
Fruit,
this
or
what
the
is this
Ghost
fuck up?
Ogre, or the Ghost Bell, or
Emery forgot to
anything
go for
that could
game.
deal
Enzo's
potentially
floodgated
with that Sangen
himself.
summoning. That is a card as well.
We're giving some life points back, and I think this card, the Upside Goblin, last turn for Emre,
And you don't even
might
have to
been
deal
the
with
reason
Typhon.
we failed to end the duel
Because
already, because I think in his
majority of
calculations,
Tenpai
he
cards are less than
disregarded that
3,000.
and was not able to close out the 9,000 points of
You
damage
just
there
have to
that were
summon your
needed. Now
cards.
there's a chicken game followed by another chicken game.
Yep,
We're
I've-
playing a chicken game here, really.
I think we're doing something that I absolutely love. I think we're trying to play Sky Striker at this point. Wants to find the Sky Striker, mobilize, engage the glorious spell card. Go into Hornet Drones, Kagari, add back something. Play with
Man,
more of the
sometimes
Sky
it's
Striker
weird
cards,
seeing
break
this,
the field that Enzo has
seeing
there.
these games.
Hydra is being searched.
Well, I don't know
are
what
you
their
doing?
extra decks
Just
are,
a
so
singular Hydra in hand.
can't really be sure what
Discard
they're
something as well from
actually
Sangen
playing.
summoning, so I will wonder if Emre does opt to start to abandon these Tenpai Dragons and go more into the Sky Strikers, but committing to the field
Because
style
they're
being
top
played,
players
that
in.
suggests that we're
I'm just
see
gonna assume they're
more
playing
of
4 ditches and I
Dragons
don't
still
understand.
thinking, still asking his
Yeah,
team
that's
by the
true.
looks of it, as to
That's
how he
that's
will
my
start
assumption
this.
here.
Meanwhile,
Because I don't wanna
a
say that
pretty
they're
scary field
fucking
opener
up or
this
they're
matchup.
playing badly.
Thrust being sent
Just
through,
because
saying, "Look,
that's
we're
what
not
I'm
gonna
gonna
get
do.
effect activation
Because these
with
players are
Typhon materials,
better than me.
and the detonator is currently
That's
sent
what I
off.
was just thinking.
Typhon now coming out for Emre as well.
We open ourselves up to this by summoning the Typhon. That was our
Typhon?
second summon from the extra deck, and now the Typhon can just deal with the Detonator Dominator, and then we have a Typhon stare down here right now. Both Typhons, 2,900 attack and Defense points, meaning right now, no way.
What the fuck happened
for
here?
Enzo here to go for game.
That was game.
Can explode off of just
I don't
one
know what's
card, but will
happening.
he get the chance
Ran
to
out of
access that
engine.
one card at the top of the deck, or is Enzo gonna finish this one off here?
Oh, wait.
Meteorologic aggregator being sent for the ice, Raziel?
You just need more cards for this because X cannot search
How
right
do you
now.
run out of
have the Superstar Slayer Typhon. Oh, and there is Purulia
That
Normal Sun.
does
That is
it.
huge. And that looks like Enzo
Kinda
is going
weird.
to out value the Sky Striker Tenpai strategy here. Light Dragon and Ignister is, of course, who needs value if you can just go for a game? That's
You
very
just
much the Tenpai way.
Destroy it. That's the first attack coming
Even great
in,
players
and
misplay when
Enzo,
Sultan of
after
Ice are
having a
on you.
dangerously close second turn where Ember almost got him, closes out this game here on Duel C to equal the score overall here.
I guess that's
So
true.
we
I guess he
continue the
just
trend of
misplayed.
once the Tenpai Dragon
Because
deck
he's,
sees
I
main
think
phase
Emery is
two,
kind of
it's
angry.
over for it, but now
So
Quantul
I
will
think
look
he
to
just
take the lead.
actually
Four Snipe
misplayed.
Hunters here, 1-1 on the scoreboard.
He knows he
Overall,
misplayed.
Josh, of course, outing Puck, while you had Emre
Because he had that
his
game.
against Enzo. Quantul
He
versus
literally
Joey,
had that
team
game in the
captain
bag.
versus team captain. Malice versus Malice.
Yep, and Joey started. Look at this hand.
Just
This
got
is a
on
whole
played in the
lineup right
from
there.
Codon
Nine
last year.
cards,
Well,
access code down,
on the
no
first
cards in the hand of
in the
Quantum.
first worlds, I'm
Just
pretty
continue
sure
to
Quantal
focus
summoned
on
Reinhardt without the defense.
resources. Almost
So I guess
impossible.
it's
so Joey is going to
it's
get
part of the
lead
game now.
for Chiba Corp versus Team Snipe Hunters.
And that was not something we were expecting given the outcomes of that first round. And yet it is showing that Chiba Corp
Someone
they're
has to
still
misplay
in
in
this.
Worlds.
This series, though, still very, very much alive here. Could be anyone's.
And
to take.
unfortunately,
Now it's time to talk
we're
next.
witnessing it
Guys,
here.
now it's time to look at those first games and think to yourselves, how can we next approach the next set?
Yeah, you could almost call this an upset here in the first set due to the team dynamics of them losing so badly on the first round and Snipe
Well,
Hunters
that's-
winning
that
against
was
one of the
kinda
best
sad
teams
because
in
you
the
had
tournament.
game.
So this is really something you wouldn't necessarily expect, but as we said, the
You literally
controls are
had
so
game.
close, the power level are so even almost, so you can really not expect anything here.
Every team is one of the best teams.
Yes,
in the
exactly.
tournament.
That's the thing. Everyone is so good, so I wouldn't even call those games upsets. Yes, some of those players have already been world championships.
Yeah.
But there are so many YCS wins, Challenger Cup wins amongst those
But
duelists
that's
in the tournament.
that's okay. That's the
It's
first
hard
match.
to
They
count
can
anyone
they can
out.
recover
Even
from
if
that.
you lose around 1-8,
It's 1-2.
it's just new duels. for
Shake
the
it
next
off,
one.
and then yeah, you have to go next. And
As long as you don't misplay in the next games, you can easily come back from that because you had the enemy, you had the game.
That was basically
You just had to repeat that.
Tenpai Dragon somehow didn't clutch out a victory for Emre.
It was close, it was close. And now in Master Duel, of course, there is no such thing as side taking, but still now after the first set, team coming together as a group, and they have to decide for every player what deck are they going to bring. And that is not just an easy question. You're not like A or B, what do I like more right now? You have to consider what is your next opponent going to bring, how do I counter that the best with my two available options, and I'm sure that's not only a process that is happening right now. They have probably thought of those scenarios.
Yes, they lost the
plenty of
they lost
times
round
over
one.
the last couple of months. Basically,
It's
they
1-2.
knew at some point what the groups are. So they were like, okay, we're going to play against Chiba,
But
of
it's
course.
raised to
Joey,
5,
likes Blue
so
Eyes, I'm
it's
going
still
to do
okay.
that maybe against his possible
If they
Blue Eyes
win,
deck.
if
He's
they
not playing
win,
Blue Eyes right now. He's playing
at
Malice
least
in a
2
very
games
impressive fashion, to be honest.
next
But
match
I
and
think they all have some
2
sort of
games
plan
next
lined up
match
for
again.
every
They
team
can still win.
I also like how similar the teams were. We had a Memento mirror match, and then we had. of
But if they
course,
get
the
3-0'd
Malice match, and then
in the next
on the
round,
other side, we had
in
Emre
set
with
2,
those Sky Striker
if they get
champions
3-0'd,
who might
they
have
actually
Ice Striker
lose
second deck versus
against Chiba Corp.
Indeed, he might. He may very well have that Ryzeal
And that's not a
as that
good start
second deck, but right now it's
day
Enzo
1.
sticking with the Ryzeal of his own after finding victory in that one. This is 2 duelists that won their first game in this set, and it could very well be 2 duelists again.
Oh my god, Josh.
This one out of their team.
With more charming
Oh.
focus, getting answered though by Enzo and the crossout.
Wait, Enzo has Purulia?
There's no way. So
For us.
Charming Fuvalos really being in
So,
so many
I
decks,
think
he's such
everyone
one
is
of the
playing
series about
Maxi,
everywhere.
Ash,
Designated
Pualos as the
players
shirt
how to
card.
play in this team format, except for maybe Maxi.
And that's
Two
kinda
of his
sad.
defenses are almost lucky, I want to say.
2 lingering draw effects
I
and
think
Ash
what's happening
Blossom.
on Duel A, Pack has shaken off the Memento deck and has replaced it with the Crystron strategy all of a
Portal
sudden.
is
That's
Embry.
really interesting because, as we said, Crystron was the deck of choice for Tasku when he
They're kind of sad. They're not happy with the current situation.
Qualifiers with that strategy. Now, Crystron kind of fell out of prominence once people started main decking that Artifact Lancia to go with Malice. It just kind of
It's
fell by the
Maxi,
wayside
Ash, and
as
Kobai
a
as the
casualty
shared
of
cards
that
for
because
most teams.
Lancia was so good at shutting down the Crystron by extension.
Really?
But
Because there's
there's a lot of
so
nuance to this.
many
There's a lot of
Malcharmies
speculation,
in the
there's a lot of
game that
chaining on top
I'm
of match
kinda
pricing to guarantee some kind of
inclined to
value
believe that
is generated for Puck here.
one of the Malcharmy is the share card. But it could actually be Kobai because Kobai is such a powerful card.
Singular impulse from Joey stopped his Razier combo entirely as we see him passing on a singular Ice Razier.
Gold Sarcophagus going to start things
Granite?
off here. It's going to be a free summon for that Malice deck eventually as well.
Oh
That
my
Granite
god,
is gonna have to
Nibiru.
be Nibiru, the
You're
primal
fucking
being.
kidding me.
I like that as a tech in the Raziel just to guarantee that you get a searchable disruption.
Just missing some Mitsurugi cards here to get the full value out of the Nibiru the Primal Being, huh?
Enzo just search Mac. Search a fucking Nibiru. So Josh has to play Detonator. No, it's not that. It's Baguska, Field Spell Negate,
on top of it. Ooh, we have an
5 cards in hand, excluding Nibiru,
Was in fact Veiling.
with a 4-card
was
hand.
saying maybe after Gold Sarcophagus start, this is not going to be a hand with too many extenders, but the normal side.
Okay, Josh, how you gonna beat this? You're under Baguska, so if you're playing a Link deck, there's a chance. But if you're playing Memento, I don't think you can.
Honestly, really good on all three of the tables for Team Chibarcorp. Do we just
He
have
thinks Josh is
Tuesday
playing
with a tier
Memento.
3-0?
Well, last
5-1
round,
them here, or 8-1 that, which is
Josh was playing Memento, so it's not really that outlandish to think that Josh will be playing Memento again. And I'm pretty sure Josh hates Malice.
Chibercorp, they could very
So
well
you
just
can
pull out
actually
this set
confidently
convincingly,
think that
but
Josh
we've
is not
seen
gonna play
comebacks
Malice.
happen before in previous tournaments. We've seen it earlier in the day as well. So I'm hesitant to count out your 2023 World Champions as they look.
I think
to
he's
face
playing
off
Memento.
against Chibercorp here.
Because he just set 2 and passed turn.
That may have been an alrightish play.
Imagine if he plays
2010,
Circular
but
Knight now.
since we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Master that has never really
Well, he
been
hates
too
the card, so
successful.
there's a chance that
Okay,
he
we flip up
there's a high chance he
Baguska.
won't. But it will be actually be funny if he actually
Hey,
plays
that's the second deck of Josh. Yeah,
Circular.
We only have seen Memento so far.
I don't think even for that deck that's a good start, to be honest. But Axe is going to be the follow-up here. We're going to see this negated here, unless you're negating your own Baguska. That's
Oh.
nice with the Logic Aggregator.
Yep.
Interesting to see that.
Kobai,
Enzo saying,
okay, there's
"Oh,
Kobai."
okay. Wow, called by the grave on this. Punishing him for not just putting the Baguska in attack position. That's
Yep.
really
Aggregator.
Baguska now being live still does mean that all of these
Wait,
monsters
Kobai
are
aggregate?
so there's no more
Why?
extension for Enzo here
I
because
guess
Josh had the presence of mind
that's
to
okay.
call by the grave for that play.
There's a pretty easy fix for it, though. You can just manually turn the Baguska into attack position. That's not that big of a deal, as we are now in a new turn. But before that, let's just quickly
Wait, I have to
draw
do
another
something.
card with the Raziel across. No biggie. And I think Enzo is feeling confident and comfortable still here.
I
There
will
it is.
say, yeah, you need another Raziel monster. Otherwise, maybe you're just playing one. Oh, Dual Drive can, of course, detach from 2 monsters on the field. Doesn't even care about having 2 on itself. No, you can just detach from Baguska and from itself as both have 1 material. That is so good. You can now add 2 more monsters here. Baguska in attack position. And Royal Rare looking threatening.
You were talking about Milchami Meows, and we just saw there was a triple tactic talents resolving on Duel C, and they revealed in Emra's hand the Milchami Meows, very interestingly enough, in his Raziel deck, actually. That's interesting, really. But really, the Raziel deck of Enzo is the one that is shining right now, as he is really putting more and more level 4 monsters onto the field. And there we have Joey comfortably once more playing into just the Ice Raziel there.
Puck making FA Dawn Dragster to just run further distance.
Wait, what the fuck? What happened?
Well, it does mean that Quantum
Just has
now
played
the back
decks he
foot.
hates for tournaments
Right now,
before. I'm
it's
pretty sure he
looking
thinks he's not
really
Malice player because
promising
he's not a
for
good
Chibercorp
in the
here.
deck.
They had a rough set 1 during round 1. They had a rough rest of the sets in round 1.
Is he
They had a
really
rough
not good at
round
the
1,
deck?
end of sentence.
Overall, yeah.
But this looks great for them.
Oh,
honestly.
Joey, he's lining up. He already has 5,300.
I guess that's
and
true.
there
He
is now
doesn't
another
really
powerful monster coming back. Amron
play
not
that
looking too
deck
happy.
that much,
He
so
can't
he
chain his
doesn't
Molchami Meows here. So he basically
wanna
has
play
a
it.
heart of the card moment here. 1 card that is supposed to stop all of this. I could only imagine
One
like
Nibiru?
Nibiru, the primal being, maybe being the one that could do it, but even that one that afterwards could still be overcome.
It would still be hard. Oh wait, Emre gets a chance to activate a card here. I think I have seen a toggle there. Maybe this is Nibiru though.
It is Maxi.
Hovers a little bit over it. Force some tension.
Oh my
Look at
god.
the faces of these sniper hunters. They look absolutely
Josh
defeated.
Josh
While
lost.
Cybercop is running wild in this
And Emre
second
just
round
lost.
of the tournament.
If
Axis
Quanta
got
lost too.
4 game here. 2 wins already. We're at 4-1, and now Duel B is the last one. Quanta is still trying.
They're gonna
to
lose
get
the.
through
They're
this
gonna
lead,
lose
but
the
it
match.
does not look good.
Yep, Cybercorp just quickly finishing off 2 games in rapid succession there. Really, really quick wins for them. Could this be a third?
And I think they're gonna lose.
Dawn Dragster racing towards the finish line, stopping the Dominus Impulse and allowing Tristaros to respond onto the gold sarcophagus.
Yeah, we're going to summon out a Crystron from the deck. And not only that, but we're going to synchro summon right after with the 2 monsters there on the field. That's a synchro of 5.
Oh my
and
god, I don't
no,
wanna
that
watch
just
anymore.
means
Snipe Hunter just.
Axel
I was
synchron
thinking
time.
Catastro.
It's gonna lose their
you're
first
bringing
match.
a throwback to the past there, but I think Axel Synchron not too bad here either. What is it going to lead to though is the question. I think Pac is such a phenomenal player, right? We saw him on so many different decks, but if you would have asked me whether he's an expert at Crystron, I would have said maybe he is because he probably can play anything, but it would have not been the first deck that comes to my mind really.
And genuinely,
Ain't no way.
Crystron,
Yeah,
while
I think this is
potent,
like
while it was
one of the
super
curses that
back
I.
in the Road to Worlds
That
qualifiers,
the reason why
it
I
did
don't
really
watch
get left behind
games
with
of
the advent
teams
of the Alpha
that I
Alpha being so
that I
good.
support.
There is another
Because whenever I support a team and I watch them, they always lose. I don't think I ever watch a team that I support that wins.
It all just makes so much sense. And Pac, look at him, locked in. They are ready to defeat Team Snipe Hunters, one of the toughest
this
teams
is
to
game.
overcome. But they look like they would be able to, as Quanto now
This is
also
fucking
has
game.
to pass over the turn. He's
Enemy has 2
smiling
Omni
into the
Negate, you
camera
have
as
2
he
cards in
usually
hand,
is, but he
and you
knows
can't banish
this
anything.
is meaning defeat here.
And this is not a hard turn for Pac to play out here. This is just turning everything.
Put
into
everything on
tempo.
attack, go for game.
Cyber Dragon Infinity at a little bit higher attack.
And we go for it. Baron the Fleur, one of the most powerful synchro
Oh my
monsters
god,
of
they
all
got
time.
3-0'd. I
There's
just
a
said if
Cyber
they
Dragon
get
also
3-0, they
in,
lose
and
the
Chaos
match.
Hunter, the ultimate
And they
answer
actually
to
got
the
3-0'd.
Malice deck is also the one ending
What the
game
fuck did
here
I
against
do?
the
Why did I
Malice deck,
even
and
say
that
that?
means Chiba Corp in an
Why the
absolute
fuck did I say
incredible
3-0?
fashion with an 8-1 score is going to make the first round forgotten because they have lost 1-8 in the first, and now it's 8-1 to make all up.
A phenomenal comeback for Chiba Corp in this tournament, and now 1-1 for them, 1-1 for Snipe Hunters. This group is wide open, and it is great. Anyone can win, anyone can get into the top 4, and anyone that looks as good as Park did on Crystron is a really great duelist.
Definitely. I mean, all of them have the potential to go all the way. This is why it's also so exciting to see them beat each other. It's crazy. Team Future has lost the first round to Snipe Hunters. Everyone immediately thought, okay, they're going all the way again. They're completely locked in. And now, what a big loss. So now they're actually on a negative record.
Okay, Snipe Hunter lost.
That's true, and also, I mean, let's face it, in that
And they got
Group A,
3-0'd.
and there we have them victoriously, Chiba Corp. They are there. They did
How
it.
did
They
that happen?
outdefeated them, and they needed that win. And in that
They
Group
had it.
A,
They
I
had
think
the
when you
game.
just look at all the names, and we have
Turn
said
one.
there's so many glorious names here in the competition.
The first
especially
set.
Group A, there's
Second set they just
many that
lost.
are really destined to win the tournament this time around. There also is Noble Gabligol, which was, I think, the somewhat least known team out
Very
of all
much
of them.
so, the least
Going
known
from
team.
1-8 to going to 3-0 against Snipe Hunter is insane.
Do that. I'm curious to see how their tournament continues to
Yeah.
develop.
Oh yeah.
This group is very
I can't
much
believe they
alive.
actually did
Anyone
it.
Can make it out.
And
but
it's
judging
actually
by
dominant.
Recency bias. Chiba Corp looked pretty good.
They looked insane.
Genuinely though, coming into this
It
tournament,
wasn't even
you know, we mentioned Noble
that
Gabligol being
well.
relative unknowns. Joey quite
They were
understated compared to the
Emery
celebrity
kind of
status
misplayed
of his
a little bit, I
teammates.
think,
Park,
with
of course,
not going for game. But his enemy kind of misplayed a little bit too.
One of the greatest minds for deck building in modern
So
Yu-Gi-Oh!
it kind of canceled it
So,
out.
Superstar, the kid just rose up through Dragon Duel and into
But this was kind of
the,
crazy.
TCG
Chiba Corp
scene,
kind of
just
looks
solidly
actually
dominating,
good.
just
They might actually get to
well played by
finals
both
with
of
this
them
kind of
to establish
performance.
such great reputations for
Happens to
themselves.
Snipe Hunter
But
now. They're
on
gonna
top of
keep
that,
playing,
you had
right?
team
Yeah, I
captain
think
Joey
they're
make
gonna keep
such
playing.
a good showing, and actually it's Joey that
If
we
they
will
don't
hear
win
from
a match,
a little bit
I think in
before
day
then, Leo.
2,
What do you
I think they're out. But
about
day one, I
what
think
we've just
it's
seen.
okay to not win a
Those
match.
games were absolutely insane.
It's
This
still
also
okay.
speaks a little bit to what I've said earlier when we were looking at the first round record of Chybakov.
Wait,
I
how
said
how many
sometimes
days is
luck
this?
just doesn't go your way, and sometimes that's just how it is in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Let
It's
me
after
check
all
in
a
the.
card game. You can have the luck of the draw, and you can have the bad luck of the draw, and we've also seen that for Snipe Hunters now. Basically, they've
Let me just check the Konami
specific
thingy
scenario
thingy
in the second round. I
scheduling.
mean, Emre didn't want to go first in the first round, but that also didn't help him there. But look,
Depends on the
this is a
schedule.
full Malice field. I think Quantle got full comboed twice, once by Malice and once by the good old Crystron deck. And Malice basically just full comboed twice in those rounds. It was really tough
Group
for them to
A,
overcome.
Still,
Group B.
I think there is a redeeming factor to it because now knowing that Emre is on Tenpai, it becomes a bit of a question mark for his opponents whether they
Here-
go first or second. We've seen that Josh can comfortably navigate the Memento mirror match, at least when he wins the coin flip. And yeah, there are bright points of this series for Snipe Hunters.
Snipe
and I know
Hunter
that
is
we've
currently
seen them
number of wins
bounce
is
back
1,
from more precarious
7.
And I found it interesting.
Number of leader victory is 2. They're currently at 3rd. Chiba Corp is currently at 1st.
In Emra's Ryziel deck, which would have not necessarily been the deck where
So they're still okay because they have a team win already.
as an anti-Malice deck. So is Ryziel his anti-Malice deck?
And
now?
they're currently at 3rd.
Because I think in the anti-Malice deck you have more than enough cards.
So they're still
to
okay. There's
find
and ironically they're
cards. You
okay.
have, like, maybe a Phantasma even and stuff like that, and you can make your other decks good against Malice, which is also
If they can
super
maintain
important
3rd.
because not everyone can have a designated anti-Malice deck, and Meowth is good against everyone.
No, I think they have to win
I
first.
think the card actually
Maintaining 3rd is not really great.
anti-Malice.
I mean, you might be right. Maybe we're going to hear some strategy advice now from
They-
the one and only Joey,
They actually need to win
captain of
all the
Chybakov,
matches
because
next.
He is ready for the analysis, so I would say let's throw it over to him.
They need to win all the matches next, or they're gonna
everyone,
lose.
That's right. I'm here with Team Chiba Corp captain Joey Chow. You know, an awesome duelist, you know, from America.
Group A, there's still
representing
2
USA
games.
here at the Master Duel World Championship. You know, that was an incredible match, but we didn't get to see your round one. Talk to me about how your round one played out and how your team got so far, so here.
Yeah, so we played against Ragnarok, who we're actually really good friends with that entire team. We actually came earlier to Paris on
1,
Monday, and we
2,
all just
3,
hung out
4,
a few
5,
extra days
6
as well.
games.
But
Still going for.
we kind of didn't get too
Group
lucky against
B.
that round, so unfortunately we got
Well, it
swept
doesn't really
against
matter
day
who's
one,
winning
but,
Group
you
B because
know,
I'm more.
that's how Yu-Gi-Oh goes
My team
sometimes.
is
We
now
still have 4 more
Hunter.
rounds to go, so we just had to lock in and do our best.
This doesn't really
Yeah,
matter
definitely. So
because this
losing,
is
like,
just
round
one
one's
wins.
kinda, you know, frustrating, but you're a veteran
Unless
duelist,
it's a
you know, you can always bounce back.
it's a
There's
team
always more duels to be played. But
who
after
can.
taking that lost round one,
Is it
you saw
Ragnarok?
that you're playing against
Oh
two
wait,
Sonic
Ragnarok.
winners. Like,
If
were
they
you
win
nervous,
the
or,
match,
of
they
course,
can go
this is gonna
for.
happen to us like right away after suffering a loss.
Yeah, it's funny too. Yeah, Emery and Quantle are all, and Josh, of course, but Emery and Quantle
Oh wait
are
a second.
also good friends of ours too. So, but they're a super strong team. They obviously got second last year.
It got
and,
updated. Snipe Hunter
they
is now at
definitely are a
4th.
super strong team on paper, but pretty much anybody at Worlds I think is pretty good. So.
Oh my God, they're kinda they're kinda in the pickle. They're kinda in the 4th. I thought they were 3rd, but Ragnarok and Alignment were still playing, which means
So we got to see that you went first. You were playing a Malice mirror match. Is that what you were kind of expecting? Because there's only one other player can really be playing Malice, so it kind of has to line up that way.
Exactly.
no, even
I
if
think kind of
Alignment
the
win
nature
the
of
match,
how
it's
it works
fine.
is Quanto's a good friend, so when we're
They're
kind
s-
of even just playing
they're still gonna
casually
be at
together,
4th.
we kind of have an idea of what everybody on their team is playing anyways. But I got lucky against Quanto.
Team Future is not
didn't draw
gonna
maxi,
cut it, I
I
think.
went first and I just full comboed him. I actually,
But Alignment can tie in 4th with Snipe Hunter, and that can literally eliminate them.
Yeah, it definitely was there. And like, let's talk about. I think we do have a clip here from your second game, from about the 2250 mark here. You played Malice.
Oh,
in the
they're
first
still in
round,
set
and then
duel
you
too.
have 2 decks,
So
but
there's
you didn't
actually
switch
a
to your
chance
other deck.
that
You decided
Snipe
to
Hunter
keep
goes
playing
to
Malice.
4th or
So
5th,
let's talk about like why you didn't switch off the deck. And here's like how the game. Well, I mean, not this. but
making
in
it
particular. Oh, wait, here we go. This is we got to switch over as it's ending. You see,
making
the
Snipe
writing's on the
Hunter
wall here at this
5th.
point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So,
If-
regardless
if
of
Alignment gets enough wins, even if they don't meet the match, but they get enough wins.
Nibiru off his one draw, I still have more plays, and I cover all
But
his follow-ups.
it's still day 1.
It's a really lucky situation because anytime you're playing against Ryziel and you're going second, how we call it, it's very Master Duel-ish. You're just flipping coins against
No,
them.
it's still.
Because if
But the
you
problem
use
is you need to get
normalized
high
Ryziel,
placement for
and you only have
the next day so you can get to the
Ryziel
finals.
monster, we just pretty much instantly lose because the
And
Malice engine
fourth
is never strong enough.
is
to
not a
beat
good place to go,
But,
because if
Emery's a
your
good friend.
opponent,
Funny
if
enough,
the
actually, the way
fifth
it's set up is
manage to
Pac-Man's
creep
right
up on
next
you,
to
you're
us,
just gonna
and
get
Emory and I have, like, a
eliminated.
direct line of sight. So we actually like played, and then the coin flip happened, but then I
I
think there was like a
think
like a
they're
server
in
thing,
trouble.
So it repaired us again, but Emery and I are just looking at each other. And actually, he won the coin flip the first time, and then I won
I
the coin.
think
And then
Josh
he won the coin
Snipe
flip against the
Hunter is
second time,
actually
so,
in
like, I was
trouble.
happy that kind of happened because it would suck to win the coin flip. Then there's like a server thing, and then you don't go first. So, but Emery's a good friend, and all those guys are, and they're a strong team. They're 1-1 still, so.
Yeah, they're definitely going to still be in it. Plenty more rounds to be played to determine who the world championship. Were you surprised that it only went to 2 sets and you weren't going to go to a set number 3?
Yeah. Anytime you're playing against a really strong team, I think you always expect it to kind of go the distance, the 3 sets. But we actually lost in 2 sets the first round, so this kind of balances it out for us.
So you still haven't even made it to a 3rd set in the tournament so
yeah,
far.
so every round we've played so far, there's one person on the other team that we haven't played it. I didn't get to play Josh yet, but that's just kind of how it goes, you know? So we really needed that.
I know you're probably looking forward to that, but so going back to the Malice, like deciding to continue to play because you have the 2 decks.
Yeah.
I know going into the tournament, a lot of players brought like one anti-Malice deck probably that's going to be packing like those artifact Lanciers and stuff like
But
that.
I really want to see the
Were you worried
schedule of
that
the
if you're
next
gonna continue
matches.
to play that same deck that maybe you would run into that counter strategy?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's kind of a tough situation even when you're building the anti-Malice deck. Pac was lucky enough to go first against Quantal, I think, and set up like Baron.
Do I still want to keep
Dawn Dragster.
watching? Because every time I watch the team that I'm supporting, they lost.
Yeah, you pretty much summon multiple Dawn Dragsters, because
And I
in the
always-
TCG, Dawn Dragster isn't the best because
I literally
it's not traps, but in Master Duel, it's
jinx
really strong
them,
because there's
saying
Field Spell, Q-Sark, Call by
if
the
they
Grave,
get
all that
3-0'd,
type of stuff. So you
they
get
lose the
Call by
match.
Dragster and then
And it
summon Baron,
actually
and
happened.
then if you have
They
Chaos
literally
Runner
got
plus
3-0'd.
Luster, it's pretty much, it's going to be really hard for them to win. But
Kinda
yeah,
depressed.
so
I kinda
just building an
depressed.
like even if I know they have an anti-Malice deck,
Uh,
depending on what it is, I might just still queue the Malice deck because something we kind of noticed was even if you have an anti-Malice deck, the Malice deck is so strong, the non-engine that they're putting in the deck is so strong, like it's just going to be an uphill battle because typically for the second deck, the non-engine.
I guess I just need to wait for the
is a
next
little
matches.
less good anyway. So like, although
Okay,
you might have
this is.
something like
I'm pretty
Lance
sure
or
this is gonna
Chaos
take a
Runner,
while
your
because
non-engine isn't gonna be the best.
Snipe Hunter
So you
managed to
just lose still. So
lose
it
set
depends on the
2,
matchup.
so
I was
and they
pretty
lose the
comfortable,
match, which means
knowing
every
because I
other
know Emery
the
just like
majority of the
Dragster
other
and Quantal's
teams are gonna play set 3.
But we were kind of just flipping coins as we call it, so that one worked out really lucky for my team.
They
but
wouldn't.
it
They
definitely
would
could've
have
gone
lost
the other way.
every match.
Yeah, definitely. All the teams here are incredible. All the duelists.
But
are
I always
top-notch
vote for
players,
Snipe
yourself
Hunter.
included. Yeah, you
I
bounced
vote
back
for
after
Snipe
the
Hunter
round one
and
loss to win round number
on the
2.
first and
Now
the second
you all and Team Snipe Hunter just
worlds.
sitting 1-1,
So
looking to win the next
I
round.
kind
How
of
do
don't
you
want to
think your
change
odds are
teams
going out?
now.
Now that you have 2 rounds under your belt, are you going to make it to a set
But I
number
guess I
3, or
should
you
have
try and just keep it to set
voted
number
for
5
Team
to make
7,
sure you do our
and they
best?
might have
If we
lost
could finish it in 2 sets, that's obviously
horribly
ideal. I have a lot of confidence in
because of my
teammates,
curse.
Pac. We put in a lot of time, and you know I'm.
What can we do?
super confident in them, so hopefully we can do our
I
best.
guess this
Well, that's right.
happens.
Well, congratulations on your win. You're here at the World Championship, and this is your moment. This
Oh
is
yeah,
your
I
time.
can
We
change
have to
team
see
now.
how Team Chiba Corp
You
is
can
going to
change
do
teams
in
now
the
because
rest
of the.
tournament. I know everyone at home
Well,
is eager to see, and you know,
it's
Team
not gonna
Snipe
be
Hunter is
fair
down, but
if
not
you can
out.
just
We
change
still
teams
could see that
whenever.
Team 7, Team Snipe Hunter
So
rivalry
I'm
play
pretty
out
sure they
somewhere down the
lap
line.
Exactly.
the team's selection
But it's
on
great to talk
who
to
you
you,
want to
Joey. Good luck
support
in the rest of the tournament. We have a
once
lot more
the
national
tournament
action, and
starts.
TCG coming tomorrow. It's the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. It's some of the best players
Pretty
from all around the world that are going to be dueling, so you're not going to want to miss a single second of the action. So stick around, and we're going to have more Yu-Gi-Oh! And more duels to be seen. So stay tuned.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, I guess this is now gonna be yapping again for
This was a great match, but this
few
was really
minutes.
fast. Do we have to wait until
Yeah,
the
it's
next
already wrapped,
round
so-
starts to see more Yu-Gi-Oh? And I will
If
tell
I
you,
was allowed to change teams, I would have.
not.
I guess I should
do
have
not have to
went for
indeed,
Team
because we have
7
still
on
one
that
match
set
ongoing, and that is between
to give
Team Yugity
Snipe
and Team
Hunter a
Protoses,
chance.
so
No, I
let's not
went
waste
for
any time.
Chiba
Let's not
Corp. I should have went
waste
for
any
Chiba
moment.
Corp to
Let's
give
go
Team
into the match and catch
Snipe
live
Hunter a
action.
chance.
Yep, let's jump in. Brotdos, of course, being that team with Bronus as the team captain. We have Chris and we have Vince. These are all household names within
What's
Europe
this?
across Master Master Duel and TCG, and they're facing off against Mugiti,
Oh, and we
Mugi,
have
Sakuma, and
Telemans.
Rain.
We finally see the Telemans deck back
Yes.
again, and we also see Chaos Hunter on the side of Vince. This is a great moment to immediately get
Wait, this
into
is not the
because
team?
this is already the third set, and the score is... Ooh, I think the score is 4-2 right now for Team Mugity. I can tell you
Wait,
that.
where's Brodos?
Cherubini on the field. Do you think that there's maybe a speed droid engine?
Maybe there is. We are searching for Ryzen cards here on Mugi's side. Mugi
Okay, changed now.
versus
It's a
Chris.
Mugity.
It is.
I'm very
They
intrigued
fix
to
it.
see if the Tillerman
But the
set
camera
can
of
just continue to get the
Brodos
cards
is
from the
not
deck to the
here.
graveyard and
Where
just
are
go,
they?
Go, go. The classic Tillerman's kick Colossus, and then eventually you have to imagine the rule Colossus. It's gonna come through.
Oh,
it's
there you
gonna
are.
Go wild. And
Welcome,
it seems to
Brodos.
be going okay so far for Sakura.
They were
What a tough task it is, though. Team Brotos.
They were a
being
different
already
source.
Down 4-2, and then losing every single coin toss here for the third set. That is absolutely heartbreaking, and it is Team Mugity with, of course, their team captain Mugi being in
strong
complete control
board.
right now.
Targeting protection, destruction protection, and a skill drain with a back row with 3 hand cards. With 3 cards and a monster
I'm
Nikki.
assured that we have a team named Brotdosa, which is German, I believe, for lunchbox.
Yeah,
because I'm
it is.
sandwiched between two of
You
Germany's
are,
best
you
sound-
are.
best casters. Sorry.
We are in here, but there is... Oh, I think... Duel
Wait, someone's
C,
playing
we
Tearlament.
see there was the Nightmare Phoenix being summoned, and Nightmare Phoenix is one
Oh,
of
Duel C, just summon Cerberus and against
actually,
Chaos
the one
Hunter.
that can deal with
And set 3.
monsters, and it deals with the Chaos Hunter there permanently, but... Oh. After doing that, it looks like we're just giving up there.
That
Looks
is
like a surrender.
That is something wild to see here. Did not expect that to happen.
What the hell is happening at Duel C?
We just put the replay and then we'll
Oh,
get back
yeah,
into it.
okay,
Anyway,
yeah.
we have Duel A going on your screen right now. Mugi versus Chris. Chris is using the Sky Striker
Oh
cards
my,
again.
again.
Do we have Sky Striker 10-Pi Dragon making an
Yeah,
appearance? And
Jap-
can
JP
Sky
loves
Striker
Tearlament.
10-Pi get rid of this field? It's
So
scary,
it's not surprising
a
that
lot,
we're
it's
seeing
Baguska
Tearlament
with
now
Terratide Tape.
in a
Where
JP
is Book
player.
of Eclipse when you need it?
Yeah, but it's really needed right now because this Baguska is also untargetable by card effects.
Well,
and the
Tearlament
Photon
is
Break
actually pretty
is
strong.
So too because the duo
Voted
drive
for
is still
Chaiba
doing
Corp.
some work
Oh,
passively,
you're in a
boosting
decent
attack
spot,
up to
Sander.
2000 here.
Chaiba looking
With
strong.
2 Exceeds materials. Absolutely huge here. That is an almost unbreakable field. But if you are playing in this Ryziel meta, a Sky Striker deck, a 10-Pi Sky Striker deck, you will have other field breakers.
Mugity just need one more win.
But yeah, we talked about Tearlaments being
So if
not
Chris
so much
can't
of an
break
option
this
currently
board,
in the meta game anymore because
Mugity
of
wins
course,
the game.
previous World Championships we had both Quantal and of course Jesse Cotton enjoying the deck so much. Looks like we have Sakuma absolutely enjoying the deck still and going absolutely crazy here, summoning one monster after the other.
Yep, the classic Fairy Tale Snow. Jesse Cotton, shout out to you.
oh my god, he has
Xyz,
board
Fairy Tale
breaker, which
Snow
means he
and
has no way to
Tillerman's
deal with
Rhino
his
Heart.
board.
Two
If
of our
this
most
is Sky
dominant
Striker board
Tillerman
breaker,
players in the world, Jesse
everything
Cotton and
targets.
Quantal both made a statement for themselves with this deck, both using those cards. And now Dugaris, the Timeless. That is a win more card. It is a let's win in this
If he's
turn.
playing Sky
Otherwise, on the
Striker
back foot,
board
the
breaker, I
next
don't think he
turn
can
looks like this
win.
turn is gonna be pretty
Because you can target
good for
Baguska because of the photon.
We have now used...
You can't
we
use
have used
board
the
break.
sales ban to
You can't
prevent
use
our opponent from
Raigeki
activating
Dark
Ash
Hole
Blossom
because
Joy Spring
photon
for
also
the rest of the
protects from
turn.
that.
And of course we would do
The
that
field
because
spell
we wanna
checks
resolve that
one monster
Sky
effect.
Striker mobilize engage, and we want to get that extra draw afterwards as well. And with the afterburners,
Afterburner can needs to target.
Massively easy answer actually to the Baguska.
So we're also playing jamming waves, but can you even? You
Hornet
can't
Drones?
Oh wait, you
target
can't
it.
target them just yet. You're right. You're right. It's not that easy. It doesn't deal with it just yet.
I think you're just trying to
And
get some
Baguska
draws
checks
here,
every
but we've
monster
already
in
activated
10-Pi.
Jamming wave, which apparently was a hard draw here.
Yeah.
We've searched for the afterburners. How many more Sky Striker cards are in the deck of Chris here? Can
Say,
he even fish
Zeke?
for one more draw with Sky Striker mobilized?
I guess if you can Zeke,
back off of Kagari, because
if he has Kagari here,
other
into
cards are too much
Kagari,
right now. Kagari
into the
in
drone,
beautiful
thrown into a
armor
Zik.
can get you back the jamming wave. You can set a card and then destroy something non-targeting, but the Photon Dragon still also protects you from
Oh,
destruction.
Zik also
The
targets.
engage actually, and now the engage
Then you're
now is
fucked.
going to be used
There's
to
no way
draw
you can
another
out this
card. As you
board.
said, it's going to
Except for
see if
Droplet.
we can get
What is this
something good
match
off
here
top of the deck.
overall, though? We have
I
seen
think
so
he's
many
just
different
trying to
interesting
draw
decks, but
Droplet
Duel
here.
C and Vince
And
is now
ironically.
providing us with voiceless voice. What is this World
Can we
Championship?
take a look at Duel C? That voiceless voice deck. Low prayers of the voiceless voice. Such a good deck. Such an uncommon strategy, but perhaps that is the reason why this team is actually in a pretty favorable position.
Shizuku.
Ooh, we're going for Shizuku, and that actually counters the duo drive. Now the attack
Oh,
is alone
now it's
so we
targetable.
can finally activate the
Oh my god,
afterburner.
Chris is fucking
Massively nice
genius.
play here from Chris.
Photon
And it's
only
actually,
protects
I think I
2,000
talked
and
to the
more
team captain, I talked to
attack
Bronas.
monsters.
He said that was one of your moves. You can actually just go Shizuku out the sort of lock that the Star Leech is providing.
Okay,
and now
this
just
is
go
over.
After everything.
Sick actually has
Crazy.
outs.
It is so strong. I've
Oh
never
my god,
seen
that's
Shizuku
kinda genius.
used offensively like
Yeah.
that. It is great to see that. Now
Shizuku
destroy the
reduce the
cross as
attack,
well, another
which turns
interaction
off
out the
Photon's
window.
protection.
You probably have another anchor, or I guess you can search one with the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Which lets you activate Afterburner, that lets you activate every other card after dealing with the Photon.
Probably, but right now it's the Sky Striker cards that are leading the charge here and leading Chris and Brotdos.
Okay, he just
back
needs to
into contention
out
in this
outbug
game.
Guska, and this is
Widow
over.
Anchor is being used here from Chris. We're about to negate a monster, but that's not even here at this moment anymore. The most important thing, we also get to take a monster, and we can then convert the Shizuku and the Baguska, possibly, or whatever monster we take here. And it looks like, it is the duo drive that we take.
Duo
to
drive?
link to that.
We have the Telements Fiendsmith in Duel B. We have Voiceless Voice in Duel C.
Is this
but
gonna
it
be...
is Sky
Oh, Zik,
Striker.
okay.
Sky
He's
Striker is
gonna
Zik
banish
now coming out
the
in
Baguska.
Duel A that is commanding
Now
all
he's
of
gonna...
the attention. Right now, there.
Normal summon dragon.
That's huge.
Go
We
to
have
the battle
already
phase
used the sales
to
pad,
play
of course,
around.
on the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, so there is not many answers to all of this. Chris really looking like he is
Okay.
taking this apart, and it looks like
He just had
Dragon is going to get the first
400
win here
IQ play, I
Yep,
guess.
and Roku now going to look for that Chandra. You have to imagine. and
Wait, why
start
didn't you
things
maxi
off
earlier?
dramatically. Could also go for the Hydra.
Playing around
Hardly
talents, I
really an
guess?
option these days, but let's see. You do have, yes, indeed, the Hydra.
But if you maxi earlier, you could have gotten
Frame gear gamma result.
4
Bronas
draws.
has waited for absolute
You're getting 4
hours
draws,
here to
him
activate
trying
this
to break your board.
and now has used it on something that he claimed to be super valuable.
Hydra added Sangen Kaiman, added Tempai Dragon Chundra, summoned the Chundra, and now Chundra.
Yeah, I guess he
going to
wanted
resolve
to
and then
make sure he
going
doesn't get
to
talents.
Synchro
Because
summon.
the enemy doesn't have an out
Eventually,
except for
he
droplet and
will
talents.
get there in the end for Chris.
But he
This
managed to find an out with
Dragon
Shizuku.
Sky Striker, it dismantled the board, and it's dismantling Mugi's life points right now. No synchro summon yet.
But
it's
Mugiti
gonna
just
come.
needs one more win to
Sangenpai,
win the
Biden
match.
Dragon, Sangenpai,
So this is
Transcendent Dragon.
okay for Mugi to lose here, as long as one of his teammates win the
Let me
game.
explain you the situation overall here in the group. Both teams have won their first round.
Man,
Very, very close.
this is the
both of
second
them
Tenpai
with
player.
a 5-4 victory, and now they can continue to do so. And Chris is keeping Team Brodoza in the match by securing the game win here with the Tenpai deck.
Mugiti still have the point for the set just within reach, but right now it's looking pretty good for Brodosa. But there is Bronus with the Cyframe Gear Gamma.
Wait.
That is crazy. There is no card left in hand here for Tearlaments. So
Yep.
Brodosa
Tearlaments still
looking
has
really
can win
strong
this.
right there. Is there anything to play with? You can go into a sequence line possibly.
Additionally, the Dugaris was such a big commitment that we needed things to go Sakuma's way. They seem to be okay for now looking at the established field, but there is the Tearlaments Kaleido Heart coming out.
Giving the driver top deck. That's crazy.
Wait, is this
he's
game?
Shuffling it back into the deck, but if Bronas has good engine here, this might still be alright, because in terms of interruptions, there's not much left, but we are in the
Oh, that's game.
Oh, did
That is
Bronas start? Bronas started, actually.
Oh no, Mugiti wins. They just need one more win for the match.
Oh,
And
is
if
that
Bronas doesn't have anything,
lining up for the final blow?
It's
Is
game.
that
That is
where
enough.
Mugiti is going to win it? Is that where Sakuma,
It's
the
100 over even.
Tearlaments player of the team, is sealing it? Yes, we are attacking for
And that's game.
and therefore Team Mugiti
Oh,
from Japan
Bronas.
has taken the victory here in this round.
It was close.
Okay,
and you can
this
see the
doesn't
look
matter
of relief
anymore.
on their faces.
Mugiti
It's not
won.
over yet, those who do have the voiceless voice
They won the
Palace
match.
matchup here. Vince piloting
This
now,
doesn't
hopefully
matter.
looking for a win here, hopefully looking for something to get some kind of redemption for his team here. Can they make a comeback?
well, Vince is not even in a
Malice
good
going
spot, so
off.
it,
And I will tell
even
you
if
that
this
is
matters,
not actually looking too good for Vince
it
as well. We're going back
I
to
don't
us
think he
for
can
the
win.
moment, but Voices Voice.
Okay,
really cool
yapping
engine.
section.
Is a lot of fun to
I
play
just have
with.
to do something
Doesn't
between
really
this
feel
yapping
like
session.
its own
Wait a
engine
second.
If you're compared to other decks, you have the Skull Guardian. Beautiful card, beautiful playmat by the
Skull
way. From
Guardian
the
Protector of the Voiceless Voice.
Exactly, Titan's Challenger Cup. But if you don't have your Chaos Hunter, your Imperial Iron Walls, Malice is just... It's just a little bit better.
A little bit, you could definitely argue for that. But in general, making that pick even is quite interesting.
It is super interesting, especially when you contextualize it with the fact that last year Voiceless Voice was like the deck to watch, one of the newer options within the meta, but had such a disappointing showing overall compared to the expectations that we set for it, because it's a potent strategy and it was the meta read for a lot of players, but ultimately didn't find too much success.
I think last year it had a different purpose in everyone's lineup though. Last year I think the people that played Voices Voice really trusted the Voices Voice cards in just winning because they are the Voices Voice cards. I think here, for Vince specifically though, it is really just there for a reason, that it's a very small engine and you can pair it up with a lot of cards that are targeting the Malice deck.
And another one, the Skull Guardian Protector of the Voices Voice is one of the easiest to summon hard negates for anything. And if you are having your floodgate-ish effects that prevent the Malice player from banishing at all, and most of the time they really only have one out, like the Nightmare Cerberus, you just win the game if you're just saying, no, I will keep my Chaos Hunter / Imperial Iron Wall or my Lancea active from your Called by the Grave, and I will win the game right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very much so. And the Nightmare Cerberus usually is an argument against Chaos Hunter. I've had that discussion plenty of times before. Malice players explaining to me, yeah, you may have the Chaos Hunter, but then I just go the Nightmare Cerberus and it's fine, and I just deal with it like that, and it's not even that big of a deal. Lancea usually is the one that people are more scared about because it just is going for the entire turn. Here, though, they had the Cerberus to out it, but afterwards they couldn't play anymore.
We're seeing a lot of Malice, Ryzeal, a little bit of Memento, but I do just want to talk to you a bit about the Tempai Dragon Sky Striker in particular, because we saw it to great success then, and we saw it actually put up a very convincing game for Emre earlier, even though it fell short at the end. Where is the meta read for that coming from? What is the rationale behind choosing that as one of the decks?
That's a very, very good question, because we now saw Emre and we also saw Christian on it, so their teams really have come to the same conclusion. And I think one cool thing about it is that it really doesn't overlap with non-engine too much. I think when you pick that Tempai Dragon deck, it's so good that you just play all of those spell cards. You're covering the entire base basically of spell cards that there are in the game that are viable right now when going second, but you have the chance to just give all of the hand interactions over to your other team members. And I think that is very valuable, and I think that is why both of these teams probably made that call.
It's really strong deck as well. You're absolutely right, but also it is kind of, and we haven't really seen it pull it off, it is an anti-Ryzeal strategy. I mean, how many times have you
we saw it pulled off there very much, actually.
True, yeah. How many times have you at home played Ryzeal and you're like, hey, I got my full combo through, that's fine. I think I should be able to control the game against everyone. And then Sky Striker, Tempai Dragons just dismantled your field one by one, actually just getting rid of all of your cards. And then you're like, okay, they only have one card in hand. How bad could it be? Normal summon Genroku. Boom.
So, interestingly enough, I believe Brotdosa won their first round.
Yes, they did.
So, this means that we're now seeing quite a few of the teams move to a 1-1 record, which means this tournament very exciting.
They just cut the game. Well, it didn't matter anyway, so it doesn't count anymore. Whatever the
Yeah, you can't really tell. Everyone is winning.
the result,
They're all
so
losing. It's
might as well cut the game.
Yeah, you can't really like.
Winning, they're all losing.
Imagine it all coming down to
Save
the
the
last
trouble,
round.
save
Like
the-
everyone just being on the same score, and that is
save the
maybe
time.
coming down to tiebreakers. That would absolutely be the dream that I have already. That was only round 2, and there is 3 more to follow. I think we're going on a very quick break, and we are going to see a Snipe Hunter interview for that. So see you right back after a little Snipe Hunter interview.
Billy Break here, and I'm so excited. I'm here with one of my favorite Master Duel teams. That's right, it's Team Snipe Hunters. They won the very first Master Duel World Championship. They got second last year, and now they're back for revenge on team number 7. But I have the opportunity to talk to this amazing team with some amazing duelists. Really excited and happy that y'all are here with me. So first up, I just want to talk about, I just mentioned y'all did win that first year, and it was awesome. Tell me about Team Snipe Hunters, how y'all formed, where did y'all start, and how y'all have grown over the years, because this is now y'all's 3rd year playing together.
Yeah, I mean it's been 2 years since we formed the team after the European Worlds qualifier in 2023, and it was just a mix of different things happening. It was mostly me qualifying as second place in Europe for that year, and then thinking who could I bring, and it was Quantal who was third that year in the qualifiers, and I figured it was really good to bring someone who was also very well versed in the format, did really well in the qualifiers as well. And then Emre, who was a longtime friend of mine, who I knew his dream was to go to the World Championship once in his life, and I made that possible, and that was really cool.
That's awesome. What about you? How has it been for the growth of the team? Do you feel like y'all come like closer together throughout the years that y'all been through the trials and tribulations?
Definitely. The first year, we were still unsure of the waters. Definitely, the first time meeting Emre was the European Championship right after the WCQ. It has been a long ride, and I think now that we've truly become like really close, like in the game and outside the game, it's also helped a lot in I think how we work together in our testing. It's become a lot more smooth through the years now.
So you kind of got it like figured out. You got a game plan, know how it works. How about you, Emre? Same kind of thing?
Yeah, I think everything has been said already. They're my mates, but most like more important, my friends over the time. I know Josh for like more than half of my life now, and Quantum for like 2 years now, and he also became a really close friend. So yeah.
I mean, I think that's the great part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you kind of really meet some of your best friends through playing the game. I mean, if you watch the show in the first episode, it's all about the power of friendship, and you'll have that on your side here, to the advantage. And maybe that helped out in the first time. Y'all got close last year, right? Second, you were in the finals against the same team that you played in the finals of the previous year. Talk to me about how that feels.
I mean, it was a pretty surreal feeling. I mean, everything was surreal. Like winning in 2023 was surreal. Then getting back to the finals in 2024, and then facing the same team again was also something that we never thought would happen.
You never play the same person in the finals, right?
I could not think of another instance of that happening in my life ever. So,
okay,
no,
while the yapping section is
as if you're
happening,
so sad about
let's
it.
play one game. But also doing
Similar
something.
to that story, I think it was.
I think this is gonna be
honestly,
fine.
Overall, I can really live with the fact that we ended up with 1-1. I think it would have felt a little bit off if we just ended up taking it both years and they walked away with no win. So I think
you're happy to
Okay, he's playing
pen
pen
It's
fine.
alright. We
Have to
tried
make
our
this
best.
quick.
The first year worked. The second year it didn't quite work. But,
I mean, also second place is a tough feat. Talking about that, like, how did it feel to make it back to the finals? Like, once you were there again, did you think like y'all got it in the bag?
I mean, it felt surreal because we also played the same team in top 4 from the previous year.
Oh wow! So
with Task
deja vu.
Okay, come on, win condition. Disconnect. I was still yapping. I break. What can you do?
This is the third year. Y'all are back again. Y'all aren't the only team back again. Team 7, of course, is back. That's what we're looking forward to, the rivalry between y'all two. But are there any other teams outside of Team 7 that y'all are looking forward to facing this year? Maybe some newcomers, maybe some the same teams that you've played in the past?
I think this year there's a very cool mix between familiar faces from previous years. There's a lot of teams that made it back. Like, of course, everyone's going to mention Dreams Future featuring Tasku, of course.
Incredible
who's been
duelist.
one of the, if not the best Master Duel player in like Duelist Cups and all those kind of
Even
tournaments.
the Synchro Cup,
Yeah,
right?
no, he's definitely an amazing duelist that everyone is expecting to be a very tough opponent. But there's also like a lot of new teams, and there's also players that are very popular or very successful in the TCG that haven't really appeared on the Master Duel stage yet. So I think there's really an exciting mix this time around.
How about you?
I'm feeling mixed feelings. I'm playing a lot of friends.
You mentioned that you were talking with Ryan for your
Yeah,
involvement. So
I
he
mean-
was like helping you guys come back. He also wants that best of 3 to be
No, I mean,
resolved.
I mean, Ryan is amazing in that department, but obviously Herman and Luca and Nesh in their team, also Joey Chow and Pak and Enzo, and we're also in the same group, so we're gonna be playing. So it's gonna be some mixed feelings in between there.
Definitely. How about you, Emery?
Yeah, I'm excited to play anybody.
You just want to play
honestly.
some good Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah,
bring him.
But the most I'm excited about the OCG players just in general, because as a TCG player, you have no chance to play against them at all. So the World Championship is the only opportunity to play against them. So I always feel really excited about that.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about Master Duel, I think, is, I mean, the whole thing of the World Championship is you do get that opportunity to play the players from, you know, Japan and the other places, the other Asia countries and the OCG, and that you never would. But in Master Duel, like, there's no language barrier. You're still like on an even playing field. Like, there's not different lists that get combined. It's all the same list. What do y'all think about that? Is that a big difference from the TCG?
It definitely is, and I feel like it unifies the community a little bit more because you're all playing the exact same format at all times. I do think that is an awesome part about it as well. You know, sometimes wish the TCG had as well, but when we see like, okay, cards releasing over there, and we're like, when can we finally play with those? But like in general, I just think it's cool to be able to connect with people and you play this exact same format.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, there's a lot to look forward at the World Championships here. I can't wait to see how y'all are going to do. Do y'all have any advice for the players out there that are, you know, playing Master Duel? They're trying to play in those Duels Cups. They want to come to the World Championship. They want to be the next Team Snipe Hunters. What would you tell someone that come up to you with that question? How can I be you? Not that it's coming from me.
The main reason why I'm still here after all these years, for me personally, is because I've enjoyed it all the way through.
It's about having fun.
That was the main thing that kept me going. Of course, there's a lot of effort that went into it, but that effort didn't feel hard, even though it probably was, because I just enjoyed it so much. I made so many friends along the way, and even though it maybe sounds like cliche, but those kind of things really is what makes this game so special to me, and why I think I'm still playing after all these years.
Definitely. How about you, Pato?
Absolutely. I mean, I've been playing this game for maybe 7-8 years. It's been a long journey, but because I love the game so much, it doesn't feel like a chore or job, but rather I'm doing it for the love of the game.
You just happen to do well?
I just want to improve because I love the game so much, and you get better by just playing more games. And Master Duel is a perfect way where if you just keep playing, you will end up playing against other best players, and you will learn from them.
Definitely. I think that is excellent advice. It's been awesome talking to you guys. I can't wait to see how you're going to do in the tournament and how all the other teams are going to do as well. I hope I get to see the best of 3, the final result, who's going to win between Team Snipe Hunters, Team 7, but of course there's all those other wonderful teams that are going to be competing this year at the Master Duel World Championship in 2025. I'm Billy Break. This was Team Snipe Hunters. It's been fantastic talking to you. I can't wait to see how y'all are going to do in the tournament. There's some incredible teams. I want to see how Team Snipe Hunters is going to do against Team 7 this year. Will y'all play in the finals again? But there's plenty of other teams that are going to want to walk away with that World Championship. So stay tuned for some awesome Yu-Gi-Oh action and of course Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel.
That was a very in-depth interview, of course, with Team Snipe Hunters, one of the most prestigious teams we have here in the tournament, previous world champions. But actually, just the last round, at the very end, we could catch still some gameplay action from Team Brotoser. And Christian actually is one of the players from Team Brotoser, right?
Yes, indeed he is. And Christian Thomas was a participant in the TCG category of 2023 World Championship.
Yes.
His brother actually is playing Dueling Speed Duel, which you can see, on one of our other live streams going on at the moment. Now, Leo, I believe you got the opportunity to sit down with both of the Thomas brothers and talk all things Brotherhood and Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, we're going to show you this video in a minute because it was an absolute blast. It was the second time that ever Yu-Gi-Oh! Brothers basically qualified for the World Championships together. I think the first time in different categories, and both of them are so lovely. And I did a little bit of a test who's maybe the better or the more attentive brother. You're going to
Sibling
see
rivalry encouraged by Leo.
In just a second, maybe you guys let us know who you think is the better duelist.
It's so cool, right? Because that dream alone is already a dream of every Yu-Gi-Oh! Player to be competing here. But then to share that with your brother is just, it's incredible in itself.
Yeah, really, really excellent storyline there. And honestly, they're both looking to have success this tournament. Who isn't? Who isn't looking towards the trophy now that they've made it this far, for sure? But honestly, I'm glad that they're encouraging each other. The social aspect of the Master Duel teams is super cool, but also thinking about the Duel Links players as individuals. I'm seeing them sit around in groups just talking about strategy, theory crafting, all of that good stuff, and it's really nice that they're able to meet each other in person at the World Championship after competing against each other for so long and be there with your brother.
Yep, indeed. The brother being Christian Thomas here, Chris, in Team Brotdose. We have just seen them lose very closely to Mugity, who's looking strong as well. But Team Brotdose won the first round. They're still very much in the competition. And now, everyone, let's watch a nice interview of the Thomas brothers. Welcome back, everyone, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS 2025 here in Paris. And I'm joined this time by two brothers who actually both managed to qualify for Worlds. How are you feeling, guys?
Hello, yeah, we are very happy. Like, this was always a dream of us to qualify together for the World Championship in Yu-Gi-Oh! We actually got very close already in 2023, where I got to Worlds in TCG, and for you it was very close in Duel Links, right?
Yeah, I was one win off. One win off is actually tough.
So one win off, but now we're like finally made it here together.
Yeah, that's great. That is such a huge accomplishment. And there's no son that mom has to be prouder of, right?
Yes.
So I want to ask you a little bit of your beginnings. When did you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, so I think we started playing like 2007. So like I think it was in grad school still, right? I think. Yeah, even in elementary.
And I'm not winning coin toss today. No, I'm not. I'm not winning. Yeah, Farking is playable. They're pretty good. I think this is Farking Fear. Because Snake Eye is kinda breaker now. Well, I'm playing Centurion, so it's fine. Centurion versus Fire King is okay. Okay, wait a second. I'm currently cooking, so wait a second. the fuck is this? Yu-Gi-Oh! Nike. Oh, is the yapping back? Gun? Stop. Are we going to see another game? Or do I have to play another rank?
First place.
Okay, at last I'm going first. Wow, the shittiest hand you can ever do. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah. Yep, Maxi has a card. Well, against Maxi, yeah. You literally have no play against Maxi, and I didn't draw anything good, literally. My hand was so shit against Maxi that I had to discard my follow-ups just to create something. It was winnable if I didn't get Maxied, because I will still end on multiple cards, but since I get Maxi, I literally can't play the game. Because if I try to play the game, I'm giving him 4 draws every every summon of my boss monster. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cards. While this other deck has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, pretty much 7 cards. But it's still not enough because Maxi is Maxi. Okay, this one doesn't have Fiend Sweep, so it's kind of weaker. But it's more okay against Maxi because it has less cards, which means most of the time I'm gonna draw my anti-Maxi card. Never mind, I didn't draw an engine. No engine in a more consistent deck. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 engine card. Didn't draw a single one. Ow! I guess you managed to get the right cards, I guess. You managed to draw the right cards in the right time, so you managed to win the games. Okay, I hope Imperm is enough. Okay, Maxi here. Hope it's enough. Oh, never mind. Ash. Of course. Enemy has Maxi. Of course. Why did I even think I could play? That's pretty much every Yu-Gi-Oh game. Compare hands. It's just more prominent because the decks right now are so powerful. I mean, look at this shit. I didn't draw engine, my opponent maxied me, and he has answered to my maxi. And I have a Baldric Druid Swarm against this deck that doesn't put light or dark in the graveyard. He's playing around. He's playing around B still. I think he knows I have B still. That was unwinnable, to be fair. Even if I had B still. And since he managed to get the field spell, only one of my B still will be able to activate. And he doesn't even have to worry about activate blocking B still. Yeah, we should go next on that kind of games. Okay, this one is a little bit okay because I have access to engine, 2 hand traps. Yeah, that's true. Even if I draw an engine, I'm just gonna get negated. Okay, this is fine. As long as he doesn't have talents, I'm okay. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, this is still okay, I think. If he goes Dual Drive, I can negate Dual Drive here. Okay, one down. Activate Druid Swarm. Vanishing Ice. He use Cross. He will use Cross here. I just need to deal with 2 more. 2 more pops. It's gonna reduce. Okay, 1 more pop. I misplayed. I misplayed. Okay, I misplayed. Well, to be fair, I'm not winning. To be fair, I'm not winning there, even if I didn't misplayed. I misplayed a little bit, but it didn't matter because I didn't have enough to push. Yeah, but his deck is weak. My deck is weaker compared to his, so it doesn't matter if he misplayed once. Because, well, the better deck is always gonna win if you both misplaying. He has talents, I think. I think he has talents. Because he has Kobai, which means he also has talents. That's always what happens when in this kind of games. Oh, it's not talents, good. Interesting. But it doesn't really matter if I use Fua because most of the time I'm not resolving the shit. Or I don't draw anything useful with the Fua. So I might as well get useful cards instead of that. I draw nothing good, proceed to draw the out. I guess that's true. I managed to get the right card on this situation. I guess I should not be salty in this scenario. Okay. There's a chance here that you draw something good. Ah, nice. Oh, this stream is back. The Yu-Gi-Oh stream is back. Oh my god, you gotta be shitting me. I just needed to draw one hand trap. I just got called by. Ah. If he has Chaos Angel, he can go Chaos Angel here. But he's going for another Baguska. I misplayed. I should have tribute summon in the Rodea instead of the Primera. I kinda misplayed here. Yeah, I kinda misplayed. I misplayed a little bit, and then my hand is also not that great. Going second.
This was the hard group. This was the group
Okay, what's
that
happening here?
has the
Next round in 12 minutes.
star teams. You had Ragnarok, who went on a
Group
tear
A,
through
Snipe
Europe
Hunter is
domestically,
fifth.
winning every 3v3 competition, Worlds format, Open format, any
Fudge.
kind of format they showed
Team 7
up
is
and
fifth.
they went big. And yet,
Oh my god, both Team 7 and Snipe Hunter are 5th.
World Champions, your
Double
2023
Gabigo.
World finalists.
It's the first
Dreams
in Group
future,
A.
Tusku, the greatest player
Group B
to
is
ever
Mugiti.
touch Master Duel. Alignment with Tusku's teammate from
Fifth
last
is
year
not
as
really
well.
good
So
spot.
many good players, so many good teams, not to mention Chiba Corp with Puck, with Enzo,
Oh,
with Joey.
11 minutes.
It's a great group, and we
I guess I'm
basically
gonna feed my
counted
dog. Wait a
out
second.
Noble
I'm gonna feed
Gabigo,
my
but
dog
it's
while
them
we're waiting
that
for
are
the next
currently
round.
on top.
And Cybercom, if you're looking at the record so far, they have like two personalities,
Yes.
right?
It's a
just-
coin flip.
Yeah,
It's a coin flip.
Going 8, literally a coin flip
Yeah.
in some situations, going 8-1 here and losing 1-8 as well. We jumped to conclusions again. We're like, oh, what a bad start for the Chiba Corp. This might not be their tournament. I mean, I don't think we literally said that, but you know, it's in the back of your head if you're seeing the first game and you're like, oh wow, that's really bad. But again, round robin is so different.
It is, absolutely. And with Cyber Corp, there is something really cool because Joey, the team captain of the team, you can see here very much displayed the number of victories from the leader, from the captains themselves. And actually there, even though Cyber Corp overall only in 4th place right now, Joey himself has already won 4 games and therefore is absolutely up there amongst the team captains, is as good as the team captain of Soulform and therefore is currently carrying his team to still be in here.
I do also want to say that the Mugiti and Soulform success in Group B is very intriguing to me, just from a standpoint of these are the season points qualifying teams, which means these are individual players that performed amazingly well in the Duelist Cups all together and then banded together to qualify for this. So this isn't a case of one player performing really well then inviting 2 friends. Rather, it's 3 very consistent, very potent players uniting together to form, you know, I said Tusku's team is a super team. These are 2 super teams in and of themselves.
100%, I do agree. That's a good point to make for sure, because it's not only one person taking the others, it is just a whole team effort grinding throughout the season, and we will have to see whether the others can catch them. From now on out, it's basically a game of catch them, right? Because Mugiti with those 2 wins is already looking really, really, really good there in the Group B. Of course, Double Gabigo, same thing going for them in Group A, so not easy to still get them.
But again, just because you won the first 2 rounds doesn't mean that you can't actually still go negative in this entire tournament, 2-3. And one team that we haven't mentioned at all yet so far is Team Brotdose. We have seen them before, and they are also a little bit of rogue here in this tournament.
Definitely a bit of wildcard factor to them, because we see Bronus basically every week rock up to the Challenger Cup tournaments domestically. We saw him make it all the way to the finals of the Challenger Cup final back in March. Just fantastic player, very much proven. Whereas his 2 teammates are the ones that haven't really done all that much within the Master Duel scene specifically, even if they are some of the most accomplished TCG players in EU history.
Yeah, Brotdose, you know, if you have seen the Malaga Invitational, that was the tournament where Bronus really, really shined. He was like a jokey guy, you know, very funny in the intro already. He's super likable. He didn't seem to take everything too seriously.
I remember we gave a thumbs up for Skill Drain as well.
Yeah, the thumbs up for Skill Drain. Crazy decklist. He's super creative. And if you have had one conversation with Bronus in your life, you know that there's rarely in the history of mankind a person that is so Yu-Gi-Oh coded as Bronus, because you'll basically shake his hand, go, hi, how are you doing? And he will give you a full replay
in real life.
of this. He's going to give you all the details about his last matches.
No, of 100 matches in a row, though. You can't stop him. When he starts talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, it is very, very tough to stop him. And actually, I have a fun anecdote with Team Brotdose, because we do have I had a talk with him basically this morning, and we saw, of course, the Sprite deck in the first round for the legendary Judeo YGO for Team Fala Galera. And that actually was a deck he was also considering so long. He actually had it locked in as one of his decks. He told me basically until 1 hour before the literal tournament start. So he's always up for some funny decks.
But that deck was also paired with the horror strategy, which is really interesting as an anti-malice deck, because you can, in this deck, it's not necessarily the mannequin cat strategy to summon out the Chaos Hunter. No, you can go for zombie vampire in there and possibly fish for an artifact Lancea.
Why not? Yeah, that definitely works.
Or the Chaos Hunter.
That's one of the teams to also still look out for. Still, it's everyone's game. Nobody is really through yet. If one of the two O's can win the next round, it's looking really good for them. Especially, I want to say, for Noble Gabigol, because they have an 8-1 victory already.
Yeah, they already actually have beaten 2 of the most difficult teams to match up against in that group as well. Just to contextualize that as a whole, yes, this is the group to beat. Yes, this is 6. Well, it used to be 5. Now it's 6 competitive teams. And yeah, just really, really impressive to see that they've managed to topple 2 of the tournament favorites and already established themselves as leaders within this pack. Now, looking at the other group, I do just want to highlight that Team 7, while we did see them take a victory in that first opening round, they lost the second one very convincingly. It's still looking pretty okay for them. Again, 3 wins and you have a good chance of getting out. So already 1/3 of the way there. 3 more rounds. Can they bounce back in at least 2 of them?
Yeah, but one more thing that I want to talk about is the decks that we've seen so far. Of course, you brought us into a little bit of a meta discussion in the beginning. Of course, everyone expecting the Malice deck, expecting the Ryziel deck to also be on the team roster. Memento and Mermail, not really a surprise either to any one of us or to any of the viewers at home. Well, we saw some other stuff that certainly did give us some smiley faces and some definitely surprise factors here. Are we going to see even more? Is there any more crazy things we could see here?
I think there could be, definitely, because we haven't covered too many of the games from these teams on stream yet. And when we did look at players from Noble Gabigol, for example, I believe we did see Gianfranco H, to single someone out, just play Atlantean Mermail every game, whereas he could very well have another ace up his sleeve. Now, I believe that we will also see some videos to support the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We should have a look at one of the teams that we are talking about so much here. I think one of the teams that we actually have managed to get into our next featured match as well is Team FCG. So far, they haven't had the best of tournaments yet because they lost the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, still looking pretty good though. Yeah, very, very close games. So definitely do have potential to take it. And again, if they can win the next 3, which they certainly have shown that they are capable of doing, even if they haven't been quite so lucky yet, it's still very much on the line for them.
It is, and I think we should hear from them. Yeah. Let's listen to Team FCG.
Very quiet, this team.
It is indeed.
Of course, you could just take a look at Team FCG. We're
Quite
going to see them really, really soon. But yeah, there was a lot of confidence. And I think even though they started 0-2, I think this is the moment where you have to keep your confidence. You have to lock in, knowing, okay, 0-2, yes, not the great start, so we have to rely on tiebreaker. But that's, we can. Our losses,
I fed my dog and
we're
we're still waiting for the next round. Okay.
We can go for the big wins
Okay, that's
now.
fine.
If we get 3 8-1s,
easy,
Yeah,
you're
so
in.
I've been hyping
I
up
can fix my
the
neck.
super teams,
Well,
the
wait.
individual players as well, and someone that we need to
Or
also
play a
highlight is,
different
of
deck.
course, RJ, team captain of this team, the one that managed to qualify them. He's such a prominent figure within the community. He played at Worlds last year as well on CER2 XFCG, qualifying via season points at that time. This time around, qualifies for Worlds, brings 2 friends, and really just has a great mind for the game. He's also a content creator, educational, like Park, like Josh, like Jesse Cotton. Very, very well respected and well regarded within the Yu-Gi-Oh community.
He absolutely is, but I mean, I mentioned Joey Chu already having 4 wins as a team captain, and you already said it on a little side note. So far, it seems like RJ is winless in the tournament.
I wonder if that's
overall.
because he made a difficult meta read, trying to get ahead of the curve and just ended up Yeah, or if he lost every coin flip in Malice mirror matches, for example.
That is just also a tiebreaker, a really important one rather. The
It
leader,
is.
the captain of the teams, they are a tiebreaker. If there is the same amount of points on all the teams, the wins of the captains will be compared to the other team. And if you have lost every single game so far, that's not looking too good.
Yeah, the next 3-round victories, I said, would probably guarantee you a way out, but seeing the
It's currently in
records of
tiebreaker.
everybody else in the group as well, you do have to consider that if it does come down to a head-to-head
Sniper is a
tiebreaker, it's gonna
5th,
be a
Dream
little
Future
bit
at
difficult
6.
For FCG. Now, FCG, who are they going to be facing off against?
The next feature match actually is going to be them against, I think, one of the Japanese team. I think against Soulform, right? Is it Soulform? It's either Soulform or Mugity, I'm pretty sure, that we're going to see next. And that is going to be the match that we're going to feature.
I will talk about Soulform just very briefly, of course, because Yuki is very interesting to me as a player.
Go ahead.
Obviously, he's good enough to have qualified for this, based on season points. But in addition to that, very, very close.
Snipe Hunter 7 wins in individual wins and 1 team wins. Leader victories 2. Kind of bad position because the 4th has 4 leader victories, 1 team wins, and 9 individual victories, which is Chiba 4.
Obviously, Tasuku had to pick a new teammate. You got freedom.
This kinda
in its own right.
looks
But it does
bad.
mean that Yuki had to bring 2 new players that he hadn't played with before. He's gathered about as good a lineup as you could possibly hope for, of course. Suizo, Kaku, and Bogan. Bogan, of course, being the namesake of the Bogan Challenge, which is a win 10 games in a row in Rating Duel.
Easy for him, apparently. I've tried before, I've failed.
I was gonna say,
horrendously.
didn't you try to do that with
In Group B, I don't think
Maybe,
FCG
I
is
tried
gonna
with all
make
kind of
it.
different decks,
They
but
have 0
only
team
at the
wins
highest form of
and
competition,
0
which
team
is in the
leader
Yu-Gi-Oh!
victories.
Master Duel game. It's not that easy to win 10 in a row, but I mean, these players here, they are
Team
high
7
caliber, so it would only make sense that they are at that level to
The
perform,
5th
and Bogan
one
is
with
the one that
6
always
individual
Yeah,
wins,
so
1
Bogan
team
has
wins,
played
and 2
every
leader
Master
victory.
World Championships
But the
as well.
4th also
He's
has
one of
2
the
leader
few
victory,
players
1
to have
team
done
wins,
so
but 8
alongside
individual
Sneakers,
victories.
Seven, Judeu.
And the other ones are kinda high.
Suizo Kaku actually played with Bogan last year as
I
well.
don't think
so
they. I
this will
don't.
be
I
interesting to see if
actually
they
think
can,
Team 7 and Snipe Hunter
make a
might
better
actually
showing for
get
themselves this time around and
eliminated.
finally escape the group stage.
Maybe it is their time
If
to shine
the
this time
scoring
around. It's going
continues,
decent
they
so
will
far,
actually get
with 1
eliminated.
win and 1 loss, and currently, due to the way they won and lost, 2nd place in the group overall. Therefore, maybe until now, on
So,
the bright side of life.
Suizo Kaku was actually the innovator that put the Saryuya Skull Dread in the Snake Eye deck to then in turn dig for Droll and Lockbird while under Max C
Yeah,
and
that's
deny
fair.
too many Drolls.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, at this point, if you summon out Saryuja versus a Maxi that has resolved,
You've given them like 3 Drolls already, surely, but hey.
yeah, I mean, it is Saryuja has to be at least the 4th.
Don't question the
All right,
cookie.
yeah,
Thank you.
I wasn't intending to. Never in my life would I question this decision. But I still think that we have talked a little bit more about the Western teams before the tournament started, right? We've called the favorites of the tournament. We have named all of these fantastic players that we have seen perform at so many YCSs in the past or at Master Duel World Championships or Challenger Cups. But right now, the people that are showing up, they're from Asia.
They are, and they are also going to be displayed in our next feature match, as it is
Oh yeah.
an all-Asian
Last
affair
time
there
Asia
in
was
that, and
in the bottom of the
they
groups
are
and American
ready
Europe are the top.
After those
Now
2
it's
years where
reverse.
They aren't really performing that well.
Which means they're
now
actually
it's the moment.
kind of
I could,
performing.
honestly, I could see it that we have an all-Asian.
Well, I guess the
honestly, in the end.
This could break open the group if FCG do take it.
The card
but
pool
it's
is
a
kinda
tall order of
got-
them. It's
getting-
a very difficult ask because Soulform
getting
are
close
so
to the OCG
good.
card pool
Will
and
they be able to
ban
take it? Will
this.
FCG break
That also helps with their
loss streak,
with their
or will Soulform
performance.
just continue to pull ahead of the pack in the group?
It's all possible. If FCG actually gets to take the win, the group is, as you said, broken completely open. And then the saying, hey, maybe we have 4 Asian teams in the top 4. It's looking a little bit more difficult then, because there's also going to be 2 other teams then, or 1 other team at least, that is going to be 2-1. So very, 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 very
I think you're counting Noble Gavigal out again.
I'm always forgetting about them, but they're making a name for themselves. I'm sure Shomajusa actually came here to the tournament saying, I'm going to just win the tournament. Nobody is really having me on the radar, but I'll put us on the radar here for Noble
Loud
Gavigal, and they
confidence.
do so.
Also, Fala Galera has, of course, lost the first featured match that we had versus Team 7. It was a very, very close game with the G-Nets almost clutching it out, going 3-0 against the current world champions. And then in the other game, he clutched it out again later on. So I think that Fala Galera, after such difficult games, such big hurdles to overcome, I think they're now absolutely locked in. After lunch break as well, like a little bit more energy, you know?
In addition to that, you know, just contextualizing the fact that we have the finalists from last year, the world champions and the world finalists, and obviously the 2023 world champions as well. More teams that you cannot count out of contention, regardless of what the record states right now. We're still so early into the tournament that even if someone pulls ahead, they could still fall back down to earth, and there is no doubt that any of these other teams could stake a claim if given the opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes losing the first 2 rounds, as FCG now did, sometimes takes the pressure a little bit away. Then you just start to not question all of those things too much anymore. You're like, okay, from now on I'm kind of free rolling, I'm just letting it flow now. And that sometimes is where you're dueling the best, right? But you just don't think about it that much. Yeah, maybe it is.
I don't know if at top competition, if you're like immediately on the bubble, you're starting to chill at the World Championships. I think this is the point where you really lock in and you really try hard. But maybe, yes, a little bit of pressure when you're
Every
like...
game is a new game. Honestly, you just got to clear your mind, leave the tilt behind you, and just focus. No doubt, these are seasoned competitors. You know, that is the approach you have to take in Duelist Cup, of course. When you win some points, you lose some points. I'm sure we all saw Josh's live stream of him doing the very same thing. And yet, we had Quantal then qualify the team for the championship in spite of that. We had Bronus also do very well in that qualifier. We had all of these teams all of these regions rather, each send a representative to the World Championship based on that. So definitely these are proven players that win some, lose some, but ultimately know what's best for them and know how to succeed on the world stage.
Okay, guys, we focused a lot on the players now in this section just before round 3 starts. We're almost halfway through. Unfortunately, I could go all day, to be honest. But what are the decks that have, you know, shown up for you the most so far? I think for me, it's 100% Memento that is standing out to me.
Yeah, for you, Ibris, have you any favorites so far? Any underdog bag that you like the most?
I'm enjoying Sky Striker Tenpai Dragon, which is not something that you'd expect to hear being on the receiving end of it quite a lot. But it's explosive. It is good at making comebacks against some of these decks that are very focused on establishing strong field presence.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just adds an extra kind of X factor to a lot of the decision making for the players in this tournament, because it makes you think, can I really afford to let this person go second? Can I greedily go first for my standard strategy? Or do I have to innovate and then change things up?
Honestly, I'm personally so far very impressed with the pure Raizio deck. I think the Feasmith Raizio deck, which is by most expected to be the a little better version of the deck, is not performing that well. We saw it, for example, with Paolo PRRJ, who's not really been having the best of times, but I think the pure Raizio deck, for example, for Anso, looked so good.
Speaking of Paolo PRRJ, it's his teammate that also really impressed me. Judeo bringing that Sprite, Sprite Millennium. Yeah, that was really, really good.
I mean, Sprite Blue is one of the coolest cards in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, and I wish I had a jacket like that. Sprite Blue is really just rocking this leather jacket with the patches. Really cool. Also flashy looks, but also the effect. It's sometimes, just when I read those Sprite cards, right, I wonder why the deck isn't meta right now, because they are all so completely
It is, what do you mean?
Okay. It has a fair meta share in this tournament.
So can you explain to me why you'd go for this build of it rather than the Live Twin that we saw make more of a conventional appearance as of recent?
So Live Twin Sprite is more about value. You want to make a bigger field, which is maybe in comparison
Sprite?
the better Sprite version. But this time around, this deck has a specific target. This deck has the purpose to beat Malice.
Is it
You want
actually
to fit
good?
the most non-engine that you can in there. You want to have some consistency tweaks that you can get to your non-engine faster, or you want to use a Sprite Sprint to send Maxi and then bounce it off.
I
to
think
your
Live Twin
hand
Sprite
later
is good.
or do some other shenanigans with it.
Because
And that deck is just, I think,
for Live
it's
Twin to be
not
good,
about
you have
being
to
a good deck
not
as it is into
have
everything in
anything on the
general.
PR.
It's supposed to beat Malice or Labyrinth, as we have seen earlier.
That worked out very fine as well. For
That's
sure.
too much
But
normal
I'm
summon, I
absolutely with you there on that one. I think the
Yeah, I
field
think it's
that
too much
the deck would
normal.
create, the Live Twin version, would ultimately be a little bit better, would offer you more. But it's not really about that, because I think that version also sometimes has a little harder of a time to close out games. You
That's
just
too
wanna
much
have all
normal
those
summon. The
level 2
live twin,
monsters just
all of
attacking
them are normal summon.
to go into Mosquito, as we saw. The
If you
Mosquito
add,
was
if you don't add the
confirmed at
nimble, there's
game
Yeah,
not
the
much.
Shadow
him.
It's not enough normal
Exactly that
summon.
one, and you lock yourself into feed.
But if you don't add
eventually when
the
you
nimble
burn down
stuff,
the evil twin
I don't
so
think it's good enough.
just kind of want to rule that out.
And while it is mostly now used as an answer to Malice, the live twin interruptions that you get from the deck, or the evil twin interruptions rather, they don't play well into Malice. Just a pop against the Dormouse on the normal summon can sometimes be enough, but if there's a Bystial or a March Hare or
Really?
something else, it's just not helping.
I
you
seem
too
to have
much.
opened some kind of gold sarcophagus of Sprite live twin nuance between the two of you, but I'm glad for it.
Dude,
Thank you
I
for the
love
insight.
Sprite.
Yeah, Sprite is great for sure.
At this point, you love Malice, you love Memento, you love Sprite. I think you
I
just
love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes, that's what it's all about, isn't it? And to be fair, that deck was so far by far the most unexpected one. And I mean, Voiceless Voice?
The Labyrinth, I think, was
closely
also
after. Yeah, true,
decent.
that one as well.
Granted, I did think about it because you mentioned Ninja
Oh yeah,
Shadow
the Labyrinth is
Mosquito,
kind
and I
of
just remembered the
surprising.
Labyrinth. Ping, ping, ping,
Surprising
yeah,
choice, but
exactly. The way he ended the
it's
game
actually
was so
kind of
unique and so
decent.
cool, because it was
You just
really
need to make sure that you're
easy of
activating the
a-
right trap
that
cards.
normal of a thing that you would see, but it still worked
Also,
out in the end.
Really interesting interaction there as well, because different Dimension Ground was activated, thinking, hey, I'm playing versus Mermill, this card, which is basically let my opponent pass back over to me, which did not happen because Sprite just simply doesn't care.
Yep.
There were plenty of cards that
Wait, there are
paid
games
life
in-
points. So Sprite was at 3,000 life points there in the end.
Wait,
Stone's
Snipe
Torment was
Hunters
summoned back
play?
in defense position.
Oh yeah.
If Judeo had to attack into the lovely lady with everything,
Wait, why
would have
is the
lost
live
some
stream not
damage
showing
would
the?
have been done.
Yes,
would've been
indeed.
interesting, yeah.
That was all the way back in round one.
Oh,
We've had
no,
one
they're
more round
still-
since then, and we have a third round coming to you
I
very,
think
very
they're
soon.
just
Also,
preparing
to
the
remind you,
the
we'll be
games.
watching
Okay, that's why the
FCG
live
on
stream is
their
not showing the
redemption
games.
arc against Soulform, who are looking very, very, very good. I like that my note for Soulform just says super team.
They are a
Granted,
super team.
they're from the season point, so of course they'd be a super team at this point, because that's 3 top players coming together. Granted, every team is top players, but this is like, these are proven to be, in recent history, some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, season points is actually something worth explaining to the audience a little bit, right? Because we have talked about all the Duelist Cups happening throughout the year, and in the Duelist Cups, actually, even if you don't win it, if you don't immediately book your ticket to the World Championship, still, if you place amongst the top 100 players, you get awarded a certain amount of points, and then you combine all of your Duelist Cups to a certain total of points, and then the ones with the highest points can combine among the 3 team members and get your ticket to Worlds like that.
Can they carry the momentum of getting that ticket all the way into this round? It is FCG trying
there
to
it
take
is.
it back against Soulform.
And there we have it. Important coin toss coming up. And honestly, this animation, especially for the World Championship, is always giving me a little bit of goosebumps. They're
Yep.
diving into the big stage, which we are on here, the big stage of the World Championship.
I also love that the field
Oh,
is, of course, in
FCG.
Master Duel
The
colors,
Soul
blue
form?
and red.
Wait,
while
FCG
we
is
are
the
in
bottom of the group.
Paris in France, which is also very much blue and red.
Okay, between the Malice names
In
and
Soul
the gold
form,
sarcophagus,
I didn't
RJ
see.
already off to a much better
Wait,
start than his record
this
would
kinda bad.
suggest.
I also want to see in Duel C, I think. Oh, goodness me. I think we have seen a start from Sky Striker Tenpa. I think someone was let gone first. And then there's an engaged set. Heavy Storm is being activated.
is that a mirror match of
Sangam
Sky?
Kaiman is being chained. That is crazy.
Let's bring up table
Oh my God,
C
Duel
there.
C.
This looks like
Duel
a
C, come on.
Tenpai
I don't want to
on
watch
Tenpai match.
RJ play.
This is madness, and it is
I don't want to watch RJ play the Malice combo. I want to see Tenpai go second.
Sunken summoning looking good. Again, we
Oh my
said
God,
this
it's Tenpai
Sky
versus
Striker
Tenpai.
build, it does not
Oh my
interact with
God.
the opponent's turn. It's all about clearing the field. But how do you clear this? God War now allowing the Tenpai Dragons to come out. Chundra led to Pydra. Thanks again, Roku. And there's more to come. Biden Dragon being dug for in the extra deck. And then it just
Oh, he's going.
continues from there on
He's going for
out.
that
The
end before
field
his
spell still
opponent can
alive
do
as well does
anything.
suggest we can even potentially see the Trident Dragon make an appearance later on. There's
Yep.
nothing that can be done here to stop this onslaught.
And I don't even think we need that. We summon
Oh,
the
go by
main
the
phase.
grave.
Wow, that is is crazy.
Okay, he
Transcendent
didn't stood a
Dragon now
chance.
called by the grave even
He
on the
didn't stood a
Genraku,
chance.
But this now means that in the battle phase, nothing can happen. No Ash Blossom, no nothing. And you know the last card in hand, that's Sangan Kaiman. We are going to search Fadra, special Fadra, activate Fadra, summon back the Chandra, and this is way
Bogan
more
didn't
than
stood a
enough
chance
damage.
here.
This is already game.
He's
this
too much.
is God War taking the first game here. We said SCG, they needed a win for the redemption story to even have a chance of happening. Well, there is
Well, that was easy.
4 more to go, and they can
Heavy storm into a 4-back road
open.
Wow, what a
against a
start.
10-5 going first.
Common matchup so far of Memento versus
Now RJ has decent board, unironically. And this is against Memento that didn't have a hand trap. I don't think he can win.
Crazy card, but it gets even crazier. If it becomes a disruption on the opponent's turn as well.
This might actually be a 3-0.
Memento names can be quite
Oh no,
useful
it's not
at
gonna be
times.
2-1 because
Most of the time
Duel
it
B
feels
looks like
even better if you hit
red is
something
winning
else
and
on
blue
that
doesn't have a
Tatsuki
board.
Bushido.
Appaloosa with 1 more negation remaining does still remain a threat here. RJ has a great setup here. At the moment, SCG looking fantastic, though we've seen them lose other games. Speaking of other games being lost, there is Duel B going by way of Soul Form. This is already evened up. That lead gone.
Okay, that's
for
not decent.
RJ, it's up to him to take it
I
back
think
in favor
RJ
of
wins
SCG
this.
here.
Enemy has 3 cards, he has 4 back row. He has a bounce. Has 5 cards in hand. And a one more monster negate.
RJ here and his opponent.
What the hell is that? 1, 2, 3 royal rares.
But he just gets his 2 monsters back into hand there.
The games are fast and one-sided, but the series is very
Do you
much
just stop this or
alive,
you
and
wait for
it's
the
anyone's to take 1 and 1.
or you wait for the Fable? Because if you wait for the Fable, they can still use Engraver in the graveyard to special summon itself.
To an even score in,
If you stop
in game,
here,
because we've seen them lose from the 5 and 4.
but if he has
from
the
4 and 5
spell in the
back,
hand,
it's so sad
that was
to see
actually a
time and
bait.
time
Oh,
again,
it's not a
but
bait,
this
it's actually
is
a,
a way back
it's actually
in.
real.
I've said it before that RJ hasn't won a single game yet, and I think this is about to change. We almost have game on the field here.
I think we do if you turn
yeah,
it to
that,
attack.
yep,
And look how
definitely,
RJ is smiling, how he's laughing. You can really tell that he was working for that first win, and it seems like finally he's about to get it.
Back in the game, back in the zone. RJ, we said, cannot tilt, cannot let that record affect his gameplay, and he has not yet. Looking great here, looking to close it
Okay,
out.
this is not bad, unironically.
Looking to take
2-1.
SCG to a lead.
There is the battle phase.
But this is actually super fast compared to the
There
other
to
games.
stop him? I wouldn't imagine so. Bogan is already raising his hand there, signalizing that he's about to lose because it is going to be RJ winning here.
I really, really like that RJ was considering to still do something in the main phase here, going, hey, is there some way for me to play around like a battle phase bestial
Maybe,
or
yeah.
something like, oh gods, the misery of darkness, but then realized, hey, I have my Appaloosa on 0 attack, I have already used Firewall to bounce an extra deck monster, so that is not an option as well. I mean, there's probably
Let's just
nothing
go.
anyways, let's just attack here.
That was incredible. I really love seeing that sequence of events, honestly. Just very, very fast-paced.
But I'm pretty sure Memento needs to have a monster on the board or a graveyard to do something.
Dragon mirror match, though, because it does mean that now
I'm pretty sure they don't have a hand trap
obviously,
monster.
those 2 players will not be matched off against
If
each
they
other
don't have
again.
anything
But
in the field or
FGC
graveyard.
able to come ahead, out ahead
So yeah,
in that
backing there was fine.
matchup does mean that
And you
we're
have 4 back row. I don't think anything he does
The
there
team has lost twice so far.
will
They
actually
have
be
lost twice in such
strong.
incredibly close fashion by being at 4-5 both times. And they're again making sure immediately, basically, that they're going to see a third set once more, because with these 2 games, even if they get sweep down the second set, they will be securing a
But
third
now
set
do you
eventually.
second guess yourself about, do they take the Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker in this game? SCG, I mean, both teams have that quandary,
Yeah.
right? So I get it.
Third set?
The deck is more popular than I
Maybe
expected it to
not,
be, to be
because
honest. Like, almost
if
every
they
team
get
seems
3-0
like, that they
here,
have that Tenpai deck on their roster.
It looks to me like the Tenpai Sky Striker deck is always sitting with the Ryziel deck
Yeah.
as well there, and it is specifically there to counter the Ryziel deck of your opponent. So I kind of think that they're going
does
back to playing
Tenpai
Ryziel
Sky
now,
Striker actually
knowing that
counter?
their
Because
opponent won't be on Ryziel.
the
Yeah,
reason
that's a
why
fair guess. I
the
like
enemy
that
managed
way
to
of thinking,
counter
but
that
that going to be
the
good
Ryzel
enough?
board
Because
was because of Jizuku managing
is there
to
Ryzel? Ryzel
lower
so
the
far
attack of
looked
all the monster on the board.
not that great, but I've just heard set number 2 is ready, so let's dive back into the action. We want to see how this unfolds. Let's go back into the client.
We saw Sky
Whoa, they're-
Striker, Tenpai Dragon make an explosive finish in that first set. We saw Malice find a little bit of success.
They're
as
fast-tracking
well, but
everything.
will we see
Nice.
Memento able to make a comeback, and will we see Memento actually make a impact here
Oh, RJ
on
again?
behalf of whoever is piloting it?
And he's going first again. He brick?
is going to
Oh
start
no,
out
no, no.
here, and
It's Malice, of course.
oh, we are going
Of course
to
it's
see
Malice.
FCG starting off 2 games here, while of course there is going to
Oh,
be also
he's,
a
he's banishing March here, which means he has a rabbit in hand. That's the
So
only
right
reason you're
now, I
banishing
would
March
say
here. You
even
already
though
have
this is
rabbit in
pretty
hand.
early in the duel, advantage is already on the side of FCG.
And Duel B sees a call by the grave on Maxi, the classic. You cannot let that card resolve, and therefore it is absolutely a no-brainer to use the call by the grave on it. So really looking beautiful here for
Oh.
Oh my goodness, also followed up by
Okay, you're
triple
not banishing
tactics.
March here,
Yeah,
but
let's
still
see what
banishing the
hand
graveyard
we're going to
too.
send back. There is the gold
Impulse.
sarcophagus, but we're going to send back the impulse. No more
Okay,
disruption.
this is like
Can just
actually fun.
freely Malice away here in Duel B, but Duel A heating up. RJ.
Okay,
now
Red Ransom
doing
to
his
get
thing.
spell. To
RJ
get
is the Malice
maybe
player,
White
and I
Rabbit.
think he has found some liking in winning. As we said, he has not won before for his team, but now that we are
This should
in
be
the
the field
third
spell.
round, he has started with the wins.
I'm curious to see what God War is
Okay,
playing.
his
this
enemy
game,
doesn't
because
have
obviously you do see
anything
his
yet
teammates
that he
piloting the
activated.
Malice, piloting the Ryzeal. Duel C is
But to be fair,
where we
what can
may
you
very
do
well
in
see
this
something like
situation?
Watson and
If you have
Memento
Nibiru,
here
it doesn't
is
even matter
over.
because he can chain the back
We
row.
have, again, the
If
decks that we
that's
have seen
real.
so far the very most.
And
We have
Nibiru
Memento,
pretty
we
much
have
doesn't do
Ryzeal,
anything.
and we have Malice right in the spotlight, but of course the other decks still sort of unknown for the moment.
And now
Malice on underground.
I want to ask you guys a question because I feel like the meta
But
is
you,
going
if
with the
actually you can
Alpha
actually
user
save
power of the
Nibiru.
Goddess. What is your take on that? I love the
Just save
original
Nibiru on your turn.
saw a royal finish original one.
Make your opponent
Okay,
use
not bad.
Apollosa
I like the
twice,
original
and you can
artwork, but I
Nibiru
pulled
them
the alt
when
art
they
from the
start
pack,
summoning
so I
so
just went with
much.
that one instead.
Alright, that is
Because this deck
absolutely
can
fair
actually
enough.
summon so much
But
monster.
there is the Red Ransom coming back to the field from the banishment.
I love the Master Duel way of comboing with Malice because you're just using every single aspect of your engine. You are using Malice in the Mirror to add your White Rabbit to your hand and then special summoning out the Chessy Cat with your Red Ransom banish basically, so you can even include the 2 draws in your combo, which just makes this so much harder to break.
A little bit unlucky for Suizo Kaku here because you're seeing how he's unable to respond to this. The Malice field is fully set up and 5 cards in hand for RJ to mirror Suizo Kaku's, despite Suizo Kaku not having anything ready and waiting for him.
That is absolutely true. Ooh, we see in Duel B, there is a 7th Tachyon, and I think we are searching for Artifact Lancea there. As we looked into
Okay,
their hand
Linkuriboh.
with the triple tactic talents, we know we're up against Malice, so having that option is
Protect from
absolutely
trap card. I guess
ridiculously strong.
it's
So
to
that
protect
detonator,
your
backed up by an Artifact Lancea, looking
it's
really,
to protect
really,
your
really good
Apollosa
for
from
Team FCG.
Don't forget
from
about the 2
Infirm,
set cards
which is
and
not-
Ryzeal crosses
actually
well.
not bad.
Huge there on the side.
You need more and more
FCG is
bodies.
so
Cautiously
far ahead.
optimistic here because we did see them manage to lose from being up 4 games earlier. So
Oh, that's true.
yeah,
That was the
but
last round.
Even so, definitely a great position for them to be in, and this is their first steps towards their redemption arc and their first steps towards the finals. Let's go,
that's the only
FCG,
banish?
as you take on Soulform. Soulform, though, they look
Okay,
so
there
good
it is.
earlier. They're still looking good now, still keeping it competitive.
So
This
the back row is
still
actually real. It's not.
anyone's duel to win.
And there is the gold sarcophagus, and it is being reacted by with that Artifact Lancea, and turn is back over to FCG. So Duel B looking really, 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 really very much like it would
Is
be
it
the
gonna
next
be
game for
Firewall
Team
again?
FCG.
I'm quite
Or
curious.
Dark? No, it's gonna be
Duel C, We're
Firewall.
going to see,
I think.
we've seen the Engraver earlier in Memento. Is this going to be a big combo here? Okay, Lacrima is being summoned
That's
from
the only
deck.
thing I can
Sometimes
think of.
You can see
Firewall
Memento
with
players
Link
just playing a
with the
move
trap card
close heaven
protection
and
with
then
Linkuriboh.
Requiem to summon out an Engraver to
And if
just
they
bring
try
in
to
a little
punch
bit of
and
Caesar
the
action
Apollosa
or
or
just sequence a
Linkuriboh, you
Lacrima
revive
into
one of
Caesar
the
action. But
of the
I'm
Malice
still not
cards.
100% sure as to what God War is playing, so I guess we're about to find out once the turn does pass over.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be Tempire, right?
Wait, this
Because
guy is
Tempire was the
scary.
deck that one of his teammates played. Looks like RJ is now
5 back
also
row,
done
3
with his turn
3 cards
here on
in
the
hand.
main display in Duel A.
A
And
bounce,
now it
2
is
monster
on
negate,
Suiso
and a trap
Kaku
negate.
to somehow crack this, and it's not going to be an easy task, but was
I don't think-
Kaku the 10
How do you
player
break
team,
this?
maybe?
Two negations left.
You need
have to
specifically
destroy
Heavy
those two. You
Storm,
have
I
to-
think.
There is the Ryziel you have to imagine, and there
This doesn't
it
even do
goes.
it.
Meteorological
This doesn't do it.
Aggregator going to come through, going to try and negate
Ah.
the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess, and there is X Ryziel on top of it, hopefully successfully resolving.
Why would you activate?
Dual Siege
I guess
sees
chain that.
Artifact Dacta being summoned there in the Memento combo. That's another
Okay,
way.
you
We
lost
just
your
saw
X.
the 7 Tachyon for Artifact Lancer.
Well, I'm pretty sure he has
now
a-
we're going to see Artifact Lancer being set. Oh wait, it's a different artifact. What is going on at Dual C?
Is that Mjolnir?
It's Mjolnir, I think.
Pretty sure he
Yeah.
has
Oh,
a
yeah.
extender. He has a normal, so any level 4 is a combo.
There we are. It's
Oh,
Mjolnir.
we're
There you
changing
go.
to God War against Memento.
The Memento deck is
He lost the
continuing
coin toss. He has 5 cards in hand, which means he hasn't activated any hand trap.
What?
Azalea, okay.
Striker
Azalea is
Memento.
destroying the own card. We have destroyed our very own
Oh my goodness,
artifact there.
Wait.
Is he going for dice here? He has 3 level 5s.
Paradise Smasher situation, but that's not possible.
And why did we do that actually? Because the artifacts, they have to be destroyed on the opponent's
So
turn,
bind
right?
creation, okay.
So we just brought the Mjolnir into the graveyard with no real purpose. And we lost the Azalea in the process of it.
Trust the process.
Okay, okay, I'm fine with it.
All right, we've fusion summoned, we've link summoned, now we're XC summoning.
Oh my, what is this deck?
Imperial Princess Quinseri.
Princess.
The Memento deck.
What? Okay. All right, we're
Okay,
going
the
Mjolnir.
Princess
now we're
luck.
gonna hammer it down, summon it to
With-
the opposing side.
with artifacts.
Okay, okay.
Instead of
and now
the
we can't summon artifact
floodgate,
monsters anymore. Of
the dice
course, we're
floodgate, you
locking our
need a
opponent
different
out of the
floodgate.
game here. God
Okay.
War is now, until the next end phase, not going to be able to summon any monsters or special summon any monster except for artifact monsters. This gives me serious.
This is Gimmick Puppet.
So how is God War gonna play this? Unironically.
What are we seeing
Because
here
if the-
in the World Championship by
The
Team
enemy still has
Soulforge, who's
another
currently in
material
second
on
place
his
of
exceed that,
Group
so he
B.
can do this again next turn.
Absolutely insane.
Paradise Smasher, who?
But honestly, between that, the Goblin Bike attack, I'm really seeing a lot of
Innovation of Memento,
with
right?
The Memento,
Yeah.
seriously,
Yeah.
it can. I expected it to be a very fully committed kind of.
Branded.
But that is actually
Speaking
a
of-
We see God War on
deck.
branded, man. This tournament does not disappoint us in any round. We have one more deck we have
Okay,
not
I wanna
seen
watch
so far.
this.
I mean, we spoke about this being kind of reminiscent of the Gimmick Puppet
Ace and
Nightmare
one.
Lock back in the day. Well, Albion.
Well, he can
Albion
play on
player,
his
right,
opponent's
is part
turn if he
of
has
the
the right
branded
cards.
And we go in.
Before he get
almost summon the Quem,
Artifact
but
Lancy
with the
again.
Mjolnir, what actually is the restriction that is currently applying? Because there must be a whole lot of a reason why we summoned that to the opponent's side of the field. So we need to very much clarify.
I'm on it.
And
If
find
this
out
is one
what that
Backroyd,
actually
this
is
is not
going
enough.
to mean. And I
You need at least two
also have it up here, the artifact Mjolnir.
To actually play the game.
Actually, I think it actually just tells you. Oh, there
So
I have
actually
it.
the 10 has
Okay.
now passed, so I do think it was
Destroy
the no
3,
special
I think.
summoning
Yeah.
non-artifact monsters. Thankfully, branded, they have capacity to play in the opponent's turn, capacity to play in the end phase. Granted, you're still locked for this end phase, so
will you get
unlucky
to
for God
oh.
War, but there is another branded card. Branded in High Spirit's going to be used here.
High
But yeah, to
Spirit.
break it down, Mjolnir basically says that you can
Drop
special
that.
summon
Oh!
an artifact monster from the graveyard, which they did not do, but also you cannot
enemy
special
has
summon
Bone
monsters
Party.
until the end of the next turn except artifact monsters, so really no way to summon anything there, but we send away the artifact now.
Oh yeah,
but
Bone
that is
Party
not
can't
going
be
to
activated,
occur
it's a
in the
spell
end
card.
phase
And you're
anyways,
sending a spell
and
card.
This is a lingering
Be good.
effect, so it doesn't matter if the monster is staying on the field there, but we are going to see the set cards are going to be a little bit more protected. Okay, we're continuing. We have the Cartesia discarded.
Yep,
the
Blazing
beautiful
Cartesia,
alt art.
the Virtuous, of course, being a key component of that Grunk.
This is still
build
okay,
with Dust
ironically.
Dragon to then essentially Foolish
He can
Burial
get
summon
the
deck and give extension to
the
the
Apsis
combos,
again on
but
the end
right now
phase.
that combo is not happening. However, some degree of disruption is, but I believe the Memento can finish it during the next turn. That being said, still a
Okay,
great
there's Bone
position
Party.
for FCG to be in. This is what we wanted to see. Branded was what all of us wanted to see, everybody at home wanted to see, so let's see the branded experts make it happen.
There's plenty of complete branded
It's
experts
kinda
probably
concerning
also watching theirs. It's
for
such a
Memento,
headache of
unironically.
so many players it's incredibly versatile. And I also know that
Because
some of the players have
Branded
been fearing Branded a lot.
with the trap
If
card.
there is a crazy
No,
Branded
which one
pilot
trap card?
on
Well,
the
the spell
opposing
cards
team,
can
it's
actually do
always
something with the
dangerous
branded
play versus
loss, I
them,
think.
because Branded is actually one of the decks, even though it's not a big part of the meta right now.
Branded
Doesn't care
loss
about
and
detonator too much. The pops are basically
the special
irrelevant.
summon of
Anything that you
the
pop can be
of
summoned,
a name from the deck, I
banished from
think. The
graveyard or used as a
opening
fusion
can do
tool.
something.
It's intriguing to me because Branded has so much innovation capacity as well, where you can run the 60 card.
But the Memento
version,
player
you
is
can
currently
run a
gaining
fighter
advantage,
build as
so
well. Basti, do you have any comments
earlier
about
he is
Branded
in a bad
strategy?
spot, but now I don't think he is.
Right now, it's really Memento's turn and Memento's time to shine. But I think Branded, we can all agree on, is one of those decks where you can never rule them out. You can present them with the best field possible that you can that your deck can do, but still Memento, or no, yeah, Memento also, but I'm talking about Branded. Branded finds a way to break it if they have the right hand. If they go Triple Tactic Frost, Branded Fusion, Forbidden Droplet, anything can be broken.
And there is a general rule of thumb. The last card in hand is always Branded.
Always, always. Wow. And it is semi-limited at this point in Master
They
Duel, so
always
you will
open
always
that
see it.
Grasslook Screener and Branded Fusion. Anyway, looking at this game, it looks still pretty good for Memento, but looking at Duel B, we do have a fantastic lineup for RJ. That Malice full field is in full force, but here is an attempt at a comeback by Suizokaku.
But that doesn't really look like the best attempt of a comeback here. It's also a pass turn, so I think that RJ is really, really close to finish this game up here with the 7 cards in hand. Just chill like that, honestly. And now the turn change here on this side. Blazing Cartesia, of course, really nice to discard it with Branded in high spirits afterwards there, because it just gets added back to hand after the Granguignol was sent to the graveyard. Because
Man,
at
that
the
super
end
poly
phase,
was
if a
actually
fusion
super
monster was sent to the
important.
graveyard, this turn you can just add
Now
that card back to hand, as well as the Branded
it's
in high
getting
spirits,
Lancia
though
again.
I think that's only one of the effects.
Yeah, and now we go in the
Okay,
end,
this is
in
over.
the turn of the Memento deck. We can just go ahead, use the Princess one more time to bring out the Mjolnir, so no special summoning happening. This looks like it is very much going to be the turn that ends this duel and that brings the team Soulform still in this competition.
Wait, Lancia can be destroyed.
Though, there is access code Tulka. We've seen it time and time again since the days of Crystron, Hauka Thybrax getting back the Effect Veiler to climb into Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians. Then you go into this absolute powerhouse. Yes, Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess is the safer play. Yes, it's the more controlling play. But
That's game
this
on board
is
already.
the one to
He doesn't even have to summon
finish
anything
it out.
anymore,
5300
because the
points of
opponent
damage,
can't
couple of
special summon
destruction
anything.
effects too. Fantastic
That
card
alone is enough.
about to wreak havoc.
Just going into the battle phase, we're able to attack directly, so we may as well. 5 plus 3 is 8, so 5,000 plus 3,000 also is 8,000, and therefore that is the game
simultaneous
win.
finish? Yep.
Oh, that's lovely. So that means we do head into the last set with a 4-2 lead in favor of
So
Team
it's 4-2.
FCG, who are desperately, of course, still
But
on the lookout
FCG
for their
is
first
4.
win in the tournament.
All right,
Soul
FCG,
form
we've
is
seen
2.
you in this position before. You can maybe do it. Or
FCG
be
is
the
4,
most
Soul is
unlucky
2.
Nah,
3-loss team that we've seen.
I don't think it's going to happen again.
Well,
At
FCG
this
just
point,
needs to win
very
1.
often we have seen that RJ is now that the captain is back at it again. It's like, okay,
2-0 on the
And
road.
and Soul
2-0
has
here,
to
this I am
3-0.
locked in. I will definitely do this.
Okay,
right
they're
here.
in a tough
So
spot.
I think that it's going to be a real uphill battle.
I think it
for
was the
Soulform.
lunch break, honestly. I think they
Yeah.
needed the lunch break. Now they're ready. Now they're playing. They're in the move. They're in the groove, and they're just showing what they can do best. That's
We
dueling.
highlighted how Soulform are a super team comprised of some of the best players within the world. You know, these are recently fantastic players as well, because they were racking up points consistently across the season up until as recently as that May-June timing. Now, RJ as well took this team through the qualifier. He's proven himself, and now that he's found his form, we have no doubts that he has so much more left to show us. So it's really, really great to see, and it does bode well for this team as they move on to a third set.
Even though I want to say there is a little bit of a difficult situation while choosing the decks for the teams the other way around.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, listen. So I think that the captain wants to have the highest win rate, so it makes the most sense to put the Malice deck on them, because the Malice is probably the best deck in the game right
Oh
now.
yeah, okay, that makes
I
sense.
don't think that Malice
Captain
from the decks that we're having shows the highest display
Captain
of
having the
skill. I
most
think
wins
the other decks
gets you a
in the
bit better points, I
can
think.
be considered, a little bit more tricky or a little bit more profiting from the pilot of it.
I see
Something
what
like
you're saying.
Branded or Memento. Because Malice, sometimes it feels... I mean, I have fumbled enough Malice combos to know that this
We've all been
doesn't
there.
count for all players.
For sure, for
but
sure.
I think that Malice oftentimes wins you the games just on its own. You know, the deck takes away like all the responsibility of you because it's just like you do your standard combo and your opponent cannot play versus it. But the other decks, I think they, with like the little tweaks, I think that the captains, if they want to be the star of the team, that they might be better off with that deck.
And on the topic of decks, I'm really, really curious to see just how the Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker matchup goes this time around, because it puts a lot of pressure on the opponent here to make the correct read as to whether FCG are going to be piloting that, because if they get a single
Well, if it's
win,
the best deck,
they win
normally
the whole
you will
round.
just pilot that card.
Silent
The
mining
deck.
for RJ, that gotta be
Oh my god, the
of
enemy
course,
just
Malice
passed
deck,
with
just
one.
relying on multiple new
Oh, this is
support cards.
over.
Or the card is not new, but it's a new way to find consistency in the deck.
It's
and
innovation
Troll
to
and
fill up for
Lockbird.
the non-shared card
Yes.
cards as well. You're delving deeper into the expanded card pool, but there is the Malice Trap in response as well. There's an XC summon in the bottom left of your screen to the right.
Okay, what can this do?
Looking okay so far.
Oh,
whereas Godwall,
Marcher can
he
black.
stayed
But I don't think
with
Drone will do
Branded,
enough.
and he's going first
I'm
this
pretty
time
sure
around,
Malice
has
can
the
play
Quest,
under Drone
has the
pretty
Illumina
easily
Despia.
because
Despia has
all
the
of their
Branded
cards
Fusion
pretty much
ready and
set
waiting to go.
from the
Albion,
graveyard
Shrouded
of the
Dragon,
deck
Branded, doing
directly to the
Branded
field.
things.
Honestly, let's go actually over to table C. We want to see what this Branded deck is doing. We want to
Oh.
see it in
Oh
action.
yeah, let's go for
We wanna
Branded.
see
Come on,
Branded
Duel
Fury
C.
resolving, and they have triple tactic Frost as well, just
Even
next to
more.
it.
That is huge. But also, if you're looking at Duel A right now, there's something that rarely ever happens. I think that they
Cameraman, go
started
to
off
C.
with an
Come on.
MTP 05 answered by a Droll and Lockbird. And this makes the combo actually a little more tricky here on the side, because Red Ransom is not going to be able to search you some extra follow-up here. So I'm quite curious as to see how RJ is going to
Is
do
that
this.
even
I think
important?
it's going to be a
That getting a
Splash Mage
follow-up?
first, which
Because
would lock you out of Appaloosa Power of the Goddess.
Ring Brumner Striking Dragon on Duel C as well, by the way.
Is
So
that
this
even
does mean that we're
important?
seeing extension.
And also, you
extension.
know, you're
And I
not
mean, the
locked
thing is,
out
Leo,
of
that you have to pay
Apollo's
attention
Bowl
to
of the Goddess just
RJ
because you
is
can't yet
currently in the
use
second
Red
turn of
Ransom.
Duel, meaning we
You
don't
can
have
still
to find
use
the
White
perfect way to
Binder.
combo. We just have to find a way to 8,000 points of damage because there was
What
a quick
happened in
pass.
turn one?
We didn't really catch it. I think the hand was very unfortunate there, and we could just immediately
You can just
go
go
in.
Despite that, obviously with the earlier rounds,
Link
you know, we did say kind of for F
to here, I think. Link to
focus on what's next, win the next three,
like Lizard
to
Dose,
secure
banish
yourself a way
Dormouse,
out.
Dormouse
On the other hand,
activates,
even if you
bring
drop
it
this,
back,
because Soulfall
go into
counter
Link
much
Decoder,
success
go to
earlier,
the
it
White
does mean that
Binder,
they're still
go
very much in the tournament, even
get
if
another
this doesn't go
card.
as planned, because right now, FCG looking like this
And
is
that's-
their match. This is
That's so
their
much damage
set.
already.
This is their round, and this is their way back into the tournament.
And here you have
Does
March
very
here,
much
which means you
seem like
can
that,
easily
and
go for
RJ
game.
really in the zone. He's the captain. He's the one that can make it happen, but also getting massive support from his teammate there in Duel B, who's now just also dropping the artifact Lancea there. So that's massive after already resolving the Ryziel combo there.
Hard Scripter now hitting the field. This is the Malice end piece. This looks so good. Anything Suizokaku can do here.
I mean, you have to have...
Okay, March
Marcher
here.
being changed, so the artifact Lancea and Duel B not too impactful unless it's something like Crystron, even though it's also good against
Banishing a
something
trap card,
like the
that's
Memento.
not
The
great.
Cult by the Grave is still being chained. Ring takes out the artifact Lancea there. Marcher in defense position, looking not too happy about this. And I
Okay,
think
this is not
RJ
game.
goes like, hey, I don't really need
We can just still banish it, right?
Yeah, but then you don't get to... Oh, you have GWC set.
I think
yeah,
we have
that's true,
GWC
yeah.
set, so if there is
Oh.
no further stoppage, this may as well mean the game here for RJ,
No.
and that would mean the set.
He's a
and the
Malice deck,
entire
so
match
he can
for
still have
Can we
Bestial,
close
and
it up? Is
ironically.
there maybe another Bestial waiting somehow? Oh, it doesn't really look like it.
31,
3,100.
activate trap,
And now
bring it back, get another body.
GWC06. The card that is ahead of everyone here is now looking to be a crucial combo piece in the OTK for RJ. They're so close to deciding
There it
their
is,
own
18.
destiny, grabbing this tournament
Activate the
back
Cypher
by its
again.
heel, trying to
It's
go
gonna
for the
gain
hard
attack, I'm
drive,
pretty sure.
5,600 attack,
Yep.
boosted by the Dormos, attacking for game, and FCG takes it
And RJ
back.
pretty
That
much
is such a
did it.
relief for them here. Their
That's it.
tournament is still alive as a result, and they are so happy to be in this still. 1 and 2 on the scoreline for them overall, but that is still
Well,
fine.
all these two games doesn't matter anymore. We can just cut them.
And as we just left there, we saw another branded
Yeah,
deck
it's all
on the opposing team as well. So we have both Team FCG and also Team Soulform with the branded deck, which we have so far not seen at all
Soulform.
besides that, which is very interesting. And
Wait, no, FCG won. Why Soulform? Why are you showing Soulform? That's kind of disrespectful.
That is true. We've seen, I think, we've seen Soulform right there
Yeah,
posing,
but
but
it's
actually
Yeah.
FCG. Yep,
There
there
we
we go.
Victory.
They did it. All right, a true captain there that RJ is, right? Not even being in the middle, but leaving the spotlight to
taking a
one of
step
his teammates. What
Love
a comeback from RJ specifically as well, right?
Yeah.
3-0 there.
That feels so good for him, and honestly, just shaking off the earlier losses. Again, these are true competitors to be able to do that and have the presence of mind just to, you know, recenter yourself and be like, hey.
But the
every
problem
game's
is
a new
FCG
game.
is
Let's
bottom
just
of
get
the
to it.
pack.
Let's win.
This is their
Yeah,
first
you know,
win.
win is exactly
Team
what
win.
they did.
Oh, yes.
And I mean,
So if the other
both
ones
the
get
great Bronas from Team Brotdose, sometimes
decent
Crypta gives,
wins,
sometimes
even if
Crypta
they don't
takes.
win the team
And this
match,
time around for RJ, Crypta
There's-
has given a
they're still
lot,
gonna
especially
be bottom.
Really, really well played
I
there by
think.
RJ and the rest
Unless
of the
the
team.
other ones
FCG
doesn't
got to
win
see
anything
our
anymore.
first branded deck and then another branded deck of the tournament. So really happy to continue to see some variety in terms of what these players are bringing to the table. I do just want to take a step back though, because before the tournament we looked at this group and we said, okay, Team 7, yeah, they're the favorites, they're coming back. But FCG are also very much contenders. And earlier in the day, you know, recency bias, we thought, okay, maybe they're not having the greatest time of it. But that game just there solidified the fact that these are still contenders to make out of the group and contenders to win the whole tournament this year at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025.
But yeah, as you explained earlier, the group kind of was already completely upside down before even this round, and now the teams that have been losing so far are actually now starting to win, so it's actually just completely going upside down. And talking about games being upside down, I think there's still matches being upside down currently, which are live.
I think
and
we have
therefore-
Ragnarok versus Snipe Hunters,
Ooh.
which is, of course, two of the most prominent teams within Europe facing off. We've seen it time and time again. Herman Hansen, Joshua Schmidt, household names within the European TCG.
Yeah, we will
side.
definitely have to catch some more of that. We are about to present that to you, and I mean, we all want to see, because both teams with the same start, same standing right now. This round for them is absolutely leading them into one or the other direction. Are they having a winning tournament or having a losing record?
I think if Snipe Hunter lose this, they're gonna be eliminated.
Other tie breaks so far. Currently, or before this round, Ragnar was on the second spot in Group A, and Team Snipe Hunters was on the second to last spot, on the fifth spot. And this could completely turn around if the Snipe Hunters just win.
So if
this
Snipe Hunter
game. But even
lose,
then, it is going
I'm
to be
pretty sure they're
tough with the
eliminated.
tiebreak there.
But if they win, they cannot
do really
be a
respect
third, I
Ragnarok
think.
generally, just because
Yeah,
of
there's a
the
chance they're gonna be
players
third.
They have in terms of winning every tournament that we have in the 3v3 format, and of course these are very well-regarded players. Nesh considered to be one of the most intelligent minds for the game when it comes to bringing innovation, bringing new strategies, bringing any kind of deck building. Luca, very consistent, very strong, very prominent player as well, but Mist.
Okay,
Herman
Mist starting
Hansen,
with
he's so
Rysel.
good, and he has been good for so long. 7 Takia now being used here. You have the X Ryziel to follow it up here. It is a Ryziel deck here for him. Josh, any answer?
Okay,
Any
Josh doesn't
response?
have anything yet.
Anything?
It is going to be a full combo here for Mist, and actually Ragnarok is leading 4-2 versus the Snipe Hunters here. So this is big. So far, Mist and Nash won
Oh my
the
god, he
first
can go
round, while
for
Josh
Photon
also won the
here.
first round, and then
Go to
Josh
Photon, then go to the...
single-handedly keeping the Snipe Hunters alive here.
No,
Also
not even
won versus
Photon.
Nash,
Go to Duel
while
Drive, then
Luca
go to
and
Photon.
Again, Herman Hansen.
So make sure he's protected
Mist
from the
actually
Vero,
won
and
another round
Photon
here, and now it is Josh
protects you from
versus
targeting.
Mist, the
So if he wants to
big,
target
big
anything,
captains, the
he has to
big
do it before you
names
summon
of
the
this
Photon.
tournament.
We're currently 4-2 on the scoreboard here.
Okay,
it is
now
Snipe
he's
Hunters that
protected
are
from the Vero.
behind. Mist and Ragnarok are looking to close this one out very cleanly, but
Now he just
Josh,
needs
we've
to
seen
go
him come
photon
back from
here, but
even tougher scenarios before,
he's
and we've
protected
seen
from
Snipe
target
Hunters clutch it
Infirm,
out.
Definitely. I
Veiler,
mean, it's basically a little bit of old
Nibiru.
school versus new school. We had Snipe Hunters being so relevant in the last two World Championships, and now it's the new team. It's Team Ragnarok that wants to take the spotlight, that wants to take the stage, and they are right now
This
in the
kinda tough.
process of giving that loss to Team
Activating
Snipe
Duo
Hunters.
Drive.
Starleech Photon Blast Dragon there
It's
for the insurance to protect
detaching
the
from
monsters,
Photon, I
and it
think.
does mean that Josh now has to commit some kind of
Yep.
field destruction, some kind of removal, something to deal with this, because right now that looks pretty untouchable to me for the side of Mist.
Yep. There's also like 3 material on the Ryziel Duo Drive. I love this technology to just play into, not even play to Nibiru. This is the power of Ryziel Star, right? You can access this Ryziel Cross before you activated the Duo Drive effect. You can go into the Starleech Photon Dragon and then protect everything from targeting effects as well. Set up a Ryziel Plasma Hole there, and now you can of course also
Deactivate
go
that,
into the
get it.
node, discard something from your hand.
Duster.
They're not going to be too useful here, and
That would have been
on the
great,
Ryziel
going
top right
second.
now the big question is, are you going to go into a Baguska, which I don't even
Now how do you deal with this?
the best choice?
If this is gonna be
Possible
Baguska,
Memento deck,
that's
but also just the detonator feels strong.
Baguska will be
I do
so
like,
good.
oh,
Oh yeah,
Baguska also a valid option
the
as
common
well, just to
Baguska.
finish the monster effects. I like
You don't
the
really
fact
need
that the Ryziel deck
detonator
has
if your
so many
opponent can
options
do
in terms of
anything,
the toolbox in the extra deck,
because
depending
Baguska
on
will
what
stop
you need.
everything.
As long as it's rank 4,
Your
it's
opponent's monster you're gonna
The
do.
thing is, we have the Plasma Hole, meaning
Now,
Ryziel
what is
Plasma
just
Hole
playing?
gives
It's
us
gonna be
access to
Memento.
summoning out the detonator on the
Who
opponent's
lost?
turn, and therefore I think it's good to just
That's-
go Baguska first
Yeah,
and
that's
then
kinda
the other
so
way
shit.
around after.
Full for turn.
Normal summon getting after that. That's not the card you want to draw, and we just pass it over after. I think Joss is just showcasing it to everyone that he drew the card that sometimes finds its way into the hand way too often, even though you
Oh,
don't
it's
want to
over.
draw it.
Yep. Always when you go first or when you
Yeah.
go it as a 6th card there. Against some decks, it actually doesn't even feel too bad to draw it as the 6th card. Ryziel is not one of those decks, especially if you don't have anything to play with. And now Mist is just comboing off here, getting all those resources. What cards, what combination of 4 cards in Josh's hand that he didn't have in the first turn could possibly stop him right now?
Yep, had it come earlier, it would have been so good.
Just
for
didn't
Josh.
draw a hand trap.
Allowed him to run disruption.
He was
on
staring at the
combo by
Baguska.
drawing cards every time there was a
One
summon,
Snipe Hunter.
But instead,
And
too little, too late.
this is
It
kinda
looks like
sad.
It's not too long left in this series.
Miss is
Snipe
thinking of,
Hunters,
yep,
if
he's thinking of
Mist can
discard,
close this one out
detaching
here.
from Baguska, but
Also resolving. That's
that
two
doesn't even
cards just out of
matter.
nowhere being
This
added
is
to
a
the
game.
hand for a Mist too. He doesn't even need those additional cards, but they sure enough do help. And as we're now back into Group A, one thing, as we just saw a big comeback in Group B from Team FCG, worth mentioning, Team Dream's Future, they did not only come back, they came back with a 9-0.
Because if he destroys this,
So
if Mist destroys this, that doesn't even matter because he still has a monster negate with a field spell, a trap card pop. I don't think that's gonna be enough to trigger all the.
That level are basically friends.
I think he doesn't have enough to trigger all the
World Championship oftentimes just a big
the
reunion for
memento.
all of them.
Totally, yeah.
And yeah, just having these players compete against each other.
Yep, he doesn't have
be
enough.
able to win so
Yes.
convincingly at that level.
A pop, double
Here
monster
is
negate,
another normal summon of a
targeting
Ryziel card
protection.
here. The Sword Ryziel just going to be enough to tide over that final bit of damage, that final Gatic, and now you have 2,000, 2,300, 2,900, 2,700, more than enough to close this one out here in favor of Mist.
The Storm of Ragnarok has defeated Team Snipe Hunters here. Mist closing it out as the team captain that he is by winning the Duelist Cup earlier on in the year. And now it's tough times, honestly, for Team Snipe Hunters.
Okay, Snipe
Two
Hunters
rounds
getting
remaining. They
eliminated.
basically need to win both of them if they still want to play a role in this tournament.
There is a chance that Noble Gabagol are like the gatekeepers for Snipe Hunters here, so
Possibly.
good luck.
I will say it. For me, Ragnarok was one of the top teams of the tournament,
Of
was
course.
one of the favorites.
Yeah.
Mist has been so incredible this entire season. We've said it again and again, of course, but also his teammates. But in this one, the first Master Duel World Champions and then runner-ups, Team Snipe Hunters, so incredible. Miss just 3-0'd them.
Honestly, Snipe Hunters, fantastic team, and the fact that they're behind right now is a little bit daunting, but they've come back from more. They've come back from more.
Is there another name? Is there another game?
Coming back for more, yeah.
Here.
What do we have here coming our way? Oh, that animation. It doesn't get old. It's too beautiful. We do have
Quanta.
Quantal now in the action.
Wait, there's still a game. Good.
Versus Emre, by the way.
Nash.
That is plenty of points here for Ragnarok there. Looking super strong in the tournament, but Quantal is, of course.
Oh my god.
someone who just
Lancia.
passes here
To
on-
an artifact Lancea,
Oh, yeah,
of course.
okay, I did not
Snipe,
see that
this is
one,
not
but that's
Snipe Hunter's game.
Oh, Nash. Okay, I think we have spotted the anti-Malice deck in the lineup of Team Ragnarok, because this is not the Memento deck that he has been playing so much, but that looks like a Millennium Kashtira deck of some sort.
The big papa of Team Ragnarok has cooked here and is now about to cook Quantal.
What's this?
Because 3 sets. Yes, we've seen that in Labyrinth decks. Looks
Oh my god,
threatening,
this game.
But the amount of mirror forces in this tournament is
Yep, this is a game.
negligible.
Oh, there's a Ghost Belt mentioned in that deck as well. Of course, fitting the
Wait.
theme of being an anti-Malice deck, and that card is so
This
good
doesn't
against
even
Malice.
matter.
We
I
praise
think.
Nesh's deck building skills, and so far they haven't let him down. This Millennium Kashtira anti-Malice
Okay,
strategy
now
is
it matters
effective
because you
so
have
far,
March
but
here.
It's not over yet. Quantal, he's doing things, he's actioning things, he's allowing.
Okay, he's losing one card, but I don't think
a couple of effects, but he's
it will do
actually
anything, even if he loses the
Can we
most
just talk about
important
how
card.
crazy Kashtira Unicorn
Because if you
is
can survive
versus
here, it
the
doesn't
Balance
matter.
deck, because all of those extra deck monsters, they are always just one-offs, even though you could probably afford to play multiple copies of those. Actually, the extra deck is
Okay,
quite
the
high
opponent's
for
just
deck.
going to play.
Just taking out one of those
Oh!
crucial
Nibiru
pieces.
the Primal Being.
That's huge here. Now the Kashtira Unicorn effect is even more important because I think we're going to see more turns here.
Oh yeah, he has a
Kashtira
bird,
Birth
so
is
it
going
doesn't
to be
matter.
activated again. We're getting the Unicorn back, and we're passing the turn here.
Massive.
Okay,
was
Quantum,
tough.
the
And
goat.
there's another
You
artifact
fucking
Lancea
kidding me.
just waiting for Quantal, though.
But you can play this as Quantal. I think you have.
Oh, we attack
Okay,
over the
we-
Unicorn. I mean, that means
Oh, boy.
the Birth can immediately bring it back next turn. Now GWC in the main phase too. Normal summon of the Dormouse.
Oh, he doesn't want to
Can't even
lose
Cerberus
cards.
here anymore into the token because you have no card in hand. Splash Mage can, of course, be used. You have multiple bodies on the field already. Gets the White Rabbit back. Of course, Red Ransom is not an option here. Do you just go White Binder and set back the MTP so that you can banish the token in the next turn? Because it doesn't necessarily look like Nash is going to come up with a big field. And this is, by the way, something that all
Okay,
of
this is
those
pretty
pro
good.
players have also said. Malice is incredibly good. Joey has said this in the interview before. You can play whatever you want against Malice.
Okay,
you can play
go.
all the Lanceas in the world.
It
Sometimes
still
you
might win,
yeah.
yeah. It's still just an absolutely amazing
Banish
deck.
the
We
token.
have gotten rid of the token in the battle phase. Unicorn,
The
though, keeps
Scripter.
on going after the extra deck. Also the White Binder now being run over and called by the Grave is activated.
Oh,
on
shoot.
That White Binder now
He
two,
lost all.
that's
He
massive.
lost all his name.
I wonder why we
Quantal lost all his name.
Oh, because of the Marcher in the battle phase. That's genius as well, knowing this is a main phase
He lost
only
Scripter, he
effect, so
lost
in the
Red
battle phase,
Ransom,
while
and
I'm
now
at
he
it, I
lost
can just call by the
White
Grave.
Binder.
That being said, Quantal going to have a much easier time of it next turn once Lancia is out of the equation, and it does mean that we could very well see him make a comeback here.
Yes,
But
however,
Nash is
with one
3,500.
card, in the extra deck,
He has
there's
one
no
more
Red
back
Ransom,
row.
there's no more Hard
He has a
Crypto,
3K
and
beater.
the White Binder is just now added back to the extra deck, but it is not going to be able to activate its effects, or it can try, but it's not going to be able to resolve the effects
Wait,
because Call
why
by the
did you-
Grave was
Isn't
successfully resolved
having
in the last turn. So
Marcher
Quantal,
in the hand
you
is better.
really have to go for a Quantal thing here to find your way back into this game.
He got a better thing, and to put this into perspective, this game right now is basically for tiebreakers only, because we know who is the winner of this entire match. We know that Ragnarok comes out on top, but still, tiebreakers are incredibly important in all of this, and therefore, we want to find out who the winner of this game actually
This is the
turns
sad
out
part.
to
He has
be.
to go battle phase before he can do anything because he's gonna lose
Very, very
cards.
curious to see what's going to happen next year.
And he
Malice
can't
in
lose any more
first
card in the
activated.
extra
I
deck.
think you have a name in the graveyard that you can still trigger. You have a normal.
Because if he
summon
loses
deck.
another
What
one,
what I can see as a
he literally have no
possible
out.
line here is actually
If
access
he,
go
and
to
his
finally
enemy
get
just
rid of the
draws
Kashtira Birth here.
That might be the way to go. We activate
something.
the Dormouse, and life
Any
points
monster,
for
I
Nash
think.
are
Any
desperately
monster.
low, only 2,400. So it really feels like Quantal is at least going to win this one here for Team Snipe Hunters.
Oh my, we're gonna find so much more non-engine here now with Jessica. As you can see,
Good thing he didn't
if
get
you
Lancia
have
again.
doubted the Malice strategy and you
The
said,
fuck?
hey, if there are anti-Malice decks, then the deck has no chance in the competition. This is peak Malice gameplay. The deck has no extra deck anymore, but look at it. You just win with the little Malice monsters.
That is absolutely correct. There is now all the little
He just needs to
I mean,
deal
you
with the back
basically
row.
only need a Nibiru anyways, right? It doesn't even need all the Malice monsters. You can attack with Nibiru, and that would already be enough. But I'm sure Quandle wants to make
We're in
sure
main phase 2, though.
this last card that gets rid
He
of...
can go White Binder here just to set it up on the graveyard.
Is a good start, and then you
Then
just
go.
wait. There's not that much time pressure on them
I mean,
either.
you remove everything, right? And Wet You Temple
Hmm.
also isn't really a threat anymore because there's very little life points on the side of Nash.
And also the Golem
Is
is just
access code
limited, so
good
I don't
here?
think it really
Because you
does that
can
much even anymore.
deal with the
But
3
we
cards in
shall
the back
find
row.
out whether that's the
You
way
need to deal
for
with the
Quanto.
bird.
Ling free, and there is...
Celine, Queen of the Master
The
Magicians?
White
No,
Binder,
White Binder.
like that, can't activate the effect. I mean, again, it can activate the effect, it just won't do anything because Called by the Grave was used in the last turn. And that one counts for 2 turns, so we're just going to link it off into probably an access code talker. Can't imagine that it's going to be Appaloosa because that would be really wasted
you
here
need to,
on
you need to
another
deal with the
unicorn
bird.
being sent back from the bird.
If you don't deal
But I
with the
know
bird,
that we have used Splash
you're not
Rage
playing the game.
E4 already, so access code talker here as chaining 2 can't respond to it is going to be a good solution here. Going to be able to take apart the field that Nash still has. Which card could save Nash in the next turn?
What do you mean?
Will it summon
Oh,
Snake
Splash
Eye
Mage,
Ashley?
okay. You
If
need to
it
deal
is
with
a
the
Snake
bird.
Eye deck, yeah, sure. Oh, one
One
for
for
one was
one.
the set card. That felt like a card you could have just
You need to
kept
banish
in
another
hand.
card.
Because, I mean, the bluff didn't really...
Maybe
I wasn't
the
impressed. Maybe Quanto was, but he still decided to go for it. But that 1-for-1 could have been one of the cards that could have brought you out of this desperate situation. Seeing the 1-for-1, though, kind of is telling us
SP
that it is
Little Knight,
Snake Eye,
maybe?
right? It's gotta be
Okay,
Snake
it is SP. SP Little Knight to deal with the bird, and then another access code banish to deal with the field spell, maybe?
I think that you actually just want to set up the Link decoder, or the Link decoder is banished now.
Ah, okay. He's
the
just
Link in the graveyard, so you can
he's
banish
just getting
it
Marcher
for the
back,
access
so
code
he can
talker,
go
and SP
for
Little Knight gives you
banish
more
March
power.
here.
So now that you can
Here he's
handle
just banishing
those
Link
cards
Horrible
there,
here
Link
to
Horrible
deal with
is
the
in
bird.
graveyard, SP Little Knight
Because
gave you
I
a
don't
little
think the
bit
field
more
spell does
follow-up, and
anything
have-
without
If there is a Snake Eye Ash now, you
without
have the
Doom
possible
Dragon.
interruption of March Hair banish the White Binder. So Quanto think just knows what he's doing. It's a shame that in this game it
Man,
won't
Quantum
matter
is
for the
actually the goat. What the
outcome
fuck?
of the entire
Got
match,
Lancia twice.
but, of course,
Still
with
win.
2 losses, you're not exactly out of the tournament.
Not yet.
Oh, wow!
Okay. And I mean, the SP Little Knight, of course, helped us getting more follow-up, but also it helps us, of
Never
course, with
mind.
interruption, but it's not even needed as there is Dominus Impulse immediately responding to the original Sinful Spoils. We see the Dominus Impulse animation there, and so that is the last push that Nash had remaining, but he has to now pass it over to Mr.
Yep, that should be game in favor of Quantum.
Okay, that's
but
game.
it's
Just
still
attack.
be set in favor of Ragnarok. Timer ticks down on Gold Sarcophagus, but I don't think we're going to see another turn here. I think Access Code Talker is going to close this one out. Quantal takes down Nash, but Ragnarok already taken down Snipe Hunters. That being said, that was our backup feature. We had a feature earlier with Team FCG taking down Soulform, and it's actually FCG's game that we'll go through on the analyst desk. Over to you.
Hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed that backup feature. We're here to talk about the feature we had just before that, featuring FCG against Soulform. And I'm here with
Wait, what's
the
the standing
captain
up?
of the winning team, FCG, RJ. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So
Need to
can
see
you
the
tell us a
standing
little
up.
bit how you've been getting on
What's that
today?
right now?
How's your tournament been going so far?
Honestly, it's a tough day for me because I got 0-6 in the first.
Kaiba Corp Snipe Hunter 6318. Fourth. Team wins is 1. Oh my god, they're getting eliminated. They're currently tied with the alignment. But if they beat alignment, they're gonna tie with Dream Future. No, they're gonna be higher than Dream Future, so they're gonna be third. No. No, they're gonna be second. They have a chance. What the fuck? They can even go first. If they win against alignment, they are gonna have team wins gonna be 2. They're gonna be tied with Noble and Ragnarok. Close to Ragnarok, then they're gonna have a tiebreaker against them too. Okay, they have a chance. They have a chance.
They play Tenbai as well, so it becomes like a conflict matchup. Yeah.
So was this something you knew? Have you been like keeping one eye out on the other teams, or was this just a lucky surprise? You go in, you pick going second, and then all of a sudden you're up against a Tenpai deck.
We know he
Unless
has
it doesn't
Tenpai
count,
deck and the Malice
and
deck,
the
but
tiebreaker
like,
only counts
branded
as
matchup
actually
against
getting the
Malice is
placement
too tough,
secured.
So, yeah, we can only play a Tenpai.
If that's the case, then they're still
okay,
gonna get
okay,
beat.
that makes a lot
Well,
of sense.
if that's the case, they don't
So
have to do
that round was
tiebreaker
over
because
super fast. I think you
Snipe
won
Hunter is
2 of the
fourth,
first,
so
you
they can
again
just
won
eliminate
with your
them.
Malice deck. It looked very comfortable, and then we saw in the second set as well, you were playing Malice, and it looked like you kind of went first, almost uninterrupted. Maybe we can get it up on the screen here. Or maybe we'll just be a minute. Oh, there we go. So you went first here with the Malice. Malice, your deck of choice? So why did you choose Malice as your favorite deck?
Yeah, and Malice is like overpowered in this meta, so yeah, we have to choose Malice. Yeah, and I love combo decks, so yeah, I play the Malice.
And here you are against Ryze, possibly the other best deck of the format, but you think Malice the stronger one. Here you see it going first and completely dominating it, but you're going first sort of uninterrupted there. So how do you find it going second maybe into Ryziel?
We play like Lockbird or any cards. Yeah, still have some chance because Malice has tons of hand traps. But yeah, honestly, the matchup is like the coin flip matchup. Yeah, I think.
Sure. So maybe was that the difference then? You said, you know, you'd lost the first 6 rounds, but now you just won 3 in a row. And then going on to this other match, we saw Memento and your team playing Branded here. So Memento here coming up with this combo to summon the artifact Mjolnir. Have you anticipated this?
We knew this, but we can do nothing with this because another deck is Tenpai, and we have to choose second. I think it's
you pretty much can't do anything against the Lancia. Unless you have specifically a negate.
Okay, so you knew this was something
for the
but you
summon
knew, okay, I
or
don't want to play my Tenpai
negate for
deck
the
'cause I'm
monster,
gonna
but
choose
most of the
going
time you
second against
gotta
this
exhaust
very
all your
powerful combo
negate
set
monster
by
negate on
Branded,
the
but
first
unfortunately-
part of the combo before they can
Okay,
go
that makes a lot of
get
sense.
there.
So then going into the
It
third
doesn't
game
even
here,
matter.
it was a Malice versus
At that
Malice, and
point,
it looked like you lost the coin
you're
flip,
guaranteed to
but your
resolve
opponent
Lancia
passed
anyway.
on nothing, and then you were more than happy to, you know, take advantage of that.
Yeah, because my Lancia pass.
Oh, you played a Lancia?
Yeah, I
Okay,
played a Lancia.
Okay. Yeah, we missed the first little bit. So you were playing Lancia and Droll Lockbird in your Malice deck?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so a lot of interesting tech choices really there to counter what you think is going to happen.
Sorry?
So you chose to run sort of very specific cards for Ryziel and Malice.
Yes. I build a deck like I can win in the how do I say that? 就是我组这个牌想要那个它的上限高一点，这样子，就是它的就好的时候比较好，这样。
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. So how did you choose then to
Yeah,
split
yeah.
up these cards? Because obviously these
Oh
cards
my
are very
God.
good against Ryziel and Malice, but you're taking them all for your Malice deck. So your friends, what are they playing?
Actually, I only take one. Yeah, so they still have something to play. Yeah.
Oh, so you take one each and then split across?
Like Lockbird is not that good in so many matchups. Only for Malice is like is better in Malice deck, I think. So there's no problem. Maybe I take all the Lockbird. Yeah.
No, that's really interesting because I think for people at home, this is probably one of the most fascinating things is how you choose to split up your cards across the 6 decks, how you choose the shared cards. So do you have any insights on how you pick these cards to share?
Oh yeah. How did you pick the card?
You
Except
mean a
for
shared
Ash.
card?
Yeah, the shared cards or the different hand traps you choose.
Oh, the share cards should be like Maxi, Ash, and +1. And if you are a combo deck, maybe Kobai. And if you are something like the beat deck, maybe you choose the Imperm
Yep, you
or
hit
the
Ash
foils.
Maxi and
Yeah.
then
So
either Kobai or another hand
yeah,
trap.
we choose because we're all combo deck. Yeah.
So you all choose to use Called by the Grave.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So congratulations for winning this, and we're rooting for you to carry on into the top 4 maybe. So how do you feel about your chances?
I think the chance is slightly, but yeah, I will try my best and maybe enjoy the stage. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your win again. And everyone at home, I hope you really enjoyed the feature match and our interview with RJ. And stick around for some more great Master Duel and Rush Duel and Speed Duel content.
Oh.
Thank
DK
you very
didn't
much, Tom.
pick
Thank you, RJ. Really, really great games.
the deck
Just
is because he
seeing
can
some
access it
great games
easily.
to come up
Okay,
later
good.
As well, of course, with the way the groups are looking right now, it's anyone's tournament, but we do have a few clear favorites.
Oh, yeah.
Who are you looking at in Group A?
I mean,
Snipe Hunter in Team 7.
coming out of nowhere, just rising into the top spot.
Because they still have a
3-0.
chance
They have
if
also
if
just
they
defeated Chiba Corp.
manage
I mean,
to
at that point, they're
win
almost
to
locked up for top 4.
continuously.
Behind them as well, of course,
They just
we
need to
could
win
see
and they can
a
still
victory
get the
against
first or
Snipe
second.
Hunters, So really, that group is heating
insanity,
up.
yeah.
On the other hand, Group B, Leo, who are you looking at?
Oh yeah, Group B is also very, very interesting because now it's really open again. We have 3 teams that have won 2 games so far and 3 that have only won 1. And it's Team 7 who actually brought 1 game back there. So the current world champions are being back right now after a crushing defeat.
You know
never
what's
doubted them. You know?
hilarious in Group B? Fala Galera, who we saw losing on the first round, now all of a sudden, as you can see
Noble
here now also
Gabiko.
beautifully on the screen, they're in first place after
I'm not
round
even
3
sure
all
you
of a
can
sudden.
You cannot
dethrone
count
this
out a
unless
team
they
based
don't win
on the
anything
early
anymore.
Games. Again, we said it's anyone's
Group B is
tournament
anybody's
to
game
win.
anyway.
We now have 2 teams in Group A tied for 5th. Unfortunately, one of them is still your 2023 World Champions, and a Seoul team in 6th. Brotdos in Group B. FCG, they won their match, but it was only enough to get them up by 1 placement now, tailing Soulform, who they did take down. But the whole standing has been shaken up since we last checked in.
Definitely, and maybe we praise Soulform and Mugati too much, because we talked about them after the first 2 rounds. They were in 1st and 2nd place, and then all of a sudden, they just both lost their matches, and therefore it is now looking a little different, or let's be real, completely different actually in this Group A.
So that was our check-in with the current state of
4-3,
the groups, but we
4-3,
will be
6-7.
taking a deeper dive
Chiba
into
actually
things
has a
with some
chance if they
analysis
just
with
win.
Yahweh and a couple of us in just a little bit. For now, though, we'll jump to a 5-minute break before coming back with a great analyst desk segment for you.
Analyst the segment. I'm kinda exhausted.
Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
I think I need to grab some food.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? Whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that one down. Here I go. It's all or nothing.
C'est l'heure du duel!
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin.
Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? Whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for, I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing.
Hello everyone, we're here in the analysis corner, of course joined by Zhao Wei, and we're going to talk a little bit about how things have been going so far, right? What is your impression, Zhao Wei?
It's been great. So I've been in the back room this whole time, watching the games with you guys as well. We've seen a lot of crazy things, I think, not to the extent that you guys have, being so forward in it.
Tell us all about it, really.
So the highlight for me was the Tenpai game that we just watched. I was with Billy.
Okay.
We were watching the Tenpai. I think we got called over for something. We turned around and it was already done. And next thing I saw was like the Malice field. And I was like, we turned to each other and we're like, what happened to Tenpai game? And was there a Tenpai game? Yeah.
Tenpai Mirrors were not on my list really for this tournament. I thought like after 20 Forbidden and Limited lists with Tenpai hits, I thought the deck was done finally. But now here we are at the World Championships and the deck is performing 50% of the time.
Yeah.
This is really feeling like a meta call though, right? The Tenpai decks, because when you look at Rated, when you look at the Master Division in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, I don't think you see Tenpai that much anymore. But now with how the decks are being lined up, it just makes sense sort of to have it as one of your 6 decks there. Or what do you think? Would you have expected so much Tenpai?
I didn't, but what was interesting was in the post-match interview, RJ did say that it was a deck that they had anticipated.
Okay.
Maybe in the West we don't expect it. We wrote that deck off really quickly. I don't think I've seen any of the Western teams play it.
Emirates, but besides that, yeah.
But if the Eastern players are putting a bit more focus on it, maybe that's just a difference in the regions. Maybe that's something they respect more or they considered more.
Actually, from what I've heard from some of the players like Brotdose, they've also highly considered Tenpai, but they've also talked a lot about the branded deck in preparation, and that is something that was very interesting to me. We've just seen that also from 2 teams from the Asian region. We've seen that in the last matchup, where there was all of a sudden Branded versus Ryziel twice.
Yeah, it's both on Team Soulform and also on Team FCG. And therefore it's definitely not a bad observation by Team Brotdose, because there is Branded in the tournament being played, and the players are also not afraid of actually playing it and not only hiding it as their second deck, because for some players we still have those question marks. What is the second deck? That's a luxury to have though, because imagine, for example, for Fala Galera, we have there Paolo PRRJ, basically just playing as Ryziel deck so far. And imagine they make it to top 4 and they still have that secret of the second deck, and then the moment they need it the most, maybe they come in with it.
Okay, but what would you wish for? Which one would you, if you can hide a deck until top 4, what would be something that you would want to have then to surprise your opponent really? Any shouts?
Good question.
Well, I can't tell you guys because that's the secret we're hiding for the top 4, right? But circling back to that Branded match, we did see that the Imperial Princess Queen Carey play. That was huge.
Where was that coming from?
So it is something that was adopted into the TCG fairly recently, and I think because in this format, the Paradise Smashers is not a card that's in the card pool, so this is the second best thing they have. It's like
fair. Can I just say how funny it is to me that Branded just got Artifact Mjolnired and then couldn't play and only summon Artifact monsters? That is something about this just felt right to me.
Yeah, because when you talk about Branded for the longest time, everyone defaults to play where you summon with the Sanctifier Dragon, right? So it is it's like it's full circle now. Yeah,
it is full circle indeed. But coming back to your point of a deck that is good to hide, I think a deck you want to hide, I think a deck you want to have in the back is either a really good going second strategy that can come out of nowhere, like Tenpai, of course, that would still be in the realm of possibilities, or on the other hand, an insanely strong going first deck. I think having something to counter maybe 10-pie decks, maybe decks that are relying on going second so much, by just having a deck that basically can already win the game on the first turn, or at least set it on an almost unbreakable field, turn skip the opponent, I think that could be something to look out for.
With a shared card pool, how would you approach a deck like this? When you're trying to basically just play this against possible going second decks?
Yeah.
Would you just throw a bunch of Solemns in there? Would you go for something like I know you're a professional at this. Something like a...
Wait, that's my deck.
Morganite
That's literally my Raizo deck.
Yeah, sure.
A
I think that can
Solemn
definitely
evenly
work.
matched.
Either that and just really backing it up with the most powerful
Balance
cards that are
and-
in the game, or just a combo that doesn't care about
An
anything.
Ultimate
Just a
Slayer.
combo that keeps on comboing
not
whatever the
great,
opponent
but
does.
it's playable.
A combo that will still go on even if there is Fuvalos, even if there is Maxi. Just something that still gives you the win and that just still keeps on
But the problem
trying.
is
I
if you
think,
go
for
second, because
example,
that
there
deck
were,
doesn't really... No,
there
if you
were
go
a multitude
first,
of
that
decks that
deck
could do
is
that. Just,
kinda
for example,
doesn't have
do
enough
effect damage
engine
on the
and
first turn
starters.
to lower the opponent's life points by 8,000 before
Its
they even have a turn.
strongest
Or, I mean, we
beat is
saw
pretty
the
much
Mjolnir card there being summoned. That was
destroying a
effect
board,
efficiently, just skipping the
creating a
opponent's
decent
turn, because we
board
saw there was
so your
nothing really
opponent
that
can
they can do. So I think that's a
play
good
the
thing to
game.
have.
The problem with those decks is that sometimes the cards that are being played are interruptions as well on the opposing turn, like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, like Ash Blossom, Joyous Spring, the Bureau of the Primal Being. Those can actually really stop you with those combo decks, which is, I mean, that's not something crazy that we've just figured out in this meta-analysis, but still, I think like just running a big combo deck into something that is possibly against the going second breaker decks, I can really see that happening when you're just trying to go for this first turn win condition.
And they're not that uncommon, apparently, because we saw so many of them just being on the Tempai deck. I think even against Branded, it works pretty nicely because Branded is another deck that just doesn't really play any hand interaction. So I think there's a couple of decks where you really would be happy to have something like that in your arsenal. On the other hand, we also saw
Branded doesn't have
Voice all of a
hand
sudden being an
interaction.
option, apparently.
They have
We saw that as
Mercurial.
being the second deck from
The
Vince,
majority of the
so maybe
interruptions
some
they
other
have is in the
people also
graveyard
rocked
and
up with
back
that, I
row
don't know.
and monster.
I think you do need
so
to
it's
be
pretty
able
much
to,
there.
like, I think picking a deck which can automatically win going first is a valid strategy. But you run that risk where you don't always get to go first, like when we saw the future team versus alignment. Alignment lost 5 out of their 6 die rolls, which can be the coin tosses, which could be a bit rough, like going into if you're using a strategy, which I think is got a lot of impact on your deck building decision. You've gotta have your deck ready to go first and second as well. Like decks like 10-pie can, while ideally they want to go second, they still have plays to make when they go first with like spheres, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we saw Tenpai go first once so far in the tournament. Didn't look that great because they literally just fell to that heavy storm completely.
I mean, the field was probably okay to play into most decks, like 4 set cards. Maybe you can have like a setup Widow Anchor that actually takes a monster. That could be completely huge and swingy against, for example, something like Malice. But then again, on the other hand, first of all, are you really queuing this deck versus Malice? And second of all, that was not what happened. It was just Heavy Storm and then normal summon Genroku, I think, or was it Chandra? It was just something.
It was a 10-pie monster. That's all that they needed, really.
Sometimes
that was
it's Fadra, then it's a little bit unfortunate, but still, this was too much.
But stories of tournaments so far. Which team? I mean, is obviously the one we have to point out. Noble Gabigal, like coming out of nowhere, being 3-0 right now, living the life, living the dream.
Give me the Gabigol. This team is completely insane here, standing on top of the competition of this group, where everyone, when it was released in the client, everyone went like,
oh yeah,
they are going to play in one group. All of these matches could be finals, and then there was Noble Gabigol. And I think that this was also to their advantage because the preparation started for all the other teams first.
Well, what about your thoughts on Snipe Hunter's performance? I think they weren't looking like they were doing too well. Do you think they're going to be able to claw their way in using
Snipe Hunter
the
can
past
win
experience?
if they continue. If they win all 3 games.
I don't feel
all
like
3
they're
matches,
here
but
today to
if
lose,
they
and Snipe Hunter still has
only
to
win
play
at least one,
so I don't
they're
know how
gonna
they're
get
going to
eliminated.
beat them really, because they look so hard right now, and Snipe Hunters will certainly struggle against them as well. And already being on a 1-2 record, they need 2 wins in a row now if they even want to have a chance
So it's looking rough out there for them.
It's definitely not going to be easy. I mean, last year they made a little bit of a comeback. I remember that it wasn't too easy for them in the group stage either. So if there is a team that can pull it back,
But you don't
is
really want to be in
one
a
of those.
comeback
But there's
position,
also
especially in
like
this
other
kind of
teams in the
format.
competition. I mean, we've just seen
Because the
Ragnarok.
decks are
Will
pretty
still
strong,
have to beat some
and the
of
new
those
cards
teams
are just
in
too
a
rough to
tiebreaker
deal with.
situation, possibly, and that's also not going to be too easy because the last loss they had was a pretty tough one.
Yeah, what we can basically say is
it's still
Snipe
anyone's
Hunters
game.
doesn't really have it in their own hands anymore, though, right? Because they need to rely on Noble Gabigol losing one match next to losing to them, because only then they would drop down to 3-2, where they would be in reach for Snipe Hunters. And they're also relying on Team Ragnarok from now on, because they already played each other too, to continue losing now from here on out. So it's going to be a risky endeavor for them.
Yeah, the competition is very fierce. We can see like it's still anyone's game at this point. But they're performing really well. Like every team has done quite well. Whether even when it's a sweep, it's like not like completely. You wouldn't rule out the other team. Oftentimes it's due to unfortunate circumstances.
We have seen that with Chiba Corp. They have lost the first round 1-8 and we were like, okay, goodbye. But then they came back with an 8-1. That was completely insane there. So everything's possible. But Noble Gabigol, they also had an 8-1 win. So their record, even if they lose the next 2 rounds, it's got to be hard losses because they are crushing the competition. Did they? I think they won one round 5-4 and then 6-3 and then 8-1. That is really, really tough to beat. They have to really mess it up in the next rounds.
They're looking insane right now. They're almost looking like they're booking their ticket directly to the top 4 in that crazy Group A. That crazy Group A, though, had something additionally crazy happening there in the last round.
If Noble doesn't do anything weird, or they don't misplay so hard,
tournament. Dreams
they're gonna be
Future,
the
after
first.
losing first round, because we can't rule these guys out just
angry.
either.
3 matches
they were like,
won.
okay, we need to start winning, and we're going to do it in style.
That's too much.
And they did it with a
Too much to-
9-0 over Team Alignments, and
That's too much
that's good for the tiebreaker. Not gonna lie, having that
score
9-0 in there
to-
is pushing the
to bet
tiebreaker
on they're
from
gonna mess up.
having those first 2
Is there-
losses. So it's still their game as well somehow.
Yeah, definitely think the winning 5 out of 6 coin tosses really help. But,
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's part of the game, right? You have that luck factor, and sometimes it's your weekend, but you definitely can't discount their skill and preparation, right?
Definitely.
It's success is a combination of like opportunity and hard work, as they say.
Quote that.
Yeah,
Yeah, right in the book, for real.
They've all worked hard. I mean, and then if we're going back into the match, I think you guys already discussed Memento's performances today has been really shocking us all. Like in the games that they were able to play, so not that last game with Joshua, but every other game they've had a really standout performance. They've been able to do really well.
Not the
I wouldn't
problem.
say surprised because you are Tekutlika's strongest soldier. After I played locals with the deck, I'm Tekutlika's weakest soldier
Ironically,
probably.
Apollosa is the problem.
There was some belief in Memento. It was definitely.
Because
I
it
think
gives
it was my
Malice
third
literally
choice, basically,
ability
for decks.
to-
I would have gone Malice, Ryziel, and then Memento
To
with
play
like a
around
little bit
Nibiru.
of discrepancy to Ryziel.
Yeah, the other two up top.
There's like a
Because
big
if they're
cliff.
afraid of Nibiru, they're not
No, I
gonna.
do totally agree, and I would love to see the
And
numbers,
on
because by just
that
watching the
much
live
board.
stream and having our displayed matches there, it really feels like the win rate for Memento is just higher than the Malice win rate and higher than also the Ryziel win rate so far. But maybe it's also
And
just
without
because we're
Apollosa,
watching one match at a time, right?
You can actually save your interruption for the key moments later in the combo instead of trying to stop them
because it's just so
from
good to
getting
draw into this card against a Ryziel
getting to
detonator, because
Apollosa.
Eclipse Twins is
Most of the
not
time
in Master
doesn't-
Duel. This was like one of the
doesn't work because they
peak
have
things
enough-
for Ryziel to play
enough
around
extender
these
in
single
hand.
targeting negates for the Ryziel detonator, and that's not here anymore. So people were really considering how to play versus Malice. We have counter decks for Malice that are just there for Malice, and then we have decks like Striker, Tenpai, which are basically counter decks for Ryziel, and Memento just doesn't have that. Memento just has a terrible Malice matchup, to be honest, if Malice set up a field. But which deck hasn't?
But yeah, from what I can see, Malice and Ryziel, they've been performing as expected as the top 2 decks. Malice, I think, from what we've seen, has had a standout performance as well. It's been able to decisively win a lot of its games, but that's to go with the deck. If it goes first, it's able to do really powerful plays. When it goes second, it's a bit more of a struggle, but they're usually powerful enough to get there. What other differences have you seen, I guess, compared to like the trading card game format that people need to adjust to? Like here, like, I remember seeing one of the matches where I think it was Jesse who like turned 4 of his monsters into well, when we were thinking, we're like, what is he making? That requires 4 materials, and then it's
Quite easy
It's
answer.
an Appaloosa, and we're like,
Yeah.
oh wait, we didn't really guess that because we haven't played with that card in a while. What other main differences have you seen?
I think that card actually, now that you say it, is the main difference overall for all the combo lines that there are in Malice right now in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
I think you're forgetting a card.
Link Decoder also is out there, being a little difference. Maxi also is out there. But I mean, the combo line that is being played and that is considered to be the standard combo line for the Malice deck. Let's just go with the 1-card Dormouse combo when you start with the Malice Dormouse in your hand. What they're trying to do is to set up Appaloosa
Decoder
as
needs to
quickly as
also to be
possible as
banned.
Link 4, and
That
all of their
thing
plays
is helping Malice so
evolve
much.
around that. And therefore, I think the existence of that card and the power of that card massively is changing how the deck of Malice is being played.
And I think also like the combo, it revolves around Link Decoder and Appaloosa, which are 2 cards that are forbidden in the TCG.
Yeah.
The deck it plays so different in Master Duel because the first thing you banish most of the time with Dormouse in your standard combo.
Somewhat standard, yeah.
Is the March Hand. This gives you so much flexibility. If your opponent has a Fualos or a Maxi, you're not starting off with too many summons before, so maybe your opponent wants to go for something first or something. You can bait out stuff. The deck is really, really strong, and it's just so hard to answer if you don't resolve Maxi.
And I think another engine which
Even if you're so
they
much, it doesn't
definitely
really
play a lot
matter
more in
sometimes.
Master Duel than in TCG
They
is the
if they have
Millennium
White
engine,
Rabbit,
which
they
we've
can
seen
set
in
up
action
cards
as well. What
to
are
back
your
row
thoughts on that
and
as
play
an
on your
engine,
turn.
like, in terms of this format?
I think... Oh yeah, go ahead, Leo.
Oh yeah, okay. So I think the engine was incredibly strong before we had Ryziel Detonator. First of all, we don't have like end of round time procedures here, so paying the life points doesn't really hurt you in Master Duel most of the time. Life points are pretty relevant resources sometimes, but most of the time you can afford to pay 7,999 life points unless you're playing Malice.
Yeah.
But into a Detonator, they just don't do anything. So I think this is also just an engine that plays into the Malice deck. So you're trying to turbo out something like a Zombie Vampire and hit this Chaos Hunter or Lancea, and that job the engine does really, really well. However, if you're going second versus Malice with a Millennium deck, I don't think if you're not finding your Lancea or Chaos Hunter immediately, I don't think they're helping you.
But that's where it is, right? Like, that is where the Millennium cards are at. I think the times where we saw it was, first of all, in the Sprite deck from Judeo, which was just also playing like Chaos Hunters and also playing the Lanceas and was the dedicated anti-Malice deck. And the second time we saw it was with Pack, actually, where Pack also was just playing the Crystron deck. And then we found out later on that there is anti-Malice decks, anti-Malice cards in his Crystron deck as well. Therefore, meaning that absolutely
Malice is
that
such a
is the case,
crazy
that he
deck.
is just playing those
You need
cards
to
in a deck where
dedicate
he
a
knows
deck
he does not have to go
specifically
up
to
against the
counter
Ryzen
it.
strategy, because Ryzen Detonator, as you say, is the best answer possible to any Millennium card.
And like you said, with the Millennium engine, like,
That's the reason
what was I gonna say?
they're so
it's
powerful
also
because
able to push out a lot of damage.
they can do
because,
so
yeah,
much,
Doom
but the
Dragon,
problem
which
is
is
they're
able
also
to
weak
clear
because of
the monsters as well.
their weakness that
And
literally says you can't
with
play the
format,
game.
It has a rough matchup into Malice
Under
and Ryziel,
Lancea and
but
Chaos
that's just
Hunter.
2 of the 6 possible decks
But
you
if your
can play
opponent doesn't
against.
draw it,
The
which
other 4 decks
commonly
might be more
happens,
comfortable for you to play
you're
into
winning the
with,
game.
the Millennium engine. That might be why the players have adopted that. I mean, in this format where your card pool is restricted, you're going to start looking for packages which are individually strong, maybe not necessarily against all the decks, but against some of the decks, which is why we see it, and it's how you use it.
Yeah.
I want to mention one deck where my heart is really at.
Ooh. Altergeist. No, give it up.
Altergeist and I have a difficult YCS history, okay?
All right, no, go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Where's my Lightsworns? Okay, so Lightsworn combo decks are insane. They're,
Okay.
First of all, so much fun to play. Second of all, you get so many resources into the graveyard, and there are funny ways to, like an Empyrean Iron Wall. If you're playing a Lightsworn deck, if you play 40 cards especially, you're gonna mill that one.
Yeah.
You can go into Nightmare Griffin and set it back. I think that the deck has potential as an anti-Malice deck, even though if you're playing like those 9 important anti-Malice cards, and you play Maxi called by Ash Blossom, it's gonna be bricky.
You know where I see the Lightsword deck? That is one of those decks that I was
You can just go
mentioning that
FPK
maybe
in
be
Lightsworn
hidden
instead of
second deck, because
countering Malice.
Lightsworn has that we saw it on the ladder the last couple of months, multiple times finishing top 10 with the Aero Shark, with the rank
Yeah,
3,
Aero Shark
being able to
FPK.
just deal damage
Oh,
on your
please.
first turn. That is
Please.
something I think that is pretty viable and that I find to be possible, at least, to maybe be the second deck of Paolo PRJ or someone else in the field. I wouldn't absolutely rule that out. That is something that I can see.
Or we just all summon Judgment Dragon and have a good time.
Yeah,
That works too, sure.
We'll just go back in time, enjoy it.
Judgment Dragon.
Even now, you know,
Banish
it's
all
non-targeting,
cards.
it's non-targeting, non-destruction removal.
Yeah, you can just search it easily. It's destruction removal.
It is destruction,
But you
sure.
can search it. It's fun. It's cool. It's a big dragon. Everyone loves it. There was gorgeous playmats back in the day. I think it was Euros 2009.
Well, I guess
My
it's cool.
Goodness, next to the Dark Arm
But it's
Dragon.
not
And now I'm traveling
viable.
back into the time again. You're absolutely right about this, Yao.
Definitely one of the. I
But
think
it's not
if
once
you
per turn,
surveyed
so
every player
there's a
and asked them
chance.
to list their top 10 favorite cards of all time, Judgment Dragon would be quite up there.
No, I think Maxi would be first place. I'm pretty sure.
It's either
Pac said it
either at
first,
the top
yeah.
or at the bottom. Like you've got one or the other.
Yeah, no. But the interesting thing for sure is right now that we are basically past halftime in our Master Duel event here. In our day 1, we have played 3 rounds out of 5. Only 2 more remaining. 2 more to determine who is going to
Halftime?
eventually end
It's been
up
6
in
hours.
the first 2
How
spots in
slow?
each of the 2 groups. And
How slow is
it's
the
now getting
production?
real intense, because if the 1-2 scores right now continue to lose, if they drop another match, history, they're out. They're not going to be in the tournament anymore. But as there are so many interesting matches going on at the same time, I think we have another replay from one of the previous rounds to look at, and I think we can just bring that on right now, and we will be back after with some more live coverage.
Okay, let's play the game a little bit. Man, why am I using this deck again? This deck is kind of bad. Okay. Lose coin toss, that's fine I guess. They have decent amount of hand trap. I drew 2. That's kinda bad. Oh shit, there's already a game. Wait, I'm gonna show the game instead of my play.
Now you got me. Let's see it.
Yeah, let's see it.
Oh, but it's Shoma Yusa instead. That's Group A that we
Oh,
have
no,
here.
actually, this is not that duel. This is instead Shoma Yusa versus Puck.
Which is
Shoma
also
Yusa.
great.
This is the undefeated Noble Gabigol
Indeed.
versus Chaiba Corp. This is not the game that we were expecting, but it is a great game in and of itself because it's going to show you exactly why Noble Gabigol are the team to be feared.
Yep, and now there's going to be, so far, so good, a Ryziel duo drive is going to add Star Ryziel, which is a little bit interesting to me because you only have 1 material on the duo drive, and now you're basically opening yourself up to a Nibiru, the primal being, in the process here. I mean, maybe
Duo
we
drive
have
at the
ruled
start is
out
not that
Nibiru
great.
from the deck of Puck so far, but
Because it opens you up.
you can never be too sure about this, right? And now we have
To
the detonator, so now the
pretty much
whole threat
everything.
of a Nibiru, the primal being, is eliminated.
Yes,
All right,
indeed.
sets another card, and that is the turn. That is apparently what has brought Shoma Yusa so much luck and so much strength throughout the tournament. Team still undefeated, and that Tatsuro Chogo, even though it's Royal Rare, will possibly fall to Verizon Detonator.
Puck immediately clearing out the field ideally here, but unfortunately not given the opportunity to, as you do have the follow-up from Shoma Yusa. But Shoma Yusa, the Goblin Biker, grand breakout now coming out from Puck to try and create some kind of momentum back in favor of the Memento deck. Memento, regardless, it's going, it's moving forward. The Goblin is there, the Gatix in the graveyard, but the Detonator is still clearing things up.
I think we cross-negate the Gatic here, right? On resolution, because this is otherwise going to be super crazy with the Sleepy sending the fusion and then on summon.
Okay, this is kinda nice. The rat into a pop.
Sent to the graveyard before that.
Okay, that's kind of
How
bad.
much does a single Akihiron do for you? Now, of course, we have another Detonator pop.
Welcome to Memento versus Ryziel, and Ryziel goes first. It's destroy, summon, destroy, summon, destroy, summon, but there is the big summon. The
What the fuck, Judgment?
Playing Solemn Judgment? Please be aware, there's no such thing as side decking or anything in this, and we are just playing Solemn Judgment in our main deck.
That is
Goodbye to half of your life points, but hello to Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. The field is clear. The Ryziel field spell is still available though, and 4 cards in hand versus an empty hand for Puck. This took everything the Memento deck had available.
Man,
Now
Puck is
7th Tachyon going to start
Puck is
things off
gonna
again. Number
lose.
104 Masquerade being revealed. Ice Ryziel being searched, and it's another starter going unhindered here.
And can someone please wake me up? How is there really Solemn Judgment in the deck of Shoma Yusa? That is not a thing you would expect. That is not a thing you would even consider. Sure, you have to find ways to play non-engine, but it being Solemn Judgment would have not been on my bingo sheet here.
I would be super on board with Solemn Strike because it has applications going second as well. But if you are playing those impactful hand traps like Fualos, like the Maxiate, you resolve some of them, then you can break a half board of your opponent and set up a Judgment to finish the deal. But I find it very, very interesting because usually these main deck Solemn Judgments or Solemn cards in general, they are technology. Yeah, exactly. they are a technology that you can see in the Asian regions. Usually, that's something they like to do. That's very interesting to see how it has.
It's Ryziel Detonator now going to come out onto the field again, and it does mean that Shoma Yusa's in a great position. Granted, the Typhon is there negating some effects, but you can build up a commanding field presence to deal with it, or just destroy it completely and go for game here. Puck, it looked close for a bit as he started to drop the mementos, but in the end, it's him who gets
The Ryziel experience. If your opponent goes first, you're pretty much not winning the game.
Solemn Judgment onto Chiba Corp.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decision where you just say maybe, hey, we're the underdogs in the tournament. We're the underdogs in the group. Maybe we can just get lucky with the coin tosses. And when you get lucky with the coin tosses, Solemn Judgment is your friend.
You know, to a degree, yes. I see the potential of trying to high roll in a tournament where you're saying we won't be skill diffing our opponents. Our opponents might not be skill diffing us. But of course, you're also taking the 50-50 that you're on the back foot most of the time. But I think if you are... And now I don't know the shared cards of this exact team. But if you are sharing Maxi and Fualos, this will lead to your opponents making a half field, as we call it, way more times than usual. So if you're going to be able to break a field with Engine and back it up with Solemn Judgments, also with diminished follow-up of your opponent, this is actually a good strategy.
I also feel like this is essentially...
Well, yeah, if you draw Solemn Judgment, it's good. But that's the problem. Are you gonna draw it?
Ryziel strategy, obviously, because you can't do anything with the trap card in your hand going second.
It is what it is, yeah.
It makes sense to a degree, and I can see it as potentially an answer into your more conventional going second things like the Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker. So perhaps this was just reading one step ahead of the game again. And I think this is the game that I was hyped for. I'm hyped for all of the games, but this one in particular piqued my interest because it's something we hadn't seen before on the broadcast, and it's something that I'm eager to hear your thoughts on.
Now you're making me very, very curious. All right, that is Chris from Team Rotosa, and they are going first against RJ here.
So Chris was playing the Malice strategy here. So one of the few teams where the captain, the leader of the team, is not on the Malice deck.
True.
Dormouse is now banishing the
Okay, nice, nice. I'm doing something good. I'm winning. I'm getting lucky with my cards. But I still need to deal with the field spell, I think. If I don't deal with the field spell, it's just gonna get a draw again. Well, the live stream is still not finished, so I'm still live streaming it. Also, I'm still playing. I'm just waiting for the final rounds. Oh, this is Asamina Finsmith Primite Bestial. It's not good, but it's working. Yup. 4 engine. This is my 4 engine deck. Aggregator. Negating my... Yeah, that's fine. I still have my Baldric banish. So if you try to play the game, I'm gonna banish it with Baldric. That can't be destroyed by battle because of my float. Building Gem Knight. Next pack seems to be Gem Knight. I'm not really sure. I'm not really fond of Gem Knight. Okay. Infirm on Silva when you have a dead back row. Okay. I guess he has... Maybe he has another Nibiru. Yeah, I think he has another Nibiru. That's why he targeted Sylvia so he can Nibiru if I try to play too much. Also, how expensive is gonna be Gem Knight? I know that... Oh, what the? Let me check. Gem Knight. Yeah, I think there may be bug fixes. Sometimes companies that especially if there's a tournament, they want to make sure that the game runs smoothly. Do you really need Black Dragon? I guess it's a good send. And a lot of your cards are Earth, so it's a free material, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh! 6 UR. That's kind of cheap. Oh, yeah, also that's also the biggest problem of the Gem Knight. Garnets. But I'm pretty sure this is not a good list. You have a 1-card starter. This one. This is pretty much your 1-card starter. But I don't think this is a good list because you don't really have great ways to getting to this. I'm gonna search for a better list. Gem Knight deck. Here it is. YGO Pro. Oh, this one's bad. Okay. Let's go for the tournament winning decks in OCG. No, TCG, TCG. Oh, here it is. I found the third. You need this, which is gonna be the new card. You don't need this. This is gonna be new. This is new. This is at 1 in TCG. That's why you only have 1 in here, but this should be a 3. This is gonna be a UR, 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 UR. I think this one is an SR. This one is an SR. This one's a UR. This one's a UR. This one's new. Well, you can remove Protoss, but since you're a fusion deck, Shadal is not that bad. And this is the top 3. But this is TCG only. I'm gonna look at OCG. But you don't really need to play. Wait, why is that not showing? You don't really need to play Shadal because Shadal is not that great going first. Shadal's strategy pretty much relies on going second. Oh, this one's a little bit better, but it has more garnets. Oh, you only actually need 1 fusion. Majority of people are only playing 1 fusion. Don't be other 10-pie strategy deck. I don't think this is gonna be a 10-pie like the 10-pie strategy because majority of Gem Knight literally you can just play it pure. Look at this list. This is literally just pure with the new support. And this is kind of cheap. 1 UR. This one Hollow Core and Nephirim is new cards, so we don't know if they're gonna be UR. Dispersion is also a new card, so if there's another deck in the pack except for Gem Knight that is powerful, there's a chance that this deck is gonna be cheap. But the problem is, if the only deck in the pack that is worth playing is Gem Knight, I think Hollow Core and Nephirim is gonna be URs. No, oh yeah, even OCG run it is only at 1. Well, yeah, if this thing is available at 3, you need to run it at 3. There's no contest there. This thing is too good. And with this thing at 3, you're actually gonna be the deck is gonna be consistent, unironically. In the extra deck, this is the only new card. This thing is a UR, so this thing is an SR, and the other cards here are pretty much staple, so most of players already have those. If they release Gem Knight Draco Tail, 100% pulling this pack. Are they really releasing Draco Tail that early? And ironically, if they release Draco Tail with Gem Knight's gonna be cheap. Because I'm pretty sure Draco Tail is better. Which means they're gonna get the UR hit. Wait, okay. The live stream is still waiting for the players. Oh wow, this one has Finsmith on it. Oh, this one is kinda good. Start with Finsmith, then you can do whatever Gem Knight combo you can do. And this one doesn't have much Garnet. I think this one's better. Oh, hi Pad. Welcome. I think this one's better. This doesn't have Garnets on it. All of your Gem Knight does something. Yes. Gem Knight Hollow Core, Gem Knight Nephirim is a high chance gonna be a UR. Even Dispersion is gonna be a UR. Where you claim code? Oh, wait. I'm gonna show you. Here, in sub-menu, code entry page. Master Duel WCS Livestream Celebration Campaign. You're gonna get a guaranteed Royal Rare. But it's from the Legacy Pack, so it might not be the best Royal, but it's still a Royal, so that's kinda good. I think this one's actually the better deck. Konami love making good cards URs, can be just SRR. Well, it depends. It depends on the pack, and ironically. I mean, look at the latest pack. Speedroid only has one UR from the latest pack. And I actually kinda happy, because I really love Speedroid. And the majority of UR was put on the Ryzel, which is much more powerful. So, as long as Gem Knight is released with another powerful deck in the pack, I think only one of these three cards is gonna be UR. And high chance it's gonna be Gem Knight Master Diamond Dispersion. This, and this is... There's a high chance it's gonna be SR. Above for what? Oh, above for... It's pretty much just another card you can go on, because Apollosa is banned on them for OCG and TCG, so you might just wanna go above because it's a destroy and it's a revive. But you don't really need above here. You can actually replace this with Apollosa. Oh, it's starting. Okay, wait.
One and only Tasku and his teammates.
Mist looks so incredibly locked in right now.
Sorry about that. I caught.
Oh, Bonfire being
Oh,
the first
Mist.
card activated there.
Activating Ash on Bonfire.
Immediate
Can destroy. I thought it... No, it's a quick effect destroy, but it needs a discard. Abao is pretty good. It's a disruption.
That's a Malice mirror match in Duel B, you have to imagine. So this means that this
It's just that it's overshadowed by Apollosa because you're going first. You rather have Apollosa instead of Abao.
Suggests this Ryzel is not done yet. Tasuku playing it out.
And we at table C see that actually Nash has decided to go with his Snake Eye deck. We saw Snake Eye very much a lot at the previous World Championship.
Yeah, that's pretty much the reason Abao is not that common. It needs a discard, and there's better Link 4 in the game that do more.
It's supposed to be his anti-Malice deck, but we see the Malice deck actually on the opposing side of Dream's Future is on table B.
But honestly, who doesn't love a good Poplar?
Fair.
It's the reason why it's the same reason with SP and Unicorn. SP banish, Unicorn bounce, but SP is more used with IP Masquerena because SP doesn't need to discard. Unicorn does.
I'm just going to go in with my Snake Eyes here.
Yep, we seem to be seeing a good setup from the Ryzel deck here for Tasku, but then we also have Nesh doing Nesh things with
Okay.
that Fiendsmith engine there. Actually looks like it's
Iredia's
Snake
Detonator
Eyes,
with Duel
Fiendsmith
Tribe,
that,
and
so
he can
guess
get
that was Nesh's other deck aside from
and on
the
another card. Wait, what?
Snake Eyes Millennium Fiendsmith. I think this was
He didn't
actually
discard
what
this.
Mist qualified for Worlds on back in March.
What are you ending on
So
here?
Very, very interesting to see it piloted by his teammate.
Without,
who I
if you're
believe
ending
had
in
a
Photon, you
good
need the
part
Duo
in
drive.
actually preparing
I'm pretty
this for
sure.
him way
Oh yeah,
back when.
absolutely. That's the whole thing about Team Ragnarok. I think they, almost to the best degree, live that team preparation process.
Wait, someone is
They
using
have
Snake Eye in
the
Duel C.
entire year already. They have done everything together. They have built their decks together.
Nash is playing Snake Eye.
So it's only
What the
deserving
fuck?
that they are now out here performing the way that they do.
Masquerade
And
just bit
indeed,
better
we
if you
see
go to
that
SP.
Snake
And
Eye
if
deck,
you
which
can
of
special
course is
summon
very
during your
much
opponent's
hit
turn, then go for
compared to
Topologic
the
Bomber
Duelist Cup
Dragon
it
then.
qualified in, but it's still absolutely a decent force.
Yeah,
to be
in
reckoned
some
with.
cases, yeah.
Now the big question,
Especially
can
since
this
you
fight with
can
Maxi
pretty
on
much
top of Baguska
destroy everything on the
Detonator
board
looks
with
incredible
Topologic
for
Bomber.
Tasku. Mist is now contemplating 4 cards in
Which is
hand.
kind of
Your
beautiful
opponent only has
if you
one
think
more
about
card,
it.
basically, or rather 2.
The game
Ice normal
literally
summon
can
Baguska
do
puts
so
in
much.
defense position immediately. Can you
The game
do
has so
anything
much
about it, or
options
is it
for
time
every
to start
player.
coaching your teammates?
Another card.
Oh,
I mean, I
Penguin
thought
Guarder.
maybe we just
Oh, you
immediately go into
bad.
a
You're
tight
not.
one, but
You're
we
now
are
required to
summoning
play
another monster.
penguins.
Maybe we summon our very own Baguska here. That would be funny.
Going second in
Well,
the
Penguin is kinda
Ryziel
cute.
mirror match never feels good, but
It's kind of
Mist will
fun
do what
strategy.
he has access to the extra deck if needed. Can Xe summon here, but that Baguska remaining live does put
It's
a
not
damper
strong,
on
but
things and
it's still a fun strategy. It can work
Princess,
maybe
bestower
at
of
least
flames
at
arriving from
gold.
Nesh, reviving the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. This
Explosion
deck
is art.
still going.
I can't
It's
really
flinching,
argue with
it's
that. It's actually,
special summoning,
it might
it's
actually be
doing
true because
everything for Nesh in
it's kind of
Duel
fun
C.
seeing your opponent
Ryziel Detonator
pop
is
everything.
the rank 4 of choice here for Mist. So I mean, as soon
Man, Mist
as
is
that
actually in the
Baguska
top
gets
spot.
turned
He's
into
under
attack
Baguska, so
position,
he can't
we
really
may
play.
have the
And he
Baguska-
got
we may
max
have
seed.
the Detonator stare down actually.
So he had to give his opponent
Two. All right, turn over
2 cards
to
just to be able to end on a
Really,
detonator.
really funny that Nash decides also to end on Nightmare Phoenix on the end field, not because it just has to be there, but also because it just protects the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess.
I mean, it's amazing because it
Yeah.
provides that. It provides another monster that is of the fire attribute, so technically
Yeah.
you can use it together
Oh,
with the Prometheus.
how to
Prince
forget how
Graveyard
Penguins
too.
beat Dark
So
Lords in
that
that
looks
1W.
pretty
Well, Penguins is
decent,
actually good.
and
It's
he
just
has
that it's
one
not
down
as
from
strong
Duel C, and
in the current
that
option and current
plasma
meta.
hole there from Mist.
Mist has
So
a plan.
that makes sense.
Well,
We
Snake
did not
Eye is still
go
good,
Baguska ourselves.
unironically.
We wanted to have a Ryziel Exceed monster on the field to
It's
make
just
our
that
Ryziel
it's
plasma
not
live.
Wait, that could
doesn't
be
have as
crazy,
much
crazy for Mist,
material
depending on
anymore
the extra
as
deck.
it used to
Now
be
as
because of the
Tsuku
Oak ban.
just tries to attack here.
But
And
Nash is literally showing everybody why.
That is of course huge, but I mean, you
Why
might
this deck is
get to
still
the
meta
protection
contention.
check, because I don't think that Mist is going to activate. In fact, you can use the Plasma Hole afterwards and summon a Zeus in the battle phase, even though, yeah, you can still protect
Yeah,
them.
you can absolutely do that.
I do just want to take a step back and draw some parallels between these two teams. Mist and Stella both being the most
I kind of want to watch the Duel C.
players in the
Because
world.
this
Having
Duel
to
A is
change
kind of
up
over because he got
strategies here at the
maxied.
World
His
Championship
task
because
literally
that
has
deck
full
did
combo.
fall by the wayside with
And now
Malice,
his only monster
Ryziel, but
that
they
he had to
both
give
seem
his
to
opponent 2
have
draws
some
is now Book of
fantastic
Moon.
options for themselves. We
It's,
have the
it's not even
Atlantean
worth it.
Mermail actually
Still
coming
better
through
than
for
Snake Eye,
Stella
even
there
though the Dice
in
Smasher
Duel
is
C
banned.
as he faces down against a field
Oh yeah, I
firmly
think Memento is
established
better,
by
but
the Snake Eye Millennium Fiendsmith of Nesh.
We are about to see
But
whether this
I,
game can be closed out.
Snake Eye has
I gotta
that
say, the books are back, right? We
has
saw
that
both of the clips
weird
early on in the tournament. We now
ability
have
to
Book of
search
Moon here as well.
any
And we have
disruption.
Exo's sister Azoviel.
Because
I wasn't sure when I would be seeing my Exo sisters back
they
on
have
the World
good-
Championship stage, but here is the answer.
good
It
support.
of course is a rank
That's pretty
4,
much it.
and it is going to activate its effect here, putting that face down monster back into the extra deck. That is just what he needed there, and we are heading into the battle phase with decently more than 8,000 attack points
No.
lining up here.
Yep, Tusker
Ah, don't dust
delving into that
shiny
extra actual
Sun
box of
Avalon
rank
cards.
fours for the
That
Ryziel and find
if
the
you
exact
if you
one
one
you
day
need to
like
close
to
this
play
one out
plants, that's gonna be
quickly.
useful.
Missed life points about to drop to 0, and then
It's
we
not like it
move
used to be.
on
Yeah, kinda,
to take a
yeah,
look
you're
at
kinda
Duel
right.
C and Duel B, where things
Snake
are
Eye is still
picking up.
good,
The
but
Malice mirror
it's
match
not as
going
powerful as
by
before. It's
way
just that
of Dream's
it's less
future
consistent.
Right now, but Duel C looks pretty competitive.
Also, Duel B, I think that
Oh, it's not the Link one? Which one did you get? I thought it's the Link one.
The Malice setup in the mirror match with some
The Link one is
actual
actually
comeback.
important.
Do
The
we
Link 4?
actually get to play out this? All right, we're back
Wait,
to
the San
Duel
Avalon
C
Link
here,
4, the
which
3?
is just a pass here
If
on
it's
a
that,
Deep Sea Diva.
it's the San
This
Avalon Link
looks
4
like
that
Sebastian
is
had been
a
playing
giant
Time
tree.
Wizard 2010 here, but
Yeah,
that's
you can
more
dust
than
it.
enough
It's
damage
not good.
for Nash.
It's actually not being played.
Do me like that, but yeah, you are
But
absolutely right.
if it's
Stella
shiny, you can just
apparently
skip it for
also
now.
on the very
If you
strong
don't really
turtle
need the
deck.
dust,
Sad that we haven't
just
seen
skip it.
that much, but it is also there, and we have the
Oh my.
normal summon of Chaos Hunter,
His
and it
Cascara
clearly
level 7.
is a level 7 monster indeed. We now attack for a decent amount of damage, and therefore Nash is about to equal the score. This
Yeah, it's pretty
match
bad.
is very much
Because it's
determining
not really
who is
worth it to
going
go to the Link 4
the top 4 tomorrow,
of the San
and it's
Avalon.
looking a lot better now
Even,
again
I
for
think
Ragnarok.
Link 2, Link 3, Link 4 in San Avalon is not used. It's just the Link 1.
Malice choice of Ragnarok, and yet it manages to take
2
away
copies of
from
the Link
something that
1.
isn't
I
Malice.
think some
Anytime your
people even
specific
played
counter
3 copies of
other
the Link
deck
1
is able to
because
seal a
that's
game
how
for you,
good that thing
it's
is.
a victory. It's a win in that regard. It's literally a win, but it's also further justifying
And
your
you
choice
really need
of
the
picking
Link
this
1
as your
for the
option
San
against
Avalon
that
deck.
deck specifically.
I also like the choice to play this versus Mermail. Just
Now I'm
knowing
curious
full
what I
well,
can
hey,
get.
I mean, if I go second, I will most
Yeah,
likely
go,
also
go,
lose
go.
with Memento
Use the code.
against this particular
Konami
deck.
gave us the code for a
But if
reason.
I'm
Go
playing
use it.
Snake Eye, I have the best chances of creating a crazy field that can't be broken.
Konami
here.
bless everyone that's playing the
Mermail
game
doesn't have enough pushes to go
for the
through that, so
code.
let's just play the high roller deck that makes the better first turn field. But let's see if Luca can manage to pull this off, because there are 6 cards in the hand of his opponent, and I think that's freedom, right?
Is this just playing through the Maxi or Fuelos commitment and trying
The
to
Link 4 will be better if the effect was quick. Yeah. Some cards are like that. It would have been better if they're just a quick
There
effect.
has to be something.
Push called by the grave on the Dormouse, and I would imagine that that's maybe the only Malice card that there is in the graveyard, so that the March here just simply stays
But
in there.
Is that even possible?
they didn't make it a quick effect,
so many
which is
cards. I mean,
kind of
some
sad.
firewall deck.
Because it's a Link 4. I
Maybe
think
that
it's
was- Maybe that was a Metaltronus.
it's
summon
okay
here.
to be a quick effect.
The Firewall
Because
Dragon, so I
come
can
on now,
imagine
it's
that
already a
there's
quick
barely any
a
follow-up,
Link
and the
4
Firewall
plan.
Dragon was not the strong.
I think it's
right?
okay to be a
not
Link 4.
resummoned from the graveyard.
Uh,
What can you do here?
a quick
You cannot
effect
go
if
into one of your
you're
Link 3s,
putting so
unfortunately.
much
Oh, it was
resource on
taken.
making
Okay,
it.
that might have been a triple tactic talents take.
Maybe. Is that just Access Code Talker? No, it's Dark.
Oh,
that
that's
just-
huge.
That's actually huge. We just now have to remember that taking a Dormouse here would not do too much, as
Yeah.
that has been
Called by the
negated with
grave.
Called by the
Impulse.
Grave. So what can we find here? Is there something worth taking?
There
Oh,
has
Oh.
to be. Oh yeah, you have the Marcher here.
Oh,
and the
he's
GWC.
dodging that
Yeah,
with
absolutely. Only
GW
target
with
away by
06.
summoning it back, I imagine.
Man, that would actually be huge.
Exactly what's going to happen. But now you still have the dark effect. I don't know if we've normal
You
summoned
forgot.
so far.
Tell me, okay,
So you
what's
can
it?
still just crash
What did you
your
forget?
dark into that red ransom. Or do you just pass the
I
turn?
wanted to
There's more
test.
background actually on the so successful
Wait, he
Freedom
didn't
here
attack.
right now. Freedom actually considered to be
I guess he didn't
maybe
have
even
anything to
the
search.
genius behind Tezuka, because everyone knows Tezuka as the Master Duel player. That
Oh
is
my
just
god, this is
winning all the
over.
Duelist Cups, that
Luca
has
lose.
topped every single Master
He's
Duel
gonna
event
lose
there
this.
is.
The enemy has too much cards in
Going
hand,
after this
has a
season
board,
alone,
and he doesn't really
the
have
results for
anything.
Freedom for the Duelist Cups actually were even a little bit better than the ones
Try
from
Brigade
Tezuka. Yeah,
for
yeah,
higher?
because, Tezuka
Oh, that's
had one Duelist
actually...
Cup where he did not finish top 10.
It's like
and was like 50
I'm pretty sure that's actually a deck, but the problem is it's hard to pilot. Because it's a tri-type. Tri-type is one of those decks that you need to
And something we
make sure
mentioned
you're
earlier was
using
that
the right
Stella and
attribute
Tusky
and
were
the
playing
link
a lot
arrows.
together,
Yes.
And
with
it's
Yuki,
it's
and then
kinda the long
Freedom was
the
kind
combo
of
is
a
super long.
later addition to the team. Sorry, rather, Yuki was playing with Freedom and Tusku, whereas Stella was the later addition.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, the fact that this team was able to come together as a formidable force, despite having lost a third of their regular lineup, is phenomenal.
Indeed, we are summoning out the Access Code Talker, March here,
Normal
and the
combo.
returning Heart Crypto
Well,
are just
I
going
think
to
that's a
follow
start.
by And that, as we have seen plenty of times now, is more than enough of damage to make sure that Dream's future
and I'm pretty
is
sure that
keeping
deck
the
is actually
dream
decent.
alive. This team has started 0-2, but they're trying to get really back into this tournament.
They're trying to get back into this tournament, and in the other matches, it is also looking pretty sick.
That's actually not bad a deck to learn, but it's kind of expensive, I'm pretty sure.
Against Noble Gabigol.
Okay,
so
alright.
Oh no, Fly Brigade only Shureg is UR.
So open, it is incredible. Everyone can
In for her, I think only Fuego is the UR.
we have in the
So that's
world.
actually pretty decent. Decently cheap.
To those tiebreakers.
Only the generic extra deck monster is gonna be the UR.
Regardless of that, phenomenal gameplay across the board from everybody, and yet it
That's
is
pretty.
tough shoes.
So you actually know how to play the deck.
Future that we cannot take our eyes off of as they take Ragnarok.
Yeah, you can
It
actually
seems like
try
they just
playing that.
found their
That's
mojo,
not bad.
right? It seems like they know again how to just be so dominant, because that's what they're all about. Like, everyone is afraid of Tazuku. That is the name you say when you are saying who are you afraid of in the tournament because they're so good. Yeah, it is Tazuku. But now, after having those 2 losses, they found that again. And I think now is where they are the most dangerous, because they hurt themselves a little bit in the first 2 rounds, and now they're out for more wins.
They're angry, and they're translating that to their gameplay. I love this. The question I'm asking myself right now is, how many 3-2 teams can you have in a group?
All of them, apparently. It really lines up like that,
Round
really.
robin is crazy, dude.
Yeah.
You can have everyone be a 3-2. Like, if Noble Gabigol loses the next round, they are 3-2. Snipe Hunters, if they win now and win the next round, they're also 3-2.
Yep.
I don't know who they are playing against, but if Ragnarok loses this round, then they are playing versus
So I
Noble
believe
Gabigol.
it's
So if
Ragnarok
they didn't win that,
versus Noble Gabigol for that
Yeah.
last one. So at least
then we have
one of
3
them will be
3-2s
3
already.
and 2.
It's a lot of them for sure. Also, alignments, you can't rule them out just yet either. And I think they would be the last opponent then
Graphics?
of
Wait.
Team Snipe
I'm-
Hunters. I think they're only missing
How about- I
alignments,
don't
right?
think I've
So
seen that card
could
before.
be
Wait a
a very,
second.
very interesting match in the last round as well. So it really doesn't stop like there. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
everything's
tiebreakers.
heating up right now.
Googling
and
it now.
honestly, just seeing the amount of innovation across all of the teams. So many players individually renowned for their
Rank
deck
7
building
detach.
skills,
Send all
really
other cards on the field to the
allowing them
graveyard.
shine when functioning under that shared card rule. It adds so much nuance.
That's
to
actually
the
useful. What the
strategy,
fuck?
and we're seeing so many people flourish.
It's a removal, a draw 3, discard 2, special summon 1 monster from your hand
freedom. This dreams future
or from
lineup
either
is completed
graveyard.
set 1, but here is
That's
set
pretty
2.
decent.
Ragnarok taking on Dreams Future.
Now let's be ready for set 2 here. Give it up for our duelists. Let's see. Duel A,
The FX meh?
setting up
Yeah,
right
it's
now
kinda,
the
it's
beautiful
okay.
World Championship
It's usable,
2025
and ironically.
animation. Lancea dropped in the
It's
drop
rank
phase,
7,
followed
right?
by the
By the
grave is
grave.
the answer. Ring ring, who's there? It's the grave. Taking out your Lancea. You're
So it's
trying
actually
to prevent
playable,
me from
because it's
banishing
rank
cards. You're not
7.
going to banish the card that does that.
As
No, it's
great a
rank
start as
7.
any for
Did I
Luca
say
here
rank 8?
in response to
I think I
Stella
said rank 8 is the
on
start, but
this
it's rank
up
7.
to the Malice. Now unimpeded on the gold
It's actually
sarcophagus.
playable in
The
Kashtira.
combo can begin. Speaking of Malice, seems to be
Oops.
going okay in Duel B as well there, as missed. So
It's only
far,
one code.
no
I only
clear
found
answer
one.
to what is currently
I don't think there's another one
freedom.
because
There is
there's
a
no way
white
Konami's
rabbit.
gonna
Set TB11, usually
gonna give
white rabbit
multiple
combo, if
codes.
you're cutting down to 2
Let
traps,
me check.
is a little bit more fragile
Is
because
that
you have to
a
add
Lure of
empty
Darkness?
It is a Lure of
Fantastic.
Darkness, and I think we're banishing, which it looks
Yeah, it's
like
only
a
one
Arch
code.
here, but there's no way we have 2 Malice decks here at once. There is a no. Whoa, 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 whoa!
We only
It's
have Malice,
getting
Ubel, and RDA.
interesting in here because
Oh,
that is a gimmick puppet all of a sudden appearing
and
in
that's
Duel
why it's
C.
not
So
that
let's
great
go
for you.
over to Duel C because that is a deck we had not on our radar.
Yeah, I
but
don't
is
think
now
there's
in the
another rank 7
spotlight,
deck
and there
except
we
for
have it.
So
Kashtira.
that was the deck I wanted to show
But
you
it's still a
earlier.
UR, so
It was so funny that it
once
just explodes
next
in a
time they release a
single
rank 7
turn.
deck,
And
you might
Nash,
be able to
we've
use
seen
it.
him answer tougher decks.
Wait,
We've
what the
seen him
fuck?
manage in the most
Tusk
unlikely
is
of
playing
scenarios,
FTK
but
gimmick
right now,
puppet
he looks
against
to
Nash,
be in a
and I don't think Nash has a
fantastically
hand trap.
difficult position
You know
as
what?
Tasku is just summoning free.
Generous and gave like 2
Came
free
out of really
Royal.
difficult positions, but those were games where he had a turn to play.
Well,
And I fear that
it's
this
a
might not
legacy
be the
card,
case
so
because this
there's a
deck
chance they're
is
gonna
so
be
well
generous
known
because
for winning
majority
in
of the
first
legacy
turn,
cards
dealing
are
so
not
much
really
damage. And
the
Pastor, I
best
think you were
ones,
absolutely right before.
but
Some counterplay to these,
they're not gonna
these
give it
decks,
that
like
easily.
Sky Striker Tenpai is just winning before they can OTK you.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a smart move, and it wasn't a deck that I
Well,
was necessarily having on my radar.
I
It
can
wasn't a deck
understand
that I
why
could have
Tusk
told you, okay,
you
there
just
is going
gimmick
to be
Puppet
gimmick
because
puppets. It is one that just
it's a
seems to
shared
make
card
sense,
pool,
though.
which means not majority of people is gonna run that many hand traps, which means
so good for the consistency, and then
sometimes
eventually bridging
your
into
opponent's
the
not
additional
gonna
burn
draw
damage from the
anything.
likes of
I
the
mean, like
Giant
here.
Grinder and the other gimmick puppet cards. The main
Looks like
goal of
Nash
this
gave
is
up.
to summon
Look at that
monsters to
look at that
opponent's
face.
side of the field
That's the face of
and
someone
then
who doesn't have a
destroy
hand
them
trap.
to inflict damage directly to your opponent, oftentimes before they've even had a single turn. Granted, it has a lot of choke points. It has a lot of times where you can disrupt it, but right now it's looking fantastic for
No, it's still gonna be
here on the
Eggman.
gimmick puppet.
Rank up Magic Argent.
You're just gonna
Force
call
is
him
going to
Ma'am
be
Eggman.
a unique way of performing
It's just
an
gonna be
Exceed summon
funny.
because you are just going to basically rank up without using real materials, and that is going to
Yeah, I
bring
don't
us
think
out
Nash has a
the
hand trap.
Dark
I mean, look
Strings
at that
there.
face.
And
He's looking at
yeah,
his
you
teammate.
broke it down perfectly. So best case
Look
scenario,
defeated.
you just want to end it on the first turn. But even if you don't,
I don't think
you are usually
we
able
should
to
be
create
looking
a
at
very,
Duel C
very
because I'm
powerful
pretty sure
field.
this is
so
over.
let's see where this is going here.
I mean, so far, no interruptions from Nash, so I think that... I mean, we don't have access to the field spell yet, so Nibiru the Primal Being could still hit us very, very hard.
Well, Duel
Also,
B
by
is
the
pretty
way, a
much
nice
just
interaction
Malice
that we
full
have discussed
combo.
Earlier in the broadcast. In
And
Duel
Duel A
right
is
here,
another
we
Malice full
had
combo.
a nice hand drop. I think it was Molchami Fuwalos to answer the TB11. But if you're looking at the top right corner of the duel, there was Droll and Lockbird. And this is why I expected so many Malice players to run the Droll and Lockbird again, because you barely search.
He messed up the
ever in
gimmick
the
puppet
deck.
combo,
And
pretty much
if you
get
do, it's
FTK.
not really the most
I think there's
important
like
thing to do.
2 chances
So
for
you
you to
can
mess
Droll
up in
Lockbird
this
as an answer
combo.
to Maxi or to Molchami Fuwalos.
But
Yep, the rank up Magic Argent
this is
Chaos Force as
Tusk.
well being added there to
I'm
access the Chaos
pretty
numbers
sure
does
he's not
mean we
gonna mess
then
this
have
up.
Opportunities to climb further
This guy is a
with the
beast.
gimmick puppet. A lot has been happening. No damage to the life points just
Not
yet.
every
but
day you see
just
someone
you
get
wait.
FTK.
It's all
That is
gonna
true.
explode here as
You
another
don't see
gimmick
much
puppet of Dark
FTK
Strings
most of the
does
time.
arrive onto the field here in favor of Tasku. There's no stopping this from Nash.
I'm sure this one now will be able to deal some damage, as there is already counters now on the field, and this is what this deck, next to just destroying things, is all
If
about. Because
Nash
usually you're
actually has
trying
one
to
single
destroy
hand trap, he
monsters
can win
that
this.
have counters, and as we can see here with chaining one resolving, that is resulting in
Okay, he actually doesn't have a hand trap.
300 points of damage, meaning it is immediately
My
almost
first match
knocking out the
against a gimmick
half
puppet.
of
What a nice
the
day.
life
Give me a
points
free
from Nash's
monster.
side.
Yep, Fantasix Machinix returning from
Then
the
you
graveyard to
you see
add
him
back
combo and
some
play the game.
more extenders
And
to
he used that
Rochelle
monster
added
to
the
burn
hand
your
this
life
second time
points.
to the choke point of the deck.
Ah,
He
the
has to
despair.
deny this resolution, but it went off earlier. It may go off again, and it may very well spell doom for Nesh here in favor of Tasku, who just needs 3 more wins from his team in the next 2 sets to close this one out in favor of Dream's future. Tasku now going into the Chaos XCs.
And we are searching for service puppet play. That's what I was talking about. Even if it doesn't work out
Oh
to
my god,
do
he's so
8,000 points of damage on the
Nash.
first turn, there is a very powerful trap card with the
This
service
is so
puppet play that we
sad.
just searched that still is providing you so much value. But with the way it is going right now, with the way also that Tasku is locked in there in his face cam, you can clearly tell. I feel like we are just
His
going
WS is
for the
insane,
full
like gimmick
8,000
puppet.
points of damage here in
Like,
this very turn.
I didn't even consider people is gonna play gimmick puppet, considering that Ryzel, Malice, and Mermel is in the game with Crystron. I thought this is gonna be the last option.
One of the many choke points that we mentioned.
Summoning Nightmare to my
expected this
field, the
earlier
only
against the
guy
Rouge
playing
Doll,
gimmick
but
puppet
in
back
the end,
then.
better late than never. Nash
Oh my
calculates
god.
this well, continues to play this
I mean, you're kind of
one
crazy
out. String
to
counters now being
even
applied.
decide
It
to play
can
gimmick
be
puppet before the
detonated a
support.
little bit later on, but right now seems to be okay for Nash. Still pretty
So I wonder if there's gonna be a Wacky deck like Yubel. I'm hoping there's gonna be a Yubel, but I don't think there's gonna be a Yubel because Yubel is kind of bricky compared to the other ones.
I'm not impressed by anything that you're doing right here. And also, really nice play.
It has
with
sense
Vitaro,
because
as
no
we were
one's
saying,
remember how to
because
play
he
against
never
Gimmick Puppet.
revealed to his opponent. He also had it off.
I don't
so
even
there
think
wasn't
Gimmick
an
Puppet is
opportunity
being
for him
played
to
before the
respond.
support.
Always a
So
scary situation.
that's
when the
actually kind of
XC's deck
smart.
Link summons.
It is, and we are going now. And I think that is what also makes this team so good. What usually
Okay,
makes all of
Nesh
these
managed to
teams at the
stop
World
the
Championship so
FTK
good.
with
They
the Ash
played
Blossom.
against every
Now,
deck available, so they know
does he has
when
and
to best
does he have
use the Ash
every
Blossom
anything
Joy Spring,
else?
even against
Because
a
I
more
don't think
rogue
this is
strategy like
over.
the Gimmick Puppet strategy. He discussed it with his team captain Mist. They came to the conclusion that maybe holding it for Dark Strings there is the perfect timing. But I wouldn't be surprised if Tazku still finds a way to win this game.
Oh, there it is
right
again.
here, right now.
Yep.
And there is more damage.
Okay,
being
one more
applied,
damage.
only
He just need one more
1400
damage.
left.
There we go. There's an extension on top of that again. As
I
we
never
have,
seen
do we
someone
have
made a
any
Gimmick
kind of
Puppet
additional
deck.
interruption from Nesh? I do not think so. I don't
I
think
think
there's
everybody
any kind of
forget
option,
about this
anything
deck,
you can do here.
which
Already
is
down to 1400.
kind of dangerous
That's
because
one Gimmick Puppet
because this is
effect
actually
from
viable.
Totally done in this game.
And on the bottom side, you can see in Duel,
I mean, look at this.
Mist goes for an Axe play, and Axe gets negated by Infinite
Oh,
Impermanence.
we're
Of
going
course,
to A
Aggregator
because
tries
Duel
to
C is
negate
pretty
the
much
Firewall,
over.
But that is responded to by the Firewall by sending a pack bid, and now the Axe is sent to the Spell and Trap Zone.
A way to actually
After that,
FTK in
even
this
if you
deck.
have a sword,
Oh yeah,
you can't
it's
summon
just
it
as
off because
slow
you don't control
compared to the burn.
a
Leo
Razor
is
monster
slower.
in the graveyard. That is super
But it's-
tough here. Meanwhile, of
It's
course,
a-
Luca is just
it's a viable
just
option.
chilling.
Cruising, yeah, definitely. The Malice player of the team not having any problems and trying to just close it out here again. We're in the end phase, so
I
the
once built
Maxi
this
goes
deck
back
and
to the hand
to this day I
because
still
Deep Sea
regret
Ministrel
building
was
it.
a push, but the push was
Don't
not
regret
enough
it, R.
to overcome
Own
the
it.
army of Link monsters that Luca provided.
Gimmick Puppet has done it.
Be
Tasku
proud of
did
your
it. That
of your
was
war crimes
clean,
with Gimmick
and
Puppet
that was all
FTK.
Tasku needed with the Gimmick Puppet deck. Now, not the greatest showing for Memel Atlantean so far, given the fact that
Man,
it's just
Duel is
dropped
also
another
over.
game. Luca, though,
And it's just
keeping
Malice.
his team in the round.
Yep, almost at the same time, securing the victory here, meaning that the overall score goes 3-2 in favor of Team Dream's future, and this is the last remaining
Okay,
game
this
that
one
we
is
have
also
here in the
over
second
pretty much.
set, and there is a normal summon of Ice Ryziel here coming in for a mist.
But can this be enough? Infinite Impermanence chained as well as we also have
Okay.
the MTP set here. You can just let this resolve. And
If sword
afterwards,
is not
of course, let it
the
resolve
card in
first,
hand,
very
this is
important.
over for
You
Mist.
can activate the MTP to just search for probably a Marcher or something.
Oh, it's
and
already
banish
over
one
because
of
it's
your
gonna
own monsters
banish
as
the
well, of
ice.
course. To then, because you control multiple
After I
Link
build
monsters,
Gimmick
actually,
Puppet, I
banish
just
the
realized
Ice
one thing. I
Ryziel
suck at
in
the deck.
process, and now Mist has one card in hand.
Yeah, you will
Has a
only
dream, of course,
you will only
but
realize
is
that you suck at
dream
one
gonna
of
be enough
the
against Dream's
decks
future?
in the
No,
game
passes the
after you
turn
build
back,
it.
and that is
Well,
almost
it's a learning
already
process.
Game on these
And
sides.
you see almost the preemptive celebrations where Stella and Tasku, the teammates of Freedom, who of course still has to close it out here, they are smelling that. They are realizing we can still do it. We have started awfully bad into this tournament, but we are about to make it a 2-2 score.
Yeah, we spoke about momentum earlier. This is it in motion. Better late than never. They showed up when they needed to. They'll carry that through to a third set in round 4. And can they carry that into another victory and into another one after that to qualify
Okay,
for
we're going
the
to set
second
3.
stage of this tournament? I guess
But this
we'll
is
find
kinda
out.
sad.
But this
Now,
is exactly
Nesh has
what
to-
Dream's future needed
well,
to
the whole
secure
Ragnarok
their
team has to
path
worry about
towards that.
us
4-2 is
using an
not a
FTK
small
against
lead
them.
there. They basically have to be completely swept here. A 3-0. Given the coin tosses so far, I think if we want to even it out later on statistically, I think
So if they don't
Ragnarok is
pick
going
the
to have
deck
an
that can
advantage
deal with the
if they win
FTK,
3
they're gonna
contest here.
lose.
Very
And they
realistic,
just need
especially
to lose
with
one
decks
more to
that Nash is possibly
for their
playing
enemy
as
to
well,
win the
that
match.
they're going to 3-0 this. But I mean, getting 3 coin tosses in a row right.
Yeah, but let's talk about the situation a
I
little
kinda more like
on
into a
why
combo
Tasku
deck that's
possibly
flexible.
decided on playing the Gimmick Puppet deck at
Duel
that
Face
very
is
moment,
one of my
because
favorite
he
also.
was
Rarely use this these
across
days.
Nash here in this one.
Yep.
Nash 2 decks.
Well,
very
my
clearly,
problem
as
with
we saw,
Duel is
are
I always
Memento,
draw
and there
the
are Snake
the
Eye
level
Fiendsmith
10,
with a lot
the
of
old Duel
anti-Malice
cards.
as well. It's considered to be his anti-Malice
But
deck. So,
Ubel is super
he's
strong.
definitely not going to play the anti-Malice deck. As
If
the first
uninterrupted,
deck of
I think
Tasku
Ubel is kinda Patay na.
Ryziel strategy. So you would not
in the
want to go
same
with the strength
realm
deck, so
as
you would expect him to bring
Malice.
the Memento deck. A Memento and the version that
And
he
I'm
is
pretty sure
using right
Yubel
now,
doesn't
Ash,
have a silver
he's not
bullet.
playing a
But
lot
the
of hand
problem with Yubel
attraction, so I
is,
feel
yeah,
like
it
just
has
going with the
hard
Gimmick
bricks
Puppet
that
deck
you
instead
don't want to
there
see in
is
your
just
hand, because if you see it in your
Yeah, and I
hand,
think Gimmick Puppet
most of
is
the
one
time you're
those
not
decks that we
playing.
said can take the Maxi challenge, can take the Four Loss challenge, can just play through. Because it just wins in a single turn.
A downside of this deck, of course, is that you don't have the space to run multiple.
Funny thing, there is one hand trap for the anti-burn. It's just no one ever use it. You mean Doggy?
Full Memento combo.
The ghost Doggy
That's
sister.
true, sure, I will give you that. And one thing
Well,
that's very
it's
important
just
for the
that
Gimmick Puppet deck,
that card
I
is
think on the
literally
ladder right now,
useless
Gimmick
against
Puppet is
everything else.
struggling in the game because there is so much artifact Lancea running around.
Except
That
for
card is actually
time
good
in the
against
round.
Gimmick Puppet, funnily enough, too. But here in
Yubel
those
Finns
situations
have a
where
lot
you
of
might pick
starters
the
like
deck,
13, I
you know
think.
your opponent is not having the
Well,
anti-balance
R,
deck. So I think that's where the deck right now is profiting.
if you
and
see
that
me
is
play,
why it is also
you
picked
know
by
that 13
Tasmania for
starter
this
is not
very
enough.
tournament.
I'm also intrigued that we managed to
My hand
see
will
the,
find a way
Gimmick
to break.
Puppet single turn victory,
With
even though
I think I
we
played
didn't
the
see
deck with
field
15
spell for it.
starter and
There's
still
so
break.
much more this deck has left to show, as both of these teams still have so much more left to show heading into a set 3. It is Ragnarok versus Dreams Future. Ragnarok 2 wins on the board versus Dreams Future at match point. One more victory will secure Tusku and team.
That's why most of the time I
Freedom gets to go first, and
I
Freedom
either
has
play a
changed the
bricky,
deck.
a super bricky deck
Blue
because
Eyes may be joining
if
the
it's
big
bricky,
stage. At least the
I'm
Primar
not that
cards with the Ether
salty
Barrel
if I
and the
break.
Drill Beam are ready, but usually
Or
this
just
would
play
lead to a Blue
a
Eyes deck
really,
here.
really
Strong source of
strong
disruption
deck
thanks
that
to the
doesn't
Drill
really
Beam, but
matter
otherwise
if you
the
break.
Blue Eyes deck pretty
The
slow
R1,
to
you
ramp
can
up.
discard it
Yeah,
for
I think
entire
even
turn, you
if
don't
you're
take
going
effect
uninterrupted
damage.
in your first turn, and this is
Oh, those kind
maybe
of
a
cards.
downside of Nash's lineup. Losing the
Well,
coin
those
toss
cards
is
are
really
not
brutal
really
because
used.
any deck, if you let
But
it go
yeah,
first
it can stop a
uninterrupted, can put
FTK.
field that is really tough to deal with.
Everyone, may I just say that I think Mist has some
Yup.
Thunder
I
Dragon
still break at
Colossus
13
at Duel
starters.
B. Shall we just take a quick
Wait,
look
we need to see
also
this
on
blue
Duel B,
eyes.
because I did not expect that at
Wait,
all.
what the
There we
fuck?
have it.
I want to
And
see
there's
the
a
blue eyes.
Nemesis
What the
card
hell?
right
This is-
after. What is this,
I think we've seen him play
Wait, what?
Ritual Beast with these before, so this could very well be
A
it, because the Nemesis
Colossus?
cards were part of this, and the Arc Nemesis Protoss
A
was
Nemesis
so
flag?
good
In the back row.
then.
Miss, what the hell is this
Actually,
board?
Arcnemesis Protoss is also crazy today. I
This
would
is not
like to say,
Diamond rank.
But not if you can't summon it. So basically, maybe it's just started with Corridor in hand. The Colossus
Possibly.
can be a huge shutdown for some of the decks, but
This
is
is
it
this
here?
the
I think
pick.
at this point.
This is the
Oh,
pick
Stella.
Thunder Dragon
Second
board.
light with
Colossus.
That should be the
Ooh.
Mermail deck, but there is the Dominus
Purge.
Purge immediately shutting
I'm not
that
even
down.
sure if this
Dominus
is
Purge,
good.
a card that probably is in the deck of Herman and also in the deck of the Blue Eyes player there of Freedom. So a card we haven't seen at all yet so far in the tournament, but here it is.
Honestly, Colossus, if you take out Sekka Slide here, it's crazy versus Mermail. Of course, there you can just shuffle another card, but to get going, you really want to get this Dragoon action. Pike is also a fine starter sometimes.
Okay, Stellar
use
can't
it versus
search
Colossus.
because of
If this
Colossus.
is Ritual Beast,
But
it's
he can
quite
still
funny
draw.
because, again, these are the two players most famous for that deck within the world.
It is absolutely
That's more
hilarious,
wacky than
and
you
it
bet.
probably is Ritual Beast.
To be
I
fair,
couldn't
this is
imagine
actually
any other
strong
deck
against Mermail.
from Mist
Because
that
Mermail
includes these
kinda
two
likes
cards
searching
that would not
cards.
be the Ritual Beast deck.
So
But-
when
And
Quantal won the challenge
Colossus
final
can be
at the
this
end of last season,
can protect
it
itself
was
from
using
destruction.
the exact same two decks as Mist. Mist
So that's pretty
constructed a
decent.
Ritual Beast deck
I mean, look at
for
Stellar's
use
face right
plus
now.
something else. Now that Ritual
That's
Beast deck
that's a man
really
that
went
doesn't
to
have
show
an
just
out
how
to
much
Colossus.
of a master Mist is on this strategy. Granted, it was a completely different competitive environment back then, in which the deck
Oh
could
man, look at
flourish a
his
little bit
face.
more.
He
Okay, if
actually
we're taking
is
a closer look
countered.
at the matches, at
Mermail
this
is
point, Duel
actually
Beast
countered
Stellar
by
is thinking
one
for a long
purple
time,
dragon.
Maybe thinking of some way out of this situation, because Colossus is a crazy card still in Duel C. I think we're about to see Luca go for a rather
Okay,
bigger
Stellar, what you
combo
gonna
here.
do?
Main phase 2 now sets multiple cards.
You still have your normal.
Like so much of a
Okay,
combo.
No combo at all. I lied to everyone here, but now on the other side,
But I don't think he has
Ash
anything.
is not seeing the craziest field here.
Aren't there
Yeah,
one
a little
Mermail
bit
master
down to
that
the
bounced
wire
back
for
a card
Ragnarok, though,
on
they
opponent's
need
field.
3 win
Yeah, there is a
to take
bounce,
this
but I
home,
don't think
but
he has
right
it.
now it looks a little bit difficult, especially
That's the
for
problem.
Nesh in particular, facing down the Blue Eyes deck in Duel A.
Yeah, as we don't have anything happening here on Duel B, let's
Yeah,
go
he
back
doesn't.
to
I don't
Blue
think he
Eyes.
has
Let's
it.
see that Blue Eyes White Dragon on
Yeah.
the field there on Duel A. Let's get it back into the spotlight. Let's see whether Nash would be able to overcome this. There
Okay,
we
now
have
Blue Eyes
it.
White Dragon.
Chaos Hunter is so good against the Primite engine because you are negating the drill beam, and there is Called by
Ooh.
the Grave. This is what I was hoping
Called by
for
the Grave
for
on the
Nash's
spears.
situation, because now the drill beam is the other, basically only interruption that he has from engine on the side
But you can't use
of freedom. But now, look, Chaos Hunter just
Drill Beam
completely
doesn't
blocks
really
the drill
matter
beam.
here,
Yes, we're
because
on the battle
Drill
phase,
Beam,
but if Nash has
if
one
Drill
of
Beam
these
can
big
banish,
one-card
Nash can
starters
still use the
in hand,
material
Snake Eye
to play
Ash
the
or
game.
something for a normal summon in main phase 2. This
Yeah, he
could
cooked
be
by one sin
so,
for Purple
so
Dragon.
good here.
I think Stella just
Oh,
passed back over
Duel
to
is
Mist,
B.
by the way,
The
so
Duel B.
Mist and
Opponent
the
actually
Ritual
just
Deck
passed
could
turn. They
potentially
camped
be
out the
close.
Purple
Oh,
Dragon.
yeah.
Also not doing anything.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But
Hard
you
counter
gotta give it
Ryzel.
to Freedom here once more.
No,
He
not really.
sorta won the mind game because Nash brought
I don't
his
think
anti-malice deck.
Colossus
But guys
counter
what? Freedom has
Ryzel
just decided
because
to not play Malice anymore for this first set.
Ice can summon
So
from
really
the
coming
deck.
out on top here. Then also on top of that, winning the coin
With
toss,
that,
being
you
in the
can just
position,
go-
having the strongest dragon in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! There on the field right now.
Go
It's
combo
just
to
end
a
phase
detonator
for
punch.
Nash. This is crucial. He really needed this.
And
Snake
if
Eye
they
Ash. This is
activate the
also
card effect,
one of the
you can
problems
just pop
of the deck,
Colossus.
actually. Oh, True Light as
How
well,
does
setting
Luca
up
end
for
up with a
wishes.
Maxi in attack position?
Ooh,
Well,
I
you
think
really need
we
link
will
material.
I think we need link material there, and I mean,
Ryzel can
Maxi
play
is as
under
good as a
Colossus,
monster as
but
any
Mermel
to
can't.
go into a link
If
to.
you don't draw the
Whoa,
bounce.
whoa, Duel C is
What
going
is
wild.
happening?
Yeah,
Let's bring Duel C
Ryzel
up
do a
again.
lot of
Let's go back there
searches,
because I
but they
think we
can.
have Maxi
They're
on Maxi
okay.
and Taxi.
What
What
is
is going
happening?
on?
They're
Maxi
okay
on
to
Maxi
play
acting
under
right here.
a
500 attack points
floodgate
on
of
both, which is not
anti-search.
too many.
It's
Why
not the end
is
of the
this
world for
card
them.
Normal summon. I am. Which sequence of plays
What the fuck was
leads you
that?
to this
Maxi
situation?
versus
Normal
Maxi?
summon Maxi versus normal summon Maxi.
What is
in the
Luca and
Malice
Tusk doing?
mirror match. Now we have Luca.
It's turn
his
6
turn,
and there's
it's his
no
game to
board.
close out. But again, Ragnarok, they need all three. They need to get victory, victory, victory
Man, this is
if they're gonna close this one out and if they're gonna
really
have
funny.
the record that they want to have to secure their way out
Dreams
of this group. On the other hand,
Future
Dream
just need
Future,
to win one
important
game
win for them if their tournament
take the
is
match
gonna
and
remain alive.
and they can play the game.
Freedom with the Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field, and Sage is a normal summon here as well. Already
More
having
legendary than Blue Eyes and Dark Magician? Oh yeah,
looking
definitely.
super
The two
strong
strongest
here
mons
in this
card
matchup.
in the game, Maxi versus
Of course,
Maxi.
see Luca
And
go
there's
for some
they're
attempt
on
of
the
a
field,
combo.
that they're not
Marshare
in
is
the
being
hand.
activated, hand Link Decoder on the field.
Ooh.
Again, all of these cards in banishment is crazy. But can you
That's kind of big.
stand for this?
Oh,
If he
and
doesn't have
this
a
one Duel A, so
if he
it
doesn't
looks
have a Malice in
alright
hand,
here
this
again
doesn't
for
resolve.
Team Ragnarok. They have pulled
Okay,
one
it resolved,
back.
but that's kinda
Maybe
bad.
They can still do
That's
it.
a trap
4
card.
and 3 now the overall score, and not gonna lie, Luca at least right now is having monsters on the field, so he may as well be in the lead here in Duel C2.
Yep, but there goes
Okay,
the
two
synchro
monster,
summon
that's
into
900
that
damage. If
Blue
he
Eye Spirit Dragon, and suddenly everything becomes
if he has
a little
a
bit scarier
Malice
for Nash.
trap card in the
Another
back row, he can
synchro summon
banish.
on top of that
Go
for
for
the
a
ultimate Spirit Dragon.
another
Yeah, there's a Baron.
name.
Very nice.
Baron the
What's this?
Furor, of course. If you want
Oh,
to end
of
the game,
course.
this card gives
Splash
you the
Mage. How
utility
could I
to
forget?
destroy a monster on the opposing side. True Light, of course, can immediately just get
Now
you
with
back
this,
into
go
White
to White Binder
Dragon,
or
destroy the Chaos
Red
Hunter,
Ransom.
and I think that's a pretty fast way to close out the game.
They can go to
Yes,
Splash Mage if
indeed,
they
it
don't have
would
other
be.
body.
Can we get
Yeah, that's
any
true.
extra damage though to
Splash Mage is
tide
still
this
good.
one over into that
I
8,000
think it's
territory? 'Cause right now it's just
Splash
Baron
Mage
plus Blue
might
Eyes.
actually be banned.
I mean, we can just
Considering
go
how
ahead and,
Master Duel
synchro summon with the
do
Maiden
its
of
ban.
Light and the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Splash
Is
Mage
the
and
Synchro 9 that we're
Link
looking at.
Decoder is one
So
of those
we
cards
can
that
also be forehead. Now that we can
is
finally
old.
banish cards again there in Duel B, go ahead and fuse
It's
and
not
summon
used
very
by
with
other
shooting
deck
for
except
two
for
double lights he
Cybers
just did there, and Luca
and can be
has to give another
banned
turn here
by
to
and not
Tasco.
really doom
Yep, the damage was
and
not
and
enough
not
here,
damage
2,800 life points there.
the ability
Three
of
set cards, two in
Malice
hand.
to
I think
play
that
the
Luka
game.
is still in a comfortable spot, especially if last turn
They will
not too much
weaken the
happened for
Malice
Tasco.
Crucially,
combo
regardless
lines,
of
but
anything
it
in
won't
these
really
two duels,
end
the
their
team captain
playability.
did win here. Mist was able to clutch out the victory for Ragnarok in his duel, and that means
Duel
that
A.
every little bit
The Purple
of that
Dragon
tiebreaker
Colossus win
is
the game in
becoming
Duel
more
A.
and more available to them.
Ooh, and there is
What's
finally
gonna be
an
banned?
X
Probably Link
Ryzeal
Decoder.
here for Tusk.
Well,
He has been waiting for it, but there is the
I'm
answer
kind of
from Luka.
confident
There's
that Link
Matt
Decoder is
Short
gonna
as that card
be
is
banned, but
really putting in the work here in this tournament.
considering
It is being
Splash
played
Mage
in
is an
so many
SR,
different decks. It just makes sense as it is
there's a
definitely
chance
up
that they're
there in
gonna
terms
ban
of
the
fun, and
SR
you want
instead
all
of the
fast
UR.
spell cards when you're playing into Malice,
Because
when you're
this is
playing into
Master Duel.
Ryzeal,
They
and
don't like
as
really
these are
giving
the two
back
most
crafting
represented
points.
decks, it only makes sense that this card also is very well represented.
Nesh getting another turn here, though. The Blue Eyes deck, as we said, can be quite slow when it comes to ramping up. It's good, it's formidable once it's able to set up, and it will be quietly
Well, you
consistent
can't
here, but there
really
is Meows, the card you were
underestimate
asking
the
for,
power of a
who's coming from.
floodgate.
Hasn't really made an impact so far, and won't do so in this game either.
I am not too sure. There's double Meowls here, and it is chained to True Light of summoning back a Blue Eyes White Dragon. So this is going to be through 2 fresh new cards. However, it's going to be so tough to out this field. There is still the Spirit. There is Baron de Fleur. There
Okay,
is,
Duel
of
C is
course,
already
also after
over.
the Blue Eyes gets back onto the field. There is going
Luka
to be
wins that.
Primite.
While Nash
But
is...
Maxi is being chained here just so that there is no answer to it be found by Nash with these 2 Meowl straws. And I think that even if they made it really, really close, Dream's future is looking splendid here.
How is Nash gonna win this? He's under max, he has 1 card in hand. Yeah, he's gonna draw 2 here, but I don't think that's enough.
Basically, with a pot of greed movement there, drawing the top 2 cards from
1
his
card in hand,
deck,
empty
but
field.
can
Nah.
they help him?
Oh.
Piece of Engraver is a card to draw. Not gonna lie,
Wait
it
a
can
second.
help.
That is
That's
a
fucking
one-card
Engraver.
starter for him. Of course, you'd have to consider that Baron still
That
has
may
the
actually do
Gate
something.
Life, and you have the Primite Drill Beam set there as well.
And I will say that the Spirit Dragon has a on-field effect that sometimes is really
but he
relevant
still
by
has
negating a card in the
Spirit.
graveyard.
Spirit can
activated.
negate
Sometimes it's
Fable
not
in the
relevant.
graveyard.
And I
And
mean, if you're searching for tracked
and he also has a 2 back row
it is going to be
in a
crucial.
Baron.
So that's not really an option for Nash. Has to go for a
He is
rather
cooking.
weaker search by discarding
We have
Lancea
we
from
have
hand.
to see.
Normal summon Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. You can of course just activate Baron, or I think
He
this is
activate
a prime
that.
Primite Drill Beam target here.
But
to send
that
another
was not the decision from
another
Freedom.
engraver.
Freedom lets
Now he
it
has
go
a
through, lets him send
a way to do
another
something.
card to the graveyard, and we are continuing to link summon the Link 1, that is Fiends from Requiem
Okay,
coming
Requiem
onto the
can
table here.
actually
The
check
digital
some of
table
his
that we have here at
monster,
the
but
World
he's
Championship.
under
First
maxi.
maxi draw there
I don't
also
think Nash
for
can win.
Freedom.
He is under
This
maxi.
card has caused so much chaos in the TCG. The Fiendsmith engine in total has been in so many different decks, and it's still going ever since it came out in the TCG in the Infinite Forbidden. In Duel C, we are seeing Luka going for the final blow here with the Axis Code
I don't think he
Talker,
can
with
win.
the Red
Maxi
Ransom,
just pretty
winning
much
another game. So we're
gives his
currently tied
opponent
at
ability
4-4.
to play the
Nash
game
is
next
really
turn.
doing his best to get the 5-4 win there, to go to day 2, getting it closer to it. But now we have 2 engravers on the
Oh,
field,
yeah.
and now the Majesty is being activated. Of course, it was searched last turn with Wishes for Eyes of Blue, destroying both engravers. The engraver is good in the graveyard, but
over.
not if you've already used it.
Yes, indeed. We'll do a
Nash
great
teammates
amount of work
won.
for Freedom here. It
But the
looked
problem is
good
he
for
needs to
Ragnarok.
win
They tied it up at
for them
4
to
and
have a
4, but it's not
have a
enough
chance.
to
Oh,
take
no.
down Dream's future here as they look to claim victory against one of the top teams in their group. Suddenly, Group A looks very much like it could be anyone's all over again.
Dream's future back to 2 and 2
I think
here
that
after
they
the
win.
next battle phase. I can't
Yeah.
assume that you're going to go for many plays,
Yeah.
but I can think that we're going to see the great animation
That team wins
of
this.
Blue Eyes White Dragon
Please.
attacking with the burst
Oh,
stream
oh,
of
oh,
destruction.
animation,
Wait, wait,
animation.
come on, give it to us.
Animation,
Everyone is waiting
animation,
for
come
it.
on, come on, come on, animation.
Oh, White
we
Dragon,
need
come
the Blue
attack.
Eyes,
Yeah.
yes!
Direct attack, burst stream of destruction.
Nah.
Let's go.
That's what we needed. That's
Oh
what
my
everyone
God, that's so
needs in
cool.
their life.
I
and
really
that's
like
how
that
this
animation.
match is done.
And that's what Dream's future needed to take down Ragnarok there. It is not the end of days for Ragnarok, however, though, as they are still very much in this tournament. Thank
They
you for looking
are,
at me with pride
absolutely.
then.
It was a really good one, the Ragnarok one. But also that's what Dream's future are made of, right? This
Man, that was
is
so close.
what a
If he
combo-
did,
that
if
is
Nash didn't get
actually
maxi, I think he had a
bizarre.
chance.
If you're starting 0-2 and then you're climbing your way back. But I have to say, as much as I don't like to say it, it's looking like basically everyone in this group is going to be at 3-2 in the
Really,
end.
right?
And if you're starting 0-2 and then you're getting like 5-4 wins, it's going to be super tough.
The
to
tiebreakers are a
tiebreaker
little
the other
scary.
teams.
It does look pretty scary. Someone that can best case scenario also only reach a 3-2 score now at this point is Team 7, the reigning world champions in Group B. They have just lost this round again.
If
and
it was
therefore
Egyptian God.
cannot
I'm
get
actually
any
kind
better
of
than
sad
3-2
that
and will
they
have to
haven't
probably
released
rely
a
on
retrain
tiebreakers
of
if
those
they want
cards.
to make it to top 4 to defend their title.
Dreams Future winning there, of course, Tasku. Mr.
Because those
Master Duel
those god
himself
cards are
and
actually
his two very
kinda cool.
formidable teammates. We said they struggled a bit because they had to integrate Stellar into
if
the
only
lineup on very
they
short
will
notice
retrain
after
the
Yuki qualified
the
for
god
World
cards to
Championship by
actually
himself, but they've
make
done
them
phenomenally,
viable.
and it was Freedom that
Make them
managed to pull
unaffected
this
by
team
other cards effect
over the
by or
finish
your
line
opponent's
here.
card
I
effect.
was wishing for Blue Eyes, and I'm glad finally Freedom was delivering the freedom to the Blue Eyes White
Basti,
Dragon there.
You just had the opportunity to say I was wishing for Eyes of Blue.
Oh, I wish I had, yeah.
It would have been the way better one.
I've seen too many normal summon Maxis in that.
Oh, that
was
was fun,
insane.
yeah. Shall I tell you something though? After round 3 in Group B, the team leading, do you remember who that was? Fala Galera was 2-1 after losing the first round. They're continuing their winning arc. They are 3-1 now, so looks like Fala Galera
so cool.
is on their way possibly into
Fala Galera is
that
3-1?
desired top 4.
And for the rest of the teams,
What
what's
the
our snapshot
fudge?
looking like?
We have some more. We have Yugati still playing, being on the 2-1 record as well.
Okay.
And then on the other hand, as I said, we have Team 7 struggling right now.
Good starter.
And even better, we can now look
Noble
at it
still
all
at first.
together as we
Ragnarok
see
still at
Protoss being the
second.
one that is sort of struggling as
Snipe
we do
Hunter
have
at
them
4.
currently only on the
But-
1 and 3 records.
Snipe Hunters managing to take down Noble Gabigol was so
But this still okay,
crucial
unironically.
for them as well.
Fourth is
Again
still
now,
okay.
Snipe Hunters and Dreams Future.
While Team 7
both
is 4.
in
Okay, this is good. This is good.
tournament Still.
That is true. So definitely very, very, very competitive in Group A base.
There's still a chance for both Team 7 and Snipe
right
Hunter.
now. Noble Gabigol still, of course, in that first place as they started out so nicely with a 3-0 start. Second place, now Ragnarok with being 2-2, but that's also the score of Dreams Future and also the score of Snipe Hunters. Interestingly enough, for Duelist Cup winners, Dreams Future, they have climbed back from 2 losses and they're now already overcoming Snipe Hunters in terms of tiebreakers. That's very interesting to see.
Yeah, they had this 9-0 win, which is
Yes.
absolutely crazy. Makes up for the 5-4 win they had and the 1-8 loss, actually. So I think they're break even, right? On do they have any? Wait, are they positive? Wait, that's 4.
I mean, it just is about the number of wins in the end, right? And we see that Ragnarok has 21, Noble Gabigol has 22, and Dreams Future currently on 18.
Fala Galera has
compared-
25.
That's insanity. Fala Galera is going absolutely crazy there, having the most wins in the tournament
Wait, who's a
right
fourth and
now
fifth?
after
Fourth and-
starting out
fifth and sixth?
badly in the first round. But they're really
Alignments.
showcasing that they're here to
Alignment still has a
represent the
chance,
Latin American
unironically.
region, and that they're
They
here
win
ready to
their
take it all
games
down.
next.
And that year of hard work for Judeo seems to be paying
Of
off.
CG. Okay, still have a chance. Soul Form still has a chance.
Oh,
Yeah, they are 2-2 right now. So
Wait,
they
did they
are
just change there? Because it looked like 1-3 a moment ago, but seems like it is actually a 2-2 score there, which looks a lot better now for them, of course. And that might be the way to possibly just stay in the
I mean,
tournament still.
They just beat Team 7 8-1. So that is a huge accomplishment
Wait,
on
who
itself.
beat Team
But you
7?
were speaking about Fala Galera and Latin America. I mean, if we're still looking at Group A, Noble Gabigol, also from
Team
Latin
7.
America, is still 3-1 now after losing to the Snipe Hunters. So Snipe Hunters really crazy cooking, climbing back into this tournament as well. We have actually let's just go
E1?
back to the leaderboards again. We have 2 wins, 2
Oh,
wins, 2 wins.
that's
in Group
strong.
A,
What the fudge?
And we have 1 3-win team, and that is exactly the same for Group B.
Yeah,
But they
and
lost
what I love
to
about all of this, and about
Fala
also
Galera.
showcase
Well, Fala
the
Galera is
competitiveness of the
literally
World
the best team
Championship,
right now in
there's
Team
no
B, in
team
Group B.
that has not won a match so far. Every team has managed to at least win once, which shows you that really everyone can beat anyone here, and sometimes it's just those little bit of luck factors or some other factors that are involved.
And, I mean, we've said that in Group A there's 3 teams with 2 wins right now. Alignments and Cybercorp are still playing right now. So basically, you can still have one of these teams. It's 4-4, by the way, that can go up to 2 wins. And the same goes for the second group, where FCG is playing versus Mugity.
FCG really need this victory against Mugity if they're going to make
Wait,
it
if
happen.
Chaiba win this, I think they can
They're
still...
also basically on the same comeback arc as Dreams Future.
They can still go
It's
to
4-4
four.
right now. It's going to be a deciding point, and we'll
Ooh.
let you know as soon as that
Snipe
is
Hunter is in
decided.
trouble.
It is on the team
Chaiba is
captain,
still,
it is on
still
RJ,
playing.
who's trying to make it happen. He did it so
Snipe
well
Hunter
in
and
round
Team
number
7
3,
is still in
but can
trouble.
RJ
FCG
still
is
keep
still
on
playing
carrying
Chaiba.
here for Team FCG? They need him. They need the captain to step up. They need the Malice player of the team to guide them into the right direction. And he's currently engaged in an absolute all-Malice mirror match against Rain, of course, from Team Mugity.
But he does look to be in a commanding position there. Despite facing down an Appaloosa Bow the Goddess, he has access to more cards. It's his battle phase. Everything looks okay.
Just FYI if you're wondering where we're getting that from, because you are still looking at the standings. Of course, you can use the Master Duel client to watch all of these matches live right here, right now. Actually, not only right here, but also right at your home. And we're also doing the same thing the entire time. We have a tablet and we have a phone open with the game.
Also go back and watch the replays.
Yes.
Maybe you'll learn something like how to play Gimmick Puppet and win in one turn.
That is definitely something you should be checking out.
That's the goal.
And I mean, that is the whole beauty about Master Duel, right? That's what we're
Gimmick
all doing.
Puppet.
And Gimmick Puppet as well, and that is definitely the theme of today. But just being able to do it comfortably from your home. Like, you're at home, you can just check all the matches, can view all the matches. You can just in between hop on the ladder, play a match yourself. That's what Master Duel is all about. It's a game you can play from the comfort of your own home, where you can just enjoy dueling against players from all over the world, and then maybe eventually find yourself at the World Championship.
Yes, indeed. And at this level, it's all about the teamwork, the camaraderie, and the glory. All of these duelists have earned their right to be here, and all of them have their eyes on that trophy. We're heading into a round 5 now with everybody's tournaments still on the line here. All the stakes
round 5.
are
I think
so
that's the
high.
finals.
Nothing is fixed yet. These games are so important to these players and so important to us.
I don't think
it's gonna be so good. But first, in just a little bit, we'll hear from one
that
of our
rank
players
1
in the
will
previous
change
match.
anymore, or
That is going to
they're
take
kind
1
of
or
safe
2 more minutes.
from
But first of all,
elimination.
we have asked those big questions in the
I
beginning.
don't want to see
Who
Brandon.
is going to win? What do you think now?
I mean,
It might actually happen.
Is there even a team
Brilliant
that is
Fusion
out
is
right now?
such a
The teams
good
that will
card.
be 1-free, they are kind of out, right?
Any
So,
fusion
very
strategy
little of
can
them. I think
actually use it.
Shiva Corp is 1-free. Oh no, wait, they're still playing.
They're
Actually,
still playing, but
they're
they
still
could
in.
be out, and FCG could also be out.
Could also be out, but we will have to see. One thing that's very urgent, though, we all want to, of course, hear from the team that is so prestigious, from Team Dreams Future. The team on the comeback arc right now. Will they be able to complete it, to find their way into the top 4 eventually? We are ready for an analysis with Team Dreams Future.
Thank you, Seb. And indeed, we are here with the winner of this round, Dream Future. What a match it was, a lot of emotions, amazing. And I mean, we have seen your consistency. You're considered one of the best, if not the best, Master Duel player. So congratulations. How do you feel?
Interview.
ありがとうございます
Oh, translator.
はいそうですね次が最終戦になるんですけれども最終戦勝てばまあ他のチームの勝ち方次第では自分らが決勝トーナメントに上がれるといった状態なのでもう最後もう
I
絶
think it's
対に
time
勝
to
つという
play
思いでいきます
Master Duel again.
So next round will be the last round for the day. So if we can win the next round, it is most.
Okay, let's go. Asamina, Finsmith, Rysil, Primite. No, not Rysil. Asamina, Finsmith, Primite, Beastial. Okay, 2 famous people. They don't really look alike that much. They're just both... I don't even think the translator is a Japanese. There's a chance it's not. What the fuck is this hand? I lost the game. I literally lost the game here. Okay? Let's just watch the other one.
はい そうですね。2人とも
Yeah, they don't look the same.
遊戯王マスターデュエルのデュエリストカップというものをとても頑張っていて、僕もすごい友達と感覚で仲がいいんですけれども、もう彼らにならもう背中を預けられるってことで、僕が勝てなかった部分を彼らが救ってくれる、そう思いました。
The faces doesn't match.
So we have
The shape of the face
been
doesn't
very
match the
close with
hairstyle
each other,
and the height.
both of them did very well on past tournaments, and I feel very confident that if I make a mistake, they will cover for me. I'm very confident for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it seems like this year you really must, an A team representing, of course, all of you, and you are doing a great job. And this is exactly what happened. I think you gave us a great show in this match. First of all, gimmick puppet. It was nice to see your combos.
Gimmick puppet. It's really nice to see someone getting
Maxi
FPK'd.
against Maxi was funny. So I think you're great, to watch, just
Kinda
because you are
sad.
a very consistent player, but also, you're not afraid to do those plays, creative as well. So thank you for that.
ギミックパペットだとか、
はい
さっきの、ラウンドで、まさにそのような戦いが行われたと思うんですけれども、とてもなんかいろんな面白いクリエイティブな、ムーブをコンボするのにも恐れないっていうところがすごいと思います。
はい。もうこれに対して質問ですか。いやもうファンサービス決めたギミックパレットもう世界の舞台にぜひ持っていきたいと思って好きなデッキなんで大好きなんで次ギミックパレットを持ち込みました。
So I really like gimmick puppets, and I really wanted to show my deck to the whole world.
Nice.
So that's why I brought it with me.
Absolutely. So thank you a lot again, and we wish you best of luck for the next round. One more, and then hopefully we will see you again in Top Cut and tomorrow. Thank you.
で次ラウンド
I think-
ぜひ検討に
Well,
乗ります
Thus
また決勝ステージでお待
They're
ちしてま
kind
す
of in a decent.
はい、ありが
Well,
とうございます。本当
they're
に
kind of in the
嬉しいです。
bad
ありがとうございま
spot.
す。
And
But if
thank
they
you
win the
guys,
next
of course,
games,
for
I
being
think they're
with
gonna
us
be
once
fine.
more. But don't go anywhere, because we have plenty of more content live from Paris for the World Championship 2025.
なんかドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これは。
Huh. Okay. It still has 2 cards in hand. If those 2 cards are relevant, I'm gonna lose this. Well, I'm still doing the same thing. Ooh, easy. Man, why am I good at this deck? This deck should not be functioning. Wait, let me check the live stream. Okay. We're waiting for the final round, I think. So we're still gonna play this. Man, if this continue, I might end up in Master. I might continue winning this deck. But I don't want to end up in Master. I like playing in flat. Man, this hand is kind of bad. Okay, I'm gonna start with this, I think. If this gets negated, it's fine. Maxi, I'm gonna call by. If Ash, I'm gonna let it resolve. Yes, special summon. Okay, he has something. Could be an Ash Blossom. If it's Ash Blossom, do I stop it? Unironically. If I stop this here, I think I'm gonna stop this. If he has Maxi, I think it's fine. Okay, he doesn't have Maxi. He only has Ash Blossom. He has Infirm. If he has Infirm, this is a good Infirm, ironically. Most of the time, because that stops getting Engraver to the field. Yep. Smart. If your opponent doesn't have a normal summon, that's good. Also, Engraver is hard to deal with. Too bad they have a normal. Gives me a load. Lets me activate load. Getting Drill Beam. Allows me to go to either link to this one. But I don't think I have enough, right? Okay, that's Stop Engraver, I guess. Guess I'm just gonna go for IP here. I guess I could have gotten this instead of using my 2, of sacrificing my Druid's Worm. I think I kind of misplayed. That was actually kind of misplayed, I think. Yeah, that was a misplay. Shoot. I misplayed. Kinda bad. And that could have ended with more bodies if I didn't go for the Link Summon up IP. Another load. I can only activate this once. If I saw, I think I need to special summon this. I got no choice. Just to get this online. So put this face up. So for the burn, let's put this here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 interaction against these 4 cards in the hand. I misplayed. I misplayed a little bit, but if I didn't misplay, this is more than enough, I think. Banishing Poplar. I can either go Apollosa by summoning another body with my Lacrima. Yeah, sure, that's fine. You don't have a graveyard, you don't have normal. Go by the grave into what? I don't care about losing that. You have 1 card in hand. Yep. Who the fuck is getting go by the grave on a card that you don't use or not gonna use? Oh, Diamond Tree. Wait, let's check out the stream again.
End of the day, you're not just throwing around wins like that or giving out losses like that. You also, of course, want to keep the competition as integral as possible.
Oh my god, Snipe Hunter is in the bad place.
You just play your best, which is what you are here for at the end of the day.
So we did say that Fala Galera,
They're
it was
fifth.
Chinet's putting the team on his back, but actually shout out to Judeo.
If they don't win the
9
next
leader
match, they're
victories
gonna
out of the 12
get eliminated.
possible total games that he's played.
Well, Team 7 is fourth,
Actually, in the first round, I think he won the first coin toss.
but the
against
5th and the
Team
6th
7,
can
and
still
it
go
started even
tiebreakers with
the
them.
Atlantean
No,
Prince, but was
no, if
answered
they
there
lose
by
the
Effect
next
Veiler and I think also
match
Ash Blossom,
and both
had to pass after that.
Soul
So
and
the start was really
FTG
not that
wins,
great.
they're gonna
Since
get
then, though,
eliminated.
Judeo
What
is
the
on a
fuck?
high.
So that's incredible, but actually looking at Chiba Corp,
How is
shout
this
out to Joey
happening?
because the record is much less impressive for them, including a 1-8 loss, and yet still putting up the same individual performance as Judeo there. 9 out of the 12 possible games played, victories.
Yeah, and I mean, when we talk about that stat already,
we have to address Team 7 in that regard, because Team 7, as we see, number of leader victories, and the team captain of Team 7, of course, is Ryan Yu, is at the moment the lowest in the entire tournament. Only 3 wins for Ryan Yu. Still, the team is kept in competition by the other 2 teammates. Therefore, of course, has to mean that Raymond Dye and Jesse Kotma are having a good tournament so far, but keeping them in here.
This is not what I expected from one of the top 2 duelists for the entire tournament, where everyone from these teams in the past couple of days were saying, yeah, I'm very much afraid of playing versus Ryan Yu or Tasku.
And before we
does
head
Mogiti
into
still
this
have a
final round, while
team?
all teams still have
They still
something
have
to
one
play for,
more
let's just
match.
give a shout out to the individual players. Dreams, Future,
1, 2,
you
3,
see there.
4. Oh,
Tasku,
everybody still has a
Freedom,
match. This is
Stella, fantastic group of players individually and a fantastic team overall.
Oh my god.
Absolutely amazing, and they are now finally showing
Team
as well how
7
amazing
and
they
Snipe
are,
Hunter is
because
on the
the first
brink
2
of
rounds were
getting
really visible for them,
eliminated
but
day
since that,
1.
they are climbing. They're still in here.
That's what we've been saying. The first 2 rounds, if you're playing a Swiss tournament, it's really, really tough.
It's gonna
if
be
you lose
super
those.
stressful.
But if you're playing a group stage and you're playing 5 rounds in round robin, you're good to go if you come back. They have now, after winning 2 in a row, the same chances as everyone else, basically.
Yep, and somebody else that still has a chance.
Man,
is, of course, Team
this
7,
format
your
is kinda
WCS 2024 champions,
stressful
Jesse
and
Cotton,
exhausting,
Ray,
because
and
you
Ryan
have to
Yu.
play 5 rounds.
Also still in competition. We just talked about the fact
Most
that
of the time,
Ryan
you're gonna
is not
play
having
3
the best round,
games in
but
1
he
round.
just now, in this 5th round, steps
That's
up,
like
shows
at
why he's
most
here, shows
15
why he's
games.
the world champion,
At the
shows why he's the
minimum,
team captain.
10.
It's still in their own power to make it.
And we address 2 of the biggest favorites for the entire tournament there, but somebody that we've highlighted time and time again as underdogs. Of course, Noble Gabigol, that is Shoma Yusa, Gianfranco H, and Bernardo 2117.
You have to play that.
A name
You
for
have to play
themselves.
at
They're in
least
the
10
process
games
of
at top
basically becoming
condition.
one of those threshold names here in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel space, because if they just make it to top 4 here alone, it's
Against the
already
best
a legendary
players in the
run.
I just want
in
to
the
say
game,
something that
not
I've,
in rank.
I've
I
basically
mean, in the
ruled it
game.
out almost in my head that we get a rematch of the finals again for the 3rd time in a row in 3 World Championships. But now, they're still in competition, and it looks like if they are advancing to
some
the
water.
top 4, that is Team 7 and Team Snipe Hunters, they would both be on the 2nd spot of their group, which would mean they would not match in the semifinals, which is insane, because if that happens again, what are the odds, honestly?
We all love a good storyline, right? If
Yeah.
it really happens like that, I don't know what to say anymore. It was already unlikely for the 2nd World Championship in a row, but that happening like for a 3rd time? No, I don't believe it anymore.
So Team 7 WCS 2024 re-invited winners. Dreams Future Duelist Cup September was won by Tasku. Noble Gabigol Duelist Cup December. Winning Duelist Cup March was of course Mist of Team Ragnarok, and he brings Nesh and Luca with him to this tournament.
He is, and he is showing why they are feared in the competition. He is showing why people are mentioning them as maybe one of the most scary teams in the tournament.
Scared.
Yeah, I mean, Nash does not seem scared to me at all. He's just going in there with the easy mentality. We can do everything that we want. Mist, I think he also, like, just the last year for Mist, really changed his approach. I think he's viewing himself now as a leader. He's there to step up for his team. He has a better self-understanding. He knows how to win a Duelist Cup, which he did there in March, and therefore he also knows now maybe how to win the world.
Okay, let's go back to the game. Because we're still gonna wait for the next match anyway. Ooh, going first again. Okay, as long as I don't misplay, this deck is good. He doesn't have she doesn't have Maxi. He could have Infirm, he could have Veiler, he could have Ogre. Could have draw. If I special summon this, I can end on a bar on a Apollosa or C-Star. If I don't, I can use it, discard, get a card, search for something. That doesn't get me to anything, unironically. So I guess I'm just gonna do this. Just go Apollosa here. Oh, I could have added DPT. Actually, a misplay. I could have added DPT. Could have gotten more if I added DPT. What the? Destroy all spell and trap. Well, might as well. I'm already losing it. Might as well use it. Oh fuck. Nice. He has Skyman. Does he have Skyman? If he doesn't have Skyman, I'm fine. Because I can't stop the Kaiman because of the Apollosa. Fudge! Fucking kidding me. My hand was kinda bad. He just drew talents. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, what can you do? Tenpai drew talents against your one single interruption. And I drew literally I drew Luri. This is kinda bad. The card that doesn't really do anything. I can't have access to my other cards. Okay, this one doesn't give me access to any of my primate cards, but gives me access to Asamina and Finsmith if I play it correctly. Oh wow, of course. Of course. Just show me the talents. Show me the talents. There's no way you don't have talent. can't activate this, but he can activate March here from hand, banishing TB11, getting to either Lizard Dose, banishing Dormouse. Oh, go Sneak Decoder. Gonna be the 4th, and this is gonna be the 5th. And that's Nibiru. $300, $300, $900, $6. Okay, put this on attack. Ooh, yeah. I don't think I need Ogre anymore. Roll and Lockbird. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's negate Droll and Lockbird. I think I need a search. Getting 2 search here is not that bad. Rosiliago. Activate Rosiliago. Getting this. Summoning Diabell. Sending Rosiliago. Black Witch. Then activating this. Getting this back here. Activating this so if he gets another hand trap. Samina, get that. Samina again for an Omni Negate. Get this in attack mode by sending this as a free send into Sylvia. Now, just go for Finsmith here. Might as well deck Fin before I draw. Yep, it was over. Sorry, Malice, I'm better. I actually know how to stop your deck. Especially if you start with a bad hand. Oh my god! If I didn't Nibiru there, I was actually dead. I'm not sure how to stop this. If I didn't have Nibiru. Signet Mining. Do you really need Signet Mining when you... Gold Sark is a better Signet Mining. I think Dominus Impulse is better than Signet Mining. Or even Triple Underground is better. Triple Underground, Magnamat is better than Signet Mining. I don't think you also need Code of Soul. Code of Soul is kinda win more. Even IP is kinda... Sometimes you don't need... You rather have maybe another link one. Wait, let's check the live stream. Okay, they're just talking. You can go for one more. Wait, how long is this stream? 7 hours. Why? You're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Why is it taking 7 hours for 5 rounds of like 12? No, not 12. Like you don't even have that much people to play. Okay, sword there. Sword special. I'm not winning this. I have ogre against this. Ogre. I think I need to change ogre. Ogre is not actually working. Do a drive first before going to the field spell? Okay. Ogre actually saved me here. If he has Kobai, I can Magnum at that. You have Ogre? You have Ogre! You gotta be shitting me. I guess I have to do this now. I had a play under Kobai. I don't have a play under cross. The fudge. How do you have ogre and cross out? Fucking kidding me? That's my only hand trap. Man, I hate this. I only have one hand trap and he had the out. Why is it always like this? One hand trap, my opponent has the out. Plasma hole. Oh, he even has Ash Blossom. He just didn't use it, I guess. Kinda sad. Yeah, this is kinda sad. Man, I hate this when you're already playing the one of the niche hand trap and your opponent has Wano for a cross out target. There's a plug in, a pop-up plug in, another double back row, and a hand trap. Ballsy. No. Oh, I have target. Okay. I don't think I just go for this. I think I got no choice. I need to get the Inperm, you fucking kidding me? I still need to deal with plug in. Okay, got no choice, I have to do this. I have to deal with the trap. And I also need to bounce this shit. Because he still has the plugin. No, he still, yeah, plugin. Oh wow, of course Maxi. Why don't you have Maxi? Of course you have fucking Maxi. Why wouldn't you have Maxi? Okay. What can you do? You get Max. Let me guess, that fucking ogre is at 1-0. Oh, it's a 2-0, okay. I feel better now, it's a 2-0. He actually playing ogre. He drew Maxi. Nice. He just drew Maxi. What can you do? I don't wanna play evenly much, it's not gonna help me play the game. But I need the way to go second. I need a better thing to send or other things to make. What other card can this do? I don't think this is... I don't think I should go for that. I can just go 3 Diabell, ironically. Well, this one is a pretty special. Maybe I put a 1-of. A 1-of that is okay to draw and okay to not see. Maybe a hand trap. Oh, maybe a talents. Talents might actually be good. Just go for talents. Okay, going second, no hand trap, nice. Blue eyes. Into Ankh. Do I even have a way to deal with this? He has a spell and trap negate. I have evenly match. Ogre doesn't actually do anything here, so replacing Ogre is actually kind of good. I need a way to deal with Exodia, which means I need to draw something. Okay. Negate. What the fuck? That stopped my Lubellion. Okay, Floodgate. Oh, okay, doesn't stop my Rebellion. Good. Because it activates from hand. And this is a dart, so it doesn't even stop it. Nice. I still need to deal with the fucking board wipe. Top of my deck is now dead because of the fucking board wipe. I can out Exodia if he do some. Don't negate, 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 don't. You have a floodgate, that's good enough. Good. Okay, this is a good ward, and ironically, this is fine. Okay, if it's special summon, I think I'm fine. Because it doesn't have an attack. Ankh, I can negate the Ankh. Add one forbidden. Unless he has Ankh, that doesn't do anything. Oh, he was just waiting time. You had a floodgate. You got no reason to BM. Ooh, yellow. Oh, wheel. Another wheel? It's like my 7th. Oh, that's my 3rd, I think. I have 3 Astero, but I don't have the other 2 UR. It's kind of sad. I have this, but I don't have the other UR, so I can't play that. Wait, let me check what's happening in the live stream.
Goodbye.
Maxi.
Macaron. Croissant, man.
Macaron.
Great to hear
Come
from
on, show us the
Ragnarok
game.
there.
It's been so
But,
long.
of course, that is not going to be the team that is facing
Final
Snipe
round. Come
Hunters.
on, come on,
Ragnarok
come on.
actually already was able to overcome Snipe Hunters earlier on in a very, very cool match that we got to witness live here on the stream, where in the end it was Ragnarok, the Storm of Ragnarok, bringing down Snipe Hunters, and it is going to be interesting to see whether they can continue that trend of winning now in the last round as well. But the team we actually wanted to check out, and the team we have another interview prepared with, is Team Alignment. So let's look into their interview.
出身は、日本で神奈川です、マスターデュエル
マスターデュエルだけプレイしていて、マスターデュエルは、サービス開始からずっと続けています。
My name is Goyoku. I'm from Japan. I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! 20 years more.
新田です。出身は日本で、遊戯王は多分19年ぐらいやってますね。
WCS 予選で、日本のグループで2位だったんですけど、1位のタスク選手が、権利を持っていたため、そのため繰り下げで権利をいただきました。
He chose me. So, because I'm strong, really strong.
私は彼らほどは強くないのであまりなぜ自分が選ばれたのかわからないんですけども、お声掛けいただいたので頑張ろうと思います。
やはり大会で勝つことですね。
To win, to win a match.
私も大会で練習した成果を発揮して勝てたらなと思います。
僕のエースカードはライトロードアテナミネルヴァです。
My ancient monster is Eldritch of the Golden Road.
私が一番好きなカードは聖炎王ガルドニクスです。
いや、クロワッサンの方が好きです。
I like croissant.
私もクロワッサンの方が好きです。
I just love how humble Arata was there, saying,
"Oh yeah,
I'm not as strong as my teammates, but I will do as best as I can." And then later on, was like, "I am still all about winning. I will go hard there." And then Goyoku in the beginning said, "He chose me because I'm strong."
Yeah.
And let's face it. Last year, I think Goyoku was the player with the best win rate in the entire tournament.
Yes, he was mostly playing Ubel, but still just fantastic gameplay across the board from him. And yeah, he seemed very confident there. Again, just very good vibes overall. Really enjoyed seeing the Eldritch, the Golden Lord pose demonstration.
Yes, for sure. That was cool to see. But overall, they just seem so humble with each other, right? Yeah. And that is just something that can be unexpected when you have people appearing to be so humble, not trying to beat you in a duel because they're just being nice, and then they just show you in a duel. And that's where it really matters. No. In a duel, then, where it really matters here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, then it is where they come in and where they show you how good they are at this game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's always what I'm always impressed by, because anyone can play Yu-Gi-Oh! And if they're good at it, if they are like really good at solving mental puzzles, at solving Yu-Gi-Oh! Situations and so on and so forth, they are good Yu-Gi-Oh! players.
And you know what I really love about Yu-Gi-Oh! So in commentary, we basically never use the word these players are so talented.
Fair.
Because Yu-Gi-Oh! is not only about talent. Yes, you can sometimes be good at solving mental puzzles, and there are some edges there. But it is hard work.
Yeah.
It is a super fun game, but also if you want to compete at the
This last
top
6
level,
hours.
you will have
Hi,
to
Jedi.
put
Welcome.
in the work. You will have to grind the hours. You will have to play the game non-stop.
Yep, and people that have put in the work have committed a lot to this.
I think the last 6 hours of the game is pretty much malice. So many malice and Ryzel.
They're thinking.
And the breaks are
they're
too
getting
low,
there.
I
You
think.
see, just calm, focused. You know, this is there.
It takes the break.
Whoa.
Each round is too
Okay.
low, I think.
Calm and focused, but still determined to make
Absolutely.
it.
They are in the lead right now. They can escape as the first seed. They're so close to doing so, and they can do it. Shoma, you said that.
Oh,
yeah.
yes, that's what we want to see. They have been sort of on the understatement, right? Saying, yeah, we're here to have fun and everything, but this looks like they're about to be ready to make it to the top 4, really.
Oftentimes this team was slept on because we didn't really know much about the players when it comes to the celebrity status of the others, including that gentleman on your screen. However, Noble Gabagol
Snipe Hunter and Team 7 is kinda in the brink of getting eliminated if they don't win this.
Easy to forget that they won a duelist cup,
And
that
there's
Shoma
no one
Yusa was able
won
to
yet
make it to
because
the top out of
this is round 5.
everybody globally, and therefore we can have good expectations for them, much like the high expectations we have for Snipe Hunters as they approach this round 5.
And I mean, the cool thing is we get to know them now, right? We haven't had much information about them so far, but we see there. I love this, being completely in the zone, almost
Not yet.
meditating there, well then still being ready,
Snipe
being
Hunter
like,
is
I
still
got you,
okay.
you are going to be defeated by me in
They
this
just need
duel.
to make sure
I
they
think
win
they're
this
really
match.
lovely to watch, and I
Or
want to
they're
see them in
they
action.
might actually get eliminated.
knows Gianfranco H
Yes, he will make a name for himself, but he's very much in the process of doing that right now. And I hope he's going to, at some point, bring his Infernoble deck if he has one.
You know what? We've also seen like Snipe Hunters in these shots there, and I think that Quantle he's always looking like a final boss to me.
Yes.
That he's just sitting there so mighty in his chair, staring at the screen, just showing signs of superiority to you in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game.
So, interestingly enough, all 3 of the team captains from Europe at WCS this year were in attendance at the Challenger Cup
Come
final,
on.
which represented
Start the
top
match. I
8
wanna
players from that
watch
circuit
the
within
match.
Europe. And it was Quantle that was able to leave his mark and make it all the way to the first place and hoist that trophy over Bronus. And just fantastically well played by him. So he can indeed clutch it out. I'm glad that we got to see Goyoku very briefly there, though, because he's still got his smile. He's still got the good vibes, even if his team hasn't had the greatest time of it. But this is their chance to make it back. On the other hand, you have Snipe Hunters looking to keep that dream alive a 3rd year in a row.
Okay, let's go,
the
Team
stars
Snap.
align for
Snipe
them?
Hunter, we can do this, we can do
they
this.
make it through this, or will alignment be able to take them out?
We're going in for the last round of the day. We're going to see a huge start here with the gold sarcophagus. Banish the Dormouse, and Quantle is now just looking at Kinokoko's Malice combo. Oh, Dominus Impulse here is an answer to the Jessica. Is there another extender? Kinokoko is laughing, shaking the head a little bit. Can you pass on this? Is that a possibility? Gold sarcophagus is not the most used starter if you have another
We see on Duel B, there's a quick pass happening as well, and that pass came from Josh. Got ashed on his 1-for-1, and that it's going over to his opponent. And we saw him being so humble, but Arata seems like he is taking control here in this game. We have
Oh my gosh, pass turn, two cards in hand, left after using...
an empty field, but at least he gets
oh my god, this is called shit.
Arata is a T-Elements player, ladies and gentlemen. That is nice to see. I love this.
You thought you were done seeing Taillaments, but here comes Rhino Heart. Normal summoning Rhino in the face of Quantle feels like an affront to the king of Taillaments, or rather Jesse Cotton's rival for that title. But here is Kit Kolos on top. So many summons under the Fualos, going to give so many cards, but again, happy to do so because the game could very well end before Josh has a chance to use them.
Actually, Duel C is getting kind of crazy right now. That was a pass on a link decoder there against Emra, I think. Oh, wait, there we have it already. No, wait, that is a completely different game right there.
Let's
go back to the match we just had. Let's go back to Duel A here to focus on that one, as we have there. Oh, there, that is Quantle, that is Duel A. Okay, that will work.
Okay, Quantle.
And we have Quantle
going second, 4 cards in
still
hand against
on his
Malice.
Malice deck as well. And then on the other hand, we have his opponent here right now. We have the 3rd team member. We have the good old Kino. Oh no, wait, that's not Kino Koko. Oh wait, it is Kino Koko. Of course, he's still comboing, and it is Quantle versus Kino Koko.
You know, I was a little bit confused about all of these link decoders and all of these decks
Okay,
there.
that
But
actually does
you
something.
can also enjoy a little
But that turns
peek
off
into the match of
Infern.
Fala Galera
That pretty much gives away that he doesn't have
everyone right now
Infern.
is trying to qualify for day 2 as it is the last round, and we have no team guaranteed so far. No one is undefeated here. All of these duelists are playing on the same level.
At the moment, everything looks good for alignments. Of course, we have Josh taking the lead, rather falling behind after getting the onus on the gameplay by going first, and yet the Taillaments deck is not done yet. Quantle, on the other hand, trying to intercept with this Bestial Magnamut.
All right, this is a common point where you use a Bestial versus the Malice combo to banish the link decoder, but that is, wait, did that even happen on a link decoder? We're only seeing chain link.
I think Josh is gonna lose.
On the red ransom,
Duel
which is
B
going
is
to
kinda-
add you something at this point.
He has to deal with multiple trap
Here
cards.
we go,
A
enough
Solomon.
Taillaments damage to close this one out unless Josh has something. Does he have an answer here? Is there something he can
I don't
do?
think it is enough, right? It is awfully close, but I think we are going to be left with a couple life points there.
Okay,
And he
1200
has a
is
few
fine.
cards because of that Fualos, so there's
there
still
snow?
the opportunity.
Is there Snow? Snow would be the one to make it happen. Max sees someone.
Oh.
Why are we activating the Maxi here? That is surprising.
Don't ask me.
What
I don't
are we
know.
going to do with the Maxi main phase 2? Josh just want to make sure that before we head into the main phase 2.
Wait. 1,200 life points. That is Lacrima burn range, and I think that
shit.
Josh just knows
That's full
about
on
that.
Lacrima
Keep some
burn.
hand trips there for possible Requiem shenanigans, but that is a track from the graveyard fusion summoning, and now you need basically a Skullmeister to negate this, but I think that you're... Oh, we're not even going into the Appaloosa.
Oh my
here
god.
To possibly block something. SP Little Knight, Lacrima is going to activate the effect in the graveyard to deal 1,200 damage.
And that is that. In the meanwhile, we see more of that direct to life points burn damage coming through in Duel C. Gimmick, Puppet, making its return to the world stage. We saw it earlier, we've seen it
Okay,
again
Josh lost.
here.
And it is ending the game there, and we have simultaneous burn damage to seal the deal here in those two duels, and that means that we have
Oh my
another
god, Quantal
Gimmick
got
Puppet player
got
actually
FPK'd
on the roster
by
of
Gimmick
Team
Puppet.
Alignment. So it's not only a choice that Team Dream's future mate, but also it is here on Alignment's teammate, and that should mean that this is a 2-0 score overall here, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So far looks pretty good overall. Let's look at Duel A though, as that is still ongoing. Quantal
Okay, 0-2 for
in this,
Snipe Hunter.
hopefully, but so far has yet
They're already
to
down
have
2
a
games.
turn. It's Malice, Malice, Malice for Kino Coco as the team captains face off against each other.
And I mean, we've said it before. Basically, what Snipe Hunters have to do is to sweep this matchup. They kind of have to go 9-0 to be in contention for day 2. So this is already looking super rough, having lost the first 2 rounds. It's even going to get tougher to win this entire matchup here.
Just looking at the faces on the players by comparison, though. Arata's laughing, Goyoku's having a great time. This is a team whose dreams of escaping the group were pretty much over. And yet here they are, for the love of the game, continuing to play this out and continuing to do great things. But it's Snipe Hunters. This game was so important. This match is so important. They need to win it. So you're seeing, there they are. Focused, calm, collected.
Wait, this is still fine. He's getting a Beastil end phase. He can use that Beastil to banish the March here to get Marcher back to hand.
It's Malice on both sides, but it's a lot happier Malice player
Quantum
on
is still
top
fine
being
here.
Kino Coco here
And
for
since he
Team
used Dominus, he
Alignment,
can't go
and that
Apollosa.
should be another link free, and that is Malice Hearts Cryptor.
I mean, we have seen... Oh, we're actually passing here. We have seen Quantal a lot so far in those mirror matches especially, and so far it hasn't felt like he's been lucky on the coin tosses in those, so he's being full comboed a lot. Magnamod resolves in the end phase, adds a Bestial Druid's Worm. The field that his opponent is setting up, the Kino Coco field, is not too impressive. It is only a hard Cryptor with 1 set card. I don't even think it's GWC that is set. Actually, it might be GWC.
Yeah, I think it is. I think we just set the GWC, so that is still pretty strong.
Yeah,
but you
banish
look into the
Marcher
face
here.
camera of Kino Coco, and
Unless
he
he's
was
afraid
not,
of another
Was he happy? He was kind
hand
of
trap.
shaking his head a little bit too, because that is somewhat of a minimalistic field for the Malice deck. Let's face it. Sure, it does provide you with a couple of interruptions still, but it's not perfect, I want to say.
Either happy or
There is
laughing
March
in disbelief,
here,
perhaps.
summoning
Maybe,
this.
yeah, both could be true.
There's like
Activate
also
March
follow-up
here,
there.
get
Of
it
course, you
back.
destroyed the Malice March here, but you can banish this one with the Druid's Worm. You have +1 now in the end phase even, so the Druid's Worm can't even be banished in this turn anymore. Now, 4 cards in hand for Quantal. Has another Malice card in hand. We know that because he attempted to use March here.
Yeah. But just look at the face cams of Arata, Kino Coco, and Goyoku. They're just having such a good time laughing together here. It is the most fun tournament of the year. Even though the stakes may be the highest, it's still all about the fun that you have while dueling, and they're just having a good
Dormouse,
time
that's actually
together
pretty
as a
strong.
team. And Quantal is possibly now having a good time normal summoning the most strongest of the Malice monsters.
Yep, that is as good a starter as any. Does Kino Coco have any
He goes Link
kind
2
of
here, he
response
can
here? I
send
see them nodding their head saying yes.
the Cryptor
use
to the
that.
graveyard.
March Hare is being activated. Then I think we're trying to set up a little bit more here via something like White Binder, banish White Rabbit from the graveyard, set an MTP. The thing is, if you only end on Crypta with this follow-up, you basically get 2 banishes out of this, right? And 2 banishes would be enough to take care of the Dormouse starter. But we also know that Quantel has a March Hare in hand, so if there is another Malice card in hand, this won't be the end of it. Are you even going to immediately respond to the Malice P Dormouse here with a possible MTP banish and then Crypta banish it again before it can activate the
Yeah,
effect?
I think we saw a decent amount
like
of
two
Malice Mirror
interaction.
matches throughout this weekend in this tournament where it really felt one-sided, where one of the Malice players, usually the one that went first, was just cruising and dominating. But this one just actually feels like we are going to get into an open conversation here between the 2 Malice players, where Quantel is not really out of the question here just yet, and may be able to just grind his way into this match.
I like the approach that some other teams have taken that have tacked their Malice deck for the mirror match, because so far we've seen so many instances of Malice just going crazy in the mirror after winning the coin toss. And then of course Malice can play into Malice a fair bit, but you will basically never be able to break a full field and go for the game in that turn.
Okay,
And then you're just
can
going to
banish
get
another
OTK'd in
card.
the next one.
Dormouse
I
is
think
another
the
body
idea
player
of playing like
to
Meowth
block.
or maybe even Latsea in your own Malice deck doesn't even sound too bad to me.
Yeah, I do agree. That seems
This White Rabbit
reasonable. And
is gonna
we
get
see Kinokoko continuously
7.
bringing back more and more Malice monster. That Malice
He can go,
Mirror,
really
though, that
go
we
to the
just
battle
searched
phase.
is not going to do
Okay,
anything
there's the
this turn.
7.
The
He has another back
7
row.
though that we just set,
5 cards in
able to be
hand.
activated this turn, as we have plenty
At
of
least-
Malice monsters that we can banish.
Okay,
Yep,
there's the
full
banish.
field of monsters here.
It's gonna
Unfortunately,
banish
cannot
Druid
really
Worm,
be used as
100%.
material from
There's
this
no way
point
you're not
onwards,
gonna
'cause
banish
it is,
Druid Worm
of
here.
course, Quantel's turn still, but can very well be sent with the trap card to further extend. Does Quantel have any kind of
What?
response here with his starter?
That's a
now
normal. You can
banished?
activate
I
it
love
again.
the hopeful views from Emra and Josh going to the center, going to the team captain Quantel,
I guess
hoping
it's
that
not a follow-up
somehow
anymore.
he's able to pull this one out, to somehow be able to make it happen. But this Cryptor is banishing the Dormouse immediately.
I'm going to call it. March Hare is going to be activated and Impulse.
Oh, White Rabbit,
no,
that's
we're
pretty
actually
good.
resolving
It's
this
resolved,
immediately. So now the White Rabbit and Kinokoko is just laughing. There's nothing to lose here anymore. Going for the...
He's having the best time ever while actually Quantel gets to play. So what is going on here? And I mean, the speed with the March Hare resolving, with the
Okay,
it
you can link
resolving,
White
was
Rabbit
actually
here.
concerning because it felt
Hitting
like
March
there was
Hare
no
in the
response
void, I
even
think.
available, and that's maybe why Kinokoko is laughing. Maybe he toggled off for some reason. That would be a funny one to do here in the World Championship, but we will find out momentarily.
I mean, on the field, there is just nothing for him. That's a bunch of monsters, but they don't do anything, especially in the face of an access code talker, which might be happening later. The set card is GWC, as we figured out earlier.
Yeah.
And this card, it can be, versus some Fiendsmith shenanigans, can be an interruption to summon out the White Binder to get rid of some problematic cards in the graveyard. If you're banishing your opponent's Malice cards in the graveyard, I don't know what your problem is.
here.
Yeah, I don't
If you
think
go
that is going to
to
happen. And I mean, one thing we have to consider,
Link
3,500 life points
decoder, just give you
only
3
for
bodies,
Kinokoko,
and
which means
maybe a White
essentially one
Binder
access code
or
talker, if we
Red
can then next
Ransom.
to it just
You
clean
can
up
deal
the
with
field
one
a
of the
little bit
monsters on
in
the
terms of
board.
monsters, might be enough to just go for it here. Or we could even just get one
There's still
big
4 more
Red
that you need
Ransom
to
onto
deal
the
with.
field and then attack over
Pretty
something
sure
else,
access
and
code
that
is not
may also
enough
be
for
the
that.
writing on the wall.
I don't
We
think
shall see Kinokoko. You see Kinokoko is really
Malice
shaking his head, and
plays a card that
Kinokoko
can
is just
attack everything.
laughing with him.
Maybe could have done something a little bit differently there, but I'm not too familiar with the Malice Mirror match enough to say, okay, I'm qualified to advise the world.
They might actually get 3-0'd here if
on how
Quantel
to play the Malice matchup. That being said, though, Quantel's
doesn't
still
pull
in there, still
something
able to play.
out
now
of the
running
bag
through
here.
scenarios with his team, you have to imagine, and now calculating how can he navigate this. It's a formidable field, yes, but a lot of these effects have already resolved. A lot of these options have already been extinguished, and as
Okay,
have
there's Link
some
Decoder,
of
pretty
these
sure.
life points.
There's no way you're not going Link
That
Decoder
should
here.
be
Yep, Link
Lingo Revo, but
Decoder.
no, it turns out to be Link
Okay, you have 3
Decoder,
bodies.
which is summoning itself into the zone that the Cryptor is pointing to, using the Link arrows wisely and following it up by a Link free. And now it gets interesting because that is the moment where the Bestial Druid's Worm is in the graveyard and will activate here as a chain link free after the Red
Wait, you can get the
and
field
the Link
spell.
decoder.
Get
What are we trying
Jessica.
to go after here? It is the Dormouse just simply. Okay, monster in defense position. We want to make damage this turn. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3,500 life points left for Kino Coco, so it's easy to win this game if you get a little bit of
Quantal
damage
just
off
need to summon a
3
big,
monsters. There's GWC.
really,
Don't forget
really
about the life points
big
gain of GWC.
access
A
code
nightmare
or
for
something.
every chain burn player out there.
This is doable.
But there's our very own GWC. And one thing also that Kinokoko will have to remember, Lingo Rebo can counter the GWC if it's summoned at the right time. So I feel like whenever there's just one Melis monster around, you gotta respect the Lingo Rebo somehow and maybe just preemptively activate the GWC. We shall find out. We shall see.
I think I can see a line, depending on how much information they have about the deck of Kino Coco, right? But I think there is a line in which you just summon out the Chessy Cat now or March Hare at this back. That works too, I think.
Yeah.
Even though I think we've already used this one. Yeah, we've used March Hare already, so Chessy Cat is still in the deck.
Okay, I'm pretty sure you already used March here. So March here, there is pretty much just a follow-up.
The Chessy Cat
Combine
now with
Chessy
this,
Cat, yep.
right? And then go into a Linguribo sneakily, having the Chessy Cat on the field, drawing 2 more cards, then having Linguribo plus doing an access code talker.
And now we continue with the Chessy Cat trying to find even more cards. And
Chessy Cat
we
there,
are
get
drawing.
2
Quantal
draws.
is really able to possibly
enough.
do it here. They are continuing to push. Quantal has to keep his team around here. Quantal is the one, the team captain for the first year. The last 2 years, it basically was Josh who brought this Team Snipe Hunters to the world stage, but now it is on Quantal's shoulders to carry. It is on Quantal's shoulders to make it happen, and that's also why this is the last game remaining here in this first set in the very determining round 5 of this round robin.
There is the access code talker with enough attack to punch over anything here and almost enough to finish the game by itself. Still needs something more.
Oh my.
Okay, that
Oh my
changes
God.
things up a little bit. Called by the grave. We cannot prevent the attack gain from the access code talker, but of course we can at least take out one of the attributes from the graveyard so that the distraction is a little less painful.
I mean, I think you have more than enough darks in the graveyard, or if we're going for a Linguribo here. What I can see exactly is Linguribo, and then you're linking those two off now for a Splash Mage, because Splash Mage is water. Summon back something, go
Wait, you can
into
go.
possible
These are those
Whitebinder
here,
there,
and ironically,
and
these are those
then
reduce the
get ready to
attack of one of
destroy
the.
some more cards, even though, yes,
no,
very
if you reduce
easy
the
way to
attack,
deal
the field
3,500
spell will
damage. You
intervene.
need another extender to go into a Hard Crypta to deal more damage.
Okay, that won't work.
Absolutely is true, and we go in Link free. Is that going to be another Malice Link monster? Indeed, Whitebinder is the one of choice. I mean, when you have a Royal Rare Whitebinder, you may as well summon it. Oh, now the access code talker.
You have the Dormouse attack boost.
Wait, what the fuck?
Dormouse attack boost. You actually
it's
deal
bad.
some damage. If you attack over Red Ransom or the Whitebinder, you deal 600, and then the access code talker attacks over the other one for enough damage.
It is. You're so right. I think we are just actually in the position where we can end this. This turn, though,
is crazy.
taking a very long time. So we shall see whether the in-game timer of Quantal even is able to still carry us through his turn. Another access code talker effect is being used here, banishing the Linguribo.
You know what would be crazy? Just a Nibiru here.
Oh, you're so right. We have not seen a whole lot of Nibiru overall.
Destroying the 2300 is interesting because you could have closed out the game by just attacking had you kept both alive.
Yeah, we're missing out on game here, right? If we don't have another monster to summon here.
We get another trap card though with the Whitebinder,
Yeah.
and I mean that's an easy choice. We just gotta get the MTP, but yeah, the Whitebinder has not yet returned, right? I don't think it has.
Yeah, we just
summoned.
summoned it so we can just attack
Oh,
over here.
okay,
Metal
there
Shards
we
as
go.
well. And I think that's an easy way to close out this game. Now we are
my
in the
God,
battle
it's
phase,
over.
so there is no Nibiru, the Primal Being, coming your way anymore. And Quantal Think will now look out to get this to a 1
2, not giving alignment the chance to go 3-0 here to completely sweep the Snipe Hunters.
And Quantal keeps Snipe Hunters in this
Quantal just pulled a miracle.
tournament, and he keeps Snipe Hunters' dreams alive for one more year.
That is a big brief that all of
Easy
the
for
fans at
Quantal,
home
what
of
the
Team
fuck was
Snipe Hunters
that
and also
game?
the team
How
itself
did
is
he win?
taking. They have managed to not get completely swept there in this first game. Should I give you some very delicate information about the other groups, though?
Oh, please do.
Speaking of getting swept, our world champions have just gotten swept by FCG, meaning they are out of the tournament. Team 7 is no longer in. That is crazy. 6-0, and it was all over.
So we can't get a rematch of the finals there. The story is over. It was a great run of Team 7 so far, but also we have plenty of other matches. This is the hot round. This is where it's going to be decided who is going to advance to day 2. And I think that in the match, Noble Gabagul versus Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Ragnarok's
Okay.
actually leading right now.
Between FCG and Alignment, these teams that have struggled so much throughout the
They're
day
crushing
have
it, yeah.
suddenly decided to show up massively
And that's what it's all
in
about.
round 5.
Yes, they kept sharp until the very end, and they now have this even able to beat the very best because they probably like the news of of having Team 7 out of the equation, because now Team
They
7
probably don't know yet,
and FCG probably they don't know just yet. That's true. They both cannot make it anymore now, but still there is other teams like Team Brotdose, for example, who could sneak in there as well.
Exactly. When we are in the next round, we're also going to check those out. Again, I love these reminders. You can check those stats out in your Master Duel app as well. You can just check it there under the WCS logo there.
Yeah, it is very cool. But Snipe Hunters, even though Quantal has secured that we're not getting swept in the first set, they're still down. They're still down 1-2, and that
Okay,
means
this is still
that
fine.
we are
1-2 is
at
fine.
the very least going to see all 3 sets if Snipe Hunter wants to win. I mean, they could get swept now, and then it's a 5-1 victory, but if Snipe Hunter wins, they will always have to go to the third
It
set
is
to do so.
Also very much contingent on the performance of Ragnarok and Noble Gabigol. This group is the one that is so close between all of these teams.
It is very much so. You can't really tell just yet. And we are, of course, ready for more action. Let's see the second set here.
Okay,
It is still Team
we
Snipe
can do
Hunters.
this. Snipe Hunter, let's go. Oh, come on.
Versus Team Alignments. And we need a comeback from Team Snipe Hunters if they want to stay in this year. Let's check it out.
Also, as another update, Dreams Future versus Striber Corp. Right now, 2-2.
Ooh, that's another important match from Group A, as both of these teams
Okay,
are
just
also
going
not
first.
important
Nice.
to enter record currently. Oh, and we have a classic pass here. Not like this. Josh shaking
Oh my
his
God,
hat.
Josh.
Has to completely
Again?
give up there by just not using a single card. You can tell if you look at the face cam from Josh. He could use the Fubalos, but there even is Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and there's the second Fubalos right after. Can this one
Gamma.
resolve at least?
This is going to be a Gamma, I'm telling
Okay,
you.
this one is... Oh, and we see a Skull Guardian there on Duel B. So we have another edition of Voiceless Voice at the World Championship here. And that is the
I don't think it's
opponent
enough.
of Quantal
I
there.
think
So
Fubalos
we
will-
have
it's not
that
enough
again
for
as
this.
the anti-Malice deck, apparently.
Usually, if you're playing Malice versus a Voiceless Voice, if you are playing on ladder in a ranked game, you're gonna go, okay, well, I think I can beat this Enfield probably with my Malice deck. It's so powerful. But there's still 2 unknown cards in the hand of your opponent, and in this particular format, there's a high chance that one of those is Lancea, Chaos Hunter, or Imperial Iron.
We are almost at the 8,000 threshold with Ryziel main deck.
Oh, come on, stream. Don't do this to me. Come on. Load, stream, load.
Snipe Hunters so far.
It absolutely is. You're so right, but maybe they can still come back. Goyoku right now, though, enjoying his Ryziel deck. Here comes Ryziel Detonator, and we are more than clearly working towards 8,000 points of damage. getting another material there onto the Ryzeo detonator and having the node now too. That's all with some quick
Oh my
math. I
God.
can count to 35, 49. Oh, we're missing 100.
Okay, it's
oh,
okay.
but
That's
look
over.
at that. That is the Sakitama there, which is going to make sure that this is a little over 8,000 points of damage. Such an interesting card to play in general.
Yep, should be a clean close
Josh
out here.
pretty much didn't do
Really
anything.
phenomenally
Set
well
1,
played
set
here.
2.
Honestly,
he
not
passed
much Josh
turn.
could do.
Oh my
Granted,
God.
The 2 Fuwa loss were kind of useful, still
Yeah, I
not
think he
enough here.
just should
Going
give up
first,
on the
drawing 2
memento.
of those really, really
Because it's not-
tragic for the former
it's
captain of
literally
Team
not
Snipe
being-
Hunters, but
being
it's
able to
not
play the game.
over yet for them. Quantal, Emre still in the game, even if they are going second. Emre definitely has a way of playing it going second if he's brought that 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker deck.
I mean, Ryziel is not too shabby either there. Oh, we're going to see a Quantal called by the grave onto the Maxi, chaining his own Maxi. Very, very strong here. Of course, Voiceless Voice can also summon on the opposing turn, forcing out the Dynamondo immediately there. So for Quantal, very interesting what's going on there. Emre, if he's playing Ryziel, oh, look at this. There's like a good field on the opposing side, and Emre even used a hand trap there, so didn't help him at all.
Yeah, I'm
It's
still live.
the
Time on.
strongest games of Malice
Because I'm
is when your opponent
watching this.
actually uses hand traps versus you, and they are just not effective versus you. They
Continuing
just-
to just
Yeah.
replenish the hand as well. The field is good, the hand is good.
I
Everything
pretty much just wanna
looks
finish
good
this.
for Kinokoko right now, but Emre, we've seen the 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker build be able to make a comeback before. Can we see it again? It's now Quantalstone he's playing. The Atlantean
okay.
Mermail that qualified him for the World Championship. Can
Oh my
he
God, I
do
wanna
something
watch-
with
I wanna
it
watch
this time
that.
around?
like
This
Come on.
deck
Camera,
has
go to
not
A.
been
Duel A.
successful
Duel A
so
is
far
kind
today,
of
but
better.
this could be the chance. This could be the game we need
Oh, thank you,
to see it.
cameraman. Thank you.
It's the clutch factor of bringing it out in the deciding
I got a
of
royal
valuable win
spell
for
canceller.
Snipe Hunters.
It is, of course, also
It's not
clearly
good,
a
but
decision
it's a royal.
to play around the anti-malice deck of
Yeah.
his opponent. He was correctly anticipating that there would be an anti-malice deck waiting on the opposing side, waiting in the lineup of Arata there, and that is the
Ooh.
case. But
Okay, there's the
Mermail
negate.
not so affected by that.
But he can't
That's
target
right, it's
any
now
of this
discarding
card,
the
so
Shadow
how will
Squad,
Quantal
and
out this
Evershrine is
board?
going to get negated anyways, but still, that's what you want to have, right? There is a Neptubus. Neptubus will immediately be popped here by the trap card of the Voiceless Voice
Radiance
archetype.
of the
It
Voiceless
is
Voice coming
Radiance
in?
of the Voiceless Voice, and that is going to make an abrupt end to the approaching Mermail combo as it is gone there.
No, but
but
summon
Quantal
Neptubus!
has another prince! Is Quantal the prince
Oh
of
my
the
God,
ocean?
Quantal,
is he
you're the goat.
Atlantean prince that can still keep this going?
Summon
Looks like
Neptubus,
there's no
summon
further
another one.
interruption from Arata.
We know he
resolving.
Ministreled. He Ministreled earlier. He knows there is not even a Soravis in hand. I don't think that is any sort of interruption there. And if you've ever seen a Mermail deck uninterrupted, you know that it can win games.
And last year, we saw Quantal lose
Oh my
to a
God,
comeback
Quantal
from
keeping the
Maguro off of
Snipe Hunter
one
alive.
single card. This time, it's one single Neptubus standing against the Voiceless Voice field, and yet it is that Neptubus that's now resolving, that's now making things happen for Snipe Hunters.
Not so quick though. When we know what is the last card in hand? Is it the ritual monster which we could possibly ritual summon out on the opponent's turn due to
No.
blessings? Oh, it's not a ritual
We
monster. Okay, that's
banished the
perfect.
Soravis from hand.
That's great. Okay, so we should be somewhat safe. We cannot target the Skull Guardian right now, but now that we give back the continuous spell there to the hand, it is much easier because now targeting is again allowed.
Yes, you can get rid of
Oh,
the
hi,
low
Pad,
the prayers of
welcome.
the Voiceless Voice, and eventually also the Skull Guardian will follow. Skull Guardian used the negation for the turn,
Welcome
so
back.
significantly less useful, but also once you deal with that, you can then swing for game and just continue to explode this in your favor.
Okay, Quantal already
clutching it
outed the
out for
back
Snipe
row, which
Hunters here,
means he can now
continuing
target
with
the
combos.
the monsters.
Atlantean Mermail wasn't good
I
so
think
far
Quantal
today,
can
but
win this if he
now
summons
is
the 7.
time to shine.
The
Shadow
the 7
Squad
can
going
bounce.
up to level 7. We're setting up big Exceeds plays here with Poseidra or the big Neptubus. Discarding Dragoons for it is per cost, so you're going to add another Sea Serpent. We have had one Prince, we've had two Prince. Why?
Oh, come on, don't do this to me. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Two Prince might as well that one
Ryzel
out.
Royal? Oh my god, Simon, you're really lucky with the Royals.
Neptibus here.
Of course, we're going to go for Poseidra, I would assume. And there we have it, Poseidra Abyss,
Okay, there's
Atlantic
the-
Dragon Lord.
There's the bounce
extra deck variant
to
of
take care of
Poseidra.
the
We saw
board.
main deck one
Now,
coming
does he have
with a
it
special
now
summon from the hand,
to
but
go
now we
for
upgrade
game?
our Exceed monster into this Poseidra from the
Solid
extra
win
deck.
ratio when it's been seen,
Oh,
of
yeah.
course, does suggest that this is one of the finishing pieces of the deck, and as long as the deck is allowed to get to this stage of the combo, it's basically accomplished its job. Doing fantastically well to keep Quantal in this duel, doing fantastically well to keep Snipe Hunters in this tournament. Bounces back 2 cards to the hand, clears the field, and gets ready to unleash this Atlantean Mermail.
Wait. Oh my god, there's
now
another one.
Meowth is being dropped after the entire
Meowth?
field is
What the
gone
fudge?
there. That was the last card in hand, Molchami Meowth, that you can, of course, leave there. That is absolutely massive information here. We have the Saravis now from the deck, but the Maxi that was activated earlier in the turn, chained to the own called by to a Maxi, draws another card now. So Quantal can continue to play. We're going to
Okay, Quantal has to be careful. Because that's a solemn judge. No,
link
solemn warning.
those two monsters off. The Saravis is, of course, an interruption itself. By bouncing itself back to the hand, can get rid of a special summoned monster, as far as I'm aware.
The Marinces Coral Anemone now just going to extend further for Quantal. It's still looking pretty good for him here on that Mermail Atlantean deck.
You could negate the summon though, because that is what Saravis does. You can negate the summon of a monster, and that is what we're going to do. And I gotta agree, that Coral Anemone would have led to quite a bit. Still, though, the effect of
But
Poseidra
the problem
in the
is
graveyard,
this
as
thing
it was
pretty
linked
much
off,
revives
can be
3.
activated, and surely we do. And we may not have the Coral Anemone anymore, but guess what? The water is still flowing, Mermails are still going strong, and we're not only going to summon back 1, but 2. And not only 2, I think we're going to summon back a full total of 3 monsters here.
Gonna give over a few cards to the Meows, but that is okay. There we go. Deep Sea Minstrel going to resolve as well. It just continues to go, go, go. The Atlantean Mermail deck does not stop here. Quantal does not stop here. Snipe Hunters Tournament does not stop here as long as he can close this one out.
He is definitely trying, and also still on Duel C. Emra also very much trying, showing his Ryzel deck, Malice deck of
Okay, the enemy's getting draws the second draw. If he managed to get a trapper, that's gonna be annoying.
But we
No,
see
hand
again,
trap,
he
not
has
a trapper, the hand
massive
trap.
field brewing there on Duel Table C.
Yep, Malice is such a dominant strategy here in this tournament, in this meta game. If not
Oh
every
my
deck can play
God.
Artifact Lancia, Malice
Emery.
just becomes such a powerhouse. Now the D-Safe Worm is going to negate the plugin. Emra has already committed to the Ice Ryzel, but what else is he going to do? There are so many cards on the side of his opponent. Passes the turn,
Oh,
and
it's-
I think we
it's-
should go back to
It's
Duel A.
Quantal's
We're so
back
close
again.
to seeing-
If Quantal
on
loses,
Quantal here.
they're
Needs
out.
to win this to even keep Snipe Hunters in it. It looks good. There is the Synchro Summon. Looking into the extra deck for an option here. It's a 4 and a 3. It's a 7, and it is the Deep Sea Prima Donna.
And that will be answered with Artifact Lancia. We said that this Voices Voice deck is an anti-Malice strategy, so it only makes sense that there is a Lancia, which we now drew into with the Mulchami Meowths, and that is
I don't think
actually
Lancia
not
does
too
anything
bad
here.
against the
I'm
Prima
pretty
Donna.
sure it
Actually,
doesn't.
it works pretty well against it even. Prima Donna, actually, it works pretty well against it even.
Is that not just game?
That
No,
is
I'm bad at math.
8100.
8100, okay, some quick
8100.
math. So maybe we're heading into the battle phase. Is
If
that
he doesn't have
what
a
we're looking
beast, then
at?
this is good enough.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is
it's
not
a
8100.
little short. Ay, back to school for you, Ibris. Doing math classes again, but I'm sure Quantal is good on his own math.
White Aura Monoceros now coming out here. 2500 attack points on that. 52 plus 16 is 68.
Still not just enough, but we can, of course, continue to bring back more monsters from the graveyard, but that will also be leading to more cards being drawn off of that. More charming
78.
Meowths. Okay,
Man, another
we're
draw.
getting
That's actually kinda
really,
bad.
really
Are you
close.
realistically drawing into here? If this is your anti-Malice deck, I don't think you have Nibiru the Primal Being in your hand. Maximum a Chaos Hunter can be summoned here, I think. I don't think there are any other really impactful hand traps that you're running here.
To be fair, though, the Chaos Hunter could at least buy you a turn, right?
One more summon, one more synchro summon here. Level 6 this time. It's going to be the Coral Dragon making an appearance.
That is still not 8,000 damage. Oh, that is 8,000 damage.
Oh, there it is.
The
That's
boost that is
8,000.
applying there. It actually is.
Oh
and
my
we
god,
see
Quantum keeping
not
Snipe
only
Hunter
in the
alive.
first set, but also here in the second set, keeping the
But
hopes alive.
this means
for
that
Team Sniper,
Snipe Hunter
Hunters,
need to
and
go
all the fans
3-0
of Team
to
Snipe
win.
Hunters as well.
Oh my
As
god.
he at least got that win in there, bringing us to a 2-4 score overall.
Alignment's doing phenomenally well to push Snipe Hunters to the limit there, but it is their team captain that keeps them in this one. Need 3 victories convincingly in this last set.
And I want to say the group is just getting closer and closer because the dominant force, Noble Gabigol, they just got 8-1 swept by Ragnarok. That was such a 5-1 sweet victory from Ragnarok there. In the second set, every one of the Ragnarok players won, so the field is just so much more wide open right now. This is looking dangerous for Noble Gabigol.
It does look very dangerous because now they have that big deficit lose actually coming from Team Ragnarok. So I think that definitely opens the door a little bit for Team Snipe Hunters if they are finally able to
Don't
sweep
forget about, you know, our other teams, Dreams Future
They
or
still have a chance.
they're also still out
Josh,
there too.
as long as Josh doesn't break and
for
Emery
And I mean, in that match, they're
goes
also still just
first.
absolutely trying to make sure to qualify.
They have a
Between
chance.
Them, it is currently free and free, also still very competitive out there.
That is very, very scary for all of these teams, but also very exciting that so many of them are in contention. But Alignment can't make it out regardless, but will do their best to go down swinging. Very, very powerful showing from them so far.
They're crushing it.
I'm curious to see if Josh continues to commit to this anti-meta strategy, this anti-malice strategy, this strategy of passing the first
got one
turn.
more luck in real
That's a
life.
great strategy. I'm sure he's
In
happy
Maze
to
of the
commit to that play
Master,
once
I got
more.
We've
2-7
seen him
Tachyon and the
clutch it
man
out
with the
before.
mark.
We know he can do it. He's
Oh my god.
super talented.
That's expensive
see.
cards. You can
Surely he
actually
is,
sell
but
that
it's
and buy a
not.
deck.
Sometimes a little bit of luck is also required, and that luck was really not with him here in the first 2 sets.
Emre losing every coin flip as well
I
is
think
a little
that's-
bit sad. So
Doesn't help.
I'm
That's
really
enough to buy a decent
hopeful
deck.
that he can make a
The
comeback.
7
How much
Tachyon
luck
to
is gonna
Mind
help
of the
you
Mark and
against
1 for
tiebreakers?
Holia.
Because this is going to be a very
You can play
difficult
that
scenario
deck in
there.
a
Not going in
a
with
locals.
the best win to loss ratio.
That's
already
actually a
in this
win.
last
What
round,
the hell?
trying to go 3-2 desperately in matches. But there's of course also 2 other teams that are 2-2 right now, which is Chiba Corp versus Dreams Future, are still duking it out on another table. But let's see. Duel B, Duel C, Duel A loading here in the last round of the WCS in Paris.
Sit down, everyone.
It's only 24
It's
euros.
game time once
Oh,
more.
that's good
and
money.
It was another coin toss lost
You
here
can
for
buy
Team
some
Snipe
hand traps
Hunters.
there
Josh
with that.
Not able to go first, but hopefully he drew his full house again.
Okay.
And there's a set free
Okay.
there.
Okay,
That's
Josh has a
possible,
chance.
maybe.
That looks
As
promising
long as
unless it's
Josh
Labyrinth or
doesn't break.
Dynamorphia. Probably the full
Oh
Labyrinth
no, we
latter,
know
but
what's
that
up in
does
full
not
house
look
again.
good.
You
But
gotta be kidding me.
we have some options here. The Goblin Biker does suggest that it could very well be the Memento deck that Josh is piloting. And here we go. Quantum
I think
starting
Josh
first on the
break.
Malice as well. Emre
Oh my
starts
god.
off.
Very sensitive.
Josh might
I
actually
think
lose
if your
again.
opponent normal summons Molchami Fuwalos to go for a Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, then you will Solemn Judgment that card. And I think that is going to result in a pass from Josh here. Sets one more card and gives it away to his opponent. How's it looking on the other tables?
Looking pretty good for Snipe Hunters so
Yeah.
far. Of course, Emre getting to go first with the Ryzel has not been
Okay,
disrupted.
Quantal and
able to
Emery is
set
going
up
first, but
accordingly.
if Josh loses
Malice,
this,
the same situation here, and it is Labyrinth. But there is Ash Blossom and
yeah,
Joy
Josh
Spring,
loses
and
this,
suddenly
they're
this
out. I
doesn't
think.
look
I'm
too
pretty sure
scary
they're
for
out.
Josh because the Labyrinth won't finish the game next turn.
Yep, depends also on the last card. If that is a big welcome Labyrinth, of course. This oh wow, okay, never mind me. That is the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle.
That ain't bad. And imagine the last card now next to this is the big welcome
Or Trap
Labyrinth.
Trick.
Okay, oh yeah, but we do give it over. Only 4,000 life points remaining for Kinokako. But now with the Lady Labyrinth on the field.
Okay, this is okay.
Shall
Two
see whether
two
there's
back
more
row,
to
one
it.
card in
Have
hand,
we
and
drawn
Labyrinth
additional
doesn't
trap cards? We just
finish
go into the
game in
battle
one
phase.
turn, so
Fair
this is
enough.
fine.
3,000 attack points is plenty
We have a
of
chance.
damage to put onto the life points of Josh here. So life points wise, we're almost even again.
Yep, wondering if this was another hand disruption draw. No, it's another thing to set
Okay,
in the back.
interesting.
Perhaps we will see the big welcome on the next turn, but Josh
Okay, no
has
Maxi, no
at least
Purulia,
one more
which is good,
turn
but
here. Can
that
he
could be
use
another
it to
Solemn,
get things
an
going? 'Cause his
Infirm.
team seem to be doing well for themselves.
That can actually
the
stop.
former
Oh my god, you gotta be shitting me.
Oh, heavy storm duster, and that is basically a throwback because Josh
Yes.
played Labyrinth at the World Championship 1 year ago, and also
Can you
used
change?
that heavy
Can you
storm
change,
duster,
Josh?
and now
You need to
Kinokoku
change.
is the one reminding him of that
Oh, no
by
change.
using it here against the two sad cards.
And now you can
Which
set
means
the
those
big
set
welcome,
cards are
of
bluffs.
course, for the next turn. But there is
Oh,
Droplet.
hold on, okay.
Sending the Mammoth Toplan Fusion. This is a card that you might want to have in your graveyard right there. I assume the other card is also... No, this shouldn't be a Droplet. Which other card? I think he drew Droplet for turn, so there might not be another play. Unless you have another Molchami that you can normal summon and then activate the Fusion. But how does that help you?
It was a grand breakout that was destroyed there, but
Another breakout
we
that
just
actually
drew one of our
could have
powerful
been helpful
starters.
if this is a
Maybe
normal
Dark
summon.
Blade, maybe an Anguish.
But would we not set the Droplet if we had it in hand already? I think the Forbidden Droplet might have been the top deck there.
You're right, I do agree on that. It is now Josh thinking what to do with that one card in hand, and he has to use it
Fusion.
defensively, but okay, hold on, true, it's not even necessarily defensively, as the Fusion enables us plays here, it
Oh
was
my
a
goodness,
Maxi.
it's Maxi. This is absolutely crazy. What are we even searching a Bone Party for next turn? You just need to find something to play with. Josh is setting up the next turn.
But I need
the lady
the
is
Tachyon for
again
Bitsuru
at
Grisel,
3,000
so not
attack
for
points.
sale.
You
Oh,
just
oh
almost
yeah, I
basically
forgot.
need anything on
You
the
wanna
other
play
side there.
7
This is
Tachyon for Bitsuru
crazy. We're
Grisel.
going to the battle phase.
But at least you
3,000
already got
damage again. Josh is
Bitsuru
going to
Grisel.
get another
You have
top deck
already
here.
2.
But is he going to get Solemn Judgmented again? Is
You
the
can somehow
question.
play
Is
Bitsuru
there
Grisel with
any-
only 2 Tachyon.
Yeah, true.
We will find out. I mean,
So you can
the
just
Bone Party on its own
sell
doesn't even do
man-
anything. We will need
man
a
with the
Memento
mark.
monster next to it, and that is required as a
That's
draw
pretty...
for turn.
I'm not sure if they're
Josh
pricey,
is very
because
play.
they're not
Can
really
you
popular.
keep it competitive? We go into the battle phase. Hold on. Is this maybe an evenly matched
But how does this help in this situation? Because his opponent knows exactly every single card there. If this isn't evenly matched, you just say okay. Oh, Josh is smiling, setting a monster there, possibly trying to force out some interaction with a bluffed, evenly matched there. Sets the monster. No Bone Party. This is another Ash Blossom, or is it a Fuwalos? It is something for sure, but it's not helping at this point. Josh is just patiently
Josh
waiting.
is
I think
actually not
in the
drawing
end
any
phase, we're
Memento.
still considering to do something.
I
How's it looking
already
on the other
said it.
tables?
Memento is not the way, Josh. You're breaking too much. I think you break like 80%, 60% of your games today.
So it is alright. I think we are okay with that Maxi not resolving. It's always a good feeling to resolve Maxi on top of a combo, but it's not necessarily required to win the game.
I mean, also you have Ryziel Cross, right? If your Maxi gets Ash Blossom, I think you use the Cross, no?
I agree, yeah. Should be. And let me tell you something,
Wait,
while Snipe
they're only
Hunters are
2
really
euros?
fighting to
Oh
stay
my.
in this, between Dreams Future and Shiba
Oh
Corp
my
are one
god,
of the
yeah,
upper
it's
matches
not worth
in
selling.
Group A.
They're only
Comes
2
down to
euros.
very
Might as well
low
get all those
match.
cards.
They are on a 4-4 even score at the moment there. There it is. And absolute madness.
I think that is the correct way to end this game, possibly. Activating Daruma Karma Cannon. Only having one monster yourself, knowing your opponent cannot chain anything to it. Setting up the big Welcome Labyrinth. You only need to deal 2,000 damage. Just flip up that Lady Labyrinth, go into the battle phase, and if this is not something completely out of pocket, like a Penguin Soldier, then you should have the game here.
Penguin Soldier would be iconic. I'm sort of doubting it though. We do go for the big Welcome Labyrinth, and we are basically going into the final motions here. Kinokoku knows he got this. He made a good call here with bringing the Labyrinth deck for the very last game as
Is
well.
it really a good
And
call
that
by bringing
should be
Labyrinth
their
when your
way
opponent
of
literally
closing it all
breaks?
out here in this one. And we just talked a little bit about the match between Dreams
Seems more
Future
worth than
and
selling them out.
also,
Well,
of course,
if they're
Shiba Corp.
2 bucks,
Looking
2
at it,
euros,
it
yeah,
seems
it's
like
not worth it to
Enzo
sell
is
them.
right now in
Might
the
as well keep
process
them
of
and
closing it out for
and if
Shiba Corp.
the other
So we
cards are
actually
really
may
cheap,
not only
you might
lose Team
even
7,
have fun
and we're in the
playing it
process of
than
losing
selling
Team
it.
Snipe Hunters here as well, but we could
And-
also just be
and
losing Dream's
Odeon
future
is, I
on
think,
top
is
of
pretty
that.
competent.
All new top 4
It's not
potentially here this year at the
YCS
Master Duel
topping that,
World
but
Championship
no, it's not
2025,
YCS
the
winning
Yu-Gi-Oh!
that,
World
but
Championship,
it's
rather.
gonna be good
A
to
whole
play,
weekend
and
of
it's gonna be
Yu-Gi-Oh!
fun.
action. This is the Master Duel group stage, the final round of it, deciding who will advance.
It does look like that. Okay, we have the final blow, and therefore that is the end of Team Snipe Hunters tournament run. They are on a 2-3 record, respectable, but not good enough to qualify to the second day, to the final
Yep.
day.
And before we go into the
Snipe Hunter
post-analysis of
lost
this
the
match,
game.
I want to say
And I
that
picked
if
Snipe Hunter
Cybercop
as my
wins
team.
5-4, and my math is not completely incorrect, we're going to the
Gonna trip
next
people up, though.
tiebreaker
Oh.
between the
It's gonna be a
Noble
fun
Copy Goal
Dokas
versus Cybercop
with
because they
Odeon.
have the exact same tie when it comes to wins. Let me count. 8 plus 4 are 12.
I think that's
17,
it. I don't
18,
wanna
23.
I don't
Okay,
wanna
and now
continue
for
watching
Cybercop,
any more of the other
saying
games
this
because
might
my
be
team is
5
Snipe
this win.
Hunter
It
and
is,
they
they just
get
won. Let me tell you, they
eliminated.
just won.
13,
Day
17,
1.
22, 23.
I thought we established to not give me math questions.
Yeah,
but-
yeah, I was done
That's why,
after
that's
you
why I
started.
did it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
yeah.
I did it. So this is going to the tiebreaker there. That's crazy.
It actually is complete intensity, and you might be right, Leo. I think Chiba Corp might, in the end, be able to clinch this one out.
Oh
and
my
after
goodness.
just not starting so well, they
Oh, hi,
could be
Vegeta.
pulling
Welcome.
through here for the North American region.
I mean, we have it in the client right now. Noble Gabigol is not making it into day 2 after this dream start. This
Noble
crushing
but Noble
loss
was winning
against
so
Ragnarok
much.
kicked them out of the tournament. The Infernoble Knight heroes have not made it in Cybercorp. We've only seen them on stream once in the first round, basically. Might have been the second round.
It was the
I think.
second round where they
round versus
impressively
Snipe
enough
Hunters.
won 8-1 against Team Snipe Hunters. Yeah.
Yeah, that was... Or did they not lose against Sniper?
No,
No, absolutely
Okay,
not.
well then,
Future lost
good
to
for
Snipe
them.
Hunters. Yeah.
Great stuff. But they are definitely now the second team in Group A. So we have Ragnarok and Cybercorp. Crazy. Wow.
In the meanwhile, Group B still very much
On Summon Ra, I
anyone's
knock
game.
Malice
We
twice
haven't
in a
decided
row
who
with
will
Ra
advance
100%.
quite yet.
Wow.
But
What the
Fala
fudge?
Galera is making good
How?
point for themselves as they're currently in that match between them and Team Yugati in a 4-1 lead. And they're already in first place in the group, meaning it looks really likely that they're about to be entering top 4. So we said is an all-new top 4. But Judeo, who was in top 4 2
True.
years ago, might be returning to that very glorious second day of
I
the
don't
World
think I can watch
Yeah,
them
and
today.
despite losing
I've been
that
streaming
opening
for
round, they were able to bounce back again.
9 hours
Every
now.
round is a new set of games. You cannot tilt.
think
They
I
did
can
not
watch them
tilt,
maybe
and
next time,
instead,
but not
they've
today.
let the momentum of their victory carry them through. Now, actually, we do have Fala Galera just closing that one out against Mugati.
Oh, it is confirmed, therefore, Fala Galera joins the teams in top 4. And I mean, they are in first place,
Yeah.
meaning they will be facing Chiba Corp in the
And-
top 4 match tomorrow in the semifinals.
And random fun fact, both of those teams have lost the first round of the
True,
tournament.
true.
So you don't actually get an indication who is going to make it to day 2 if you're just looking at the first round
Yeah.
saying, okay, you
I
know,
guess this is good enough
Cybercorp
for
went
today.
1-8 in the
I've
first round.
seen Snipe Hunter get
Surely they won't
eliminated.
recover from this.
And that's my
They
team.
will.
What a
Soul Form
comeback.
versus Brock Dosa may very well have implications as to who will advance, though.
True, hold on.
Yep,
They can
Snipe
also
Hunter
still
at
make
5th
it
place
to
and
a
alignment
3-2
at 6th.
record. I mean,
They're gonna
the
be
first place for
eliminated.
Fala Galera
Soul Form
is
gonna be eliminated.
sure, because
Yep.
there is no
Oh,
other
no.
team that is going to
That's
finish.
so dominant. 8-1, 8-1, 8-1.
I think
really well
Team
played
7
by
is also getting
Judeo,
eliminated.
G-Nets, and Paolo PRRJ,
Both of the teams
but
I'm
Soul
supporting
Form
is gonna get
versus
eliminated.
Brock Dosa could still
Nice.
very well affect whether
Okay,
Mugati or
that's good enough for today. So thank you guys for watching. See you again next time. And bye bye.